Initiating boosters in 3, 2, 1. Game on! Welcome to orbit! I'm on to you!
Let's go on then!
The Avatar.
All shall suffer.
I have goosebumps.
Holy! The glorious hunt of the Falcons finally comes to an end! 2024 World Champions! No more glass!
Overwatch 2 Classic!
We got the finest!
You should try my meatballs. Move over!
Welcome to the Overwatch 2 Spotlight. We've always strived to be the best competitive, team-based hero shooter. This past year alone, we made huge updates to our competitive systems, including matchmaking, balance updates, role queue times, and new features, all in service of constantly improving and evolving this game. To continue in that goal, we aim to innovate by creating new experiences for the more than 100 million players that have joined us since we launched in 2016. New experiences, new metas, new modes, new events, new heroes, just new ways to have fun. And 2025 is going to be another big year for us. Not only are we expanding this brilliant global community with a return to China in Season 15, but the overall key focus for us this year is how we can evolve what it means to play an Overwatch game. There's so many things coming to Overwatch 2 this year that we can't even fit it all into this spotlight. So, over the next 30 to 40 minutes, we're really excited to show you many of the things, but definitely not all, that we are planning for the first half of this year. First up, the biggest change since Overwatch launched, your favorite heroes are about to get a whole lot more heroic with perks. Perks are here to completely redefine your strategy and how you play your favorite heroes. Think of them as hero-specific bonuses that level up your gameplay and not just your hero. This means you can customize how you play in a match like never before. It's like giving your favorite heroes a little extra oomph. Overwatch 2 is about to evolve in a way you've never seen before. After that, we'll go into how we're starting the 2025 competitive year with a full reset and new competitive rewards, including the new competitive weapon when Season 15 launches. We will also showcase some new mythic skins, game modes, and of course, upcoming heroes. Plus, some improvements to how you are rewarded for your playtime, including the return of a system from Overwatch 1 that we've received a ton of requests for, so keep that feedback coming. We'll also share what's going on with esports, including how it's expanding with the reintroduction of Overwatch into China. Of course, some info on Overwatch Classic, as well as 6v6, and hopefully a few surprises mixed in as well. We know what this universe means to all of you, and our team is driven by the idea of working together with all of you in this wonderful community. Developing the best version of this universe for years and years to come is what truly matters. We're so thankful that you are all on this journey with us. And there's so much to tell you about that you're gonna wanna stick around.
It is time to celebrate the glory of battle, the competition, determination, and the boom! Ha-ha! What a shot! Again! Finally, a worthy title! From the ashes, rise again! It is not about standing atop the mountain. It is the climb! Ah, yes, I too own one of these weapons. It is just not with me right now. To battle! How could you not win with such an advantage? Shows them you are superior, and bang! Ha-ha! My armored fingers are crossed! Yes! Just what I had hoped for! The spoils of victory continue! Memories.
Free your mind. Energy flows through me. A warrior's greatest weapon is patience. Be present in the moment.
I will achieve my vision.
My arrows fly true.
To win is great. To win in style is even greater. Such a masterful display. Play it again! I will rewatch this one a few more times.
Time to talk about something big. Introducing perks. This is the most significant innovation to core gameplay since Overwatch launched in 2016. This is more than just an update. It's a radical shift in how you experience gameplay. Perks are upgrades to your hero's kit that unlock during the game. They provide an additional strategic layer, allowing you to alter your playstyle and adapt to situations. Throughout the match, you'll level up your hero 2 times, unlocking 1 minor perk and 1 major perk. The first time you level up, you'll get a choice between 2 minor perks. We positioned minor perks as lighter upgrades. They're like a little boost to warm you up, from cooldown reductions to small passives that keep things balanced but exciting. Once you hit your major perk level, you'll get to choose between 2 powerful upgrades, letting you fine-tune your playstyle for the rest of the match. Major perks are gameplay-shifting additions to your hero's kit, changing your core loop and redefining what your hero is capable of. Let's look at an example now with Orisa. When you level up Orisa to level 2, your minor perk choice will be between heat reduction on your primary fire or the ability to briefly tank burst damage with Fortify. Are you facing down a Junkrat and want to be able to survive his tire? The upgrade to Fortify might be a great choice. The fun really gets going when you get to your major perk at level 3, though. Here, Orisa gets the choice between a higher impact energy javelin or swapping out her javelin spin for a protective barrier. Here's another example of what you can expect with major perks with Torbjorn. For Torb's major perk options, you get to choose between 2 wild upgrades for your turret. The first perk option is allowing you to upgrade your turret to level 3 when activating Overload, drastically shifting your turret's threat level as it rips through enemies. The second perk option is if you're feeling a little cheeky, upgrading your turret to now stick on walls. With this added flexibility, Torbjorn can take different angles and even surprise opponents with sneaky turret placement. Finally, let's round it out with Ana. Ana's first major perk choice
upgrades her sharpshooting capabilities, allowing her to headshot enemies. Be careful, Widowmaker. You might lose this sniper duel. Then, if you're playing Ana and having a hard time getting dove on, you might want Ana's second major perk option. Give yourself Nano Boost when it's activated on an ally. Now that's a way to turn a fight. When designing perks, we wanted to expand and elevate what your heroes are capable of. We were looking for a system that we could layer on top of your normal Overwatch gameplay and offer choice from match to match. We plan on adjusting perks on a regular cadence with bigger system refreshes happening in the middle of the year. Every choice you make with perks will impact the battlefield, offering new opportunities to outplay enemies and support your team. You'll get to experience the next era of Overwatch 2 when Season 15 launches.
It's awesome to see the passion and dedication this community brings to the game every day. Honestly, it's what keeps us hyped to bring you more. Today, we're so happy to share some exciting new features when the 2025 competitive year begins during Season 15, a season that will shake things up by making the game more strategic and further improving our competitive systems. Last year during Season 9, we introduced a major rework to our competitive system, as well as the addition of new hero passives that refresh the core gameplay of Overwatch. As we enter the first season of 2025, this is the perfect chance for the team to shake things up once again. For such a big season, it just feels logical to start with a big bang, our galactic weapons. In response to your feedback about competitive rewards, we worked hard to make this year's weapon variant out of this world. We developed new tech to support applying this type of complex material to weapons. We want you to feel like you have the power of the stars in the palm of your hand. And hey, we're also making climbing the ladder even more charming. At Platinum and above, you'll now get exclusive weapon charms alongside the existing titles. We'll start tracking your rank for this during Season 15 and hand out these rewards for the first time in Season 16. Now you'll be flexing your rank in any mode by rocking these battle-ready cosmetics with pride. We're also excited to report that we're bringing rake icons back to the hero portraits while you're in competitive play. We'd like to do more of this sort of thing in the future, but for now, this will give players that want to show off their skill by sharing their gameplay an easier way to do that. Now, Season 15's rank reset. We've tuned our ranks again, and we're confident you can reach new heights that show off your true skill, whether you've been away for a while or you've been grinding up until the last minute in some questionable end-of-season matches. Most importantly, we think these soft resets work best when we're introducing big new features that change what it means to be skilled at the game. I'm happy to announce that hero bans are officially coming to the game. We know you've been asking for this feature, and we're looking forward to building our take on it. Don't worry, no pools or cats in pools are involved. We want a system that punches up at the strong or frustrating heroes without punching down at weaker niche picks. We also want a system that's very fast, that gives you nuanced control over outcomes, and that we can tweak based on your feedback. As you've seen, we're building a lot of new features. And speaking of buildings, what if you had more control over which of our buildings you spend your time in? We're happy to announce that map voting will be coming to the game after hero bans. Both hero bans and map voting are exclusive to competitive play. One of the other changes I'm particularly excited about is a quality of life update I've wanted to build since my first day on the job. When I joined the team, I was challenged to list the top 10 things I wanted to work on. Back then, we chose the ping system from that list, but today we're building my number one, and that's improved hero information. In a game about mastery like ours, equipping players with the knowledge they need to improve is one of the most useful services we can provide as developers. That's why we're adding detailed stats to the hero information screen that show damage, cooldowns, ranges, and perks. Of course, Season 15 isn't just about competitive cosmetic updates. We're also tweaking stuff behind the scenes, think shop bundles and better ways to snag those jaw-dropping cosmetics. Season 15 is the return of loot boxes. You heard that right. Loot boxes are making a comeback. We're keeping it fun while being transparent about what's inside and the rate of various drops from opening each box. Oh, and guess what? They'll be available in the free track of the Battle Pass. And of course, they'll also be in the weekly rewards where you can get loot boxes for just playing. There are plenty of ways to earn them. We're really excited for the changes we've made in bringing these back, and hope you are too.
I'm really excited to join you today to speak about what you can expect from events this year. One of the biggest ways the team has been exploring new ways to play Overwatch 2 is through 6v6 tests. This is something players have been asking about since we launched Overwatch 2 with 5v5, and Aaron has written a few extensive blogs on why the team made this switch. Things like pick rates, tank queue times, match stalemates, matches going on too long, sometimes made Overwatch feel like more of a slog than the fun it should have been. We want to find the absolute best way to make 6v6 with those concerns in mind. These limited time events are our way to really test how 6v6 in Overwatch 2 could work in the most fun, compelling ways possible when trying to address the various issues it used to face. This was a really great experiment for us, and we thank everyone that took part, jumped into the matches, and shared your feedback. We're still sifting through all of the in-game data, along with the mountain of feedback the team received across social media, forums, emails, and carrier pigeons. So look for an update on some key learnings in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we're going to be doing more of these, and in Season 15, we're pleased to announce 6v6 is getting its own competitive queue. This will be an open queue, but with a max of 2 tanks per team. Not all of our events are just purely to experiment and to try and test out new features. We're also running events because, let's be honest, they're simply fun. Obviously, we have to bring back the modes and events that everyone loves. In addition to the current return of Lunar New Year, we're bringing back April Fools. You'll hit the beach in Summer Games, and of course, face the horrors of Dr. Junkenstein this Halloween. Outside of those annual events, one of the most fun limited time modes we've worked on in a while has to be Overwatch Classic. This was a labor of love for those of us who have been immersed in this universe for almost 10 years. We started in November with the Overwatch 1 launch day patch. 21 heroes, original abilities, no hero limits or role locks. Then in January, we rolled out with the September 2017 Moth meta patch, introducing the original versions of Ana, Sombra, Orisa, and Doomfist. But you can't do Overwatch Classic without the most notorious of Overwatch 1 periods. So coming in Season 15, we are bringing you Overwatch Classic GOATs. This was a ridiculously glorious time to play. You had 3 tanks and 3 supports dominating lineups. These won't be matches you'll go into thinking the key headshot or flanking play will make a difference. GOATs meta is a head-to-head battle, testing which team can be the most thoughtful and strategic in setting up the best combination of plays, the best use of dual heals, and of course, dual ults. Communication will be key when jumping back to 2019 to see if you have it in you to be the GOAT.
Today, we introduce an exciting new hero to our lineup. Meet Freya. Codenamed Windasher, she's the latest addition to Overwatch's roster, poised to help you elevate your game. Freya hails from the land of Denmark, where the winters are cold and apparently the bounty hunters are even colder. Freya was once Overwatch's most renowned search and rescue operative, dedicated to saving lives. But when Overwatch disbanded, she put her skills towards a new purpose, bounty hunting. Now, she'll hunt down any target for the right price. Freya is a hero with a unique arsenal at her fingertips. Armed with an explosive crossbow and a cape that gives her serious airtime, Freya doesn't play by the rules. We think you'll love the new dynamic she brings to Overwatch. Whether you're the type to strategize, hit the ground running, or hover above it, she's got something for everyone. Test your foes with her explosive flare, or wrap them up like a gift with her bola. And if someone tries to flee, well, as Freya says, run or hide, it won't matter in the end. Freya's kit doesn't just aim to control the battlefield, it aims to own it. Unload a flurry of rapid-fire bolts with her rev-draw crossbow to keep the pressure on your enemies. Slow it down with Take Aim to line up the perfect shot and fire a high-speed, explosive bolt that will turn your targets into fireworks. Quick dash in any direction to reload your explosive bolt and leave your enemies in the dust. Launch yourself sky high with an updraft of wind and catch those rooftop campers or get a bird's eye view before you strike. And finally, snag an enemy with a bola shot. Wrap them up and pull in their unlucky teammates for the ultimate combo play. For those of you who love a challenge, Freya is going to test your skills like never before. Recognized internally as being one of the highest skill heroes in the game, Freya's kit demands precision and a steady, long-range aim. Whether you want to dominate the battlefield or just float on the breeze, she's going to be the right bounty hunter to hire. Now that we've shown you Freya, you probably want to know who the Season 18 hero will be. I think it's fitting to give you a sneak peek at Hero 44. Codenamed Aqua, this Chinese water wielder has one of the most unique ability sets that we have ever developed. You'll learn more about him later this year. And before then, get ready for the Freya hero trial coming later in Season 15. Keep following the Overwatch 2 team on social media and our website. We'll release more hero comics and continue to share regular updates on balance changes for all of your favorite heroes.
Season 16 is launching in April and is going to be another massive season. In addition to a new hero, theme, and some fun events, we have something extra special that has been in the works for a long time. Welcome to Stadium, the ultimate battleground for strategy, teamwork, and hero evolution. Stadium is the biggest game mode we've made since Overwatch 1 was first released in 2016. TLDR, this mode is awesome. It's Overwatch gameplay like you've never seen before. Fast-paced rounds, nail-biting 5v5 matches, and a best-of-7 system designed to push every player's limits. This is the arena where you don't just outplay the enemy, you outthink and outbuild them too. Here's the twist. Mods. Each round, you'll earn coins based on how you and your team perform. Use these to unlock and customize abilities for your hero. Choose from mods that boost survivability, like extra armor, amplify attacks with shorter cooldowns, or even add game-changing abilities. Stadium is packed with transformative powers and strategic encounters that enhance the hero fantasy well beyond anything we've released. This also includes the option to choose how you play in either a first-person or an entirely new third-person perspective from which to see more of the battlefield and your modifications in action. To go into detail and really showcase what Stadium is all about, I'm thrilled to introduce Dylan Snyder and, of course, the one and only Dion Rogers.
What's up, Aaron?
Thank you so much, Aaron. Wow, this is crazy.
Can you believe we're in Watch Point Gibraltar?
Yes, let's talk strategy. Picture this, Reaper flying, like literally flying, I'm serious, through the air to take down a pesky diva, or Mercy enchanting a teammate to auto-res on death. The choice is totally yours, so build wisely. What works as an edge in one round might be the difference maker in the next. You'll be upgrading your hero until they're so powerful that Aaron has no choice but to make you the game director. You become a walking fortress by going all in on armor, or roast your enemy shields faster and more mercilessly than Dion roasts me every day for not knowing anything about obscure 1970s jazz. Because why not?
And visually, we've revamped everything from the ground up, creating a new user experience layout to make navigating your mods simple and fun. The fresh layout and intuitive icons transform strategy into art, giving you the arsenal to power up your hero as you progress through intense matches. Incorporating an intricate mod system, each choice you make is a step towards strategic dominance. Early in the game, you'll invest in affordable mods that lay a solid foundation for your team, giving you an immediate but modest boost. As the match heats up, you'll unlock access to more expensive and oh-so-satisfying mods that pack a serious punch, turning the tide in your favor. Each power-up is complemented by incredible visual effects, dynamically interacting with your actions to maximize the awesome feel of impact and intensity. You'll have complete control of your currency, so how and when you spend could be the key to victory. It's all about crafting the best version of your hero at the right moment.
In addition to mods you can buy, you'll also unlock even more powerful traits that won't cost you anything. Traits are meant to be defining aspects of your play expression, so we're making sure that they feel appropriately transformative. You may remember us teasing some of these in events like Trials of Sanctuary or Junkenstein's Laboratory. As Reinhardt, you can focus on improving your barrier, taking away the movement penalty while it's raised, and allowing him to activate it while charging. As Soldier 76, become a utility healer for your team while improving your biotic field by increasing its range, attaching it to yourself, and buffing the attack speed of allies that stand in its radius. Or as Kiriko, embrace your true nature as a dive DPS by improving your health and damage resistance while gaining the ability to teleport to allies and enemies.
With 7 rounds, Stadium features a variety of maps and game modes. There will be a mix of modified versions of existing maps, such as a quicker Hanaoka Clash round, as well as new push maps with final artwork to be unveiled in the coming months.
Stadium launches in Season 16, and we see it as more than just a new mode. It's a long-term evolution. Each season will bring updates, new heroes, and possibly even alternate modes, like Payload Race or Paintball. And hey, While this mode is already big, it's just the beginning of empowering you to build the best hero you can.
We'll be keeping a close eye on your feedback and continue to find ways to evolve this mode into the biggest and best it could be.
We're planning to kick things off with 14 core heroes, carefully selected to ensure balance and competitive play, with more heroes being regularly added over time, which will allow you to keep working each season on what is the best hero build to help you win.
There will also be additional maps, modes, and features regularly added over time, keeping things fresh and competitive.
Stay tuned as we reveal more details in the coming months. Stadium isn't just a new way to play, it's a new way to dominate. Get ready to strategize, customize, and rise. Season 16 is just around the corner. See you there.
See you there.
We have some stunning cosmetics lined up, and I'm thrilled to brag about my team's hard work. Earlier today, you saw a brief glimpse of Season 15, but let's dive a bit deeper. Our Season 15 Mythic skin is for Zenyatta. Zenyatta will have heavenly visual effects and sound effects to complement his godly ascension. Our concept artist jumped on this one. She was really inspired by the Golden Dragon Pichu, and the team rallied to make sure that we brought her vision to life in a way that felt specific and authentic. Our 5th Mythic weapon is for Widowmaker, coming out at Season 15 mid-cycle. We wanted something that truly embodied Widowmaker's hero fantasy, and our concept artist took that literally. I don't have favorites, but if I did, the theme for our Season 16 Mythics is very near and dear to my heart. The team has been waiting forever to put our spin on the beloved Maho Shoujo genre. I'm so excited to introduce Doki Watch, which pits the heroes of heart against the hollow hearts. Doki Watch retains core elements of the magical girl aesthetic and blends them with the sleek technology of Overwatch. Our heroes' Magitech weapons are empowered by their animal familiars to fight against the hollow hearts and their looming threat of woe. Tiny sharks, a fox, a cat, and even mischievous bunnies are ready to fight by your side. They're cute, they're fierce, and they'll make your heart doki doki. When it was time to pick the leader of the Heroes of Heart, the choice was obvious. Mars' favorite daughter gets a splash of pink in her mythic skin. Juno's radiance spreads hope wherever she goes, making her extremely powerful in the fight against woe. Her skin features her magical shark companions, Deimos and Phobos, named for the moons of Mars. Personally, I'm partial to the pastel yellow Doki princess, but villain enthusiasts will love her corrupted evil look too. But don't worry, Mercy Mains, I've got you covered. She's getting the Season 16 mythic weapon. At mid-season, the ridiculously cute Elios joins the fight. I'm not going to say much, because I think the concept really speaks for itself. He's just a little guy. Since Overwatch 2 was released, players have been asking for a mythic for this hero. She's a little bit of extra work for my team specifically, but it was time to make it happen. Our Season 17 mythic skin is for Diva. We hope she lives up to your expectations. For her mythic, Diva will take on the spiritual aura of South Korea's national animal, the Siberian tiger. She'll have customizable hairstyles on the pilot, as well as a pink and an Empire Red colorway, so you can style her however you want. Season 17 will also feature Reaper's mythic weapon, designed to capture the allure of corruption. We asked our concept artist to make something edgy, and he really did deliver. With distinct weapons for each hand, they reflect Reaper's duality, his descent from beloved Overwatch commander to feared talent agent. Oh, and one last thing. While we aren't quite ready to reveal them yet, throughout the upcoming year, we have some very exciting collaborations. But there's one coming in Season 15 that me and my girlies can give a slight reveal to.
Hello, we are the Seraphim.
We're so excited to announce our second collaboration with Overwatch 2! Woo! There will be brand new in-game skins and cosmetics coming this March. We can't wait to reveal all the details, so stay tuned for more information. See you all in-game soon! Bye!
Hi gamers, this is Bailey from the Overwatch Esports team. Something new is always coming to Overwatch, and Overwatch Esports is no different. We've tweaked our competitive formats a bit to provide you all the things that you actually care about. More things to play in, more matches to watch, more coverage of your favorite players, drops to earn, and some awesome dynamic gameplay through the addition of hero bands, which we've never done before. We just wrapped up our inaugural 2024 season at DreamHack Stockholm this November, where Team Falcons from OWCS Korea took home the win. We're really excited for the future of OWCS to provide the most accessible competitive environment that we have ever had. Want to know, though, how the OWCS is getting even better in 2025? We're going from 2 to 3 stages and live events, bringing you 3 events across the world to even more players. We're doubling the gameplay that we're providing and the number of broadcasts. We're introducing Faceit leaks to our ecosystem and integrating it directly into OWCS, making it easier to follow and providing more chances to compete and have some fun with your friends. Additionally, we're adding a new tournament phase to the competition through a promotion relegation tournament, allowing more chances to qualify and new exciting stakes to your matches. On top of that, we're introducing a team partner program, bringing some iconic esports brands to OWCS across our different regions. We'll be supporting a bunch of in-game items that you can purchase so you can rep your favorite team, and the proceeds go directly to support those teams and players. This year, we are also welcoming a few new regions to OWCS. We know how incredibly passionate our players in China and Australia are for esports. With the return of Overwatch 2 to China, we're excited to welcome those players to the OWCS with their own dedicated region to compete in. And our players in Australia are going to be joining the Pacific sub-region in OWCS Asia. We've introduced rank-based divisions to Faceit and calling out heroes that just make matches more fair, competitive, and fun. The OWCS 2025 season is kicking off right now. Head to our channels or website to find the schedule so that you don't miss a single match. Then you can tune in to earn some awesome viewership rewards, cheer on your favorite players and teams, or learn a thing or two about your favorite hero. We hope to see you there.
Getting to be a part of this amazing team of brilliant developers, artists, engineers, and more, as we've evolved Overwatch together with all of you, has been one of the highlights of my career. We are so excited about all that has been shown today, but we didn't even touch on so many more great updates coming your way. Throughout the rest of this year, we are going to roll out numerous quality of life changes, such as map voting, and as Gavin mentioned, hero bans. We also didn't even touch on what is one of the most impactful changes coming later this year, more map reworks. There will be reworks of both original Flashpoint maps, Suravasa, and New Junk City. We also are working on major reworks to another batch of classic maps, so you have to stay tuned as we share those details. And that's not even all for maps. A new Atlantic Arcology map is also coming to the game. And a new Tokyo map. We have so much planned to share with you throughout the year. More details, more content, more ways to experience Overwatch. It is our goal to keep exploring and delivering new fun ways to play Overwatch than we've ever done before. I cannot wait to show you what this team has been working on. Thank you for the hours and hours of dedication you all give to this game. We are thrilled to keep working with you through feedback and engagement on growing what we do to improve Overwatch 2. I hope you all have a fantastic time when these changes start rolling out in just a few weeks with Season 15. Now let's go make a great game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Sojourn en route.
We're here to be heard.
Engaging thrusters.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Warmth of firelight.
Not so fast. Judge Tyson. Do something! Initiate defense matrix. Railgun powered and ready to fire. This ends now. Not so fast. Now they're defeating.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Area denied. I am the queen. Copy for heals. Ultimate's charging.
I am restored.
Ultimate's charging. What have you
Score 0-3. Switching sides. Initiating match. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
You're completely healed.
Double.
Hey. Let the kitsune go! 絆を解き放て! They're moving the payload. Shut it down.
4, 3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint. Mark it.
Tengo que irme. And I'm back.
asusté. Catch you later. Market. Secure. Come on. Flashpoint. Palace. And I thought you were the hero. Gotta go. ¿Me extrañaste? Hack complete. Apagando las luces. I know. I've got to. Gotta go. I'm untouchable. ¿Qué tal? Objective mine. Ready to join me? Falling apart. Protecting. Sistema comprometido. Palace secured. Next, flashpoint temple. you. I'm here. Catch payback. Ya volví. Catch you later. Catch you later. Apagando las luces. ¿Me extrañaste? Hey.
Secured. Next, flashpoint, garden.
How's that for out there?
Systems hack. La próxima vez fue más interesante. That wasn't a string.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds. Flashpoint unlocked.
Apagando las luces. Let the Kitsune guide you. And I'm back. Go get him.
Pick it up.
I'm here.
Let's get loud. I feel this in my bones.
Apagando las luces. I'm on fire. Let the Kitsune.
Vamos, escurar
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Gee-woo, it's just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Hello and welcome to the fourth and final day of the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs. I am Zoe and today we will be crowning not one but two winners. One in each region, NA and EMEA, starting with EMEA of course as per usual. And also as per usual, you get to earn drops by watching. That's right, so make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account to grab one or all of these beautiful drops you're seeing on your screen right now. Yes, those are specific playoff playoff. I'm lacking the word. Gotta be real with you. These are made for the playoffs. Exclusive. That's the word. I get paid to talk. Can anyone believe that? Okay, exclusive playoff drops. I got there in the end. Okay, it's hard. It's mostly hard because I'm by myself. I think that's the main issue here. So how about I bring in some friends? That's right, I have friends. It's not a Triple J situation today, which is a little disappointing. Somehow Rich weaseled his way into this.
Really
Rich, can we rename you? Do you have like a middle name with a J?
No, unfortunately it starts with an M. So I mean, unless we want to go like with acronyms and say like RJJ here or something, I don't know. We can just
RJJ. You know what? I dig it. We're running with it. We're running. And all of you dressed up for the occasion too. Everyone is looking dapper.
I got Friday.
It gives first day of school. I was about to say it gives first day of school vibes. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Guys, we're at the end of stage 1 pretty much, and we're about to find out who's going to come out on top. Let's take a look at our EMEA brackets. Jack, Johnny, I've heard it from you guys so often, I just can't hear it anymore. So let's pick the brain of our guest. Rich, how are we feeling about the bracket? Any surprises? Any upsets you want to point out, or anyone you want to call out for their wrong brackets?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good about it. You know, I'm gonna throw a little bit of shade. I know all of you had brackets where TM was running that lower bracket, which unfortunately we got to see him. You all had high hopes. I did too. I can't deny that. I did too for Twisted Minds, but we did see that it was the Ultimates able to persevere through, working their way towards this lower final, which is going to be really interesting, facing off against OWCS, which again we talked a lot about even yesterday, what that might look like today, and we're going to dive more into it today as well.
We will indeed. Love to be called out like that. Also, you had an opportunity to literally say that you had a bracket. We wouldn't have been any the wiser.
No one knows.
Exactly. No one will ever know.
Too honest.
We do know that we will find out the number 1 and the number 2 rank of EMEA and NA today, though. Asia and China, of course, still have to wait. They haven't hit the playoffs just yet, but we'll find out very soon as well. Of course, man, that number 1 seed, I would want that. Knowing what I will be facing off against on the international stage, seeding is going to be crucial for this one.
Yeah, I actually believe as well.
Crazy Raccoon, man.
Yeah, because the second seed of EMEA, they played the number 1 seed of Korea, I'm pretty sure. And so then you're just like, I don't want to do that.
You don't want that. No, you don't want that.
That's not how you want to kick off the major. And so, yes, you very much want the number 1 seed. It actually will give you a huge boost when it does come to the major.
It will indeed. It will indeed. Now, before we're digging into today's matches, I want to look back at the overall stage 1 and crown some superstars. So basically MVPs. I asked everyone at the desk to pick their EMEA stage 1 superstar who they thought stood out in any which way, hopefully in a good way. I'm going to kick this one off with Quartz. Yeah. they might not be in it anymore. But you know what? Quartz has been such a standout. Like, I'm so happy to see him doing well outside of the Saudi League. He's been collecting those MVP trophies over there since 2021. Of course, he played for 01 then. And he's also been awarded Best FPS player in the year 23 and 24 by the Saudi Esports Federation. So, like, he's been getting all those awards, and now we finally see him outside of that league, going up against more international competition. I love seeing him doing so well, not just on the Widowmaker, also of course in the Sojourn meta. He's been excelling. It's been really, really fun to see him clicking heads. Now, I see you also grabbed yourself one of the Saudi players here, Rich.
Yes, I did. And I know that there's so many players that I've been able to see from years ago starting in Contenders, but Lab is one I really just wanted to highlight because as you see with the Farah picture, that's where Lambda started years ago when it came to 2022, back when we were in Overwatch Contenders in that summer series. Myself and Kenobi talked about it for years just to see the growth and development here, and we're basically just really housing that Farah role. But now in what we've seen in this course of development and sticking with Twisted Minds for so long until the recent changeover onto this team, and has really brought and elevated this Sojourn play, which is so significant in this meta and in the compositions that we bring to the table. And yesterday was a real demonstration of that elevation of quality in play and how significant the contribution is to make these fights so much closer, which almost brought it to that map 5 yesterday.
Yeah, I went with
That's easy pickings here, Jack.
I went with the easiest one. Yeah, I was the first to respond in the Discord. I was like, okay. No, I think Jwoo, someone we spoke about at the very top of stage 1, the guy's just a beast. He came in from Poker Face, and he's basically had the training ground of Korean Overwatch for the longest time, and makes not a small splash in EMEA, a giant splash, like a blue whale hitting the surface of the ocean kind of splash. Like, the guy is an absolute beast. Like, rookie of the year in my mind would probably be Jwoo in EMEA, if not like across regions. The guy can do pretty much everything, and the Genji especially has just been so good. Doesn't need nano, doesn't need orbital ray. His neutral game as well is just sick. It was an easy pick, I'm gonna be honest, but I mean, it would be a crime not to have this guy up here.
Yeah,
I mean, if you wouldn't have picked him first, any one of us would have picked him
exactly.
as well. Now, of course, Reinforce going with the tank to absolute no one's surprise. But rightfully so. Stola has been Stola has been performing really well. It's a good pick.
Yeah, and it was really a toss-up for me between Shockwave and Vestola, but ultimately I think I went with Vestola because I think that Virtus Pro kind of signature playstyle has been this slower pace, and sometimes you get greedy in the backline, you play some double flex support, and you sit back and you punish the mistakes of your opponents. And that has really been Vestola's strength as a tank player, really. We don't really know Vestola for playing super mobile heroes, whereas the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Doomfist. That is not really what Vestola specializes in. Instead, it's setting up the rest of the team with Sigma, D.Va. We've seen some Zarya play. Now it's Mauga. And I think Vestola did a fantastic job in that role. The meta has kind of favored Vestola in allowing Vestola to play those picks. But that's obviously a huge boon, and that's part of why I've given MVP to Vestola. This was Vestola's meta, he capitalized on it. But I also think that the introduction of a hero like Hazard, for example, has helped Vestola bridge that gap between being able to play a pseudo dive hero in Hazard, whereas before he couldn't play those dive heroes, right? So I think Vestola, it's been a brilliant stage for Vestola, so that is my nominee for stage 1 MVP here in EMEA.
That's right, and you at home can nominate people as well, so make sure to lock in your vote. Who do you think deserves the title of Stage 1 EMEA Superstar? It doesn't have to be a player which is still in the playoffs. It can literally be anyone that you felt really stood out throughout the last few weeks. And we'll be revealing the winner a little later in the show, so I'm very interested to see where we're going with that one. For now, though, let's take a look at today's schedule. We do have matches, of course, because if we didn't, what would be the point of it?
What are we doing?
What are we actually doing with ourselves? No, of course, we are at the very end of the playoffs, so we got to find out who is going to join. Who's in grand finals? VP in the grand finals. I have to quickly remind myself. OWCS and the Ultimates are going to be up. And this is going to be a good one. I'm actually very, very excited for that. OWCS yesterday, they played against VP, and once again, they managed to make them sweat. In fact, I felt like they really once more managed to push them, which has been something like that's a feat that other teams have not been able to do.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to OWCS, again, I already had highlighted my MVP specifically as Labda, but just the roster in and of itself, Checkmate also really stepped up when it came, even when we were looking more specifically at that mass lap on Suravasa. We had reinforced, you know, specifically just talking about that match that was later on and how close it was, almost bringing it to match 5. But realistically, this team has come together and I think elevated themselves to be that force to really compete against VP. Yet they're still, in certain moments, just coming ever so slightly short or behind just because of the quality that VP is bringing to these games. And even talking to Vestola, not really thinking that that's going to be the person they see in the grand final. So there's a lot riding on this for OWCS to elevate even more so today, to be able to bring down the ultimate so that they can find themselves and revisit VP in that grand finals match to secure that second spot.
Now, of course, on the other side, we have the Ultimates. They seem to be playing in a very comfortable meta. That Morga, Brig, Juno. That's a good look for them, Johnny.
Yeah, and I think we have to be very happy with the fact that the Ultimates has finally come alive here in the Stage 1 playoffs, because going into Stage 1, we were looking at this roster, at least I'll say, I was looking at this roster as potentially the best roster in EMEA, because we knew what these players were capable of. They just failed to uphold that kind of standard that they've set for themselves, given their prior achievements, of course. So we came into this playoffs like really disappointed with the Ultimates. Like, they're not clicking, they're not on the same page. But then this Mauga meta came around and it solved all of their issues. This is something they're really comfortable with. KSA is playing some fantastic Mauga right now, setting up the rest of the team. Whereas to the point where Kai yesterday, on player of the match, was we haven't seen a lot of so far this Stage 1. So the Ultimates, they're playing their comfort game. They're incredibly happy with where the meta has kind of landed, and the slingshot theory is in full effect. So I think we have to be delighted by how the Ultimates is playing, and I think in today's matchup against OWCS, it's going to be tough to break down kind of like this fortress of just skill that the Ultimates has built for themselves. We'll have to see if the OWCS can do it.
Let's also take a quick look at our community prediction for this one. Okay.
That's close.
Yeah.
The Ultimates has
I'm
fans.
surprised. I'm surprised it's not flipped, to be honest, considering OWCS, they almost went to the map number 5 again versus Virtus Pro yesterday. It was a very, very close, like 3-2 on Suravasa. I'm shocked here, although maybe, you know, the time to come alive is in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's happened before in OWCS and OWL and Overwatch Esports history. Washington Justice, Decay on Zarya moment. Yeah, I mean, look, it's happened before. Can it happen again? The Ultimates, Johnny, they need to can they get away with this though? Like, is it possible? He's
you know what? We're
bowing his
finding
head.
out.
Do you not remember
We're
that?
about to find out.
I do remember that. Like 16th place, Washington Justice, and then Decay comes in, questionable kind
The
of
outrage.
there.
People were so mad at this.
So mad.
I mean, the first team I thought of was Solana Spitfire 2018. You know, they were kind of like a middling of the pack team back then, and then they came along and won the entire thing, right? So you never know. The Ultimate's looking to repeat that.
So many trips down memory lanes, but let's focus on the here and now. We need to find out which of these two teams is going to make it to our grand finals here in the EMEA region for Stage 1. So let's get this game on its merry way. OWCS facing off against the Ultimate. Johnny, Jack, please walk us through the map set and hero bands for this one.
Thank you very much, Zoe. The dark horse of EMEA in OWCS versus the Ultimates, the team everybody predicted to be number 1 in their power rankings, including you, Johnny. We're going to Samoa, Junobat for OWCS, Diva for the Ultimates.
Yeah, and straight off the bat here, we're seeing something that we didn't do yesterday, Jack, in that OWCS are kind of trying to break up this meta composition that the Ultimates have been so very good at. So a Juno ban straight off the bat for OWCS, that means that the Ultimates, they will have to flex accordingly. And then the Diva ban on the other end, you know, maybe a bit early for that. It is certainly a hero that I could have seen banned this series, because Seattle has been so amazing on that hero for OWCS. So straight off the bat, Jack, I feel like these two bans really do make sense heading into our first map. And I think these are two teams that will kind of like try to break down each other's comfort throughout the series.
What do you expect the backline to look like for both teams? Now, Juno's kind of been banned here. Do you think that influences how the tanks end up picking as well? No, Juno has been the staple over the last, since forever. She's very broken.
Yeah, what do you think? Because, I mean, you lose some of that speed, right? So that could potentially set up something like a Brigana kind of backline, right? We've seen some Kiriko in the mix here and there. So it really sets up the Samoa to be incredibly interesting in my mind, but losing that speed is going to be big. Obviously, like so much healing output, the Orbital Ray. Juno is such a crucial hero that we might see some pretty big deviations from the meta composition because Juno is so pivotal, right, in the Mage meta.
Yeah, I mean, the Ultimates also have Twilight on the bench too, so without the Diva, without the Juno, this seems like a perfect opportunity for him to actually come in on the control. Not historically control player, I suppose, for the Ultimates, that being Twilight, so we'll have to wait and see who's starting. Oh yeah, so no Twilight. It's going to be Faith and Sky in the backline for now. We saw Twilight obviously on Route 66 yesterday. Honestly, was just lights out performance from Twilight. So we'll see if he comes in throughout the map and the series. OWCS though, Johnny, again, even Landon could jump over to the Kiriko. You just go classic Kiriko, Lucio kind of dive style here, or you could stick to the Mauga. Works really well with the Mauga too, this Kiriko.
Yeah, they did swap over back to Mauga here in Spawn. Well, look, this has been OWCS's comfort throughout Stage 1. They played a ton of Kiriko Lucio, so this is something they're very familiar with. And what a great Juno ban to kind of kick off this series and force a composition that you know you can play really well.
Yeah, gates open. Both teams running out. Very different DPS looks though. Checkmate on the Torb. We saw Checkmate pick up a fair bit of Torb throughout the season. Kevster and Kai on the Soji Genji. Kesei's already dead though. That's 6th manpower, Johnny. That turret, yeah, it's really tough to stand up against. We'll see if Checkmate goes to the level 3 turret or the Spidey turret for this map, but the point unlocks in a couple of minutes. Or seconds even, not minutes.
Torbjorn has been a really good hero, you know, for the entire season, pretty much. One of the strongest heroes, in fact, and we've seen more and more players pick up this Torbjorn. So, you know, playing this kind of double poke style, like you said, with the turret in hand. OWCS sitting back for now with point control.
Yes, he had not overextending or over poking. KSA going so low. You see how fast his health bar just dropped? And now they pounce. Sied and Haku take down Faith and Kai. That's going to be fight over, and Labs is going to try and look for some exit kills.
Yeah, and we've really seen this round in particular, Jack. We've seen that if you get control of the objective, it's really hard to retake. There are not a lot of great ways to really position yourself as a team to try and contest the objective or get the defending team kind of on the back foot, right? You really can't go through main here and start getting some poke, try to find a pick, or you can work this right-hand side to get some slight elevation, but then you still have the problem with that. OWCS can sit back here now with this double poke composition. Ultimates maybe opting to go fast here. They just want to get busy with it.
Yeah, they do. And Sky hasn't got this rush either online. Like, he was 5% away before Lannon ripped his. That's a couple of kills. And Johnny, this is not looking that close right now. I mean, this is 3 fights back to back to back for OWCS. They're getting slightly staggered here as well. They've only lost 1 player so far. And they're setting up for a cage Molten Core. They got pretty much everything for this next fight as Ultimates go for the respawns here. As Kevster is only just getting back now.
Only had to expend the Kitsune Rush there, which is crucial. I mean, the cage with the Molten Core here. There's a lot of damage coming out. And then you have Labda coming in with these shots as well. No cage to really put down a shield for the Ultimates either. So Labda will have free shooting in this fight.
Yeah, Labs is actually going to start this fight off with this overclock. Cage ends up coming in. Molten Core on top as well. Free shooting for Labda. And where are you going to move, Johnny? If you're in the Molten Core in the cage, you've got absolutely nowhere to run. Like, good luck. I mean, Johnny, that's just going to be round. There's 5% to go. And look at the Ultimates ult bank right now. 93, 99, 87, and 89. They had 1 ult this round. A single ult, and that was the rush.
It's truly absurd. It is. And I mean, look, they're not taking a lot of time poking. You know, they try to go for these engages, but OWCS fended off so well. It really is, you know, the kind of typical Volcano round, I feel like, in that it is hard to retake that point, and the Ultimates, they don't really find the pick necessary. Instead, it's Labda, it's Checkmate, they are getting the picks in turn, and the Ultimates, they don't really have time to build those Ultimates right. So that is your typical Volcano Samoa round, I really do feel like.
Oh, it's just painful. Because you know in the comms, they're like, okay, guys, I'm 99%. Like, I'm 95%. I need 1 more, like, shot on somebody. I need 1 more kunai. I need 1 more full unload of the Sound Blaster. I need something, and then we can pop off. But OWCS just playing it a little bit too quick. Both teams running out with the same comps again as we go to downtown.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that the Ultimates, obviously we talked about their playstyle so far this playoffs, has been that they like to go fast. They don't want to like poke and prod for too much. They don't want to look for picks. Instead, they want to go get involved and get busy with it. And so the Ultimates now, you know, starting to poke here a little bit, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see if they can kind of work the off angles here. Oh, Sky's done already. I mean, that's just going to set them back, right? But this is kind of what OWCS are looking to do with their composition.
Yeah, I mean, Labda Tell me how many times he's got first pick in this playoffs. Tell me how times, because it's got to be close to like 90% of the time that OWCS start fights, they get a pick. Kai luckily trades it back. Checkmate does end up killing Kevster with a turret, and they are still circling around this point. And in downtown fashion, this point is not going to get capped for another couple of minutes. Even Kai ends up going down to Landon in the 1v1.
Yeah, very brawly so far, don't you feel like? Like, we're kind of trading picks here, poking.
They got rush already. They can just use this to win this fight, straight up. Sky's got 60% on his. He's used Suzu already. There's the rush on the point. Double stun there on the tanks. KSA falls. And a very early amount of healing and damage coming out from Landon just nets them that point after that ult.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked too much about Landon as a player, I feel like, throughout this playoffs. Obviously, we know him from his time from Space Station, of course, so good in those brawl compositions. You know, the tease, we've seen so much great play from Landon. But the Kiriko has been exceptional for Landon, for OWCS, and it's in part why OWCS has been so successful here in the stage 1. So getting an early Kitsune rush there, finding picks as well, lethal with these little kunais. Landon has had a great stage 1 so far.
All right, Kev's jumped over to the Pharah to try and counteract Checkmate, force Labda to reposition as well. A lot of spam damage, of course. There comes the charge. Cage deployed. Here comes the sound barrier, though, and the rush on top. They should be able to survive this one, OWCS. Although Ziad's is a little bit worse for wear. Kind of licking his wounds right now, hiding behind cover, but the big stomp coming in from KSA. A double kill for the tank. Nice point capture as well for the ultimates. They're finally on the board on Samoa.
Yeah, and it's a great adjustment by Kevster as well, swapping over to this Pharah, where your win condition changes now a little bit. Now you can be the team that sit back, so you can poke down this Torp turret with relative ease there, and try to combine with Kai's railgun shots as well. So the ultimates, recognizing that they are having trouble going aggressive, engaging, they instead opt for a poke composition with the Pharah themselves.
Looking at Labda again to find this first pick. He's got the overclock already, and it's actually Kai that rips his first. Looks like they're going to try and trade ults here. Kai just dashing away, but Labda gets the better of him. A good sniper as Kai was literally sliding across the floor. Cage ends up being deployed. A little overrun, though, from KSA to get out of there. But Labda's found his second kill of the fight already. Should be a pretty easy cleanup now, as OWCS only expend 2 ults to get that fight going. 50% on the board for ultimates, though. You're not too happy, but then also getting 100-0 on first point, not too displeased by this either. So we'll see how they end up navigating this fight. They've got beat, but they're going against a Russian Molten Core.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky fight here. Faith sound barrier will have to be crucial to stand up against this Kitsune rush. Kevster has this barrage as well. We know how good it can be with the cardiac overdrive from KSA. We'll kind of see how they navigate this. Kevster might get pretty involved here in the front line with this cardiac overdrive.
Oh, almost lands a double hit there on Checkmate. Here comes the barrage. Oh, and he's moving with it too. Rush is going to get deployed. Same with that sound barrier from the ultimate. So investing 2 big ults in this fight. Unfortunately, Checkmate's Molten Core is only burning the grass at this point. No one else from the ultimate's really stepping inside that. And they could for a bit of extra ult charge as well, to be fair. And it looks like Checkmate is going to swap off of the Torb as they get 77%.
Yeah, it's a reasonable adjustment now that Kevster is on this Pharah, but this is where ultimates, they still have this Kitsune rush, and, you know, if they play this slow, they could potentially make it last fight here, but I wouldn't be too surprised either if they go aggressive with this Kitsune rush. That is what they've done best so far in the Stage 1 playoffs.
Oh, Checkmate trying to find the off angle, almost got a reflect there on Kevster. Now on the high ground, it's going to put a little pressure on the back line right now, but that's going to instantly be remedied. And the sound barrier from Haku doesn't end up connecting with Ziad. A little rush there from the ultimates. They're going to make this final fight, or at least try to, Johnny, like you were saying. And Kevster can just kind of poke from the back line right now as the Cage does end up getting deployed at the front of the point. But what a tricky fight to be in right now. Look at Haku's positioning. He's going to get collapsed on. Same with Landon. Landon looked like he managed to TP away, but Haku wasn't quite so lucky.
Who's going to touch here? Checkmate's down as well.
Checkmate
This is so tricky.
Down, yeah. 99% for the ultimates. Ziak can stay alive for a fair amount of time, but KSA's just going to run to the back line. A good little Susie there from Landon to stop the stun coming through as the cardiac overdrives from both baggers have been popped now. KSA still got the dash if he really needs to get out of danger quickly, but with OT, ultimates need to end this fight fast. Labda on the off angle right now as the sound barrier connects with 5 people on the ultimate side. A rush from Landon is the best they got in the tank now. Landon, Labda, fall, and the ultimates, they're going to secure this second point.
Very close there for OWCS. Just going to be clean up from here on out, but OWCS, they were so close to getting these ultimates online, but they couldn't quite get out the Kitsune rush. The OC wasn't available in time. CL goes down, and without your Mauga, you just don't have any kind of sustain on that point, right? It's so tough to live without your tank. So the ultimates, they scraped that one out, and we're heading to the third and final round there on Samoa.
Is Kev's going to stick on the Pharah, do you reckon, here? A bit more of a tricky map to play the Pharah. There's a lot of like open space. You can't really play around the center column or on the point, or even the rooftops, to be fair. There's a few, but not too many places
we've seen it.
Poke from.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it, right? Virtus Pro, I think they're a great example of a team that have really utilized this long-range kind of point to play a pokier composition and then get picks that way. And then that is something that the Ultimates would like to replicate here, rolling out with the Pharah themselves. I think the problem is if you're playing this Genji Mauga style, how do you kind of engage, right? Because there's a lot of position to close the gap, and oh my god, Haku's already down. Something must have happened there. There leads you duel. But yeah, Kevster got
cannot engage any longer.
You cannot. You cannot. But again, this is such a great point for just sitting back, and the team that is attacking, they will have to cover so much distance with the Mauga that Kevster will inevitably find a good angle to get some rocket damage in, which Kai can follow up on.
I mean, Kevster's big position, the priority position for the Ultimates, is on the high ground as well, because he can play on that basically one large dome building on the right-hand side, if you're looking at this angle, and he can poke, and, well, Faith just follows that up with a couple little Cheerios thrown in. But now becomes the problem, like you said, actually covering this distance can be a little bit tricky. Checkmate tried to find an off angle, couple of right-clicks thrown in, but no meaningful damage that could be followed up with. Both cardiac overdrives have been popped as well. Nice little dash to the back line, but Checkmate is just not finding purchase here, and Ultimates, they're just out-rotating right now.
They are, but still, Alcancia, they're in this fight. KSI goes down, Kevster as well. They kind of sustained on the pointer. They lived through the initial kind of overrun phase here, contesting the objective, and it looks like they might be reaping their rewards here by claiming the objective themselves.
Kai dashing away. Shouldn't be too much long before Kai ends up going down. Can't afford to give him the kill. No, Ziad ends up getting Suzu'd. They do end up getting the point, but still 45% for the Ultimates on their first cap.
Yeah, 45% here. Kevster sticking on this Pharah for now. Maybe want to get that barrage going, but this is where it gets tricky with the Pharah, in my mind. Yes, you might be able to hover over the roof, get a bit of an off angle with that dash, but at the end of the day, you're not brawling as well in these close corridors.
Well, they have the blade, so in 3% at least. Both rushes used already. A blade ends up coming in. There's the rocket barrage. Checkmate trying to deflect all that damage back at him, but can't stay around for too much longer. A nice little slash there onto KSA as the sun came through from Ziad, trying to just overrun into the back line. Good little kill to start off with. And these stagger kills might be quite large too. An extra ult invested even for OWCS to try and make this a little bit more clean, but they still lose their Lucio.
Yeah, I think Kevster has to swim away from this Pharah now. The barrage didn't go their way. It was a nice attempt there, but they're actually going to stick with it. This is really interesting now because Alcacia, they have a sound barrier. Still, if they want to go aggressive with that, perhaps Labda has that OC, can sit quite far back, but Kevster is going to be your public enemy number one there when you got the OC going.
Yeah, both overclocks have been ripped. Faith takes a headshot. And even Labda just stepping up to Kai, says, you want to mess with me, that's fine. Sound barriers do end up connecting with pretty much everybody on the server there, on both sides of things, so no one's going to die just yet. Cage for KSA, though, might be the nail in the coffin that they require, but Faith ends up just kind of jumping into the backline, trying to cause some disruption, ends up going down. With the cage deployed, now Ziad all on his lonesome, trapped in there, and there comes the flip. OWCS lose control.
Yeah, but I still think you should be relatively okay here. You got a slight Kitsune Rush timing. Don't think it will matter much. And the Ultimates, because they captured that point now, again, they can sit back with this Pharah, they can poke. Crucial for Alcacia, you cannot get picked in this fight. You have to live through this initial kind of engage. And they can find Sky.
Where did Sky go? He's already gone all the way back to spawn. They end up trading for Labda, but that's a good trade, Johnny. Suzu in on to Checkmate and a double swift step back towards the points. Even a rush two on top of that. Now OWCS looking to cap here and looking to put Ultimates on final fight. They're going to try and chase the spawn too, but Kai dies late.
I think they might just keep contesting here. Keep poking them down, make it difficult for the Ultimates to get this kind of recontest here.
Who touches now? Faith's already gone. No one is there to touch. Barrage on top, not enough. OWCS, they're going to take Samoa.
Yeah, really beautifully played there. a point notorious to really hard to get that capture going again once you've lost it. But Alcazia, I'm really impressed. They got in there, checkmate on the Genji with, I think, a spectacular performance. The fact that he was able to wrap around, get close to the backline of the ultimates and find those picks, that really opened the door for Alcazia to claim the first map here.
Yeah, honestly, checkmate, my bad, bro. My bad. I said, look, it's going to be hard for you to get stuff done in the back line. Caught. He did it. Twice, actually. End up killing Sky on one of those fights and killing Kiriko, or killing the enemy Kiriko that early. It's like, if we just play the neutral game now, like if we just kind of walk at them as 5, they can't do anything. They have Lucio heals. There's no Suzu for like an emergency triage. There's nothing that can really be done to sustain you through this fight. And yeah, I mean, Checkmate coming up with the goods on the Genji. I think this Mauga head-to-head has been pretty cool too. I think KSA and Ziad kind of similar skill levels, Johnny. They've both had incredible moments throughout the stage. We'll have to wait and see if this does continue as Ultimates now get their chance to choose a map.
Yeah, I think this Lucio Kiriko composition here, playing the Mauga, this might be the only time we really see it, Jack. Like, let's be real.
Yeah. Juno being banned? Hey, she could be banned one more time, to be fair, on the other side, so...
Do you want to do that if you're the Ultimates? That's the thing, though. I don't think you do, because at the end of the day, I think it's very nicely, and great selections by Alcazia, because they are that comfortable with the Lucio Kiriko, and they capitalize on the fact that they have first ban, that they have first map pick, right? So credit to the coaching staff of Alcazia, the players, of course, for pulling through there. But this is a great way to really get this series started against the Ultimates team that's been quite unstoppable so far in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they're making their lower bracket run. They came into the playoffs 2-5, Johnny. 2-5 at the bottom of the rankings. Like I teed up at the very start, they were the team everybody thought was going to be #1 coming into the playoffs. #1 on everybody's power rankings, or close to, But I think Virtus Pro was definitely up there as well. So it's actually VP that went undefeated. And then they come in, they're moving through that lower bracket. It's felt like a little bit of a breeze to them. Twisted Minds, who even Rich on the desk was saying, like, everybody kind of predicted them, I did as well, to go extremely far, but the Ultimates 3-0'd them. And here's the map set as well, that, of course, the Ultimates will be picking from.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to Suravasa here, which has arguably been the best map for the Ultimates so far, playing this Mauga composition. They've shown so much aggression. I'm just getting like pictures of Faith popping the rally and just like double stunning the enemy backline, and then consequently dying. But you made space for your team. You made plays. You got busy. You were proactive in it, right?
3-man stun. I made space. Everybody go.
Everybody go. I mean, I'm very familiar with that.
He's going to have to play Brig now.
Yeah.
Lucio being banned and Farah.
Oh, Lucio being banned and Farah. Okay, that is quite interesting as well there. But I still am a little surprised that we see Suravasa pick this early on in the series, because I think reliably you could have gone back to this map later in the series. I recognize that, there's no room for error here. You're already down 1-0 in the series. But I think something we've talked a lot about with the Ultimates is Twilight on Diana. Been fantastic on that hero, right? This was an opportunity for you to pick an escort map and guarantee a protection ban in the support category to allow Twilight that play, right? But instead, you're going to choose Suravasa here with Lucio banned. So I'm expecting just the straight up Mauga mirror, to be honest, with the Juno Brig, because that is what the Ultimates do best.
Yeah, let's load on in. Second map. Of course, remind you of the stakes. Winner here. Not only do you get the grand final spot against Virtus Pro, you also book your ticket to the China LAN and face up against some of the very best to ever do it. There's some of the Chinese teams, the Korean teams, of course. And look, it's not the best spot to be in when you have to play one of the Korean teams straight away. I'm going to be honest. So seeding really does matter for this final grand finals later on today. To wait and see. Let's get a quick Alcazia listening, though. They're up a map already, so they're going to be pretty confident, I'd imagine, in the comps.
Let's go, guys. Fighting.
Let's go, guys.
Let's win another game.
Yes, sir. Keep winning.
3, 2, 1. Fighting.
Fighting.
Oh.
Nice, guy.
Keep playing crazy aggro, okay, guys? Make them scared.
Yeah. Going for window.
Everyone take rest for checkmate.
Maybe they're making us left.
Yeah, just see.
Yeah. I'm helping now.
I'm ready.
Mag on me. I have the shit. Shooting Maga, still one. Big Sam. I'm down. All one.
막으러.
먹게. Push. Win up. Push. Okay, I'm playing slow.
It's okay, just to mark Genji a bit, Hawker. He's like getting away too much. If you turn around and swing at him, he can't do this.
Lander making a couple of calls there, like, look, scare them, go fast, we got to be aggro, but bit by their own hubris there, Johnny. Ultimate's kind of ready and waiting for it as they win the first fight.
Yeah, I don't think that should discourage you, though. I think that is a crucial call by Landon because you really do want to put the ultimates on the back foot. You want the ultimates to hesitate and maybe be cautious because that is going to allow the rest of your damage players, Labda, for example, to get more positioning. So I don't expect Sia to slow down.
All right, yeah, they're just going to go straight back in. Faith is 1 HP, Johnny. Surely that's a pickup kill, yeah. Got booped off the high ground by the looks of it there, so not the place he really wants to be. Big trades coming through. You'd hope for the ultimates, but everybody is just so low. Sky can keep everybody fairly healthy in the front line, but having that additional healing of the Brig is so important in these comps. Just a little bit of stall as OWCS just clean up.
Just a bit of a cleanup there, and now I'm ready to get going, Jack. I have a feeling that the rest of this map we will see some extreme aggression from these teams. We've seen it from both OWCS separately, you know, against Virtus Pro yesterday, but also the ultimates throughout this lower bracket. They want to get involved. They want to be aggressive. And so we might not even fight on the capture point too much. We might even see teams going for fights outside of the capture point here. I'm expecting to see Yad to overrun in there, utilize the blade.
Haku's going to look for the stun on the sidelines. There's the rally, there's the one bash, there's the second one. Oh, instant kill onto Faith. Orbital raise deployed, but ultimates, they're just going to disappear. The blade from Checkmate was good, but Haku even better. The stun flank with the rally. That is the aggression that you wanted to see, Johnny.
And exactly, it forces mistakes, right? When you are this aggressive, it forces mistakes from the enemy team. So 75% of ticking. This capture point is going to tick fast now, and OWCS will try to make it difficult for the ultimates. But they lost that orbital rate. They lost the OC because of this aggression from OWCS.
They're still going as well.
Oh my god.
They're going to try and make it extremely difficult. You see how many deflected shurikens that was? There's a rally coming through from Faith. Keps is already dead, though. Another touch is required. Cajuns are coming in. Lambda with the OC, though, is going to jump into the mix. But Faith and KSA and Kai, to be fair, just swinging at the front line. That was a turnaround of the century. Even after losing Kepster, the Ultimates won that in a 4v5.
And now it's Ultimate's turn. OWCS invested so much in that fight. No cage, no OC. Kevster has this Dragon Blade. And if you go aggressive, you know, with the perk that gives you lifesteal as well, the Cardiac Overdrive, there's an opportunity to make it hard for OWCS to touch. Checkmate's over to the Tracer. He wants to get this touch before the point caps.
He's got one more blink, so he should be good. But no, Kai snipes him away. What a shot. A little tag team action there from Kevster, who hit him with a dash first, then Kai easily finishing off the Tracer. And that's Ultimate, claiming the first point.
Really high-paced gameplay from both of these teams so far. We know both of these teams, they love to play this composition. They love to be aggressive with it. And some really impressive individual performances so far. Kevster with this Dragon Blade now. Maybe an opportunity to kind of like wait a little bit. Take your time. See if there's an error in OWCS movement here. Opportunity to really go with this Dragon Blade.
God, Kevster was like sub 10 HP there. The blade in the small room too. I mean, this is just light work for Kevster. Just too easy. Good triple kill. All right, that's going to start off this point with an Ultimate's cap.
Yep. Great job there with the Dragon Blade as well. And now you're starting to build up these orbital rays again. Enabling some of these more brawlier team fights where it's not really about getting the one pick or the big Dragon Blade. It's more about out-sustaining your opponent. So OWCS, see if they can take their time here to build these support ultimates. That would give them a big advantage going into the next fight.
Well, the Ultra Race do end up connecting. Or at least the Ultimates does, for now. Land is 99%, so you got to say this fight is pretty much done. You know if you're on the side of OWCS right now, you don't want to invest anything. There's still time. You can reset, but of all the players to stagger, it's Checkmate. That gets him a little extra percent in the bank.
Yeah, and when you play these mirror compositions, the fact of the matter is that getting ultimate value and being smart with your ultimates, it is crucial. Wow. Another great engage by the ultimates. I don't even have time to talk, Jack. Like, they're just going for it immediately.
Yeah. There's Kai picking up 3-4 kills, and that's going to be point, Johnny. The speed, the aggression, from both the ultimates now, Katsia cannot be understated. And I think this is, John, I don't want to like a broad meta point here. I think this is how you're supposed to play Flashpoint, with how quickly these points tick up. Take the early fights, be aggressive, force mistakes like you were pointing out earlier.
Yeah, but Alcacia, they have 4 ultimates here, but going back to the point we made at the start of the map, right? Land on
They're going to crunch him on the cross.
Yeah.
They're going to crunch him on the cross. They got the cage as well, and Haku's already dead. The cage ends up getting deployed here from Alcacia, an orbital ray as well from Landed to try and help them sustain through this fight. This is 2 large ultimates being expended. Make that another. Even Blade from Checkmate to try and stop them from crunching them to the cross of the point. Checkmate finds another, and they end up wiping the ultimates. However, coming into the next fight, Sky has got... Well, he's going to have the rain 10%. Kevs is going to have the blade as well. That was an expensive affair for Alcacia.
Yeah, it really was. You held on to all those ultimates in the previous point, and now you expend 3 of them. Only Labda with Yossi. Labda really has to come in clutch here with Yossi. It has to be said. You have no other ultimates. Kevster has this Dragon Blade. Sky with the Orbital Ray. Labda has to come in big here.
There's the one person who can do it. It's definitely Labda, and on the sidelines, already found a pick. Faith takes 2 shots to the back and ends up going down. The Orbital Ray deployed a little bit late for Sky, but you've got to watch out for Labda. That Orbital Ray cannot heal you quick enough. Kevster shuts the Sojourn down and actually gets a triple kill onto Checkmate. Kevster kind of manhandling Alcacia currently as the flip almost coming through. KSA also forced for the ultimate. Still though, Alcacia maintain control despite Kevster's heroics.
It's huge picks by Labda to really enable Alcacia to win that fight when they had already spent their ultimate. So previously, I just made up a word. I don't even know what's that thing. Kevster now with the Dragon Blade. What? Don't worry about it.
Okay, fine. I won't. Previously, on Dragon Ball Z, Labda, 2-tapped, Faith in the backline. Blade popped, high ground. Oh, the cage is going to come in, but Kevster, you're kind of locked in here with me, buddy. That's a whole lot of damage being swung through the backline. Gets 3 slashes on Haku, but still can't take him down. Eventually, does end up getting the reset on the break, but it is OT for the ultimates. And now Katsia, they're not going to go down in a 3-0. They want more of the ultimates right now as they capture the point, 100-0. Is Johnny, has he perished at the hands of the blade? Not sure. We'll get Johnny back in a moment, don't worry. But for now, you're just left with me. All right, there is an orbital ray available from Alcacia. They got a Dragon Blade as well, and they're in a good spot too. They can just basically hold this point down and just wait for the ultimates to use ults. But unfortunately for them, Checkmate is already dead. Blade now not available. Neither slapped his actual damage. Another late raid, but the rally might be able to see them through this fight. Focus fire onto KSA is good as Ziad secures the kill. And despite losing their DPS, they're going to hold on to this point. The capture hasn't come through just yet, and these cardiac overdrives need to be pronounced as Ziad and Haku end up barreling forward into the back line of the ultimates and manage to cap as well. An early pick onto Checkmate looked pretty dire, to be honest, but they still end up saving the blade.
Still end up saving the blade here. Yeah.
He's back. Welcome back.
I didn't. We're all good. We're all good.
Okay, that's great. Go for it. Cage available from KSA, by the way.
Cage available. Checkmate.
And the blade. Oh, straight in the back as Kai already ends up going down the cage. I mean, there's a little bit of a deflection there coming through from Kevster, but Checkmate turns his ire towards everybody else on the team. A really early cage, and like you were saying, Johnny, and like we've been saying, these early fights have just been so important for both teams.
Yeah, it's been so important here, and Alcacia close to capturing the second point for themselves here. The ultimates, they have 2 support ultimates, and Alcacia, they are obviously going to have track of this. Kai going for a bit of a touch here with the Tracer. Oh, but they scout him out.
They should be able to get a touch, though. Yeah, there is the contest. OC should trigger, but Laptus on the high ground already. Orbital Ray gets deployed. They know it's their final attempt here to try and get something going on this point, but Lapta has already ended 2 of the lives of the ultimates. The Ray might be good, but Lapta's even better. A 3k on the point. That's another 100-0 from Alcacia, Johnny. And ultimates, they're brought to 5 points on Suravasa.
And you have to say, it's an amazing thing that Alcacia are still in this map. Getting into the 5th point there, the ultimates looked so dominant to kick things off, but Alcacia clawing themselves back into this map. And now, Haku Faith got 2 rallies in play here. Kevster coming up on that Dragon Blade could be crucial, but Haku has to get value with this rally, either to shut down Kevster or make a big play aggressively.
Yeah, you're hoping to get the stun right onto Kevster. Maybe hits to deflect when he's in the mix. Early rotation, though, from Ultimate, so they're going to get priority on the point, but Ziad's going to make it hard. Rally ends up coming in, but Ziad's already dead. Does Kevster actually pop the blade here? That's the question. Looks like he's going to go for it. His Haku was extremely low in the front line. Only took him 2 slashes to actually take him down. No more dash resets for Kevster, but still, his teammates have got his back. There's the kill onto Landon, Labda, and Checkmate as they finish them off as the Ultimates. They're going to find the first cap on this final point on Suravasa.
Yeah, and I think Sia there, he noticed that KSA used the cardiac overdrive quite early, saw an opportunity to go in, but Kevster just finished off Sia before he was even able to get onto the point and contest there. KSA now, with this cage fight, could be coming real handy here. These corners are so close, they're so sharp to really round here. It's going to be a great
early too.
Cage probably coming here.
Ziad is separated from the rest of the team, Johnny. Faith is actually the first to fall in this fight, but look at Ziad's health bar. 5 people from the Ultimates focus firing the tank down. Blade pop from Checkmate, takes to the skies, can't quite get his mitts on Sky. Belanda is there with the kill as the flip ends up getting secured.
Yep, and an opportunity here for Labda. You can utilize these long sightlines with that OC here. Arguably a bit more safer for you than just sitting back and allowing the Ultimates to walk up, right? Because of the distance they can cover. But Kaido, OC in hand here as well. Could be a big Sojourn fight.
An Overwatch League veteran versus Labda right now. Not exactly a rookie by any stretch of the imagination, but truly a superstar in the making. Has improved week on week on week, and he's managed to hold out Ultimates for the time being, but now it's Kai's turn. Can he find these picks? Deflect comes out from Checkmate, escorting the rest of his team back, but look at the space he's actually garnered for the squad.
Lot of space here, but still haven't been able to round this corner here. Cardiac override, cage used.
Connects with KSA, but it looks like the Ultimates are ready to dive in this to help their brethren. A nice little rally stun in the front line, Johnny, and the orbital raid's going to be good for 2. 80% of building for Alcatsia here, as they just wipe Ultimates off the face of the map. A complete reverse sweep on Suravasa. That's a team kill, that's the map, and that is match point for Alcatsia.
Such an impressive comeback there on Suravasa when it looked like the Ultimates, they got off to the hot start. They were playing with aggressiveness and really taking it to Alcatsia. Instead, Alcatsia, they flip the switch, they're turning things on, and they come back there. I really can't say enough about how smart Alcatsia are playing this composition. You saw early on, going in there with Labda, popping the overclock early on, but that purchases time for you, and you build the support ultimates that end up closing out the map for you. So expertly played by Alcatsia, and they claw themselves back. Now up 2-0 against the Ultimates here.
That's match point. Ultimates, like you said, Johnny, kind of steamrolling their way through the lower bracket. They started off there, but it's not been a match between them and Twisted Minds. Peps managed to secure like a single map, right? But this is it. Landon's words from the start of this map. We just got to inspire fear. Just overcome our fear and inspire it in our enemies. And that's exactly what they did with these early fights. And Ultimates kind of had their number on the first couple of points. They were the ones kind of going early, but then the scripts completely flipped. And with a 2-0, how are you feeling right now if you're Ultimates, Johnny? This is a team of like veteran talent on the team. They are against, though, to be fair, a champion in Checkmate, of course, ex-Florida Mayhem. How are you feeling if you're them right now, being down 2-0?
I wouldn't be too worried, honestly. All things considered, yes, you have to reverse sweep in this series now, but you have to be really confident in your game. Like Landon described at the start of that map, right? You want the enemy team to feel some kind of fear, right? So if the Ultimate's down 2-0 in this series now, if they start like stepping back or questioning their own play, they're just gonna crumble. Like they're just gonna fall like dominoes, right? So they kind of have to keep playing with confidence to be aggressive in this mirror, because otherwise this composition is just going to fall flat for them. Now, they have a crucial decision to make here. We talked about Twilight on Diana, spent superb for them throughout this lower bracket run. So if you wanted to deviate from this mega composition, this would be a great place to do so.
Route 66, perhaps?
Dorado,
Surely?
like Havana.
Dorado? Well, they can't go to Dorado just yet, since They need to go to map number 5 for that, as Suravasa is in the same pool, the hybrid / flashpoint. But it is going to be, okay, there you go. You kind of called it, Johnny. Little Havana action for the Ultimates. A very good map, you'd imagine, for the Ultimates too. They can play Twilight if they want to. Of course, it can be banned away, and you'd imagine that's going to be a target ban. But Kai can also maybe even pop onto a Widow, like one of his old school favorites and probably his best hero.
Yeah, really interesting map here for the Ultimates, and obviously Twilight is going to come in for Faith here as well. So, you know, we don't really talk about Sky's flexibility here as well, because we mostly see Sky playing the Juno, but we saw what Sky Reaper could do last year when it did play, you know, it's a fantastic Ana in its own right here, and because of these long sightlines on Havana, it really opens the door to play a few interesting couple of backlines here. You know, Twilight probably will be mantling this Ana, but Sky can play, you know, Senyara if you want to go that direction. We're kind of about to see what the Ultimates are planning for here.
A little Zen action as well on Havana. I don't mind that. You can even play Alaria on this map, I'm just saying. Just saying. So have a look what the bans are. Kiriko for the Ultimates. Okay, so they want to take that away and also kind of like, hey, we got Twilight in, we got a ban of support, kind of protect that pick. Yep. They want to run an Ana, but OWCS are going to respond with a Ramatra ban, which is normally actually pretty good with an Ana normally. So do you reckon this changes anything?
Well, I think the Kiriko ban is, again, really smart, because we saw what OWCS can do in that first map, right? We talked about it. Haku and Landon, they're so good at playing the Lucio and Kiriko composition, and of course the Suzu, really good at countering the Biotic Grenade, of course. But Landon and Haku selecting the Juno and the Lucio here, this is something we've also seen from them in the past. And so if you don't want to opt in to the Ultimates playing Twilight on the Ana here, this aggressive playstyle is something you could do, and given that they're starting off here on defense, you know, a triple contest here on the first point, this makes a lot of sense.
10 seconds until the doors unlock, and it could be the last time that the Ultimates see them unlock this stage, as OWCS are on a match point, Johnny. One more map here will guarantee them the spot at the China land and a grand finals appearance for stage 1 versus Virtus Pro.
It's going to be KSA coming out on the Zarya. Maybe scouted out that Zia was on this Diva. Great, of course, if OWCS want to get these point touches in, right? Then the Zarya is going to be great in these close range duels. But already OWCS letting the card go a little bit. You only have time for two kind of contests here now. Landa goes down early.
Yeah, Kevster's going to get traded, but yeah, Landa getting sniped by Twilight of all people. Pretty good at the back. She has a sniper rifle. She will use it. Looks like a small trade here for Checkmate, or at least attempting to, but you can't get it. There's just no way. Do you think it's props to swap, actually, from Ziad? KSA on the Zarya is going to be such a, well, to put it lightly, Johnny, a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, would you want to go the Ramatra here, maybe? Or something like that?
You would love to go Ramatra, honestly.
Yeah, but instead it's going to be Checkmate swapping over to the Tracer. Labda now on the Sojourn here as well. Kevster has to be feeling so good now. You got these projected barriers from the Zarya to help you out. I feel like the Ultimate's composition here plays really well into OWCS.
Yeah, really nice. Look how aggressive Kevster's getting.
Yep.
He can just dash out, just walks up with a bubble, dashes out, gets free energy for KSA. Good little collapse here, though, from OWCS. They've taken down Twilight. One less threat to deal with, but Kai's still fighting players. Checkmate does end up getting a nice little triple kill with Ziad booping everybody up into that small corner. KSA still got one bubble to his name. We'll see if he can make any more use of it. Of course, Kevster is here with them, but doubtful they're actually going to be able to cap.
No bubbles for KSA here. Dies late, actually. And I mean, without the Zarya here, can you really contest?
Oh, they get a D-Mag.
Oh, great D-Mag.
They get a D-Mag. Ziad didn't have the self-destruct either. It should be a fairly trivial affair now for the Ultimates to clean this up. Their spawn positions are so close, but the Buddy Blaster from Ziad is crazy, and he still gets him mech. There's no way he survives that long, and they're going to hold on to the point.
It really felt like the Ultimates, that was a great opportunity for them to cap out, but KSA with the late stagger, the rest of the team can't get things going, and now 2 minutes remaining. The Ultimates already in an 0-2 hole here. This has to be a big fight with them. A lot of Ultimates coming up here in a composition with such great, powerful Ultimates.
God, Ziad is so low. Has the remake, of course, now. Overclock, sound barrier, Dragon Blade as well. Pulse bomb from Checkmate connects onto Kai. Kai with no OC available to him, but Kevster rocks the blade. There's going to be an orbital ray here, Johnny, which is going to be a big boon to the damage of the ultimates. A self-destruct thrown in from Ziad. KSA is extremely low, but actually grabs them off of the point. Now they have to deal with this orbital ray, though. And Haku and Checkmate are there with the cleanup. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go as the ultimates struggling, Johnny, struggling to get onto this first point.
And then KSA used the grab. I think he was trying to use the grab to force them off the point, but Landon comes in with the touch, utilizes the orbital ray to keep himself alive as well, and it works out for Alcadzia. Now you spent most of your ultimates. Kai has to be big here for the ultimates. Has this overclock and a nano from Twilight.
Yeah, I mean, that's an instant kill right there. You've got to just rip it on him. But you got to be careful. This D.Va can just negate all of those shots, but a double shot to Haku is going to be good. Oh, and they're not going to touch either. Oh, too afraid of the beast. But little did they know the car was only a couple of meters away. And there it is. The ultimates, they capped that first point by Kai's brilliance there. A quick pause, too, as we jump on in. 3 minutes in the bank, though, Johnny.
3 minutes on the bank. The ultimates, they buy themselves a little bit more time there. And look, it looks kind of confusing on paper there, I have to say, right? Because no one really contested the card. Kai just walks down main and there's no one there to really face him. But I do feel like Alcadzia, they felt probably in that fight that we can't just sit back and let Kai have a shooting gallery. We have to make a play for the backline, right?
Yeah.
But couldn't get it quite working, and instead Kai caps the payload with that overclock in hand. But still, extremely solid defense by Alcadzia, and the ultimates already have to like dig themselves out of a hole here on Havana.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice double tap on Haku. You'd imagine Haku is there to try and touch, but Kai, pretty sharp when it comes to aim. Who knew? Who knew? Ultimates, though, they do end up capping. Okay, so Sky now and Haku. No more Junos. Jumping over to a Brig. Oh, sorry, well, no more Juno for ultimates, as they were double flex. Landon, of course, sticking on the pick.
Yeah, there's a good little swap here on the second point. Obviously, really good hero here to support your other backline duo here. There's going to be some contesting light work here for Checkmate. Gets into the back, does some poking, prodding. Just looking for picks right now.
Yeah, just a little bit of pressure onto KSO's mate, but it's not going to result in much. You're a little bit too far away with the pulse pistols. Pulse bomb, though, it's going to be pretty dangerous. KSA loses mech. 98%, by the way, towards self-destruct. That is a mistake you need to avoid. Alcadzia kind of just walk all over them. His ultimates need to reset. This time bank, especially second point, Johnny, doesn't last too long.
Doesn't last too long, and the ultimates now, they're gonna have to find a way to deal with this aggression. Alcadzia not going to let Twilight find these long sight lines. They're going to get involved, considering they're playing this Juno, right? Checkmate has a pulse bomb here. No Kirik on the field for that Suzu, but you know, maybe the Brig able to fend them off. Oh, nice pick by Kai.
Kai with the sixth sense there. Checkmate takes a railgun headshot, no pulse bomb available. Good anti onto Ziad as well, so forces the retreat for now.
A lot of ultimates here, Jack.
Yeah, a lot of players and ults, to be fair. Orbital rate on the point, you'd imagine. There it is. Okay, it's actually going to be a little bit of a backline push. Good anti onto Landon, though. Twilight pops the nano onto Kevster, and Kevster with a double. Okay, and now we're in business. Ultimates. Yep, they're going to run over Alcadzia. Easiest fight of their lives. And that is second point capped.
Great find by Twilight there. Identifying a spot where Ziad couldn't eat that biotic grenade, and that allows them to pick off Landon. Great pulse by Kevster there as well. That's a pretty clean second point there, and that's what you need for the ultimates. This is a long and arduous point here, this third point on Havana. So we get a bit of a replay here from Kevster.
Yeah, I mean, Kevster just domination. So far. You expect nothing less, right? He was literally built in a lab to play Overwatch.
In Sweden.
In Sweden, yes, all right, Johnny, in Sweden. Of course we have to mention that. KSA with the launching self-destruct, yeah. Little solo queue play there, but I respect it. Didn't end up catching anybody, though, sadly.
He saw something.
Yeah, he did, but I think he has a wool over his eyes, I think, Johnny. There's a rally coming through, a double slide away from Kai, and it's just too much health to chew through, even with this overclock. Good push in by Alcadzia. They're still trying to turn the tempo up, Johnny. They're playing super aggro.
Yeah, and getting multiple touches here, it is so good for OWCS. KSA recognizing again that if you're going to sit on this card, if you're going to contest our card, I'm swapping over to the Zarya, getting a lot of damage onto you, and especially with the Discord Orb from Sky, right?
I mean, the nades also keep connecting with Ziad as well, which is kind of crazy considering. Oh, good self-destruct kill onto Twilight. Okay, holding them with the spawn doors. It's worth also mentioning, Johnny. Oh, Kai dies in the spawn. Okay, well, only with a minute to go. If they manage to hold here, look at how disgustingly, like, undefendable this point is.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it is an awful place to hold.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be, but the ultimates, as long as they don't get picked, this composition should come online here with some big ultimates to close things out. Landon, though, with the orbital ray.
They're just
still fighting.
Turning this up to 11, Johnny. I mean, this is speed known by no man other than Vin Diesel, I suppose. 30 seconds to go. The ultimate's got Nano. They got Blade, Johnny, but they're against Checkmate's Naked Blade.
Yeah, and now you've run out of time. This needs to be critical from Kevster. This big Nano Blade, no support ultimates available for OWCS. Kevster has to come in clutch here again for the ultimates.
Look at Checkmate once again on the sidelines here, waiting for the trigger to be pulled. Blade ends up coming in for Kev. No Nano on top, though. Receives a bubble, but he doesn't need the Nano. Double kill in the back line. And OWCS finally, their iron defense has been felled. Ultimates are going to make their final push now in OT.
And they didn't have to use the Nano from Twilight, enabling perhaps Kai or KSA to stick on this card in overtime here. Labda will have a great opportunity with this overclock. Great sight angles from inside this defense, right? But the ultimates, they have the ultimates if they can make this attack land.
Oh, don't want to test him, especially when the bow was on him. Overclock from the high ground. Couple little shots there. Still scared of the Genjis. He's being pinged out, but Kai's already dead. A Nano boost actually onto Haku of all people. Or a Sky even. A blade from Checkmate's going to be good, but there's the grab. It's absolutely massive, but they don't touch. The bridge.
Oh.
They get halted on the bridge.
Switching sides.
That is as rough as it gets. Only one player going down there. And now it's the Ultimate's chance to defend that. Let's have a look at the replay real quick. You can see, of course, OWCS booping people away. And this grab, too. Look at this grab.
Wow.
It's absolutely huge. They just can't get it done. They end up getting booped away, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a double boop on KSA. And then Kevster kind of like lingering around the cart, but not quite on it, expecting his tank to be there for the team, right? And Kevster just doesn't dash in time. I thought that the Ultimates, they took that fight so well because you lived through the overclock, right? And that was the big threat because you can't realistically shut down Labda's sightlines on that Sojourn. So if you live through that, you should realistically be able to stay on the cart, get value from the grab, get value from the Nano. But because you weren't able to stick on that cart and keep the overtime going, all those Ultimates are for naught.
I mean, that grab was huge as well.
And you got a Zarya there.
Yeah. The Zarya's going to be fully charged up.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what OWCS can do. Match point in the series. Okay, you're going to try and TP forward. Trying to subvert this hold from the Ultimates.
That's what we saw from yesterday,
maybe just
right?
Checkmate. Actually, just stick on. This is, yeah, it's exactly what we saw yesterday. The Sim Mate from OWCS.
Yep. And they play this pretty brawly. They stick together. And then they TP forward, getting on top of the opponent. And the Ultimates, there's no speed available for them. So Twilight and Sky, but those are going to be the targets you're looking for.
Yeah, just like gradually TPing around the map. You're just kind of claiming space with the TP. Even a fake TP sometimes can be enough to like, oh god, I gotta get off from high ground. We can't stay around for too long. No TP there, only Ziad taking that one. But again, the space earned is pretty incredible.
Yeah, everyone has to respect it, right? Even KSA can't stand up to the Symmetra. Kai gets a pick onto Checkmate. That's a big relief.
I would say on the flip side of that thing, on this, Johnny, Twilight's positioning currently sitting all the way at the back on the Ana. He is so free to do what he wants. Like, you have to take a couple of TP rotations here to try and get on top of him.
Yeah, they have double speed though.
In the window. They do have double speed.
There's a TP.
There's the TP, okay. Well, Twilight is not scared at all. Oh, he should be a little bit more scared now, though. There's the Tifa, comes out of nowhere. Water's going to attempt to block Twilight in, but doesn't manage to find him. An overclock being used by Kai, but he's in desperate need of help. 6 HP, but still managed to survive. The backline from the ultimate's coming in clutch. Twilight does end up paying for his sins, however, as the orbital ray from Alcatia is going to see them through this first point.
And dare I say, Jack, I kind of feel like this composition gets better here on the second point. Because Twilight's going to have an even harder time to get sightlines on this Ana. Now, they have a Blade, they have a Rally, but like, there's a Blizzard coming your way.
Okay, and also, Checkmate has 4 turrets. Just saying, he picked up the extra turret put.
They're so
even more annoying. I know. Well, wall available, but Sky's already dead. No rally now for the ultimates. What's their decision? The car is still moving, of course. They can't afford to lose anybody else. They do end up trading here. Slapter also ends up going down, but self-destruct used by KSA. That's a lot of remake damage there on to Ziad, and actually, that's going to result in him losing mech himself.
Yeah, so the ultimates are able to get their positioning back here on the defense. No ultimates expended from Alcatia. They're pretty happy with all things considered, but that leaves Guild the Ultimates an opportunity to maybe get some value with this Dragon Blade. They can set up this fight, take it however they want. Let's see how Alcatia respond.
Well, looking for a KSA eat here. Ideally. Nice little whip shot, but you have to deal with the rest of the army. The Blade gets popped by Kevster as well. Well, you know, the Blizzard didn't end up connecting with too much, but Twilight ends up going down regardless. The rally's going to be good for a kill. And can they actually enable Sky to live? That's the question. This pressure that he's under is just too immense. And there come the kills. Alcatia, Johnny, slowly but surely making their way through this second point. And like you said before, retaking here, especially with Twilight's Ana, gets harder and harder the further this payload moves.
Yeah, it does. You have to be so clinical with this composition because the longer these fights drag out, I just feel like Alcatia, the nature of their composition, there's so much healing going around, so much sustain, right? The ultimates, they had to find picks. Kevster swaps over to the Venture. It's what we saw Jay Wu had success with yesterday from Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I really love this Venture. So much disruption in the backline. See if you can get anything popping, though. Well, there's a lot of damage actually onto Lantern, but yeah, it's got the mega health pack to run to. A little burrow, and that might just might be a solo kill. No, Haku comes in clutch, but no, Kai still gets the kill. All right, push halted for now. The Ultimates do end up using the Nano, but that's a pretty cheap fight considering Wall was also used.
Yeah, it's a pretty cheap fight, and this was just the right swap from Kevster. Goodbye, Siad. Going right into the drink. Like you UK folk say, into the drink.
Would you drink the Havana water? Is it clean enough?
I'll pass.
I'll drink it through one of those safety straws.
I'm gonna pass on that one.
All right, orbital rate available for Landon, Johnny. Of course, Checkmate now off the Sim. Is switched over to the Genji. A little bit more firepower now. Good wall. There's the orbital rate as well. Overclock popped by Kai to try and sustain through this fight. Throw a little bit of damage back. Good sleep onto Zia, but not slept for too long. He's hunting for targets here, but can't find anything. A sound barrier ends up connected with 4 members of Alcatia as they isolate Sky. Blizzard on the point as well. Self-destruct kills Labda, but a frozen up KSA isn't going to allow the Ultimates really now to touch the point. Checkmate is distracting the entirety of the Ultimates front line as well, and that's going to be point you've got to imagine. Johnny, Alcatia now need to push it towards that bridge. The Ultimates, this is their final lifeline. 2 minutes and 45 seconds they need to survive to keep them in the series.
Yeah, it's going to be a crucial defense for the Ultimates here. Kevster away from that Venture onto the Tracer instead. This has been one of his strongest heroes throughout his career, but now against what Alcatia is playing. Okay, Landon goes down early. That at least will push Alcatia back here. Twilight with some nice sightlines here for the Ana. But still, this is going to be such a difficult defense here to stand up against what Alcatia are playing.
Oh, can you get the D-Mech? Oh, they get the D-Mech on Ziad as well. Oh, okay. That's pretty nice. You obviously is going to switch, then switch back, but you do lose a little bit of ultimate charge there, which could be crucial.
How about no? They have a rally here. So they could take this fight. Labda now over to the Sojourn, kind of abandoning the Symmetra Maze style, right? And I mean, this is the point. There's such sightlines, right?
He's so menacing. He's so menacing with 100 charge. Nano boost deployed, though. Yeah, pretty easy fight. Look at how Alcatia kind of split up as well, Johnny. Time bank slowly dwindling. A minute already gone.
Yeah, slowly dwindling. I think it comes down to the ultimates here for Alcazia. You know, when you get this orbital ray online here, but the ultimates, they're going to try to find opportunities to win fights here using Twilight's biotic grenades. Kevster has a pulse bomb coming up that could just stall out this attack from Alcazia once more. But checkmate with the blade here.
They're focusing down KSA. And Eon to Kevster's pulse bombs is pretty good start. Self-destruct deployed. Is the kill going to come through? It does. Kevster, Haku on the corner ends up sniping KSA. And here comes the push. A rally deployed, but is actually enough to get them through this fight? It's absolutely not. A nade connects with Ziad, but Twilight is on the run. Knows he needs to die ASAP as the final push is going to come through.
And it's terrible news, Jaws, because Alcazia, they didn't have to use any ultimates. They have a Dragon Blade, Orbital Ray, coming up on a rally. Labda can take whatever position he wants. This is going to be an extremely tough for ultimates to really stay alive in this series.
I mean, sure, this on paper is a loss right now for the Ultimates. A miracle is required, and Kai might be the one to deliver it. The orbital ray is going to be tough. A good nade into the backline, but there's no follow-up whatsoever, as the entirety of Alcazia are just pushing this point home. 2.5 meters to go as the rally's deployed on that point as well, and they still have yet to pop the blade. Kevster is down, 20 seconds and counting. Blade pulled, bodies falling. Alcazia moving towards the win. 2 meters, and that should just about do it. Kai ends up getting the nano, but all the bullets reflected back at him. A 3-0 for Alcazia. Ultimates eliminated, and a ticket to the China land booked.
Wow, what a win for Alcazia. Like you said, the dark horse here in EMEA, taking down the top teams, and the Ultimates, we praised them in the lower bracket. What a run they had. They looked dominant on the Mugger composition, but Alcazia, they beat them at the Ultimates comfort. They won through teamwork. Just a great game by Alcazia. So impressed by the squad.
Just incredible stuff. I mean, this is the team that's taken down some of the big dogs. They've taken Virtus Pro to levels, to heights that we didn't think Virtus Pro could be taken to. They've taken them to a map 5. They had a close series versus them yesterday, Johnny. They get their chance for a rematch, but they can be rest assured they have that second spot at the China LAN, and now they fight over seeding versus VP.
Yeah, it's a massive win for Alcazia qualifying in the first place, because look, a lot of people, they had them ranked as maybe the 5th, the 6th best team in the region, but
Absolutely.
you end up as top 2 here. I mean, this is a great achievement for those players as well here. And look, again, I just want to talk about the teamwork from this team, because early on in this tournament last weekend, we talked a lot about Labda's individual skill on that Sojourn, but the fact that you were able to hang around on that Saravasa, you reverse sweep Saravasa, and then coming out with this composition of Mei, Symmetra, that really utilizes teamwork to its strength, right? It's not about the individual pop-offs in that regard. So I'm just really impressed by how this team has come together throughout stage 1 and then up qualifying for the China LAN.
They finished 4th in the regular season above Twisted Minds. They take down the Ultimates, who were shaping up, Johnny. They were looking the best they've ever looked. They had a disappointing regular season, coming in at 2-5, and this is where their journey ends, as Alcazia go to the finals. Virtus Pro awaits them as they fight over that seeding at the China LAN. We're going to jump over to the desk, but before that, let's take a listen to those winning comms.
I'm living. Soya. Soya, wallah, GG guys.
And with that, Alcazia did it. They are going to meet VP yet again in a grand final, because 3 times the charm, right, Rich?
Right, absolutely. They get their redemption round. And there's so much about this match that we can really talk about, and we'll dive into that. But it's just exciting to see them be able to take this team down and get that second opportunity, Zoe.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's dive into it. Let's roll some B-roll, a trip down memory lane, although it's short memories, really, because they made this a fairly quick affair. This has not been as close to as many people would have expected. And also, Johnny just touched on that at the very end of the cast. They took them on in their comfort zone. and they rolled over them. Obviously, like the Ultimates had a lot of good moments there as well, here and there, like Suravasa, they were off to a fantastic start, but the tenacity, the absolute tenacity and the teamwork and precision from Alcatia managed to make him pull through on Suravasa as well. Very impressive.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, to dive a little bit further into the Suravasa map specifically, even though they were both playing that mirror matchup in the same compositions, there's two, I think, major factors that really differentiated between the methodology behind each of those teams. Because when it came to specifically Alcatia, that they always just had this frontline position. Ziad was going down so frequently and often because of just the positional advantage. And that was unfortunately making it challenging to stay so fortified on the point. But the caveat to that is Labda, I think, did much more significant work when it came to finding the off angles. Kai was still doing a great job, Kevster as well, but it was just ever so slightly better from Labda finding the off angles, Checkmate doing the same, because you look for this ebb and flow with the Malga going into these engagements, really trying to find an angle to block the sightline from those DPS. But because Ziad was always up front, easy target. But at the same instance, you're consistently seeing these DPS rotate around, finding these flanking angles, pumping in that damage that gets the advantage over the ultimates. And at this point, I think that's what really starts snowballing to get that reverse sweep within the flashpoint itself. And then once we deviate away from that, I think it's just getting more and more into Alcatia's comfort that we saw both on map 1 because Juno was gone with the Kiriko for Landon. And then in this last one, it just really started to snowball and they've so elevated themselves.
Absolutely. I'm just so very impressed because it really looked clinical. They played it so very smart. The comms must have been on point throughout the entirety of the match, as you just said, like for them to finding those openings, taking those smart flanks, finding those angles. It was really fantastic Overwatch we got to see, and I hope to see more of that in the final, which is going to happen very soon. And we will need those heroics again from the DPS lineup. Checkmate had a phenomenal game today, so getting themselves the player of the match honor for that.
Well, and I think it's really important that we do highlight Checkmate because it's going to be very important to see Checkmate elevate themselves because we already have highlighted Jaewoo, who has been such this significant player on Virtus Pro. And now that you're going to have to be facing off that again, where at this point, I would say that Labda was being able to match up against Shockwave, but because of the way that Jaewoo has been playing so proficiently and really just dominating on this Genji role and just in this specific assisted DPS role, it's something that Checkmate is now showing. They are ready. They are just strong enough from this match that they can carry that confidence into this to face off against Virtus Pro, who's been so dominant.
Absolutely. What was going on there?
No, it was like this little headset issue. I was like feeling it kind of jostle around, getting so animated and jumping around because I'm just thrilled.
Same. The energy in the room, whichever room you're in, it's there. All right, I can sense it from over here as we are getting ready for our grand final. And I love that it's gonna be Alcatia and VP again, just given the fact that Alcatia was the only team that managed to really take it to VP in week 4. They nearly took them down. They were the first team to take them to a map 5. They played so well, and I mean, even though VP, every time we chat to them after the matches against Alcatia, they give you the standard PR, they didn't play so good, we just played bad. But like, how often can you make that excuse, really?
Oh, 100%. I mean, with VP, even like what we saw yesterday with the interview for Vestola. Oh, we're going to see the ultimates. That's what we're going to see. No, at this point, I think that it's one of those moments where you have to not underestimate a team like this, because if you allow that to happen, that's when you're going to see these maps being taken away and find yourself almost with Alcatia holding the kryptonite to the Superman that is VP.
The funny thing is also that they're not coming out with like some weird pocket strats or anything, right? Like they take the mirror. They more often than not. They of course have their own flavor and their own style and playing their different tempo, but overall, like they know what to expect. And now that both teams have reps against each other, as they so frequently meet, apparently, since they got to play just yesterday, I'm very excited to see if someone is going to switch something up. We'll find out very soon. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to set up our grand final for the EMEA region. You do not want to miss it. See you on the other side.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them. The opportunities of health and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
So much love to all the good people over at Direct Relief. And if you want to get involved and help people affected by the recent LA wildfires, head on over to directrelief.com. No, .org actually. I'm lying. I'm a filthy liar. Okay, directrelief.org for more information. We're now getting geared up and ready for our grand final in the EMEA region, but of course we want to give the team some extra time. So we're filling, okay? We're going to be waffling. We're not holding the game hostage. Nuh-uh, that's not what we're doing. We're just doing a little waffling. Rich, Jack, and Johnny will be joining me for another round of.
Johnny looked like he was asleep.
Overview. Yeah, Johnny looks like he's in pain. Physically,
Sorry, I was just
mentally.
praying before going. I was just hoping that Zoe's transition was speaking of liars. Let's bring it.
Johnny, everybody.
I was just hoping that was. So it wasn't. So thank you so much.
Easiest lead-in ever.
I would never. How dare you? That's no, it'd be something way more mean than that, probably.
Yeah, I was gonna
Come
say.
to think of it,
Yeah.
people think I'm like this really nice person, but then
Matt sent me an article this past week actually, and it was I don't know if it was a study, but maybe
About
Matt
me?
was a study. But it was something like, oh, you know, if you make fun of your friends or whatever, like you have a higher chance of making each other happy or something. So
Yeah.
I'll take that as
Oh,
you being a very
making
good
us
friend to me,
happy.
Zoe, because
That's
we
right.
make fun of each other.
do you remember that a fan was genuinely concerned and about me mocking you? And they like addressed.
I
Yeah,
think that
some
went,
fan
like,
actually
retweeted
messaged our
several times.
production. They messaged production about why I hate Johnny. It was weird. No,
Don't
we're
worry. We all
besties.
love each other. We're great
That's
friends.
right.
And that's why we're able to talk to each other the way we
People
are.
thought Bren hated me for a while too, because
I know, but Bren does hate you though. Oh.
We weren't supposed to go over that, but yeah, there was a talent takedown video of him like ripping the mic off my head or something like that. I've still got the video somewhere, and they were like, "Damn, Bren really doesn't like Jaws on the mic or something." I was like,
That's so funny.
"It was a bit."
Yeah, no, we all love each other. We also love you guys and all of your opinions, and that's why we polled our fans again for overview. We wanted to know. Thank you. It was an okay transition. Kind of fumbled the word there, but anyway, overview. Yeah, we polled over 1,400 OWCS fans. It's a very specific number that we actually count, but we polled them.
It's a big
Yeah,
number.
with a prompt, and today's prompt is. Name a tank hero that gets flamed the most, no matter what they do. Now, I need you three to figure out which the top 5 answers are. Which are the top 5 answers? Why can't I speak anymore? What is happening?
No, it's okay.
They only just started.
I don't like this.
Johnny is worried.
So, yeah, but Johnny's not
it's in
like
there,
historically not great at those kind of games.
It's in there. What?
But that's okay, as my mock says, trying your best. Okay, just try your best. I'm here for it. I'm just a observer. I just
Rich,
be
you wanna
hacking
go
you guys.
first? What-
I
Rich
was
goes
gonna say,
first. He's our guest. So what do you think our
goodness.
community thinks is the tank
I
hero
can
that
tell
gets
you,
flamed
as
the
I am a
most?
Orisa one trick, I feel like Orisa's up there.
That's
like
definitely up
I
there. Personally talking.
I really do. I mean, I've got artwork of it where it's like in the back. Like I am only a Orisa one trick, so I have to tell you that I think I know the true hatred that comes towards an Orisa player. So that's my choice.
Okay, logging in.
What?
Wrong.
What?
Wow. That is surprising.
No.
How is the first one
feel-
not obvious? The top two are so obvious, guys. Like I'm actually disappointed already that you know.
Well, okay.
I'm going to take the most obvious one because it's very easy to see when they're not doing anything and sometimes hard to see when they're doing things. Wrecking Ball. Hammond. It's got to be up there.
Yeah.
It's the top answer.
It has to be.
It's okay. You're both gonna save me from my failure.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know about Johnny,
You
bro.
only
He
have
loves
3
all-
lives.
Ain't
You
no
only
way.
have 3 lives. You can
just-
sidebar at any point.
I mean, like, guys, I'm just going with Rodog here. Rodog is the only.
Okay.
Hog. I mean, that does seem.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a grieving here, isn't it? Like if someone switches Hog, you know, they're not interested in playing as a team.
Let's go with it. Let's go with Rodog.
Okay, Roadhog, we're logging in.
Surely Hog.
Ooh,
wow,
okay,
he's
9%,
lower than I
9%.
thought,
Okay, I thought he would be higher too. I thought he'd definitely be in double digits, to be honest.
Yeah. So did I. Okay, this opens the door a little bit here.
Yeah, Rich, you got what was your?
Like actual analysis.
I'm actually like scared to give my thoughts.
What are your,
'cause
what is
again,
your
You don't have to
thinking
log
right
in.
now?
Yeah.
What is your
Train of thought.
I mean,
thought?
I don't know, just because, like, people get mad about Reinhardt, like, just because they don't see it, and I feel like I feel like that's a worthy enough select. I'm gonna pull the trigger on that.
I like that. No, I think that's a smart pick because it's like you
Johnny
gotta
was
swap.
worse.
Yes!
Johnny had no
Rodog.
Yeah.
Reinhardt.
I'm 50-50 right now. Okay.
People be like, I'm gonna play Ryan in this game, and then they're against Ram, Mauga, and they're against like Winston. It's like, bro, you gotta swap. You are doing enough.
I think Reinhardt is just up there right now because he's not really like meta.
Yeah,
right? So, like,
exactly.
people just get mad. Me as a Ryan one trick, like I'm
What
feeling.
really upsets me is that allegedly,
Do tell.
Reinhardt is really good in like lower ranks.
Yeah.
What's
I'm
a lower
not-
rank for
so
you? You're
when I
speaking
play
to a lower
Reinhardt,
rank
I get
person.
flamed. But there are lots of people out there who get to enjoy Reinhardt in peace being really strong, and I'm not one
That's
of
why
them. I'm jealous.
You got to do like reinforce 2.0 and just
Right. Just be bad.
and make
All
into
right.
account. Make into account.
All right, guys, we need to move on. You
I
have to
think
lock in
Doomfist.
something now.
Oh, okay. I thought it was my go, but all right, you say Doom. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll lock in Doom.
No, it's all right. No, Doom's good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right,
We have two
last
tries.
one.
I like
Round
that.
it out. Round it out.
Hey, Doomfist makes sense. Sometimes it's hard to see what they're doing. I was gonna say I think Queen because Queen doesn't get played a bunch and like very easily countered by Ana, by like any just shooting tank. Like a lot of things can counter, and I think people would flame the Queen player because they want them to swap. Sorry, Romani.
I don't agree, but okay.
What was your other thought be?
I just think Jungle Queen is a pretty popular hero. Like people like Jungle Queen, and so I don't think a lot of
People love Jungle Queen.
But go for
Muscle
it.
mommy.
It's your guess. I'm not going to interrupt. This is
No. I say let's go. I say let's go. I say I'm gonna back you. I'm gonna back you on that.
Only Queen. Oh.
Ah!
All right.
We're one
have
away.
One more guess.
One
we
more
really have
guess.
to agree on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so far
one more
technically
life.
Johnny's been right twice. I say we give him a third shot.
Yeah,
See if he
okay.
gets
I like
3 in a
that.
row.
Go on, Johnny. It's all on your
It's
shoulders.
all on
now.
you. It's all on you, bro.
How is not the fifth hero Mauga? Should we pick Mauga?
Ooh, okay. Yeah,
I think it's just by popular use. I think it's by popular use that people would hate it. Yeah.
If I'm doing the survey, I would put Mauga in there. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Oh.
Lock
Oh
in.
yes! Okay.
Bravo.
Oh, we actually won.
And it was Johnny.
3 for
Cracking your
3.
eyes.
Go, Johnny. Let's get it.
Go, Johnny.
I know my tank heroes.
Yeah, it's
Have
actually.
completed, by the way.
I think so. It might be. It's the
I
most
feel so
memorable one.
privileged to be here for that.
I know. Yeah, tank player guesses tank heroes correctly. This is insane
Yeah.
stuff.
He knows how much he gets flamed.
Zoe? Can you?
I literally just gave you credit. I meant it with
Fantastic. What the hell?
that's my voice. That's the European accent. It's not my fault.
Okay, relatable.
Actually, so relatable.
Good.
Yeah, so that wraps up Overview. You guys did very, very well. Congratulations. You get nothing for it, but I'm very proud. That does count for something, I guess. Now, at the start of our show, we asked our chat to vote on who they think deserves the Stage 1 EMEA Superstar Award. And the results are in, guys. I'm excited. Let's see.
Okay.
Big reveal. Maybe a drum roll. I don't know what music boards, sound boards we have? I think we only have a ding ding and a clap. That's it.
Oh,
Vestola. Okay, Johnny wins
Thanks.
again.
Johnny's upset.
I guess.
I think.
Johnny's having a good day, guys.
Yeah, I think this is. I was gonna say this is a great choice, but I think that. But I think it's really well deserved.
That's fine.
I think it's really well deserved. I think Vestola has been pivotal to Virtus Pro and the success they've had in Stage 1. So I couldn't be happier for Vestola. Obviously had a great year last year as well, but this year off to an incredible start on Virtus Pro. So really happy for Vestola.
Yeah, it honestly makes perfect sense. Like the backbone of the team, as much as I don't want to give them credit, is the tank players. You know, like a lot of the time, if your tank player dies first, it's pretty much GG. I think Vestola, yeah, just a fantastic pick. I think everybody is instrumental to Virtus Pro's success, but you can tell Vestola is spearheading the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, shown us a lot of versatility and tenacity. It's great to see Vestola getting our EMEA Superstar honors. Now, speaking of Vestola, let's talk about the match he's about to play. Virtus Pro will be going up against OWCS once again in our EMEA Grand Final. It's gonna be a good one. They played it close, not once, not twice, but potentially, will they do it thrice? I don't know. We'll find out. Let's discuss what we're gonna expect to see from both of those teams. Starting with Virtus Pro, what kind of compositions do you feel like they need to lean into? Was there an obvious crack in the armor that allowed for OWCS to always get themselves back into the game or like push them to the limit?
Ooh, I feel Virtus Pro, I think they've just been super solid on the meta composition even. We've seen a lot of different looks from them, of course. You know, we talked about how they sometimes flex over to double flex support lineups. But I think in this case, they are just going to mirror the meta composition because they are really good at playing that. But still, given what we've seen from OWCS earlier on today, of course, they qualified for China as well. I'm kind of like 50-50. I'm torn a little bit. Obviously, you have to give Virtus Pro the edge after yesterday's performance against OWCS, taking them down. But I think it might go all the way here. I think it might be a really close series between two very competent teams on the meta composition.
I would absolutely agree. Or go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say absolutely. Yeah, these teams have just been at each other's throats, and OWCS have been the squad that have taken them that far. I think that Saravasa game where they went 3-2, like that easily could have gone the other way, and we could have ended up in a map number 5. And it's worth reiterating too. Virtus Pro entered this at 7-0. They're currently 9-0. They could be 10-0, like undefeated in Stage 1. That's a heck of an achievement, and secure that first seed.
Yeah, I think one thing that stood out, especially on Saravasa, the map that OWCS won yesterday, it kind of came down to like one little mistake from VP side, and OWCS jumped on it. Like they immediately exploited that little mistake, and that bodes well for them. Like to be able to identify just the smallest little margin where you can get in and find success, that speaks volumes for the caliber of OWCS as a team.
Yeah. I think that's a great detail there, that just the smallest mistake, if you mess up like your orbital ray usage, the enemy team will punish that. And I think that kind of like sort of highlights how evenly these two teams play each other, right? And so I expect more of the same. Like if you mess up one big major ultimate, the enemy team is going to capitalize on that, and we're going to see some aggression. We saw Haku there on the Brigitte. We've seen a couple of times now, just rally aggressively, get in there, make space for the enemy team. I think we'll see two very competent Mauga teams, and if you mess up, if you do the slightest error, enemy team is going to be there and capitalize on it.
That's
well,
right.
And Matt, to spin off that too, just quickly, I mean, Avril was making a significant mention of that back when it was VP against Gen G earlier last week. There was just those moments where you saw some vulnerability and some, I wouldn't say carelessness, but just maybe getting too comfortable and leaving themselves in a spot where they can be taken advantage of. And if that window is there, you have to take it for OWCS.
Absolutely. If we're looking at how the bans are gonna work out for those two teams, did you guys feel like there were any bans that had any effect on match outcomes for either OWCS or Virtus Pro? Is there anything that a team can like pull out of the pocket which would hinder them, cripple them in any way?
What we saw OWCS run against their match versus VP, and even just the match we just saw, was that Sim May. They might end up chucking that one out again, but Virtus Pro have probably been literally sitting there watching that last series like, okay, they're gonna play this way, we know how to get around this. Coach Smash writing down all the notes, ready to rock and roll with the bans too. I think that comp might be hit quite considerably. So you're going to be relying on more this like fast pace, like Haku on the flank with the Brig melee bashes. Like if they want to topple VP, I think you just got to bring the same level of aggression, because those small weaknesses that Rich was pointing out, like you can exploit them a whole bunch if you just go quicker. If you just faster off the mark, those small weaknesses can turn into giant weaknesses, which can turn into map wins for Alcatia.
I'll add on there as well. I think Alcatia, you know, we saw earlier today how they banned Juno and forced the Lucio Kiriko kind of composition.
Yes.
I could see them doing more of that stuff. Just like, okay, we're going to ban Juno this map. We're going to ban Mauga this map. Maybe we force like a little bit of a diva kind of composition instead, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised if Alcatia, they're comfortable moving away from the Mauga composition to try and find a bit more of a niche competition to, you know, throw off both of these teams a little bit.
Now we're almost ready to jump into the action for our grand finals, but first we actually have both coaches of the teams with us for a very quick pre-match chat. So let's bring in Junkbuck and Smash. Thank you both so much for joining us. Let's start with you, Junkbuck. This is the third time within like just 2 weeks or something that you guys face off against each other, and you were the only team that really managed to push Virtus Pro. Why do you think you are able, as the only team, or the only other team in the EMEA region, to play them so close?
It's cause, you know, the VP is so good because Smash is the best coach in the world, so all the teams will have a hard time against VP.
Okay.
But because our players are so good, they're insane, we have a better player, so that's why I think we were able to be so close to VP.
All right, so I mean, when we now see already the humbleness, you know, confidently speaking about Smash, I'll direct the question to Smash. So, you know, with Junkbox and, you know, Alcatia being able to start to put a little bit of applied pressure onto VP, what is the, you know, mentality going into this that, you know, again, you've both kind of solidified that spot for going into the event, but now really trying to get to that ranking. What is this, you know, recognition of the talent, and how are you working together to really be able to say, nah, you're not going to take this from us?
I mean, like, they're a good team. I can feel that, like, they're really strong right now. And with yesterday, our match, like, almost so close. They were playing pretty good, and they want to do something with their team. I thought maybe Jungbok made that. Like, I respect that, and just do our best, and more clean win than yesterday is my purpose today.
Yeah, yesterday was a 3-1. Junkbug, you guys managed to snatch one map away. Do you feel like now that you are in the grand finals of the EMEA region and already punched your ticket to China, that people will stop doubting Alcatia? Will they stop underestimating you?
No, I hope people keep underestimating us. I like being the top dog forever. I never want to be the top dog. I'll always be, everyone always underrate us, and then we always beat the expectations. I like that way.
I do love that.
Be the underdog. Be the underdog and keep climbing.
Yeah, me either.
That's right. Well, unfortunately, Virtus Pro is not the underdog and never will be.
Yeah, but top dog always make me stress. Yeah, it's so stressed.
It's stressful to be that good. I can
yeah.
Well, Smash, Junkbug, thank you both so much for taking the time, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck today.
Good luck.
Right on. That's it from us. We're now heading over to our casters, who will cover all the action.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and Junkbuck, Smash, and Rich, of course. Look, Junkbuck has known success as well, Johnny, is all I'm saying. Of course, being on the San Francisco Shock back in like 2020, they were taking like title after title after title. Like, he's been in these situations before, not necessarily an underdog situation on the San Francisco Shock, but how do you feel against, how will you feel if you were Junkbuck in your situation against Smash, who is like, look, I want to be the underdog, like, I want to not have all this stress on me, we would need to be perfect, but it's also just such a big cloud over our heads. How are you feeling in that situation?
I mean, I think Junkbuck has nothing to lose now going into this grand finals, right? Because Virtus Pro, they are the big favorite. They haven't lost so far here in stage 1, and obviously they qualified through grand finals through the upper bracket, right? But I really want to hammer home on what you said about Junkbug as well, right? This is like success seems to follow Junkbug, and this is Junkbug. Yeah. And this is another incredible achievement of having Alcadzia qualify for the China LAN. Like you said, San Francisco Shock, a lot of success there. Getting third in 2022 with the Houston Outlaws, of course, that was a bit of dare I say, a bit of a dark horse team as well in that playoffs, right? Because in the finals, you had Dallas Fuel, San Francisco Shock facing each other off. And Houston Outlaws was the third best team there. That was a big achievement, where it's a lot of heavy hitter teams like Gladiators, Shanghai Dragons lost out early in that lower bracket, right? And then last year as well with the Team Falcons, right? So Junkbug has had a tremendous career as a coach, and I feel like taking a team like Alcadzia, surpassing expectations and qualifying for China, this is just another, what do you call it, feather in the hat for Junkbug here. Yeah. It's a great achievement.
Absolutely. Yeah, really good. That experience and expertise as well, coming from the Overwatch League and one of the best teams to ever exist in OWL as well. I mean, you look at on the other side of things, Smash, obviously, ex-LA Gladiators, did pick up a couple of titles, but not nearly as much as Junkbug picked up. This is the grand finals of EMEA Stage 1, Virtus Pro versus Alcadzia. Winner here will secure the first seed going into China. You wanted that, trust me, you won that seed for sure. The second seed will probably end up facing a Korean team straight off the bat, and not normally where you want to be in your first round. So we'll see who takes this. We're going to jump to a quick break, give the teams another couple of minutes before we jump on in. We'll see you in a sec.
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They've fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play.
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
Brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jaywu is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Here it is, grand finals time for stage 1 of EMEA. Virtus Pro up against Alcatzia, a Faraband to start us off as we go to Lijiang Tower, and Alcatzia respond with a Juno.
Yeah, it's going to be Lijiang Tower to kick off this stage 1 EMEA grand final, Jack. Virtus Pro looking dominant so far, like you said. 10-0 this stage, undefeated, taking on Alcatzia for the third time in just a short amount of time. Alcatzia haven't quite been able to find the recipe for success against this Virtus Pro team, but they've conquered all the other teams in the region. It's their last chance to take down Virtus Pro and get the #1 seed.
Exactly that, 7-0 out of groups, 2 maps back, or 2 series back-to-back wins there in the upper bracket. This could be the 10-0 stage for VP. Of course, Alcatzia, a bit, well, you'd say rather warmed up, Johnny. That series a little bit earlier on. They look so good, so clean as well, and different looks from them too. We've seen the Sim, we've seen the Torb, we've seen just a ton of different looks, but it looks like they're just going to run out with their signature at this point, I'd say Sim pick, but Virtus Pro are also going to run with something a little bit funny. That's the Sim and the Torb rocking out on Control Center.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about the aggression, Jack. We heard it from Landon in the last series as well. You want to instill some fear in your opponents, and CL goes down early. Maybe a little bit over-eager here to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've seen map after map after map, taking early fights, taking early picks, and just exploding, right? I mean, you find one pick and then you just run over everybody else. It's exactly what Malga is very good at. But unfortunately, it was actually Zia that went down first. And it's going to prompt a swap from Checkmate over to Venture.
Yeah, and we've seen this Venture swap. It's worked out when you're up against this Symmetra, really good at getting into the backline. You know, burrowing under, getting on top of your opponent, so Virtus Pro, little brawly composition with the Sim and Torb going to be met by Checkmate's Venture here.
Stola needs to get out of here, yeah, completely isolated. Good herding there by Alcatzia. Very easy kill on Vestola. There was no real support to help him. Gala, of course, probably a little bit too scared to use that swift step to get on top of the Diva.
Yeah, and it's going to be Alcatzia cleaning up the point here. Claiming the point for themselves. Shockwave, not the place you want to be. Gets taken down there, and let's see if this forces some swaps. Ultimates are starting to come online though for Virtus Pro. They got this Symmetra barrier they can use, and could be quite good of a tool to shut down Lambda perhaps on the Sojourn, block some of that incoming damage, and force a bit of a close range engagement. Here comes Checkmate though.
Jaywu is actually going to take the teleport behind. They sacrifice Shockwaves. They plant the wall down on the point. Going to be able to juggle this pretty easily, you'd imagine, but you still got to be careful. Checkmate can dislodge anybody with that Drow Dash. It's already used the Burrow and the said Drow Dash, to be fair. And here comes the Sound Barrier. 5 players from Alcatzia, bathed in green, and an easy cleanup. Fixer, 5% away from his own, so without that support, you're not really surviving too long in that fight. So Alcatzia winning that one handily.
Yeah, and this swap onto the Venture from Checkmate, it really boosts the brawling capability of Alcatzia. So now, it's going to be Virtus Pro recognizing perhaps that they don't want to take that close range engagement. Instead, Jaywu swaps over to the Genji, which has been his best hero so far in stage 1.
Gonna try and make space for the Molten Core. OC kills the turret. Sound Barrier connects. Virtus Pro, surge forward, cage deployed. Catches one, will it catch more? Looks like Vestola doesn't receive the help required, but has got a self-destruct for the remake. Lambda though, yeah, didn't realize Fexer was kind of hanging around, turned his back, and Gala stuck a kunai between his eyes. 75% in building now.
Yeah, it's a great fight to win for Virtus Pro there. You get value from both your support ultimates. Reclaim the point, 40% and ticking here. Checkmate has that ultimate if you want to stick on this hero for now, but I feel like you want to get a fight early here. Try to make the most out of this Venture ultimate. Brawling in the Cardiac Overdrive, perhaps. It looks like they're rotating for just that.
Tectonic Shock can be a rather devastating ult to use. They've already spotted out Shockwave, who's half HP.
They're hunting him.
They're just going to chase the Torp down, yeah. They end up using the Tectonic Shock, and it's just so much damage. An insta-kill on the mech. Lambda aiding with that kill. There is going to be a rush deployed by Landon to try and keep them in this fight. Checkmate is not able to secure any kills just yet. It's all Haku and Landon there in the kill feed right now. As Virtus Pro, they're stalling out for a little bit longer. But it will be final fight for them.
Yeah, and it's actually a bit of a messy fight there because you lose that Kitsune rush. Oh, Shockwave can't die this late in the fight. Does stay alive here. But because you had to drop that Kitsune rush because Sia died, now you're lacking the tools to really close out this point. Jwoo has a Dragon Blade. Haku will have to come in clutch with the Sound Barrier.
They're going to be in super early, Johnny. They're looking for picks. They're looking for the Genji potentially. Yeah, Jwoo can barely pull the blade in time before he gets eliminated. Akatsi is still in OT as well, so Virtus Pro have to get back. Smart play there by Haku, also just booping the Lucio away on that high ground. They don't get a retouch. Alcatia get the first round.
Yeah, and this is something we saw Virtus Pro. They had a problem with it in their group stage match. That was the series that went to 5 maps. Virtus Pro struggled to adapt to Checkmate's venture play, along with a little bit of May we saw in that series. But if Alcatia, if they're to upset Virtus Pro here and beat them in the grand finals, I think it's going to be more of this from Alcatia. More niche picks make it difficult for Virtus Pro to adapt throughout the middle of the series.
Checking Jwoo and Shockwave just go back to this? The Sim and the Torp here?
Get a bit of TP out. Positional advantage. Or...
Looks like they're sticking with it too, yeah. So, little TP across. They actually ended up splitting, so it was only Fixer and Shockwave that ended up taking TP. The Echo's gonna be such a pain though to deal with if you're Virtus Pro. Not too much pressure on it. Very low though, Alcatia, Johnny, I must say. Shockwave just I mean, this is the best thing with the Torp. You just pop the turret down to the back of the point, and then you just start spamming down main, hoping you get a tag. They get capped too.
And Mauga, obviously with that cardiac overdrive, that's going to be your primary source of healing, but Pistola can Matrix that. So interesting to see how these two tanks approach this fight. The Matrix will be crucial to kind of like block some of this healing coming through from Ziad.
Yeah, looking for Jwoo there. Checkmate had to reload, otherwise that would have been a kill, most definitely. Good kill on Jwoo there, there you go. Okay, I kind of spoke that one into existence. The rush ends up getting deployed, Johnny, but just late for VP. Can't make use of it at all. I mean, Gala picks that one, sure, but this fight, the firepower on the side of Virtus Pro can't stand up to the test of Alcatia.
Yeah, and that is the difficult part about playing D.Va, right? You saw Vistola dropped low early into that fight. Gala tried to drop the Kitsune rush to sustain Vistola, keep him alive, but couldn't do so. You have to be very precise with your D.Va play here. You have to engage at very precise moments, because otherwise you're not going to be able to sustain this Valga right now. So Alcatia dropping Kitsune rush themselves, and they're just going to push down Vistola again.
Yeah, just force them out. Again, proactive play.
Yeah.
You're expecting this if you're Virtus Pro after the last series.
Yeah, you definitely are. Alcatia, they like to be this aggressive, and they're just gonna keep it going. Look, you have a duplicate now. Vistola goes in here, Molten Core.
Early cardiac overdrive. That is a 3-man sound barrier from Virtus Pro. Alcatia are going to try and mash him on it. Shockwave does end up getting booted away slightly and just taken down by Labda. Just a long-range incoming fire from both the Echo and the Sojin. It's hard for Torb to stay alive and get effective damage in. Haku amping it up at the back of the point as the point has now been separated by this giant wall, but the kills need to come through right now for Virtus Pro. Jwoo may be fully charged, and he's actually just going to burn down Ziad in his own cage. A duplicated sound barrier from Checkmate should see them through this fight. Just the value Checkmate is getting is a little absurd here, Johnny. The healing is immense. Checkmate is 1 HP though after the copy as Jwoo manages to tag him with the right click. Lab just keeping this point alive for quite a considerable amount of time. And these fights just take so long to complete. 72% for Alcatia after that fight.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro, they're going to stick to this D.Va composition, but Shockwave goes over to the Sojourn instead. Obviously so good against this Mauga of Ziad. You have this Kitsune rush still in hand, so this should be a clean fight from Virtus Pro.
TP to Hut. Now they've got a good straightaway as well for Checkmate to kind of fire the fully charged right clicks down, and the turrets, of course, on the just kind of lasering people. Some of the turrets, though, focusing on the teleporter, which kind of sucks, but is what it is. Fake TP. Not going to result in much, but actually stops Gala from using the Suzu a bit more offensively. He uses it defensive there to try and save his front line as the rush gets ripped on the point, but same could be said for OWCS. Ziad going extremely low, though. Shockwave filling him with bullets. Landon is the first to fall. Is that sound barrier? Yeah, Johnny. Just surges them forward, and now OWCS on final fight.
Yeah, and it's a great fight win for Virtus Pro as well. You have to use double support ultimate, but now, look at the timing here. 82% and counting. Shockwave has an OC. This will be a tough fight for OWCS. Checkmate, though, has this teleporter, so you should get a touch.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy, in theory. Overrun to Hut. Well, there's an overclock being used by Shockwave right now. It's actually going to peek in at Ziad. Ziad is alone right now. Takes 3 or 4 shots directly to the body. Land is already down. The turrets are microwaving Shockwave right now, but the sound barrier from OWCS is the only tool they have left alive to actually see them through this fight. And it's just not enough, Johnny. That wall coming through from Jaewoo separated the team. And then Ziad was also on his own on a small island. We're going to round 3.
Yeah, maybe some slight miscommunication there. Or perhaps try to divert Virtus Pro attention there, overrunning back to the point, but nevertheless, it works out for Virtus Pro. It looked rough there to start off with the Diva, but I mean, Jaewoo just came online there with the Symmetra on the point, lots of damage going out, and then, you know, you have the Matrix as well to eat all of Ziad's bullets there when the Cardiac Overdrive is online. Really out-sustained OWCS there on the point and used the Power Spike to their advantage.
See if Virtus Pro stick on the Sim. Sim is the best on this point, on this round, is so good. The TP after the speed to get onto the point first. We'll see who ends up sticking on what. Yeah, so both teams running with this. But checkmate on the Venture, though. Shockwave happy
There's a great
to stay on the Sojourn. Exceptionally good. Yeah, just booping people around is the most frustrating part of using that teleporter. Checkmate and Labda end up killing one, but this is not an even fight at all, by any stretch of the imagination. Ziad helping with the D-Mech, though, onto Vestola. But Gala's still alive, same with Shockwave, full HP. Checkmate runs out of CDs, and Virtus Pro, 2 players left alive, win that duel.
Yeah, they end up losing that, but
Speaking of which,
hang back. Landon gets a pick.
Yeah, Haku manages to speed people back, and Labda with the TP as well. Landon actually comes out with 2 big kills.
Jaewoo on the Venture himself now.
Oh, Cardiac Overdrive. Yeah, I don't think there's any surviving here. So actually, OWCS, they're winning out this fight. Wow, that looked very Virtus Pro favored. Like, they got 3 kills very fast, but enabled the spawners to come back and TP and speed. And wow, they got back so fast.
Yeah, I was surprised at OWCS. They lost that fight to begin with. It looked like a great start from Checkmate, but then they kind of like lose out a little bit. Virtus Pro not able to cap the point. Spawners come back, like you said, and OWCS gets the first pick, but oh, Labda goes down early in this next one. 2 Shockwave.
Not good. Checkmate as well. Does get the burrow and the slam actually coming through from Ziad to secure the kill. Although look at the damage he's taken right now. Another stomp. No stun, but connection of damage is not enough. Checkmate also going for the sensing people underground perk there, rather than the ultimate perk. Quite interesting, I thought. You can sense people through walls when you are burrowed, so you get a bit of an idea of where people are. Mini wall hacks kind of thing.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. We haven't seen that a lot. Usually, like you said, it's a reduced cooldown in Tectonic Shock, so
300% cooldowns. It's crazy. Speaking of which, Tectonic Shock is available from Checkmate. Shockwave on the periphery of this fight. A double shot onto Haku, despite the shield being there for him to use as cover. Oh, that's the fight over. No chance, even with the wall from Labda. Everybody's so mobile, though, on the side of Virtus Pro, Johnny. It must be said. Pretty easy to navigate the wall.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we've been looking at these compositions here for a little bit. Virtus Pro, their advantage obviously comes from Shockwave on that Sojourn. So they can take these big brawl fights against the Symmetra, against the Venture, right? A lot of ultimates in the mix here. They're gonna TP straight to the point here, but Shockwave will have to find picks on the Sojourn.
Tectonic Shock still available. Cage ends up getting deployed, and oh, Jaewoo, it feels so juicy when you have that ult and the Cage gets deployed, Johnny. But when 5 players from OWCS are just looking straight out your eyes, there's nothing much you can do. Maybe you get 1 Tectonic Shock off, but that's about it. There's the flip from OWCS, and Johnny, they're still going. Straight into the spawn. No additional kills there for Checkmate. Has to use the burrow to get away.
Sound barrier from Fixa.
Yeah, actually matched with Vestola as well, so Fixer ends up using his Haku as well. A very, very brawly engagement. Checkmate actually spotting out Jwoo, who's extremely low, picks up the mega health back, but Virtus Pro, they've got the numbers, and they're going to get the point as well. If they get these late kills, it'll be super nice for their percent bank, but Landon is going to stall out for just a moment longer.
Yeah, the pace has been staggering so far in this series. Both teams really pushing the tempo, and I think that's what we're going to see for the rest of this series now. Both teams liking this brawl. Here goes OWCS again, just TP onto the point here. No ultimates quite yet, but who can checkmate isolate on this venture?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he got instantly killed. Self-destruct. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Vestola kills 3 with a self-destruct there? Well, that's fight over. That's a team kill. And that might be Virtus Pro taking the map as well.
Yeah, they're pushing up here. You have the Symmetra teleporter. Should get a touch here. And Virtus Pro gonna back off wisely here. Overclock early.
You should not be dying to a self-destruct like that. Checkmate dead. Shockwave once again holding down the door. A double shot onto land and gets a kill. Fixers there with the follow-up. And Virtus Pro, they're going to get this first map here. 100-64. What was that self-destruct from Vestola? Those mistakes cannot happen in a finals.
Hey, that's why he's the stage 1 EMEA MVP, right? Being able to do stuff like that on the D.Va. So already, we've seen that Virtus Pro, they're quite capable of playing the D.Va instead of the Mauga. They like to perhaps shy away from that, take their time, take the off angle, Shockwave on the Sojourn, hitting some great shots there to really certify that first map win. But yeah, really impressed by the D.Va play from Vestola so far. And now from OWCS, I'm a little concerned because I would have maybe thought that is something we can rely on later on in the series. Maybe we can have C-out swap over to the D.Va, but when Vestola plays the D.Va like this, it's gotta bring some concern to you about what you do for the rest of the series.
I mean, yeah, he's a beast. Certified beast. We'll get a clip of the self-destruct as well, I'm sure, in the package here, the highlight package. Because that should not happen. A triple kill like that, when he's just going for the remake, you expect him maybe, you know, the solo queue bomber over the top. Maybe kills a few people. But yeah, not here. Not here, Johnny. Not in the finals. Self-destruct, yeah, he's like, okay, I popped it. He goes around the corner. Boom.
Fixer,
a little boop
there. Yeah.
Fixer, yeah, okay. Let's have a look at the replay. Self-destruct. Fixer comes in. A little boop on the Mauga.
Yeah.
Nice. Good
Quick
stuff.
Reset. Get another
Quick
fight.
reset, guys. Quick reset. We're at 85. They're at 85%. Quick reset, guys. Pretty scrappy, though. An incredibly fast pace, Johnny.
Yeah, incredibly fast pace from both of these teams. And they're showing their competence here early. The way they're able to take these quick fights, brawling, going with aggression. I thought great job by both support backlines here, trading ultimates. You know, Fixa dropping that sound barrier really comes to mind as, you know, they go for a re-engage with the sound barrier. They're confident they can catch OWCS off guard. And that is kind of what you need, right? If you're going to keep up the pace in these brawly compositions, you need reliable support ultimate usage to kind of flip momentum and get things going your side. So Virtus Pro off to a fantastic start all around.
Yeah, don't forget as well, the Face It Pugs are available now. So go check them out. I mean, look, if you want to play in a 5-stack that's like all in comms, all using voice and running it down, if you win or lose, it's still all fun. Sign-ups this weekend, so your chance to win. If you sign up this weekend, you have a chance to win 1,000 Overwatch coins. That's pretty nice. Make sure you head to fce.gg/playranked pugs beta. Pretty long URL, but you'll get it. Just note it down now. Yeah, the action continues this week, so make sure you follow the FaceIt_Overwatch account as well on X for all the updates. And we'll also take an updated look at the top 10 EMEA players as well. So let's see who's at the very top right now for EMEA. Got Tread. Oh, a couple of tanks there. Tread, Hardy.
Holy mode on as well. But yeah, Tread
Backbone's there.
Number 1 there.
W. Backbone he's still popping, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. You look at the North American rankings as well. It's just like, is that Hawk? Like Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk's been up there, bro. Hawk's been grinding.
Yeah, a lot of the old players, you know, coming back, participating here in FPL as well, and it's been a treat to watch. Yeah. You know, it's a great change of pace, really, because, you know, in ranked, You know, you do your best, you climb, you try to get the #1 spot, but FPL is a different thing entirely. And I've seen you, Jaws. You've been grinding in the face of pugs. You're trying to climb.
The pug's been fun, yeah. It's been really good. I've been playing with Jay a little bit and Learnt. He has been hard carried by Learnt. It's been a little wild. Learnt's kind of the goat on the tank is all I'm saying. And Megatron in the backline with me. It's been good. So yeah, make sure you jump in. And the queues, by the way, have been instant too. We've been queuing up as 5 and it's been really quick for a 5 stack. So yeah, it's been a whole lot of fun. Let's have a look at the maps though as we jump back into this series. Johnny, a very fast pace Lijiang Tower, and that's going to continue here. Suravasa map pick, a Lari ban, and a Torb ban.
Yeah, very interesting here. This is pretty similar to what we saw yesterday, right? OWCS, they did pick Suravasa, and also they did ban Illari because obviously Virtus Pro, they have Gala. Now, Illari, I wouldn't say the strongest hero in the game, Jack. Is that fair to say?
It's 100% fair, Johnny. I'm not going to get offended if you say Illari is kind of bad. She's not that good. She's been on poke maps, right? But like Suravasa, she's not that great. But it is very fun.
Also a bit of a protect ban there, of course, if you do want to play the Xenobreak. Yeah. So that is going to allow OWCS to stick with this Mauga composition now. And similar to the Ultimates, I guess, we did see OWCS even beat out the Ultimates, playing this very aggressive Mauga style. So just expecting more of that in this map.
It was a very, very close game in the upper bracket final. It went 3-2. It could have gone OWCS' way, but this is where Virtus Pro shut them out. Let's get a quick listen in, see how they're going.
Yeah, let's go.
Initial flashpoint. Marking.
Okay, they might go left. Just okay, I go from window, you can go light. Okay. Maybe left. Yeah, left. No, okay, left. I'm not peeking. Okay, shoot Manga.
Okay.
Smuggle it on me. I'm looking at it. Kenjo. I'm still Manga.
God, my solo's just perma-slamming, stomping the front line. Yeah, that early pick onto a Brig or like any support player, Johnny, is brutal. It really is. So OWCS are going to win off the back of that.
Yeah, because the Mauga, they focus each other so much in that little duel, right? It kind of frees up the attention for Genji to get value, and it's a bit of a drawn-out fight here. OWCS with control, but Virtus Pro get a couple of picks.
Lana and Shemay are dead, and Ziads as well. They were hunting for people here. They were looking for like small staggers, but turns out they were the ones getting staggered. Team kill comes through for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think Shockwave, you know, we've given him a lot of praise throughout the last couple of days, but the thing that really stands out to me about Shockwave is as well, is like you have a lot of hard-hitting hitscan players that can find picks, you know, get a lot of value from these big ultimates, but Shockwave's positioning, the way he's able to navigate these fights, take the off angle, put himself in a situation to win a fight like that, essentially, just outlive and out-rotate, right? That is what helps him being such a great hitscan player for this team. And here he goes again.
Shot by Shockwave. He saw Lantern there kind of healing up Ziad, just trying to peek him. Gets hit in the body with a railgun, and then Shockwave just pops the overclock, and the rest is over, really. There's only a one ult fight, too, and it's not even the most impactful ult, but more often than not, right, for Virtus Pro. You got Blade, Cage coming up, you got Orbital Ray, like, you can just run it down.
Yeah, OWCS, they have a lot of answers, though. They're coming up on a lot of big ultimates themselves, but, I mean, knowing these teams, it's going to be a messy fight.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire, that's for sure. They do get a final touch, of course. There's the Orbital Ray on the point now. We'll see how Virtus Pro respond. Not popping their own just yet. There it is, eventually coming through as Vestola drops pretty low. A nice little bash on Vestola. Stops him actually putting the cage down as the rally gets deployed by Haku. 2 support ultimates used by OWCS. But Virtus Pro, Johnny, just confident in their own game. They save 3 ults for this next fight.
Yeah, but still, though, I can't help but wonder if maybe you put yourself in a bit of a hole there, because Vestola dropped so much health early, right, that once the Orbital Ray came online, the healing wasn't enough to sustain Vestola. You lose your Mauga early on in that fight. Would have maybe seen them to be a bit more proactive with that Orbital Ray and instead make it difficult for OWCS, but instead, it's going to be OWCS now with the Cage Blade, Overclock. Opportunity to really cap out the first point here.
Yep. I thought we jumped to a blank screen then, but it was just JWoo climbing the wall. Wow, Cage for the space. Ziad is going to donate himself in there. Pop a Cage down himself. Here comes the blade for checkmate. That's a lot of incoming fire on Vestola. No chance for the supports to heal him up. Good double there by Checkmate, kills the Cage as well. On top of it, OWCS still brawling out on the point though as Checkmate gets taken down by Fixer. Still anybody's map right or round or point right now, but the stop onto Fixer should be the final nail in the coffin. He's pushing up daisies now as OWCS, they claim the first point.
Yeah, there's 3 great fights that enable them to cap out that first point there. You know, maybe Virtus Pro, they look back on that and think maybe we didn't have the best value from our ultimates, but OWCS, we talked about this going into this series. If you make any minor mistakes, the enemy team will punish you for that. And OWCS, I think they do just that, enabling them to cap out that first point. Now though, no ultimates on either side. Going to be a bit of poke. Landon will hit this orbital rate timing a little bit faster, but they just go anyway.
Yeah, they're going to go really early. JWoo is taking a lot of damage there, but it was the backline you had to look at. They were trying to split up, but this is what we expect, and this is what Virtus Pro expect too. Early fights from OWCS. Want to just force Virtus Pro to use ults early.
Yeah, so even despite the fact that Shockwave has this overclock now, you're looking at OWCS, and they can really design this fight to take it however they want. Lavdas on the off angle here now. Wouldn't be surprised to see Landon. Haku, okay, they are going to back off here a little bit. See how they utilize these 2 support ultimates to their advantage.
I mean, Shockwave can end this fight pretty rapidly too. If he lands a nice body shot, he can go in with another overclock, but here comes the orbital ray. Yep. Shockwave does land some shots in, but there's just a no chance, really. I mean, Vestola just gets eaten alive in the front line. Nice patient play there, mixing up the tempo.
Yeah, mixing up the tempo. Trying to really draw the opponent in, right? But then you can overrun in. We've seen this time and time again that...
Wait, Haku's...
I mean, he's going to do it again.
Haku's hiding around the corner again. He's going to do it again.
He's done it so many times.
Oh, they might even subvert it completely. Oh, they get the call that they're going main.
Read.
Yeah, insane read. They're going to try and go in, but yeah, Haku's not on the flank right now. Cage doesn't end up getting deployed, though, as overtime is approaching, so it's a 4v5 in this choke point. Look at Vestola just getting absolutely annihilated. Just completely destroyed. The point ends up getting flipped here, Johnny. Yeah, they do flip, but what chance do they really have? There's 3 people on this flank. Make that 4 now as Fixer joins the squad. But nice little stomp in the front line. It's going to separate the team once again as the flip comes through from OWCS. Both rallies deployed and Fixer on an island. No paddle there to escape either. Virtus Pro getting run over as OWCS take the second point.
Yeah, so you found that comfort now. We asked ourselves going into this series, what can OWCS really rely on? And it seems pretty early on here that this Mauga composition is something they excel at and something they're happy to take on Virtus Pro with. Hiding early here again.
This ends now.
They love it. They love hiding early, but Virtus Pro, you see how how slowly they're moving up. Oh, what a reflect. JWoo gets the kill. They're going to be able to push in, but again, they also have to be slow here as Gala is dead, currently respawning.
You have the Cage Blade. Do they go without it? Doesn't seem like it.
Oh, there's the Cage, Johnny.
Yeah.
I mean, Ziad's gonna stand tall here, but not for long. A lot of that damage being reflected straight back at him. They don't even need to use the blade.
Yeah, you're happy with that. Got to save an ultimate. Ziad maybe saw something, wanted to capitalize on it, but Vestola happy to just place down the Cage, punish the Mauga, and then win the fight in turn. It's a great start for Virtus Pro there. Now, you have this OC, you have this Dragon Blade. Because of that fight, right? Maybe a bit of an advantage you can utilize.
See how quickly they want to go. Tentatively, OWCS stepping up, checking corners. Making sure they don't get shot from an off angle. All right, now, they're confident now. They're every angle checked. No sneaky business.
This ends now.
Listen to the overclock, though, Johnny. Quickly backing up. Nice little deflect, but how long can you really stay alive in the front line? Not for long. Orbital Ray now coming in. OWCS willing to accept Virtus Pro in this front line duel as Vestola just melts again. Just like an ice cream on a hot summer's day. There's no chance for him to stay alive. It's Virtus Pro. They end up losing this overclock, but they get what 78% for their troubles.
Yeah, and again, get this great fight from OWCS. They're drawing in their opponent. They wait for Virtus Pro to push in, but then They flip things with the orbital ray, regain some momentum, and then find the pick on Vistola when he's already committed. Now, though, it is Virtus Pro. They have their own orbital ray. Alcazia, though, with this cage fight and the Dragon Blade available. Shockwave's already on the flank here. Looking for a bit of a pick.
See, that's going to go in again. They're double clutching. Virtus Pro granny shifted, not like they should. Jwoo is going to go down to the blade, and Alcazia with an overwhelming amount of ultimates, Johnny.
That's the map.
They're just going to run over VP. That's going to be map. There's no chance for Virtus Pro to touch. They didn't even get a chance to use their blade. Fixes 5% towards the rally. Shockwave is on the sidelines, but he doesn't even get to the point in time. Alcazia with a 3-0 on Saravasa.
Wow, it's a dominant performance on the Mauga composition, and now we're talking. If you're able to pull out a performance like that on what is arguably the meta composition, now you're really forcing Virtus Pro in a pretty tough direction here. It was, of course, Alcazia's first map pick. That's arguably their best map in the entire pool, right? But still, if I'm Virtus Pro now, I have a lot of decisions to make. Where do I go from this? Do we force like some escort map? Obviously, we dealt with the Symmetra strategy quite easily.
Right.
Or do we want to go back and force Mauga somewhere else?
Slow it down. Feel like that's what they've done very well at over the stage. I mean, you picked it up at the start of the day as well. Like, look, and yesterday too, Virtus Pro, they don't mind playing it slow. Vestola sets his team up for success, whether that's on Diva, Sigma, anything really. But Alcazia, completely opposite. They want to go fast. They want to take these fights early, burn ults. Of course, this game mode does really lend a hand to that style of play, and the comp, to be fair, as well, with the Juno. So Virtus Pro maybe take us to a slow map.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's a great point because, you know, we've kind of seen throughout this Stage 1 playoffs as well that aggression really is the key with the Mauga composition, and that is something that favors Alcazia's playstyle. Virtus Pro, less so. Like, I still want to give Virtus Pro props because obviously they're a great Mauga team. You know, there's a reason they're undefeated so far this stage. But considering what Virtus Pro has excelled at, slowing things down, finding picks, punishing mistakes, maybe now you're recognizing that we don't want to play into the Mauga. Actually, maybe it should be us that pivots to the Diva instead. We slow things down, let Shockwave cook on the hit scan roll. So this really opens things up in the pool if we're going to see Alcazia this dominant on the Mauga composition.
Well, yesterday we did see an Esperanza, which was the only map win by Alcazia. Dorado was pretty dominant by Virtus Pro. They only ended up getting, they got 3 points, then Alcazia only got 1. So maybe a Dorado. Dorado, you can play kind of slow. You can play that poke style. This May sim, it kind of, especially when you're not on like a control map, it really falls out of favor, it feels like. Wow. It will be a Dorado, so yeah. Again, you can play super slow here, although we have seen teams just quickly pivot to the Mauga again, so we'll have to see where the bans end up leading us also.
Yeah, we'll see what the bans are for this map, but this is great comfort for Dorado, right? You already beat them yesterday on this map. You have a great read on about what you're about to see from Alcazia. Most likely, it's going to be more of this Symmetra May kind of composition teeping around, right? But you could sneak in a Symmetra ban and maybe force them off that completely, right? It's going to be a Diva ban from Alcazia.
What a Kiri ban, okay. So the Kiri came in first from Virtus Pro. So Kiriko ban first, and then Alcazia respond with the Diva. So Vestola can't rock that. So where does Vestola pivot here? Is it just back to Mauga? What do you think?
Do you want to play like the Hazard here? Obviously, we're not going to see a Winston. We're not going to see the ball here. We're not going to see that. But yeah, I kind of like this point about Vestola's hero pool. I brought it up at the pre-show here as well. That like Hazard. Oh, it's the Vestola Winston.
It's offense. It's offense. Okay.
Come on.
I want to believe too. I want to believe, but
we have seen quite a bit of Mauga from Virtus Pro here on Dorado in the past this series. You know, the first series against Gen G, for example, they were very happy playing the Mauga. Even on such a dive favored map like Dorado, they still made the Mauga work here. So maybe this dashed our hopes here a little bit, Jaws.
Attackers incoming.
Saw Mauga. Always was. High round control a little bit easier for the Mauga comps as well now, especially with that the lift, the elevator on that building. I want to say, like, very small there, but Fixer taking that lift over and over again, the elevator, and just booping Checkmate off is a pretty big play. Like, you can't let Checkmate hang around on the high ground. 32 HP, narrowly escapes with his life, but it is a forward hold, of course, as you expect with the Malga comps.
Yeah, I want to build some ultimates, just stall the payload for a little bit, and you certainly have the sustain to do so with the cardiac overdrive. Now, though, settling in to a more conventional kind of defense here on Dorado. See how Virtus Pro approached this one. Yesterday, it was all about setting up Shockwave onto that high ground, right? So, either maybe a quick engage here. Speedring comes out.
Not really using it. It's more of a slow ring. I mean, no one's really just running through right now. Bestola doesn't have picking a kill onto Labda, but look at Gala, the pressure on him. They kind of swap sides there, both the tanks. Ziad ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, again,
like, don't let the Genji kill. Woo. Okay, Joey doesn't get a kill. My goodness. I saw him reflecting. Like, those pulsar torpedoes are already locked on. If he dies to a pulsar torpedo, I'm going to lose my mind. That's so good.
Yeah, and you can justify an overrun up there mid, right? If you can find a pick or something, but realistically, you need the angles. You need to set up your Sojourn somewhere where it's more easily for them to find picks. You can't just run it down mid, so Virtus Pro, they're going to do just that here now. Alcazia, though, early support ultimates online if they want to go for an aggressive play here.
Nice little stomp there. Stuns Vestola for a brief time, and there is the rally and bash. A return one. Oh, Fixer. Fixer was 1 HP, and he hit the rally. That is ambitious, to put it lightly.
It's a pretty big ultimate as well here. I mean, as it stacks up to like Cage Fight, Orbital Ray, you know, rally not usually that celebrated, but it gives you a lot of staying power for the rest of the team. So losing that rally could be quite pivotal, but it's going to be an Orbital Ray fight. It's all about placement here. It's about getting the better Ray that enables you to out-sustain your opponent.
Better Ray and normally a later Ray as well.
Yeah.
Well, they're both at exactly the same time, Johnny. Maybe a couple of frames are spared. Jamie ends up pulling the blade. Fixer's already down. He's trying to get some more value in. As both Genjis just going at each other's throats right now. What a perfect reset from Checkmate. Wow. My word, that looks swift. Ghost dashes as well, straight onto Shockwave's dead body. My word, 1 minute and 15 seconds, by the way, Johnny. Virtus Pro, unable to crack under this bridge. This is now Katsia we've not even seen yet. They're leveling up in this finals.
The brawl has just been incredible from Alcazia. They look so comfortable playing this composition, and now so much pressure on Virtus Pro to get value from this overclock. But Labda goes first.
They're going to go early. Oh, Labda's so low. The heal's coming clutch, though. Still got a decent angle on this high ground, but a better one for Shockwave. Looking down the stairs, high to low fights. Always going to be beneficial for your hit scan. And here's the push. Okay, they get it going. 40 seconds in the bank, but Johnny, look at the payload. There is going to be a retouch here for Alcazia.
There's going to be a retouch here for Alcazia. It even swap over to the Symmetra. Could brawl onto the point. Tracer, though. Okay, we're swapping things around here a little bit.
TPing out of spawn. They are trying to get back as quickly as humanly possible.
They're here.
Stomp, payload, touched. Ziad, low though. Cardiac overdrive, pop in, but yeah, too much firepower. Okay. Worth the try though, that touch. Still though, Virtus Pro, not exactly with the healthiest time bank.
Not the healthiest time bank. It's been a great defense so far from Alcazia, but obviously that's a bit of a Hail Mary there, trying to go for the last minute touch there and maybe stress themselves in a little bit. Ziad took a bunch of damage, went down early at that fight, but now Virtus Pro, 2 minutes 20 to work with. Fixa has this rally. If we want to try to contest this high ground, but it should be Alcazia being quite comfortable building that Ray. Going early here.
Oh, they're going to rally. They rally mid-air, jump down, hit the stun. And rally coming out from Fixer as well. Stun ends up connecting with Haku, aiding in the kill from Shockwave. God, Fixer making up for that rally a little bit earlier on. A very aggressive play, but again, expected from Alcazia, jumping down from high ground to try and contest, getting in as many fights as humanly possible on second.
Yeah, but again, like, how much stall did he get there? I mean, that was one of the rally for the ages. Haku just jumps off the high ground, rallies, trying to get busy with it, but instead, Virtus Pro now, they won that fight quite handily. They have 4 ultimates online here to cap out point B.
Blade, Cage, Overclock, high ground, JWoo pushing it. There's the Orbital Ray, thinks it's already dead, Johnny. Orbital Ray comes out pretty late, but Ziad's already claimed 2 kills. JWoo's gonna have to make up for this one for his team. Lambda dead, Landon also ends up falling, so JWoo kept alive. That perk, that life steal with the Blade, just so good for the Genji. And now it's just a 1v1 on the point versus the Mauga, and I got Mauga every day of the week there. JWoo backing up.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro, they had so many ultimates to their disposal. They used 3 of them, but got no value. They just dispersed before the Orbital Ray was able to come down from Gala there. Shockwave got picked off, nowhere close to the healing. Here goes OWCS again, another Cage.
Cool, Ziad's gonna just jump in, cage him down, and Johnny, this is gonna be final fight.
Yeah. 40 seconds to go here.
No, surely you gotta let him get this kill. Oh, a nice little stagger. 30 seconds on the clock.
And this is going to be great now because you can kind of go early with the Dragon Blade here and give space for Lambda to set up this overclock. Shockwave with an overclock of his own, but he has no positioning.
This ends now.
This is a really good angle from Lambda right now, Johnny. They're splitting up the entire team. Fix is super low. Lambda goes for an aggressive slide. Got a really good angle on the front line here. Someone has to touch from Virtus Pro. Shockwave moving into a position where he can do that, and he does get the final touch. Lambda dead. They're in good stead right now. Lambda's going to be spawning in a couple of seconds, but Checkmate has the Blade, Johnny.
Has the Blade. Very low, though. No healing.
Yeah, no healing whatsoever, and a rally being popped by Fixer just to try and secure it. It's a desperation push, overtime in session from Virtus Pro.
Oh, man. I feel like you kind of messed that up a little bit. That should have been a hold from OWCS. You have the ultimates. Dragon Blade wasn't even popped there. It was a great angle from Lambda, but wasn't able to find the picks. Instead, Virtus Pro, they outmaneuver them. And they cap point B there. Virtus Pro, by the skin of their teeth, really, have been able to get a pretty decent attack going after what was pretty rough first point A there.
Yeah, really rough. Good little stun. Wow, Lambda's already dead before the fight's even begun. Checkmate with the Blade. Tempo. Tempo, tempo, tempo. That's exactly what they're looking for right now. Ziad claims another. And I don't think you're going to be here for much longer, Shockwave, although maybe staggered somewhat. Okay, not too long, but a familiar situation for Virtus Pro with 40 seconds to go. And look at what OWCS here are doing, Johnny, taking them to the spawn.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Here we go again.
It's really beautiful stuff. Poking a little bit forward now, but at any time, they could just drop down with big ultimates. Anytime, you gotta be ready for your Jack.
Cage Blade.
Here he goes.
Cage Ray. Cage Blade versus Cage Ray. There's the overrun. Oh, where's he going? Oh, Vestola. Back to spawn. That's where he's going. Orbital Ray. And here comes the final fight, Johnny. I say final fight. This brawl looking rather one-sided. 10 seconds to go. The Rays are pumping. And look at the ultimates in the Virtus Pro bank right now. JWoo has to pop the Blade. But I'm sorry, my son. It's already over.
Just an incredible defense by OWCS. The confidence they're playing with. Going aggressive time and time again. This is a playstyle that is so hard to deal with. You're looking at Virtus Pro, always on the back foot. They're trying to anticipate that. Like, you could see the fear in Vestola as he approached there. Like, he's just peeking around the corners. Where's he at? Is he coming for me? Then there's overrun. It does come in, and Vestola not able to hit that cage, of course, when the overrun is going. It's so scary. Like, you just know that there's a train coming your way, and you can't really do anything to move away from it.
Feels like they're, like, tied down on the tracks at this point, because, yeah, like you said, Ziad runs in, pops the cage down, they use Orbital Ray, and then Virtus Pro are left with 3 ults. They had the Overclock, they had the Blade, they had their own cage, but they just couldn't get in a good position where they felt like they were full of confidence using them. It's like, oh, we need to use it here, or we want to use it here, but it feels like they need to squash those fears, Johnny, as Virtus Pro now on the defense.
Yeah, it really was the quote of the day, right? Where Landon, we tapped into the comms and he said,
yeah,
make them scared. Make them
fearful of our comp. I mean,
yeah, do you think Virtus Pro...
If you had this running them down, like, if you had this running you down, Johnny, like you said, a literal train just running
I'd
at you.
freak out!
Exactly. So would I if a train was coming at me.
Yeah. Oh my god, he was emoting!
My god, a Shockwave caught slipping in the emote. He was trying to third-person 3P peek round the corner to see where OWCS were coming from. They TP'd on him and then bagged him.
Oh my god.
That is a play for the ages, Johnny.
Jack.
The sim's disgusting, bro.
Yeah.
You know what's more disgusting? JWoo on the Pharah. They're in such a weird spot, though. I mean, look at the spawners coming in from OWCS right now. JWoo, the savior currently, same with Vestola, keeping this point alive. Shockwave's little mistake there. We'll oh, wait, here we go. Dude, look at him. He's just stood there. It's like standing man emoji, you know? Like, Shockwave's like...
Guys, I'm scouting.
No.
Oh, they're right in my face. Oh boy. Hey, they're playing this poke composition though. So they're taking a step back. They want to like kind of disengage. They want to play around these hard engages from OWCS. Maybe the Pharah could be the answer.
It's certainly punching Labda, and look who's already got an ult. JWoo's 4% away. Good kill onto Fixer, but here comes the orbital raid, but too little too late once again. These support ultimates used from Virtus Pro don't really net them anything.
Don't really net them anything, and I think if you're OWCS, you're quite happy that, you know, you got that orbital ray out at least, because now you're going to get positioning here, payload push through the choke in no time, and you're able to set up a pretty decent fight for yourself here. JWoo, though, we've seen time and time again here in stage 1. The fact you can move in this barrage now with the cardiac overdrive, that could be a huge amount of burst damage that could burst through the orbital ray.
Yeah, you're in high spirits right now if you're OWCS. Cage ends up coming in. Vestola, did his cage just get cancelled? I think it did. I think Haku bashed him mid-cast animation. So Vestola's cage did not connect with the ground, and they lose the ult. And the point.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to see Virtus Pro. They're trying to kind of match this aggression, right? Like, they're trying... that is them trying to make a play. Vestola overrunning in there, trying to drop the cage, set up his Pharah with a great cardiac overdrive. But they just end up picked to pieces there. Getting a bit ahead of themselves, and I think that just goes to show how good OWCS are executing this aggression, because if you're not executing the aggression with fine detail, then you're going to be punished for it like Vestola was just there.
All right, they're going to go in again. Pedal to the metal right now. Overclock pot from both Sojourns. Shockwave takes the skies, almost gets double tapped, and actually is on the low ground right now. Here comes the orbital rally pop too, actually, from Fixer, ends up bashing away. Blade pulled the bite, checkmate, dashes straight to the back line, going straight for the brick too. Can't quite get the final dash.
That's a big hold from Virtus Pro there. Considering the ultimates that were invested there, the orbital raid, the blade, you live through that with Fixer's rally coming in clutch for the team. That's some big momentum for you on this defense now, and you really just have to shave off this time bank, because OWCS, considering they capped that first point pretty quickly, they have a lot of time to work with here. Virtus Pro. Gala, he's had some, dare I say, questionable orbital ray usage so far these past couple of days. This one they need to get value out of.
Nice whip shot by Fixer, just booping Ziad off of the high ground. Ring is going to get used pretty wisely here by Virtus Pro. Again, they need to kind of match this tempo. Good shot from Labda from down range. God, that disruption shot is very annoying on the corner for the entire team. A lot of free ultimate charge too, but there's a kill onto JWoo. Look at Vestola's positioning right now, Johnny. He's on the payload all alone. So his backline and frontline are just going to succumb to OWCS, and they're going to just continue their march on to the second point. It's a rally from Haku, actually.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but...
I mean, this does enable Virtus Pro to get back with 5 ultimates. And they should be able to get back in time here. Labda will be set up on the high ground here with the OC. But there are so many ultimates available here for Virtus Pro. Should have no trouble dealing with this.
Look at this line of sight that Labda has right now. Rally deployed. Oh, the widescreen break coming at Labda right now, but he has no fear. Shockwave with a snipe onto Landon high in the sky. It's a whole bunch of damage on the point right now as Shockwave is just turning them to dust. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go. Shockwave with the perfect pick to start that fight off.
And Shockwave needs to be the player for Virtus Pro if they're able to beat OWCS in this amalgam mirror. Shockwave already obviously building a lot of these railgun shots, but you need to pick Alcalcia, 2 pieces. Fine picks onto the Juno. The Brig, Lambda. And Shockwave did just that with the overclock, but need to repeat that here, considering that Checkmate will be going in with the Dragon Blade.
Same with Jaywu though. An Overwatch League champion versus one of the best rookies we've seen in quite some time in Jaywu. Good shot from onto Shockwave. Shockwave's super low, but Jaywu's already got a kill. Checkmate turns around to see what's going on in his backline right now. And it looks like Alcalcia, Johnny, they are bowing out of this fight. Want to get a good clean one for last.
Yeah, they want to get a clean fight here. Won't be able to build these support ultimates, so all you've got really, your best chance, is this Dragon Blade or potentially Overclock coming in from Lambda, but... Oh, there's a great
shot! An unbelievable pick! Checkmate still got the blade. Jaywu's going to pop his. Checkmate's going to try and match here as both Malgas kind of look at each other, but the forward pressure from Jaywu is just too much. Jaywu with 3 kills with the blade. 20 seconds to go now, and Checkmate's the only one left alive. And Jaywu, oh, he's going to stagger your boy as well. A good deflection as well. Jaywu with 4 kills. Team kill comes in, and now Ziad, desperation on the wrecking ball to get the final touch.
You will get the touch here. Lambda could build an OC. That has to be the ultimate that you're looking for if you're Alcalcia.
Final touch acquired, but look at Vestola's ult charge, Johnny, as well. Cage could come in here and end this fight. Overclocked, ripped by Lambda, but has already taken a body shot and has to play a little bit more slow. Checkmate on the Tracer, trying to aid Lambda in trying to gain some of this space as Jaywu's there on the doorway, shutting it shut. And, well, with OT in session, that payload's going to tick down oh so quick, and there's the Cage, there's the Ray, and the cherry on top are the kills that they're getting. And Alcalcia halted before that second point as Virtus Pro claimed the second map. Or their second map, even.
So clean there. The way they navigated that overclock, they just said, okay, pop the overclock, try to get us. And they just hid. They utilized the map to their advantage, hiding away from that Sojourn play. And then, obviously, recognizing we got an orbital array, we can turn this fight around. You're playing Wrecking Ball. Doesn't work that well in this brawl mirror, right? So a great execution by Virtus Pro on that defense. It looked pretty concerning there for a while, but they ended up get the map win here to go up 2-1 in the series.
2-1 in the series. Virtus Pro take the lead. We'll jump over the desk for a little halftime bit before we get into the action once again.
Thank you both so much. Yeah, welcome back to the desk. So we're here joined by Rachel. Let's talk about this match. It's 2-1 currently for VP, but Alcalcia are looking good. Once again, they're playing it so close, especially when they get to play that Mauga mirror. It works so well for them. Their aggressive high-tempo play style matches so well.
So I think I had some disconnection there. I cannot hear Zoe.
Oh.
And you're okay. You're okay.
Me, but you didn't hear me. I said a lot of really insightful things about...
I'm so very glad. That really makes me happy. So, no, I mean, realistically, I know we went right into the highlight of the emote, so while you were talking, I was just enjoying the little emote moment where it was just an unfortunate turn of events.
For both of us.
Oh, but my goodness, it was a lot of fun. But like, I mean, let's talk a little bit about this series, since I know now that we've kind of had the chance, and again, piggybacking off of you, where, you know, realistically, this last match, which we have the highlights for, Jaywu was disgusting. But like, overall, I think this one is going to be an excellent match, and I think it's really going to go the distance, because there's been this ebb and flow of where this understanding coming from, you know, just overall from VP. We also have just this adjustment that's coming from Alcalcia, which they really did play into their strengths. First map, again, no surprise, where we did get to see the bans that came through, attempting to try and feel confident in that alternative composition with the Kiriko. But as we just saw here, it's this neck and neck type of methodology, and Checkmate's trying to battle against Jaywu. That's a dynamic in and of itself. And then how Shockwave and also Lambda are battling it up. It really is in some instances
battles we have.
Yeah, it's so crazy, and it's really keeping us, I think, just on our toes, and not really quite sure exactly how it's going to fend off and why these matches are so close, because everybody is still stepping up, but then it's those really subtle moments where Jaywu's coming out on top, Shockwave's coming out on top, the first picks are being so significant from Sojourns on both sides, and it's just riveting to see how close this actually is.
So what do you want to see heading into our next map here? Esperanza is coming up for map number 4. That is going to be Alcalcia's pick, of course, as they just lost this one. obviously it's in their best interest to keep a high tempo. What kind of composition do you think we're going to see for a VP then? Do they want to continue running a Maga mirror, or should they just like divert over to the Diva and slow things down?
I mean, the thing is I still think it is, because VP has always played it so well, and we've highlighted Vestola so much, and I think that there is some serious advantages, because when we do talk about the Malga specifically getting the early initiation, and I touched on it just a little bit when it came to the previous match that we saw, where unfortunately, you know, Alcatia was falling behind a little bit, not being able to get as good of an engagement with the Malgas and falling short and being brought, you know, to that limit. But, you know, I'm going to let both Johnny and Jack get more into that aspect of it, because I think they could probably say it more eloquently than I ever could.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, here we go. Esperanza, our 4th map of the series. Virtus Pro leading us right now. Johnny banning Brigitte as Ramatra ban on the other side.
Yeah, pretty interesting here, obviously. Going back to yesterday's series, this was the one map that Alcatia did win. And they looked so by outmaneuvering Virtus Pro on this Maga composition, right? We saw some questionable rotations from Virtus Pro yesterday. Alcatia stuck with the cart, if you recall that one fight, right? But I think that speaks to how well Alcatia really played the rotations on this map. So, you know, you won that map yesterday, but if I'm Virtus Pro, I'm kind of looking at that map thinking, we made some errors. Let's not do those errors here again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Smash has been diligently watching over the VODs over and over again, see what went wrong. And yeah, that cart push where like, this happens a lot on Esperanza specifically, because it takes so long to like get round to the high ground, especially when you're trying to contest where the checkpoint is. So you're like, okay, let's take height away from them because it sucks to fight into that. And now we've lost the payload and it's moving on our side of the map. But we have high ground, guys. Like, it's a really tough spot to be in. But we'll load in just a second. Of course, we just jumped into a brief pause. Alcatia, Johnny, banning the Ramatra here. What does that signal to you?
Yeah, Alcatia banning the Ramatra here, do you think could maybe be a bit of a protect ban there for the Malga? Like, if that is what you want to play? Or do you kind of go a different direction? Do you think they're actually trying to ban Ramatra themselves there?
Yeah, and then a Brig ban is definitely just going to mean double Lucio. Could go with something a little freaky if you wanted to. If you wanted to run like slow comp, you could run Ana, but pretty susceptible to the dives.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if that's going to be the case. I feel like Alcatia, they've kind of like made their name playing these speed compositions, right? Whether it's double speed, Lucio, Kiriko in this instance, I think they're bringing aggression here on Esperanza as well.
Yeah, Vestola as well, rocking the Zarya. Let's get a quick listening as the gates open.
Walking. And swing it. And bubble.
Para diva.
Left side. We give it.
I got oh my god.
Straight.
No. Can trade.
Oh. I can go diva.
What do you want to play?
Diva play?
You want to skinny or what?
Yeah. Look kiwi.
Okay.
But I go Kree.
Okay.
Alright.
Damn, landing with a couple of disrespectful kunais there towards Gala. That was like a Kiri moment, Johnny. I'm not going to call it anything else. Kiri moment where you just get double headshot cross map and you die.
Gotta love Kiri. Both support players on Kiri now. Oh my god,
Kiri moment.
Another one.
Kiri moment. Okay, well, there's Kiriko with the kill.
There's no way.
Made up for that one.
You gotta be kidding me.
DPS players stay mad. Jaywu ends up taking down Labda. Landon trying to get the third Kiri moment of the game. There's a little Suzu for protection. Yeah, 31 meters is all they're gonna get here.
Yeah, that's all they're going to get. Nice little adaptation here by Virtus Pro. Over to the Cassidy. I want to take this moment here to reflect on yesterday's map. Obviously, the bans for Esperanza yesterday were Zarya and the Pharah as well. So the Zarya was the hero that Vestola rolled out on, but Labda sticking to this Pharah. This is a hero that Labda really made his name on. A fantastic Pharah player, one of the best in the world. Now able to show what he's got on his signature hero.
Yeah, he was so sick. So sick last year. Absolute beast. Shockwave on the Cassidy, like you mentioned, Johnny, not something we see a lot either. But very much a counter to the Pharah, always has been.
Yeah. Shockwave can play it as well. Opportunity to shut down both Lambda and Checkmate, but you're gonna have this diva in your face pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, Panic found the hammer there, you see that? He's like, don't come anywhere near me. Nice little D suit by Siad. Again, these fights, they want to take them quick. And with the quick fights, Johnny, the Pharah, sometimes you don't want to ignore her, but you're kind of forced to in a way because you have 4 other people kind of running at you, and that just leaves the Pharah in such a free headspace as well. You're like, okay, I'm just chill, just firing rockets, and then you my team finishes them up.
Yeah, I mean, they're making space for the Pharah here, essentially, right? Because it is going to be very difficult for Lambda to get the right angles to land some of these rockets, but because Siad, with Landon and Hakon, this very fast composition, that means that Lambda can kind of like poke his head around, land some big rockets, and that's kind of like what you're hoping for here. Now though, Virtus Pro, 5 ultimates. Deadeye, popped early.
High noon under the bridge, no skulls locked just yet. Bit of space, resetting into mid. Sound barrier coming in though, and now they pounce. Repeat sound barrier though, on the side of Virtus Pro. A good stick, but there's the roll, and there's the Suzu on top too. Oh, Labda, he thought he could get away with that one. But Fixer and Vestola was ready for it.
Yeah, it's going to be Alcatia playing it really fast, but Virtus Pro, the fact they're able to like deflect that big dive coming in, sustain through it. Great roll by Shockwave, navigating that pulse bomb. Going to swap over to the Sojourn here. Slabda does so too, shying away from the Pharah. Perhaps playing a bit more of a stable composition here. Don't want to play that all in, right? Gala has to Kitsune Rush in here. This should be Virtus Pro winning this fight with a support ultimate advantage.
All right, well, there's the Kitsune Rushes, Johnny. I mean, good luck staying alive on that point as the Diva there. You've only got so much Matrix, sadly. Lead taken by Virtus Pro, and because of where the bot is positioned, that's going to be checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be checkpoint, and now you can push up as well if you'd like. Shockwave, taking the high ground there with the slide, and just poke around. Look for picks, build some charge, and if you can't find something, you're playing a very mobile composition now that you could always fall back. Looks like Alcatia got some positioning here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Virtus Pro maybe shying away from this little fight, looking for a better position to take the fight, but Checkmate's in your backline.
Fixer. Yeah, good positioning by Checkmate there, taking that little alternate angle to the mid. Just focusing Fixer out. But they still got checkpoint, Johnny. That's a big win for Virtus Pro. They can reset on the point, just get those Rave respawns, and they should be able to touch, and they might even be able to get high ground too.
Yeah. Buckle in, we might have another Esperanza banger coming our way, because yesterday was back and forth all the way until the very end. One of the best push maps we've seen so far this stage, and this one kicked off pretty similarly here as we're halfway through. It's going to be Shockwave on the high ground here. Come on, flank, Jwoo, pulse bomb.
Yeah, pulse bomb in hand.
But there's Kira.
Yeah, it's going to have to do some good tracking here on the Tracer. We're actually just going to use that rush first. That's a very early Suzu from Gala, so no safety net here for Shockwave to stay alive in the fight. And even the same could be said for himself. A very early Suzu. And as soon as that Suzu comes in, Johnny, you're running that Kiriko down. There is no chance for the Kiri to run away either because no one's playing on an off angle you can TP to.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush was a big factor in that fight from Landon, and now it's Alcatia's turn. Push up, get these angles right. Gala's going to build up to this Kitsune Rush, and we've seen how lethal the Kitsune Rush is here when you play these very fast-paced compositions. Checkmate has a pulse bomb there, but again, with the Suzu, for both teams here, pulse bomb's so hard to pull off here. Oh?
Oh, they don't know. Well, they know now. Nice to play from the Genji. Still looking for the pulse bomb. Doesn't want to throw out just yet. Senses the mech around the corner. That defect can come in at any moment. Self-destruct. Sound barrier is going to connect from Alcatia. They're under a lot of trouble. A lot of pressure in the back line. A good stick onto Shockwave as he was sliding into the front. And what a chase down by Checkmate. Himself and Lambda picking up some crucial kills there as the bot continues their lead. A self-destruct remake from Vestola as Jwoo finishes off Lambda, but still the bot gaining Alcatia space. Look at that. 82 meters we'll call that versus 68 from Virtus Pro as they go for the reset.
Yeah, and they kind of salvaged that fight because Sia got demec'd early, had to pop the self-destruct. Haku popped the sound barrier, didn't really hit, just hit like 3 people perhaps, but they win that fight, take the lead, and now you have some positioning. Can you set up Labda here? on the off angle with this overclock.
Overclock used, but the Diva's there, going to be in the way for the time being. Use that Matrix to soak up all that damage, but a good shot on Shockwave in the back line. Might take another one with him. No, Jaywu and Vestola end his life, but this is a one-sided fight for sure. Vestola is alive, but unfortunately, Demectin doesn't have the self-destruct, so the stagger's going to come in, and the bot is on their side of the map. Alcazia, Johnny, they're going to go over 100 meters potentially.
Yeah, and they have the Kitsune Rush available as well here. This is now Alcazia firmly in control here on Esperanza, looking to tie up the series. They're going to get some positioning here. Vestola not even spawned yet. Just back here. But this is Alcazia now fighting on their own conditions. The Kitsune Rush available whenever they want it.
Checkmate wants this pulse bomb as well. And he's chasing down Fixer. Fixer's been his public enemy number one. Checkmate gets the kill on him too. Triple blink follows the Lucio. Self-destruct thrown in on top. There's a rush happening from Alcazia. Lead over 115 meters. This is bad news bears for Virtus Pro, Johnny. I don't know what to say. A good little stick too on the mech. They should be able to get a D-suit. And no self-destruct again for Vestola.
No Diva to help out Jaywu either. You have this Dragon Blade, but like, who's gonna make space for you? Who's gonna protect you? Go down!
They're gonna get full capped on, Johnny. I don't know what to tell you. Virtus Pro all in spawn right now, tail between their legs. Jaywu's got a Dragon Blade. They're gonna have self-destruct and a rush, but it's too little too late, Captain. They've capped. They've only gone in full capped against Virtus Pro. Alcazia tying the series up 2-2.
Wow. Unbelievable performance on Esperanza. They are so rare to see the bot fully capped, but Alcazia, they get the job done. Their checkmate, I have to say, incredible performance on the Tracer. With Jaywu shying away from that Genji, didn't have the same level of impact. You know, that's been Jaywu's go-to hero. So now here in the Tracer duel, checkmate making a bit of a statement.
Yeah, making moves. Just always in the backline, hiding away, right? I mean, that's what we've seen, what even players like Haku do. Hide on the brig. Go for these silly little plays where you're waiting for the team to run past you, hit the bash, hit the pulse. Just a different tempo. I love what I'm seeing right now from Alcazia. This is they've ended up banning the Ram too, and you can see how confident Ziad is on the Diva. This is Vestola, one of his best heroes. Where do we go next, Johnny? What is the game plan for Virtus Pro?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? Because now you've kind of felt that maybe the Mauga mirror like didn't really work your way, although that feels a bit disrespectful. They won Dorado after all, right? So both teams kind of like holding their own here in the Mauga matchup, but also the Diva matchup. This is kind of what I expected from Alcazia even going into this week, because Ziad is such an incredible Diva player. Maybe can shy away from the Mauga, force this Diva duel, and you know, they came out on top here on Esperanza. Stats quite dominant there. You can see the KD for yourself.
5.4 to 1.3 on the side of Virtus Pro, despite VP getting a decent lead to start. Even the checkpoint first as well, which is, I would love to know the stat of the team that gets the checkpoint first. What is their win rate compared to the team that gets checkpoint second? You know what I mean? Like, it feels like the team that gets checkpoint first is normally the winner. It's got to be over 60% of the time they end up winning. Very hard stat to track, though, to be fair. Takes a lot of digging, I would say, in the VODs and the archives for that one. But if you're Virtus Pro, where do you go now? Because you've already gone to Dorado. You ended up obviously getting that map win with the Mauga comps, like you said, but this Diva matchup is looking very close. And if checkmate continues on this Tracer like this, I mean, hey, maybe ban Tracer.
I kind of feel like you have to play a map that really enables Shockwave to shine, because I feel like Shockwave has been the biggest difference maker for Virtus Pro so far this series. We can talk about Jaywu and Jaywu's Genji, Vestola, performances he has had, but I feel like when these teams have kind of like brawled out, it's been Shockwave who's really been the outstanding performer for Virtus Pro. Finding picks, navigating the off angles, being in great positions to capitalize on Alcazia's early aggressive engages, right? Because when Alcazia, they really take it to you, that opens up the space around Alcazia, right? And so we're heading over to Eichenwalde here, which, my God, I can't even remember the last time we saw Eichenwalde being played here.
Feels like a long time ago.
Yeah.
Eichenwalde, not normally the map we go to, because a lot of teams end up just going to Suravasa, because it's in the same pool as the hybrids, that being Suravasa. So, yeah, not Not been too recent we've seen Eichenwalder. And Virtus Pro, Johnny, they are banning the Tracer. Okay. All right, and then Ana ban for OWCS.
Yeah, so banning the Tracer there, getting checkmate off that hero and forcing perhaps a little bit of Genji there instead. Ana, you know, so good on this map, you know, especially second point there, can rain down some nades there as well. But this is a pretty good hit scan map, especially like point B, you can set up Shockwave for success here if you want to, right? But given we haven't seen this map in quite a while here, I'm quite intrigued to see what both of these teams have kind of cooked up for us here.
Yeah, let's take a little peek. I would love to have seen some Ana on this map, but yeah, not exactly a pick that you want to be on the receiving end of. Terrifying when you get to the second point. Okay, so OWCS running the Malgacom. Landon back on the Juno. Haku on the Brig.
Yeah, and I don't think this is too surprising, right? Because, I mean, just look at this first point, how close it is. Very narrow, very small. Enables this kind of like brawl playstyle, right? One speed ring, one overrun, and you're in. You're on top of your opponent. So there's no space to really work around the Mauga composition. Like, even like something like a Pharah, when we eventually see OWCS on defense, you know, like, it's going to be tough to make that work. So, it's going to be the Mauga on the defense, but Vistola... The Diva pick?
The last time we went to Eichenwalder was week 2 Virtus Pro versus
Oh my god! That was like a month ago.
Yeah, like that was February 8th. That was literally a month and a day ago, so.
Alright, there we go.
Alright.
Poking, prodding for now. Interesting to see here now then how you kind of take space, right? Because as soon as you commit here, Siad probably wants to get to the back line.
Still pretty low though. I think he's popped the cardiac overdrive already. Oh, a very short stomp. But Vestola's still unhappy to kind of chase until now, and the backup is here for Ziad. All right, Vestola gets his shins kicked in. But unfortunately for OWCS, they've lost for Ziad and checkmate. Yeah, if they can kind of slow the tempo down just slightly, get back all their health, and then push, which is exactly what they're doing, they're going to be able to maybe even get a pick here too. Nice shot onto Haku. Nice little right click, and Jwu's going to be able to get these cleanup kills.
Yeah, that's Virtus Pro securing the first point there. Great recognition there of Ziad saying, we need to deal with this Mauga straight off the bat. We can't just leave the Mauga hanging here on this little side room. So they pressure him. Bit of a messed up overarm from Ziad there. Maybe bumping his head there on the roof. He's going to punish Ziad and sets up the first point cap for Virtus Pro now. Jwu building towards the blade. Got an overclock coming up here for Virtus Pro as well, but kind of see what we do in the neutral here to set up this fight.
Yeah, checkmate just off-angling as he always does. Ziad is so low though. Look how deep Ziad was. There was no real, like, backup. Normally they're, like, holding us 5, you know? Like, at the front door, or the gates, or the choke points, or whatever. But Ziad was alone.
Yeah, and maybe you want to go for the contest there to just take some time off the clock, right? But I feel like that wasn't even, like, a fully fledged fight. And now you have Virtus Pro. They've built these ultimates early. They're going to have high ground positioning here if they want it. Might see a big brawl coming up here on the high ground. But Virtus Pro, they don't even have it. So, positional advantage for OWCS. Oh my god, what a pick from Shockwave.
Yeah, Haku's already dead, mate. Ziad's in the front line, just getting torn apart. Shockwave just finds another, sure. Pause ends up coming in, unfortunately.
Oh, boy.
Kind of an annoying time. OWCS maybe pausing like, what's going on, guys? Just losing people like this? Like, yeah, like you said, Johnny, it's not really been a fight. There was a fight on first. On second, there's not really been much. It's been picks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happened to Haku there. Hopefully, nothing was involved in the death of Haku there, you know, maybe get picked before the fight because of some technological issue. Very much hoping that was not the case, because if not, I mean, that's a great pick from Shockwave as well, because you are facing that high ground and you're like, please don't, you know, please don't get in our face. But getting that pick, it essentially, you know, ups the odds of Virtus Pro winning that fight, and you have so many ultimates to deal with. Virtus Pro looking quite unstoppable so far, and Ziad maybe a bit too overcommittal on the Mauga so far, getting picked early here. That is giving a lot of momentum to Virtus Pro so far on this attack.
Yeah, I wonder how they end up pivoting because they are fairly far away from their orbital ray, and because you're taking fights so aggressively and like how much damage you've been doing over the last couple, and you've been winning these fights handily, you put up the orbital ray in no time. So you're probably just going to get bowled over if you don't have the ray yourself.
I would essentially say that this second point is just, it's done. It's over. It's done. Yeah, Virtus Pro, they'll have the positioning. It'll be Alcazia like coming back for like a last kind of contest here, and then like what? You're facing a third point with like, 5 minutes 30 or something on the time bank. This is off to a very rough start for Alcazia.
Hey. Hello.
That is 10% away, Johnny. Retouch inevitable. They've got speed ring.
This is so hard.
It's getting closer and closer. Here comes the blade. There goes the orbital ray. Haku's already down, and Jwoo, they're just walking into him. Not because they want to, but because they have to. They have to touch this point. The cage is going to get deployed. Checkmate. Just swing it in air. And there's the Brawley stun. Alcazia full on the second point. 5 minutes in the time bank for VP.
And they had to commit 3 ultimates. They really tried to fend off that point B cap, but committing 3 big ultimates. Now, Virtus Pro, they don't have any ultimates themselves. But still, though, this is Alcazia now with her back against the wall. Cage comes down early. Catches 1. Potentially. No, not even that.
Catches none, unfortunately. No wraparound here from Vestala. You just that overrun just to run through the cage there. See, that is so low. Johnny, this is a slaughter from VP right now.
Yeah, Alcazia just haven't found their footing. They want to be aggressive, they want to get in there, but so far it's been Sia just getting picked early in these fights and not helping his team whatsoever. This is just a bit of a wash here. You don't have anything here.
We have to gain a little bit of space, at least on this last point, but they got no ults. Virtus Pro probably going to play this slightly slow. Jwoo and Shockwave, they do have ults coming up, and there's the stomp. Good follow-up from Checkmate there, dashing straight on to Fixer, who was stunned. They still under trading, though, and here comes the overclock. Shockwave's in a good spot to just take over this map. A couple of shots land there onto the back line, but Labda finishes him off just with a left click. But everybody is so low on the side of Alcazia right now, and Virtus Pro, they're not giving up the ghost just yet. They're happy to stay on this point, as this blade from Jwoo could be all that they need.
Couple ultimates online here. This is good from Alcazia. Able to hold off Virtus Pro here, and now this point is a bit deceiving. You could actually push out here, be aggressive if you'd like to. Obviously, Checkmate just poking for now. But I mean, historically here on this bridge, we've seen these aggressive compositions. You can really push out of this castle if you want to. Get on top of your opponent. You have an orbital ray, double support ultimate here. Lots of ultimates on both sides, to be honest. So Alcazia, even though there's 3 minutes on the clock here, very much in this. Could have a great defense coming their way.
Yeah, big old fight from both teams right now as Virtus Pro have fought to their name. Early rally. Are they going to fight this? They're not popping that rage, Johnny, and here comes the blade. The cage is going to be devastating as well, locking everybody in place so Jwoo can just carve them up for a Sunday roast. A nice little deflect there from Checkmate, but you cannot stop Jwoo. Virtus Pro, they dump everything they have into that fight, and they're even going to try and stagger Ziad as well. 2.5 minutes to go, and this kill could be disastrous. A cardiac overdrive, though, ends up saving Ziad's life as Labda peeks his head out of the spawn doors and pops the overclock.
Able to hold for now. Checkmate needs to come in clutch with this Dragon Blade. CL goes in, make some space for him.
Yeah, Blade's been popped. Okay, there you go. Still got a dash as well. Okay, fight over, Johnny. No chance they come back into this one. 2 minutes to go. This first and second point, very much so like you playing chess against a stick bug. But now, Alcazia, fully evolved form as they are whittling down that time back. They've taken 3 minutes off already. They got 2 more to go to try and hold them.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a great defense considering what Alcazia were facing just a few minutes ago. Shockwave has this overclock, but if CL can build this cage, that shield alone will be enough to kind of like protect them from this. Here we go, though.
They're going in again. Yeah, Fixer falls. There it is. Alcazia finally finding that 5th gear. Going in early, finding aggressive fights. Virtus Pro quickly reset.
Yeah, and if you're Virtus Pro here, minute 20 on the timer, I would say you have one big opportunity coming up here with the Orbital Ray, the Dragon Blade. Kind of want to take a quick fight here, maybe get rid of the cage. the orbital ray if Landon wants to commit it. This is all about setting yourself up for the best chance of winning possible. And it might not be this upcoming fight, but Gala has his orbital ray. Likely to see it committed.
Cage is going to come in super early. That almost got cancelled, Johnny. There's the orbital rays. Just bathing those cages in lights. But a big stomp. But a dash from Jwoo is going to net them 2 kills. Still, though, tentatively trying to clean these up. Trying not to kill Checkmate right now. They want to stagger him as much as possible because right now they flipped the map completely. Ziad's going to come in, but there's the cage. Blake can get popped as well. Focus fire in the front line as Landon dashes to the point, using that swift step to get on top of his tank. But Jwoo, man of the hour there for Virtus Pro. End up capping the point. 30 seconds left in the time bank. That was a 4-minute and 30-second hold, by the way, Johnny, on third.
Yeah, amazing defense on the third point from Alcazia to dwindle down that time just 30 seconds. Realistically, I think both teams pretty happy. All things considered, right? If you Virtus Pro, you get the cap with time. Guarantees that you won't have to face a draw scenario, right? And Alcazia themselves, 30 seconds. That's a lot less than 3-4 minutes.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't be too unhappy with that.
It's something to be said, too. Being in that situation, you're looking at a time bank of 5 minutes going on to third, and you're like, wow. Like, they are rolling us. We are, and we need to be in a good headspace to take these fights. And it really felt like they shored up at the end. You can't lose confidence in those pivotal moments in the finals. You're 2-2 against the team that has gone undefeated this season, and their confidence did not wane.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Ziad here. Like the mental of after the first and second point, like you're arguably like overcommitting. You're going in, you're dying early in these fights, and then on third point, you just keep going, man. Just overrun in there, make space for the rest of your team.
Yeah, that's a really good point because he was just overrunning on cooldown. Yeah. Like, it wasn't kind of they're kind of destroying us. I need to play more safe. I need to back up a little bit, play my supports a little bit more, you know. He was like, no, we know how we want to play and we know how we like to play. We like to just go in.
Yeah, and they do it expertly. That's in part why they secured a ticket to China. Because of this playstyle, and they had the utmost confidence in it. Now taking some space. Jwoo on this Farah. It's going to be a bit of a twist in the composition here. Vestola got damage here.
Counter stomped.
Yeah.
Vestola's dead. Nice counter stomp there from Ziad, getting that stun. All right, okay. If you can do it, maybe we can do it better. A very quick and clean first fight.
Very clean there from Alcazia. Vestola punished a little bit Jwoo over to the Genji immediately. That's what I said earlier, right? Like the Farah, like theoretically you could sit back, get some poke in, but you forfeit so much space by playing this Farah, and it didn't work out for Virtus Pro. Now it's Alcazia getting some momentum here on offense. Virtus Pro taking a fight before the gate opens.
Oh, we don't see this too often, but it's worth doing just to stop a team here. You can play around these walls pretty easily, and Vestola's getting a large value on these stomps.
Yeah, this is a lot of stall, right? Because the gate, it will take some time. This is Virtus Pro buying valuable seconds on their defense. Like you said, we haven't seen this in quite some time, but like back in GOATs, this was a common occurrence.
Oh,
so bring it back here, Mauga. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. The Mauga comp kind of plays the same way. Vestola is super low, Johnny. So low. He's in desperate attention, yeah? They can't apply the plasters quick enough to his body. Checkmate kills 2. Alcazia, they eventually get that gate open, but again, like you said, valuable seconds bought.
Yeah, no ultimates needed to be spent there by Alcazia, so pretty happy here with 5 ultimates coming their way. Virtus Pro closing in on it as well. But yeah, it feels a bit GOATs-like, doesn't it? You're trying to take these early fights, contest as much as you can, dwindle down the clock, and okay, here we go.
Count is done. Orbital rays coming in. 2 Maugas just staring at each other directly in the eyes, hopefully lovingly, but I think for Vestola, it was a little bit more fear behind his eyes than it was for Ziad's. Good play from Checkmate as well. Keeping that payload rolling.
Keeping the payload rolling there. Both support ultimates used there for Virtus Pro. Bit of a brawl going still here. Ziad, drop slow.
Surely you don't lose Ziad.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
These late deaths as well are kind of annoying. Shockwave, he's in enemy territory right now with Gala, but the backup has arrived.
Yeah.
And yeah, Secret Agent Shockwave on that high ground lands a triple kill. Oh, Lander ends up scoring him though. Both Sojans going head to head, but Shockwave kills 3 in quick succession. Gonna play that on the brain dance a little bit later. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Is OWCS going to make their second attempt at this second point push?
Yeah, and it's Haku going down early there on the break. That kind of opens things up for Shockwave. Great high ground uses there with the overclock. Got a cage here from Vistola on the high ground. Opportunity to trap someone here onto the backline. Goes for Vistola instead.
Split them up. Rally ends up getting deployed here, Johnny. A nice little double stun there on to the tank. Really feels like Goats. Checkmate dead to JWoo. God, this is a scrappy fight. Both Vistola and Ziad just popping those shifts. Those cardiac overdrives mid-fight, just hoping the Genjis can find a pick. And of course, you can always rely on JWoo. 3 minutes now.
Yep, 3 minutes for them now, and Virtus.pro feeling confident here on the defense instead. Utilizing this high ground to their advantage, taking smart fights, has to be said. JWoo has this Dragon Blade. How can you set up your Genji in this fight? Obviously, Cardiac Overdrive is going to help out with the healing. Lifesteal perk there as well. Double support ultimates here as well. Virtus.pro, I mean, this defense is stout, Jack. They're looking mighty comfortable here.
Comfortable and confident. Orbital Ray, got the blade. They're in a good spot as well, taking the back of the bridge. No one's been picked early. Classic Icon Valda bridge fights. Both orbital rays being used. Blade's been popped though from JWoo. He's got the firepower to finish this fight, but can he actually land the connections with the blade? That's a whole heap of damage. And Haku, and both him and Land are just sent so low as Vistola just riddles them all with bullets there at the very end. And Virtus.pro, Johnny, they are gonna stand tall once again on the bridge.
Yeah, and I'm looking for this upcoming fight to kind of be a good opportunity for OWCS to cap out here. Both support ultimates utilized from Virtus.pro there. Obviously going to be great for that level of sustain. Now though, Shockwave on the high ground with the OC. He has all the ground he needs to go for an aggressive play. He's going to go so early.
Look at this aggro. Straight to the spawn. They saw Ziad already cross. Blade's been popped to try and actually win them this fight, as they are fighting in spawn right now, and JWoo's already picked up a kill. Checkmate kind of stuck on this sideline. He's got the cage for cover, Johnny, but this is not where OWCS want to use ults. And Vistola's still got a cage of his own, by the way.
Yeah, and like the card keeps rolling back, Jack. Because you took that early engagement, it's going to buy you more time to take a second fight here. So actually, very tactically well done from Virtus.pro there to get an opportunity with this cage fight.
No ults. There is the charge. There is the cage. Haku's in trouble. And there's the insta-kill. Oh, Vistola looked like he was almost going to send himself over the edge there. But what a perfect cage from Vistola. Just splitting up the team. And now we're in final fight territory.
Final fight territory indeed. Again, Virtus.pro, such a smart defense.
Vistola's such a beast.
That overclock play is just insane from Shockwave. And then Vistola isolates the Brig, finds the pick there, shields the rest of his team, and then win with a man advantage. 30 seconds, Jack. This is OWCS' last opportunity on point B.
They got no ults.
Nope.
Orbital Ray up in 20% as well. Same for Landon. It's a rush for the Rays. Who can deploy the satellite first? A space race. Rally available from Fixer, and they're going to go in super early. They want to try and take this fight as early as humanly possible. Lab just trying to jump up to the high ground, but ends up missing. Fixer going pretty low, though, but still that shield standing tall for himself. He does end up going down, yes. The payload is being touched by OWCS, but a scrappy fight in the backline right now is going to result in checkmate, and Ziad end up going down. 3-man on the point as the Orbital Ray is deployed by Gala, and now it's all on Virtus.pro. It's their fight to lose here, as Gala ends up going down. JWoo with the blade is going to pop it regardless. Spawn advantage here for Virtus.pro, and here's the big stomp, and JWoo takes to the skies with the help of Shockwave, and they're going to hold them on second. Virtus.pro with match point now in the series.
Wow, what a defense from Virtus.pro. I mean, that was just tactical mastery. The way they took those fights, the way they set themselves up for success, everyone contributing. Shockwave really has to be said, like the Sojourn, so good there, utilizing the high ground on point B. But then again, JWoo, Vistola, combining efforts in those close range fights. Like, you know, this is what it boils down to in these compositions. These brawl compositions is about how do you take your engages, how do you maneuver the map. And Virtus.pro, they're certainly showing their experience because we've done this so many times in the past.
Yeah, look, Vistola is a beast. Yeah. Like, audience kind of voted him. Obviously, you put him up there as one of your candidates for the stage 1 MVP, like all-star. And him being acutely aware of the cage timings too. And there was a few times where he's just splitting off, like, you want to go aggro? That's cool. I'm going to now put the cage in between you, Ziad, and the rest of your team. Maybe even lock someone in. And himself and Jwoo were able to just finish those people in the cage with little to no help from the rest of the team.
Yeah, and look, Vestola is controlling the offense there. Like, beautiful shots from Shockwave. But controlling the rest of the team, where are we rotating? How are we taking this fight? Obviously, cage kind of gives you the opportunity to just change the entire battlefield to your advantage, right? And so yeah, Vestola, there's a reason I nominated him for MVP. He earned those honors by the chat. Yeah, that is a big reason why Virtus.pro are up 3-2 now against Alcazia in our EMEA Grand Final with match point in their favor.
They could go perfect here, Johnny. They could be 10-0 by the end of today. Now, look at those deaths too. 68-36. An insane amount of deaths. But to be fair, that's just how these comps work. They are super quick. They take as many fights as humanly possible. And like you rightfully pointed out, this meta is all about space creation with your Mauga.
Yeah, because look, sometimes you can sit back and you can be like, yeah, we're going to capitalize on the opponent's mistakes. We're going to find picks. But it's really hard to do that if you don't have the right angles, if you don't have the right positioning. And that is where the aggression really comes in giving your damage players behind you the best opportunity possible to get those picks, to create an angle for them to secure frags. And that is what Vestola does so well for his team, recognizing how can I set up Shockwave for success? How can I set up Jwoo for success? And that is what a great tank really does for you right now. Ziad commits hard, goes in early, and that is very hard to deal with because there's just so much coming your way. You scatter around, you really lose all your positioning because you have to worry about the Mauga in front of you. And that's the subset damage players for Alcazia in this moment, right? But at that time on an Eichenwalde, it's really Vestola outplaying, I feel like, Ziad and the rest of Alcazia to create the space required for Shockwave to pop off on the Sojourn and Jwoo on the Genji.
Maybe just that veterancy coming through for Vestola. Samoa going back to control, match point for Virtus.pro. A ban of the Pharah from Alcazia. Don't want to deal with Jwoo on that. Pretty effective, to be fair. We've seen it time and time again on Samoa. And a Lucio ban from VP.
Wow, this is interesting. Virtus.pro undefeated on this map in stage 1, and now you're taking it to what is usually, not in this series, but what is usually Virtus.pro first map pick, right? Because Virtus.pro, they usually have the higher seed because they've been so dominant this stage. They actually usually go to Samoa. Now, this series went to Legion Tower instead. They had something pre-planned. But this is Alcazia on Virtus.pro match point, taking Virtus.pro to one of their best maps.
Briggs, no Lucios, and no Pharah, so it's going to be a Sojourn and Genji affair for both sides, I would imagine. Unless Alcazia want to run with anything different. We've seen them do the Sim, we've seen them do the Torb, we've seen a little bit of flair from the DPS line. Gates are opening in a couple of seconds. Virtus.pro match points. One more win results in a stage 1 title with your ticket already booked to China.
And I think the stakes are going to be high immediately here, Jaws. This is the round that Virtus.pro have been so dominant on. The way they sit back, the way they pick you apart. And now Alcazia, their best chance to win this map is going to be if they're able to win this round out of all the 3 available here on Samoa.
Oh, Gala has caught the ire of checkmate there, but Haku first to fall on the side of Alcazia. It's all falling apart on the first round by the looks of it. Vestola doesn't end up getting stunned there. I saw in the little UI is Landon and Ziad end up getting that kill. So small trades, but the point is flipped.
Or the point is flipped for now. Let's see. Labda has the rail fired up, misses. But Ziad still on this point, contesting.
Pops the cardiac overdrive, but you can't really stay in this fight too long. You need to be able to reset because the longer you stay in this fight without any kills, the more punishing it is for you.
Yeah, we've seen in these compositions, right, that if you lose this fight immediately, you're not able to build these ultimates. This is the polar opposites. I mean, this is about as fast as we've built ultimates in these compositions because of these prolonged first fight. Virtus.pro built a lot of valuable cap time on there right as your support ultimates start coming online here. This is going to be such an uphill battle for Alcadzia now facing double support ultimate.
Checkmate trying to find an off angle. JWoo 10% towards that plate as well, Johnny.
Yep.
Exactly. This is the playbook here for Checkmate. We saw this earlier on Samoa, just taking these off angles over and over, just trying to draw the gaze of Virtus Pro. But like you mentioned, they're playing slow.
Here we go.
Here comes the push though. Oh, here comes the orbital ray. Vestola's just going to dip onto the low ground. They lost him. They lost him. The orbital ray. Not really finding them all too much as Shockwave just lets it rip with the overclock, tagging Checkmate there in the skull. Ends up not getting the kill, but now it's JWoo's turn on the blade. Gets a deflect kill onto Haku. Checkmate goes down and JWoo with 3 on the point. And Johnny, we're closing in on the first round, being 100-0, and the stagger's gonna cost them dearly.
They just won't have the judo. 90%, someone has to get the touch. You have these ultimates, you cannot swap to the Tracer. Can they even touch here? Yeah, Ziad will.
There's the touch coming in, but Checkmate's dead. No more blade for Alcadzia. Rally ends up coming through here for both sides. And Labda with the overclock, but he's staring straight at Shield. I mean, good luck firing through this. Labda comes in with 1 HP remaining, but it's too little too late. That's 100-0 for Virtus Pro. Even Checkmate, a champion, can't get the job done there.
Just perfect rotations from Virtus Pro. They have all the answers for what Alcadzia are trying to do. Popping the speed ring, utilizing the overrun to get in there. Virtus Pro, they're like, okay, fine. We'll just outmaneuver you. We'll take the beach side, we'll rotate around, set up Shockwave, set up JWoo, and then just take you down once you've spent all your resources. That is why Virtus Pro, they're so good in this composition, the way they play that round. And now Alcadzia, they have to be perfect from here on out.
Needs to be perfect. Match point, map point, point. Here we go. Gates unlocked, same comp. Shockwave going to TP them forward. Tell a lie. Checkmate on Torb, Johnny.
On Torb indeed. Shotgun could come in handy. The turret, of course, creating a bit of an off angle, but this has been a good round for Alcadzia in the past here. They like to brawl. They like to engage, get deep into the enemy backline. And so despite the fact they're playing this Torb, yeah, it's a bit of a slower hero compared to the Genji. But they have excelled on this round, and I'm curious to see how Ziad opts to engage on the Maga.
Trob, very powerful. Stature, very tall. There's the push in from Vestola. Vesto's so low. The heals are coming in thick and fast, though. My word, the backline. And I say double stun, but it's all over already. The focus fire into Vestola. You can imagine the entirety of Alcadzia there calling him one. He's one. We have to kill him. But Gala and Fixer kept him up, and there's the cap again.
Yeah, and it's maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there for Ziad. He decides to overrun what it looked like to me towards Shockwave, but obviously Sojourn slides away pretty easily. And because Ziad committed the overrun there, that means that Vestola could have just counter overrun and set up Virtus Pro for the win in that fight. Now, Shockwave with the overclock.
Already.
This ends
Already.
now.
Here he goes.
Just gonna pull it instantly, yeah? They're probably not expecting this at all. He did so much damage in the last fight, and they're just gonna turn tail and run. Gonna still try and claim a little bit of space. You got 0.5 of a kill, you take the turret.
Race here.
Orbital Ray deployed on the point. Vestola knows not to stay around, but they're gonna return with a Ray in kind. Quickly though, Alcadzia put themselves on the point. A big slam in the front line. Is it going to actually work though as the cage does end up getting deployed? A blade, a rally. Everything pops in here for Virtus Pro to try and keep themselves alive and well. It's Ziad first to fall. They may have given up the cap, Johnny, but it doesn't matter. Virtus Pro going to get this team kill.
And losing that fight with the cage fight, with the orbital ray. Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there, because now Virtus Pro, despite the fact they popped the support ultimates themselves, this is a notoriously difficult point to kind of recapture if you're not in control. You have this OC, you have the rally, Molten Core as well, but it's going to be an uphill battle nonetheless.
Overclock being used first. A bit early though. Everybody's able to get out of the line of sight of Labda, who has been the superstar for Alcadzia, finding pick after pick after pick first. Here it is. Is lands a checkmate this time around. Rally deployed from Haku too, but Virtus Pro back off 73%. In their time bank.
Yeah, 2 ultimates used there from Alcadzia. At this point, 73% for Virtus Pro. Recognizing perhaps that We're essentially in one fight territory, perhaps. You just need one clean fight here, so Alcatia spending 2 ultimates to get the point, that's fine. We just want one clean fight here to set up potentially winning stage 1 of EMEA here.
Molten Core used really early. You're actually going to separate Vestola away from the rest of the team. Good coverage from Checkmate, still taking a lot of damage from the Disruptor shot, but that's bought a lot of time.
It has, and another ultimate out. Virtus Pro building that ultimate bank. First Shockwave on the off angle.
He's on the flank. They're just going to go in. Haku just end up getting stunned, but there's the cage. It's going to lock people in place, or at least try to. They managed to find Haku, but they're going to be able to get the point flip here, Johnny.
Point flip and guaranteed last fight territory here now. You're down the brig, but you got an orbital ray coming up here. Bit of an awkward angle, actually.
Yeah, nice little counter stun there. Ziad has to get out of dodge fast. He ends up popping he has to pop the blade here for Jwoo. He ends up getting one straight off the map. Goes Ziad.
This is it.
He's not in this fight whatsoever. Labda also ends up falling over. Ziad has to get back onto the point. He takes the jump pad up there to trigger OT, but is it enough? The cage ends up getting deployed. Same with that cardiac overdrive, but this is going to be it. That shield being deployed is just too much for them. They've stepped too close to the jaws of the beast, and Vestola and Virtus Pro are going to sing this one home. A 2-0 on Samoa, and Virtus Pro are your Stage 1 EMEA champions.
10-0. That's the final record for Virtus Pro here in Stage 1 of EMEA. Dominant throughout, and they ended it putting on a Mauga masterclass, completely outmaneuver their opponent in Alcatia. Both teams, of course, qualified to China already, but this is the little cherry on top. Being proclaimed the Stage 1 champion, that has to feel good for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, 10-0. Not quite the golden stage with no map losses, but a 10-0 nonetheless. At the very end there, Ziad getting out of the fight. Labda also dashing off the map. There was no kill credit for anybody. I'm curious what actually happened to Labda, but regardless, Virtus Pro take home the win. They get the #1 seed going into China. The Dark Horse eventually put to rest in Alcatia. But what a stage, and what an unbelievable tournament for themselves as well. Taking down the likes of the Ultimates, who were on an upwards hill trajectory in the semi-finals in the lowers. What an unbelievable final series. And it wasn't a complete clean sweep, which has historically been the case for many finals in Overwatch Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this, EMEA stage, we've had a few metas go Ensis way last year, Space Station's way last year, but this time around it was a brawl by definition in this Mauga composition. Look, no shame for Alcatia here losing to Virtus Pro. They've been the best team so far. Great experience, one has to say as well, going into the China Major, competing at such high stakes here, and maybe they can polish up their play here a little bit ahead of that major. But Virtus Pro, I'm just mightily impressed by the fact that they've been able to play so many different compositions, right? Because if we look back, it was the Sim Torb, it was the Hazard meta, and now finally the Mauga meta. Virtus Pro, they've shown they've been dominant on all of those compositions.
Yeah, I mean, Alcatia, they took a bite out of VP, but VP, the Apex Predators of EMEA. Let's jump over to Zoe and Rich on the desk, though. But before, actually, we're going to hear the winning comms from VP.
Yeah.
There you have it.
The joy.
Winning
The joy.
moments. That's right. I mean, rightfully so. This was once again a close series between the two teams, and VP once again came out on top. What a gamble there, though, Rich. Like taking VP to one of their, if not the best map, Samoa, for them, while VP is on match point. Did not pay off, but that was it was gutsy. I liked it.
It was really gutsy, and again, I feel just right towards the tail end of it, once we saw Vestola kind of take control of that second to last map, and then both Shockwave and Jwoo just consistently playing perfect. Like, it was clinical. Like, everything from VP at that point, they were firing on cylinders. There was just no way, unfortunately, for their opponent to come back. OWCS was doing so well in the introductory part of it. They had some understanding and really just optimal play when it came to this. And then you feel like, oh my gosh, we hit the map of push, and it's like a completely different outcome. We're thinking, Checkmate's really starting to level up. It's just completely dominating on this Tracer. But then when we go back to the tried and true, that's where it almost kind of reminded me a little bit of the interview that we had with Vistola yesterday, where it's like you take that as a loss, just that one map, and then you refocus, you recenter your mindset, and then you come back tenfold. And that's exactly what happened. And we saw it in sheer dominance, which is why in the end of this, going not only to the map that they play their best at and have never lost, this is the reason that they're going to be that #1 placement for this. And again, as Johnny and Jack said, major shout out to OWCS, but ultimately VP all the way, the excitement and the comms, they really deserve this.
I also like to see that strong performance on the Maga mirror at the very end there, because it was the one thing we initially in this series were like, not critiquing, but saying like, look, OWCS looking better when they're playing that Maga mirror, like VP is more comfortable when they can play it a little bit slower. But then they just showed us that we're all wrong. They got a good grasp on the Maga composition, nothing to worry about moving forward. Honorable mention though, of course, also if we're looking at OWCS, Ziad? Is it Ziad or Ziad? I'm actually not sure.
Probably we could use that interchangeably, but I would think Ziad is how I would initially say it. But
being able to play the Diva on the same level as Vistola, also known as Bestola after today, that is a big feat. I was actually very, very impressed seeing that on the server today. So just so much to be excited about if you're an OWCS fan. And I'm sure this is not the last time we're going to see those two teams clash and making it close. But Virtus.pro came out on top once again. So they have a lot of reasons to celebrate. We do have a winners interview now as well. I believe we have Shockwave and Bestola joining us now for a very quick chat after they just got the dub. Congratulations to the two of you. Let's talk about the series. Once again, this was a very, very close match. Is that someone's fire alarm?
I was going to say, they're getting so hot in there, you're setting off.
They were actually on fire. That's unfortunate. It was once again a close series. What made it close this time? Bestola, last time you hit us with the, we just didn't play good. Same today? Was it just that?
No, it was their aggression, I think. Their tempo. Like, for sure. I think last time they kind of showed us a little bit of it maybe, but this, like, they're just going so fast. And I think also, I'm not sure, maybe TU weren't ready for that as well. I think we reacted pretty well on the later maps, and then it was kind of a done deal.
Yeah, for me it felt like first two maps we weren't like playing as a team as good as we did yesterday, and once we figured that out, like how to do the same thing and react to the enemy pushes, then we started doing well. Like Dorado attack, I think we started playing a lot better and went good from there.
Yeah, you really started to gain traction, and we could just visibly see it, especially when we get towards the later map. And again, going on to Samoa, where you've just always been consistently dominant, it really, really reflected in the performance from the team and making sure that you kind of recalibrate in that sense. But, you know, taking this victory now, looking in the future, being able to get that #1 seed, how is it that you both feel about going to this again? We've seen your performance. You've been in situations like this, but what does it really mean to you and the team, and also just the coach in that respect, talking to them earlier, just feeling to move forward with this level of dominance once again in the week to come?
I mean, of course it's nice being undefeated. The only scary thing is how we react when we lose, because we don't know that. But
True.
I think, I mean, in general, life is just easier when you're winning, you know? Like, so...
Put that on the t-shirt. That's affordable. Well, perhaps you can continue on that winning streak heading to China for the championship clash. It's a few weeks away. Do you know what the plan is? Like, are you gonna go down scrimming or maybe taking some time off to just rest up?
We're gonna have a pretty long break, like 3 or 4 weeks, and then doing a boot camp in Korea. So looking forward to that. It's gonna be good practice. Gonna be fun.
Right on.
Oh, it's always good to have a little
R&R. Told that you are also our player of the match, so congratulations on that. Now I'll give you guys the final words before we say goodbye. Starting with you, Shockwave. Anything you want to say to the fans that have supported VP and you yourself throughout stage 1?
I mean, I'm just really appreciative that I can still, after such a long time, be like in a place like this in the scene. In Overwatch. I think it's, you know, in the off season I got, you know, the chance to kind of cook something with VP and with the best coach that is Smash. So I just appreciate that a lot. And you know, I think we've gotten, surprisingly, I think a lot of fans. Like, I'm just positively overwhelmed, you know. So thanks a lot for that, and we will keep working as hard as we have been doing so far. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, same here. Thanks to everyone for supporting us, and I think we can keep getting a lot better. That's why I feel so good about this team. See what we can do in China.
We will see indeed. Thank you both so much. We definitely appreciate to have both of you still around in the pro scene. It wouldn't be Overwatch Pros without you guys around. We're very excited to see what you can do in China. Thank you so much for joining us, and once again, congratulations to the two of you and the entire team.
Mange tak.
Thank you.
Hitting us with the money attack again.
Right?
Money attack, yeah. I love Danish. I know our Swede on the desk probably doesn't want to hear that, but I think it's my favorite Scandinavian languages.
I've been in LA long enough now where I'm like, Denmark's freaking cool. I want to go to Denmark. Denmark's really chill. Also, I love Shockwave, so I'm like, yeah, I'm down with it. Yeah.
That's right. They got good food over there, good people, good players. They got brackets over there, I'm sure, too. We got a bracket over here.
They got brackets over there, for sure.
It's like top 3 in like the tourist.
Yeah, the brackets.
Like, we have
the Danish brackets. I see.
Yeah, they hit different over there.
Would you just put like a Brackensee type like a sound on it towards the end of it?
Oh my goodness.
We're just.
I'm trying really hard. I'm trying so hard.
That's the American. Part of the language.
Hey, I love the language. What are you talking about?
Oh, just joking.
Oh man, well, we're gonna see both these teams that made it to our grand finals, of course, once again in the Champions Clash. How will they stack up against international competition, and what meta will we be finding ourselves in there? Any guesses?
God, it is so hard to say, man. Yeah, like there's
a different meta
month,
literally
obviously.
every week.
Exactly. Yeah, seriously, which has been really weird, by the way. We've had like a different meta every single week, and it's finally settled on the Malga again. But I mean, Korea and everything have been playing a little bit something different. So yeah, it's hard to say where it'll end up going. I want to see what China's playing. Honestly, I want to see what once again they're going to rock up with. It's going to be nuts. As long as it's Sojin. If we can have more Sojin, I'm happy.
I think if you're VP. Like, realistically speaking now, looking ahead, Korea, I think they showed at Stockholm that they are even the best at brawly Mauga compositions, right? But VP, Vestola, we've seen what that man can do on the Sigma in the past.
Yeah.
So maybe if we're just locking themselves into a Sigma compositions, have a bit of a better chance.
And they just have that flexibility. I think they can really just bring, again, the competitive edge. And now they're going to have that break where they can kind of get a little R&R, but then come back when they're there scrimming, practicing, getting ready for it. I think they're just going to be in the right headspace to be that successful.
Yeah.
Now, before we head into the championship clash, if you're looking at our stage 1 schedule, you'll see that little thing down there, promotion/relegation, April 13th. And mark your calendars. It's going to be bloody. We're going to have the top teams from the Face It League Season 4 Master League going up against the bottom 2 teams of each of our regions from the regular season. Now, of course, for NA, that will be, what was it, Sakura and Vision, I believe? No, wait, that's
for EMEA.
I'm getting
EMEA.
I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm already locked in for our NA playoffs, you know. Yeah, so for EMEA, Sakura and Vision will be battling it out in this double elimination bracket against the top 2 teams. Let's actually take a look at the teams which are currently ahead of the standings. They're not quite sorted yet, but it's looking pretty likely that we're going to see the Impero there. 7-1 is their record right now. Bunch of known faces in the team. Obviously, also the Impero, a name that's been around for a long time as well.
Yeah, I mean, Crocs and Pack, they played last year in OWCS. I will say, Vision, though, looked really good. And we were saying this all season long, too, that Sakura also, they had bright spots. So these games are going to be so close, but it's a fun system when you can have teams relegated in and out. And yeah, it's all to play for. It's going to be a good time.
Also, Pack was on that team with Zoro from Sakura last year.
Right.
So bit of a head-to-head, I guess.
Bit of a head-to-head.
Yeah, that rivalry part just to try and come back tenfold. So
We'll have a good storyline. Ta is the other team that are currently. Know what I mean?
we'll add the question mark at the end of it.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what that stands for, but yeah, that's their team here. They are currently in the top, and they're ahead of other orgs or names of orgs that we know, obviously with a few different players, like SR Peak Check are also playing in the Masters. We also have OWCS. Oh no, that's right. All right, Cloudy's still around. So yeah, Gurkmeister, by the way, still going strong.
Oh,
Legend. Okay.
Yeah,
more Gurkmeister.
If you're wondering where the Reinhardt and Junkrats went, they're down there. They're fighting.
That did not make it to the top, unfortunately, of the Master division. But yeah, those are the teams that Vision and Sakura have to face off against. I'm very, very excited to see how the Masters team will stack up, because quite frankly, like Vision, they might as well have been in the playoffs, you know, like they had so many matches, they played it so close, they were so explosive. It was a bit of a heartbreaker that they didn't make it through and ended up in the relegation matches now. Rich, we are done with EMEA, and that means we're done with
I know. Oh, I'm out.
Before I kick you off, I want to get your final thoughts on EMEA and how it all played out in stage 1.
Any last words?
I mean, any last words before I'm just removed from the broadcast?
Like that. It's rough out there. Streets over.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's. I'll just go get my coffee and just have a good rest of the day. You know, go for a 10K run and see if my knees survive. But no, that's a different topic. But I know for most people that would probably not. But for you, you're like, this is my jam. But no, and ultimately EMEA again, just being able to be at the tail end of this and what we've been able to see competitively. Again, the brackets we were talking about. You know, timeless. We're looking to see, you know, those kind of outcomes. But realistically, I'm still extremely happy with the outcome that we've had here. VP still being a strong team that really demonstrates their capabilities as a squad, their adaptability, their strengths, and what they know that they still have to work on. And like Vistola said, always continue to get better. And I can't wait to see what that's going to look like as they continue to grow and develop to be a #1 competitor as we go to that larger stage where you get to see players from all around the world convene to one location. So it's been a blast. And I know you're excited for NA. I'm excited to sit in the wings and just watch to see how that one unfolds as well.
Right. Well, Jack and Johnny also, by the way, getting kicked off the desks. So I wanted to
bye guys.
Safety.
See you later. Thanks, Zoe. Bye. Zoe's lining us up for the 1700s.
I know, like I'm on a mission right here. Chop chop. But Johnny, Jack, I guess since I'm gonna remove you as well. Thoughts on the playoffs and how that played out in the end? Did you expect it to be so close in the finals?
It did sound like you were just like putting us up to the guillotine or something, the 1700s French guillotine. It's like, okay, goodbye. Head popped off. No, the players have been sick, honestly. The run from the Ultimates is kind of a sad little story for them, not doing so well in stage 1 and then making it through the lower bracket and fighting their way for their lives in a what was quite an extraordinary feat. I think a lot of people had them pretty low as well coming into today. But I think the underdog story and the Dark Horse, the Alcatia team, man, massive props to them, dude. Seriously. Virtus Pro with a perfect stage. I think this playoffs delivered pretty much everything that I had hoped for, honestly.
Yeah, it was an incredible stage in EMEA. So competitive throughout, and then lower bracket runs, and then, you know, a Dark Horse in Alcatia making it through to China. I just want to take my last words, really, to glaze Shockwave. I've glazed Shockwave so much in stage 1. But, you know, we usually celebrate players for getting over the hump and finding success. And Shockwave is an extraordinary talent who's been playing competitively in Tier 1 now for essentially 5 years, right? Dating back to, Tier 2 and then eventually Vancouver Titans in 2020, where Shockwave introduced himself in Tier 1 on the big stage in the Overwatch League. But since then, wasn't really able to find that success, right? And it took him all the way to 2025 and the first stage here in EMEA to find that tier 1 title. So I'm just really happy for Shockwave. I've loved this game since the day it debuted here on the stage, and finally claiming that tier 1 win here in EMEA. I'm really happy for the guy.
It's all about the journey.
Yeah.
That's right. It really is. And it's been a fantastic journey with the three of you guys this morning. So, Rich, Jack, Johnny, thank you so much for joining me for all things EMEA. And that means we're now moving over to all things NA, where we will find out which will be our second team to punch their ticket to China. First, we're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're back with Team Liquid and Nightmare. So you don't want to miss it. We see you on the other side of this.
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They've fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jaywu is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
What's good, everyone? Welcome to the final day of play here in the OWCS Stage 1 NA Playoffs. I am Zoe, and as per usual, I'm coming to you with good vibes and gooder drops. Yeah, that's a real world. We're going with it. Make sure to connect your Battle.net accounts to your Twitch accounts as per usual to collect them all, and keeping you company during all those hours watched are not just myself, but also my good friends, Mac Gravy and Mitch and Matt, which will be joining us for all things NA today as we see Stage 1 conclude. Welcome back, guys. How's it going? What's the weather like? I guess is a question. What else can we... Oh, the earthquake. Did you all feel the earthquake today?
Is it an earthquake?
It was an earthquake today. Yeah, it was like a 3-point something.
Ah, damn. That's a
baby
lot, right?
earthquake.
Yeah.
I did not feel that.
I didn't feel it.
Well,
maybe your neck of the woods. I don't know. I wasn't super aware of it. I was busy getting rolled and smoked by allergies today. I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to fight their back, so excuse me if I'm a bit husky.
Okay, so I also sound like a chain smoker. Caleb, what's your excuse?
It's freezing here. It's freezing in this room. That's my excuse, but I don't know if it's gonna play, but...
Yeah, Matt told us that we're just not built correctly, and that's where we get, why we get sick.
Just
That's
it's like a degrading in quality. War-torn humans. Is that what is factory new war-torn?
Oh, you're referring to yeah.
War-torn humans here.
We're getting old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does happen.
I'm getting younger. I
Time
think.
has a way with that.
Just.
You get. Yeah, I mean, yeah. As you age, you shrink. So Matt is on the right trajectory. So are our teams, because 2 teams are now fighting it out to end up in the grand finals here in the playoffs. Namely, it's gonna be Nightmare and Space out the other team, and Team Liquid. Oh, we're off to a good start. Yeah. And then, of course, we still have to determine who is coming through with the first seed, and that's we're going to play out at grand final as well in this region. Mind you, that #1 seed is going to come in clutch, as you have to go up against teams from Asia and China, looking especially at those Korean teams, which ideally you want to avoid them in the first round if you can.
Absolutely. I mean, China's going to be a bit of a wild card, right? That they always are. We haven't seen these teams play in ages, what feels like, right? So the rosters on paper we know are very talented, but who knows what kind of meta they cook up or what's going on there. So depending on how it shakes out, maybe you want to play one of those teams first.
I mean, all you can do is send your best, I think, if you're NA. We definitely have at least found one of those teams. I'm really excited, I think, for this Nightmare team. I don't know, I've got a feeling about today. Something special might be on the horizon. Maybe I'm biased, but Kufra and the boys look like they are ready for a big game here in this lower final. And yeah, I'm sure every NA player is looking at Pacific, looking at China going, okay, we best bring our best here. So this is how they forge each other into teams worthy of the international stage, Zoe.
That's right. That's right. And a lot of that is, of course, due to individuals, standout players that are popping off at the right time for those teams. And that's why we took it upon us to declare our personal MVPs. We're not awarding them. These are just some suggestions from our side. It can be players that are still in the mix here in the playoffs. It can also be players, of course, that are not with us anymore in the playoffs. It sounded way more dramatic.
They're still with us.
The start of a eulogy. No. They're just not in the playoffs anymore. Yeah. So this is basically just who stood out in Stage 1. So let's take a look at who we 4 picked for this one. I went Infected with this one. I think he's just been so much fun to watch. He's shown us versatility. It's not just that ball one trick. We've seen a lot of different looks where he looked extremely competent and the team played so well around everything that he brought to the table. I think he's definitely a player to watch out for the upcoming stages as well. So yeah, Infected. I think he's a good contender for the honors.
Yeah, solid pick.
I would like to see him like stick on, I guess like some of these heroes a little bit. It just felt like there was a lot of switching, like Liquid are trying to overcook a little bit. But I'm not going to hold that against Infected. I thought that in so many of these roles he's been sick, but that's the whole. It's on the label. That's the whole reason they picked him up.
That's right. All right, I see Kellen on the board. That's a good shout.
Yeah. I went ahead and went with Kellen. It's kind of the same vein as Infected, very flexible, but it feels like SSG kind of has that kind of more cohesive thoughts on what they want to do with Kellen in his picks. He can play the Winston, he can play the Rush, the Maga, he can play the Jungler Queen, but they keep it tight. He can play just about anything, but they have that comfort, very someone-esque, where someone can kind of play everything, but they still go back to that Winston, and they rely on that really heavily, and they still play it now, even in this very Maga-dominated meta, and they still make it work, and I think it makes them super flexible and able to play just about any map, and you can't really ban them out, which I think is like kind of the core strength of SSG right now.
Yeah. I actually liked how both of these tanks played yesterday. Although Team Liquid loses, I actually thought Infected had a pretty good day, making lots of changes, but Kellen was a beast on the Winston.
All right, it's my turn. It's your boy, the Sandman, the guy, cure for insomnia. It's your boy, Ultraviolet, hitting them fat bios with a higher frequency than his namesake. This guy's been sick, honestly, in a league where you have top flex supports. This guy is really, sometimes just been left to his own devices, been told, hey, you need to survive. We need you to do it. Moments like this, big sleep, that one does get converted into a kill there, but Ultraviolet is really pushing, I think, what Ana especially is capable of to the next level. And if there's an Ana ban, it's been fine. Yuvi's been able to come in and pick up one of those other sort of supports and look really, really good. Against all that ball that we saw from Timeless, Ultraviolet was a huge part of them being able to shut down Riker and Co. So he's my pick, but I am an Ana main and just a simp in general. So, take it or leave it.
We're taking it.
Cool. I like that.
Sugar free is what you talk. That's a low-hanging fruit map. I mean, I guess given your height, that's all you can reach.
Yeah, it was the easiest for me to grab. I mean, that's all I could reach for. But sugar free for me, I think when you look at SSG, this team is extremely talented. And you look at the game yesterday against Team Liquid, like he is just, at least for me, like far and away, superior in some of these like Echo and Tracer roles in North America. Like I think you have like players like Knife and Rocket. Who are very good, but in this role specifically, I think Sugar Freeze is like really a step ahead, and it's been huge for SSG, right? Because there's a lot of really good hit scan players in North America. You think of like Lethal, Chopper, obviously Seeker, a teammate. But in this specific role, he just kind of sets himself so far apart from the competition. For me, there's not another player in NA that kind of like has the hero pool at this high a level. So for me, it was Sugar Free.
He's also just playing with so much confidence and swagger, so I gotta put him on the board there. Good shout outs from us. Of course, we want to hear your opinion as well. So dear viewer, if you're watching right now, make sure to drop your vote in the chat. And later today, we will reveal who you think should get our Stage 1 NA Superstar MVP award thing. We're just filling time with segments. That's what it is. But yeah. It's gonna be great.
Superstar. Is that what we're calling it? We call it MVP. People start to like. They freak out when you mention that acronym. Yeah. So
this is very similar to MVP, but it's clearly not.
But it's just it's not the MVP. It's just a superstar. Yes. Right, but yeah, cast your votes now and we'll circle back to it a little later in the show. Interested to see what our community thinks about this one. Also interested to see and hear what you guys are thinking about today's schedule and the matches coming up, because I think we're in for some treats. We first have, of course, the lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Nightmare, and the winner have the utmost pleasure of going up against SSG, which are patiently waiting in the grand final. If we're digging into our first match there and the first two teams, though, starting with the Team Liquid roster, what have we seen so far? What have we learned? What do we want to see in this very match? Starting with you, Caleb.
I think they mentioned it earlier. Team Liquid kind of needs to find their identity and not flex around so much, and they kind of need to stick to their guns a little bit with the compositions that they play. In fact, it is very flexible. They do have a very flexible roster tree, known for playing the hit scan, but also very capable of playing the flex DPS. Same with kind of flex DPS, but known for playing. They kind of have to pick their guns here, and what that the mod are not playing them. They kind of have to stay succinct here on what they want to play, and I think they'll have a lot better chance. But Nightmare is tough as well. This is a really tough roster, so I'm curious to see. I want to see Liquid really hunker down here and play some compositions that they're known for being good at.
Yeah, if we're talking, I was just about to ask. Are we gonna just see Mauga?
Yeah.
Bro, like
I mean, Nightmare does not want to play Mauga, right?
Pick your nose. That's literally like.
I do think, though, in the last series between these teams, right? So in the last game of the regular season for these teams, Nightmare ended up winning that. They matched up again in round 1, and Team Liquid ends up winning it. That series was really close, and we've heard Zero and crew talk about it a few times. Like, they feel like they could have won that match against Team Liquid. And when you go back and kind of look at the film, like it's really like 1 or 2 fights on every single map that, you know, they have a little bit of a misplay and, you know, things go differently. They could have easily been on the winning end. So I think this Nightmare team's going to come in with a ton of confidence. The one thing, though, is like we clearly know they don't want to play Mauga. We haven't seen them kind of go to that. After you get through the bans, right, and you eliminate Mauga, like what do they have to work with? But also, like, in a way, Team Liquid, they seem like how you guys were talking about, like there's also a chance that like Team Liquid just decides not to play it, right? like as crazy as this sounds, like we know how good it is against Nightmare. We know Nightmare doesn't want to play it. I could also see Team Liquid just like not electing to play it either, which would feel like a harder path to victory.
It's I expect a different approach to what we saw against SSG, where Liquid were trying to play Mauga at every turn. And if Liquid do play Mauga and Nightmare can't beat it with a Winston comp, they're not going to beat SSG anyway. So, you know, I'd probably rather see Liquid advance out of this game to at least give us like a pretty close final. And that sounds a little bit harsh, but, you know, there is levels to this. And Nightmare, they've done incredibly well so far in getting third. They want China. They've got to win this game here. Liquid might just try and throw Mauga at them a bunch of times. And we know that Nightmare don't like to mirror that. And I don't know if they have a hard counter to it. They can play Winston against weaker Mauga teams, but I don't think Liquid is one of them. And Liquid can always match them or show us the ball. So if they are going to play Winston, if Kuffer's going to be on their pick, then I want to see them be able to beat both the ball and Mauga comps with it. Otherwise, they're going to need another option.
Yeah, I mean, according to sources being Nightmare in their post-game interviews, they can totally play the Mauga and they're very fine with it. They just opt out of it. Definitely, we've seen a lot more dive from the NA region in general in the playoffs, which good for us because we're here for it. But yeah, the better Mauga team certainly has better chances going up against SSG heading into the grand finals here. We're ready to get this one on its merry way, though. So I'm gonna hand it over to Matt and Mitch for the map set and our hero bands.
Okay, gang. Let's get into it, of course. Suffice to say, a lot on the line in this game. Massive implications, because the loser will not be heading over to China. And there's a pretty hefty prize pool increase from 14.5 to 20k for the winning team. Nightmare, of course, last time we saw these teams face off, Matt, it was a Liquid win. And for Nightmare, I think winning their first map, winning the control map here, if they don't want to play against Mauga, it's going to be really important to have that map 5 map selection.
For both of these teams, though, I feel like the match against SSG is like a bit of an afterthought. It's like just qualifying for China. Quite interesting, the Team Liquid with that first ban goes Hazard, right? That's something we've seen Kappa play quite frequently. They've even talked about maybe even playing Hazard into Mauga, so that goes. So it's actually kind of like a double win there for Team Liquid, right? They protect Mauga and they protect the ball in case they want to play that on map number 1, and they get rid of Hazard on the other side. And then the Farah ban is quite interesting, right? We saw Knife the other day play some Farah, but he mostly playing like Genji Echo. So seems like that's what we're going to get here is Knife will make a change. So it'll be Genji. So they're going to try and play the Ram into this. So Ram with a Ana Lucio combination into this. So this will be, if you can make this work for Nightmare, I mean, that's kind of like this whole series, right? Can Nightmare make things work against the Mauga if that's what Team Liquid's going to do?
I mean, Kuffer is fighting Knife. Kuffer is fighting a Genji away from the rest of his team there. So eventually it gets taken down. Not even be able to really do much about Knife at all. And I thought our core assumption was that Ramatra tends to perform on an individual basis pretty poorly against the Malga. I don't really know if it's a fight that he can win, right? Outside of Nemesis form, you don't want to be run up on like Infected can on this Malga pick, and then in Nemesis form, it's only a short window that Malga can frankly sustain through. I wonder what the idea is here.
Both Sojourners kind of hitting some shots early on. I think the idea here is to, bio the Malga, and then you're able to kind of collapse on him with the Genji and then the Ramatra in Nemesis form, but you don't get the kill at that time. You're in a world of trouble as you lose Zera right here. Yet again, is this time it's Tree with another shot. So Tree kicks off the first fight, right, taking out Admiral right away, and then now taking off Zera before he can even get in there, but Lethal responds.
Okay, you really are putting a lot of emphasis on your Sojourn players here, especially Nightmare, who have a losing tank matchup, asking Lethal to do it all, and frankly, so far, not so shabby. Liquid, though, get off to a great start with Tree finding that first pick of the map, so they will be behind by a fair bit, but happy enough, I think, just spending an overclock to get a point flip.
And you do have the speed capabilities here for Nightmare, right? Because you're going to be able to run this Lucio, and like if you connect with the bio, you can get everybody into the fray rather quickly, but that is a huge overclock there from Lethal. They desperately needed to make waves onto the point. Look at how far up Cuff is playing. And you have this Nano, right? So potentially they're just kind of baiting them in. That's going to be a bio. It connects with Infected.
Okay, and Infected will be able to back away here. No Kiriko, of course. So
it's overclocked, though. Tree's overclocked, doesn't really get anything.
Doesn't have a sight line at all ready to work with. Kuffer takes a bunch of damage trying to back away, but no one can really close on him. So Nightmare now getting pretty close to being even in terms of capture percentage, and they have an Annihilation to fall back on. It's the double support ultimate here for Team Liquid that makes it a little bit more frightening, I think, as they posture now over towards the point, and Vega does pop the rally. His Cardiac Overdrive in play now, and Kuffer in that Nemesis form is starting to get too close to the front line, and geez, I mean, maybe realizes there's no point going for an Annihilation in that because he wouldn't have survived anyway. Got bowled over.
And I mean, he would have been dead basically instantly if he ended up popping the Annihilation. I think they're kind of potentially here, right? If the Annihilation comes through while they're like in a cage fight, you have that sound barrier to potentially use here for Nightmare. So also that this sound barrier is crucial against this Blade that's going to come through. So that's cage fight plus Blade. It's a nice sound barrier from Admiral.
Zera actually has a chance to blade here into Liquid without a beat of their own, but the cage fight, I think, complicated that a little bit. Only Tree was taken down. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, and that is Knife blading into a beat, still getting the one kill. Nightmare here. And there must have been some consensus like, hey, we're going to try this Ramatra comp. We think we can beat the Malga look, but this is a little bit what I was concerned about in this series, mate. You switch to Winston, you don't obviously have a favorable tank matchup either. To beat this Malga setup, you really have to excel in a particular comp.
Yeah, you burn that Annihilation there towards the end as well. So you do get a kill on Knife. It's just going to be... Oh, so they're actually going to pick up a few kills here. Somebody's going to be able to get a touch as well. So you actually are going to get a point flip. That's quite massive here. Because for Nightmare, what? I mean, you didn't really have to use much of anything to be able to do that. Team Liquid just kind of throws himself through the choke there, trying to win it. Now you kind of get a window of opportunity here, Mitch, because you're going to have this Nano online, right? Lethal with an overclock, right? Let's say he ends up popping that, gets a kill or two. You're now in like a wait mode again. And then you have this no Nano for Kuffa by the objective. You're in a spot where you can end up stealing this if you're Nightmare, which also would be massive, right? Playing what feels like a less optimal comp here against the Malga.
Absolutely.
You're building up for Orbital Ray and Rally here as well for Team Liquid, right? You got both of these support ults coming online. It's a bio you're able to live with those two players. Now you get the Rally.
Okay, here they come. Lethal does get caught up by the Rally. Bash, able to pick up RuPaul. That is a massive overclock. And remember, Rick and Tear strips off the Malga with his 150 charge. Even body shots are terrifying for Liquid to deal with. That was the Orbital Ray carrier down. RuPaul, a very uncharacteristic issue for him, getting picked off right at the start of this fight. Liquid have very little to work with now, but can cycle into a Knife blade and with an Orbital Ray that could be the answer here. UV, good as he has been, and he has been good, can't do too much about this young gun with a blade in his hands. And that'll be Team Liquid taking away the first round.
They absolutely needed those kills right away when RuPaul gets taken out there by Lethal. So they use the Nano boost onto the Sojourn with the overclock. There's really nothing that RuPaul can do there. I mean, he just gets like insta-killed. But everybody else from Team Liquid, they do a nice job kind of like circling around, getting over to the point, contesting. Tree ends up finding one. And there's no more further kills there for Nightmare, right? Kuffa's not able to get in position and put a lot of pressure onto the Malga, let's say. everybody else just kind of stays alive for Team Liquid, and you're able to get RuPaul back in the action fast enough to use that orbital race. So if you would have gotten a few kills there for Nightmare, I think you actually could have ended up stealing that first round. Just after those kills from Lethal is well played by Liquid.
I just could have gone either way. And that's the volatility that having these great surge earn players in the game adds to the mix. Sometimes people just get shot and they die. It's pretty tough to kind of plan around that stuff. You can only react. Zera here. Obviously, finally not getting his Genji banned in map 1, by the way. It's been a commonality on their run here to this lower final. Lethal going to go down first, though, so Knife's getting good value here. Oh, okay, that's a sick one. Great Genji moment here and pick up 2, and Liquid look vastly better in the neutral.
You need to play the Lucio to get like the Ramattra into position, right? But then you lose out having a break potentially peel where you see Lethal and UV, they die straight away. Nice sleep here from UV out the spawn, but I mean, that's what you're going to get, right, for not playing the brig. You're going to get just kind of collapsed upon. And, UV's done a tremendous job throughout the stage keeping himself alive, but this is a little bit of a different task here against TL.
Yeah, most certainly. Dealing with Knife is tough. It's not just like there's a wrecking ball running at you. It's a little bit different. It's a bit more predictable. Genji, so hard to hit. Lethal gets taken down first here. However, Zera running straight to the backline here of Team Liquid. RuPaul and Vega both down? Pardon, that was without a blade, by the way. Zera finds 3 kills, arguably the 3 most important targets, one after another.
I mean, absolutely massive there, right? Because it does not start off good for Nightmare. They lose a player early on yet again. They lose Lethal, but then right away, I mean, it's Zera finding like 3 or 4 kills straight back to back. And that time they were able to get Kuppa onto the point in Nemesis form, so he's putting down some serious damage. That's kind of the positions they got to get this Ramattra into if he's going to be successful.
RuPaul trying to push up, but again, pressure into the back line for them. That was Kuppa. They did not let them just run past untagged. Nightmare are doing a very good job of disrupting Liquid before they could actually set up. Liquid realized very quickly, the back 3 of our players have all just been pulled into a vortex and taken down by the Ramattra.
I'm curious for your thoughts, but like, I wouldn't exactly say that like for Team Liquid, right? Like obviously this composition's good, it works. It works against just about anything. But I wouldn't really say that like Maga is one of like Infected's like go-tos, right? Like he'd be better off playing something else. So in a way, it is a little bit of a win for Nightmare, right? Because Kuppa here with this nano boost in Nemesis form can play a hero like Ramattra. We know he plays at an extremely high level, where for Team Liquid, like you would be much better seeing like Infected on like a ball or something, right? But this Maga is so good, you can't give it up.
We'll see Liquid now are running out of rope on this round. 72%. Nightmare with all the big ultimates. Lethal potentially in a backstab position here. He's heard the charge, the stomp from the Malga, and Zera's already done half the job for him. The Genji's out of the picture now. Vega doesn't really know where to be looking. They're surrounded. Cage Fry going to be deployed now. It is an annihilation thrown into the mix, and Tree is down. Zera working from the edges of the cage is able to 1, 2, 3 pluck away these individuals from Team Liquid. And they've got no game in this round. Not a damn thing they can do about this. No point resetting. The round is going to be over now. RuPaul eventually is removed by a rail. Knife had to go for a Gambit blade, but he finds himself running out of solid ground to work with. Infector's able to stall back here. 2 hearts perk does go pretty hard in situations like that. And Admiral has fallen. Couple kills here picked up for Team Liquid, and Infector's still a problem, especially with the healing architecture still somewhat present. But we can bubble dance to some degree and eventually bring the Malga down.
I don't think this is enough, though.
I think he's going to get out.
Yeah, he's gonna have to get out. I mean,
it's too busted. Holy!
You just have RuPaul and Vega there, I believe, at the time, and now Knife back in. So there's no way you could have fought that yet again. As now you have this Winston in play, right, which is definitely not favored against the Maga, but maybe like a Nano Winston, right? You send it to the back line. It's good enough to get a support or 2, and you feel like you win that round.
All right.
Ooh, Knife gets caught out.
Not ideal for Knife. Especially with Nightmare on the precipice here. Admiral's done a pretty good job in that previous round. He also finds the first pick that kind of starts to snowball for Nightmare. Tree trying to control his right side of the map here, and Lethal is down. So both Lucios drawing blood. A little bit scary there for Ultraviolet. Has to sleep Infected and probably won't wake him up now. Very quickly, Kuppa has to intervene and try and save the backline, but Admiral has fallen. UV got Nano for himself, of course, off that perp, but it's not quite enough. Infector's able to bring him down. Kuppa can rotate back, pick up a health pack. Can't really play on the point though. Again, there's an issue. You cannot face this Malga down.
No, you can't. You can't dive straight into the Malga on the Winston. So you went to the Winston here to try and save it maybe towards the end of the round. But now you put yourself in a scenario where Team Liquid is battled all the way back. It looks like Cufflin Co trying to maybe get some of these players coming off the spawn before doubling back for the Malga.
Cage fight, sound barrier, pulse bomb. Just around the corner here for Team Liquid, and they've gotten lethal. RuPaul finally decides to get his hands a bit dirty, and Vega. Oh,
no sound barrier.
No man's land. Didn't Ajax, so still gonna have a chance to use that should it be necessary. Ultraviolet though again has been picked off. He has been targeted. He has been exploited. He has been run into the ground, fight after fight. And Team Liquid here only have Zero to deal with. He goes for a blade, but Knife is able to juke that easily with a recall, and that'll be Team Liquid.
Dude,
taking a very hard fought first map away.
And this is a lot like how in their matchup in the playoffs, right? Remember when Zero was like, oh, it felt like we gave games away. Like this is one where you gave that second round away. Round one, I mean, as well, kind of goes right down to the wire, right? It's just Team Liquid in the clutch. Is able to come up huge, and you switch to the Winston to kind of get back. Not really an I mean, you could have gotten back to maybe Ramatra, right? You would have obviously held those perks over and kind of kept rolling, but went back to the hero. But it was so kind of late in the game, right? 60%, you had not been killed at that point, right? So you were kind of just jumping back to the health packs. No real opportunity to swap.
For me, in that last round, Matt, it is Infected surviving in that 1 versus 2 and even taking a kill on the support. That does it for me. Buys just enough time for RuPaul and Vega to get back into the fight. And that's at like 99 to 80. Infected has no choice. He has to stand and fight. Like a reasonable person might have thought the round would be over there and then. This was genuinely a very good round, a very good start as well. Zero has some great blades here. Lethal also with some key picks. But as things start to melt down in this moment here, Infected stay alive. And then they just come back with these numbers and these early picks. RuPaul is the one that kills Lethal to start that final fight. That is a Juno fighting a Soldier.
I mean, think about in round one, right? Nightmare gets a pick onto RuPaul towards the end, and they're not able to kind of win that fight. And he's got Orbital Ray, and then that final fight, the first one that falls is Vega for TL, and he's got Sound Barrier, and they're still not able to come out on top. You see how evenly matched both these teams are here at the moment. But it just comes down to like Team Liquid, time and time again in Overwatch, right? When you watch some of these teams and over the years historically, right? Like you think back to some of the Dallas Fuel teams, right? The good ones, not the bad ones, where like even when they were not winning fights, it always felt like they were going to figure out a way to extend it or keep it going or end up winning in the end. Team Liquid kind of has that a little bit here. Especially in map number 1, right? Extending these fights, keeping them going, and then eventually being able to turn them.
And that was in an era, I think, when Dallas were good was, like very self-sufficient DPS that had invulnerability frames and, like high burst healing from the Moira. Here it's really about that Malga just being able to find multiple rotations of those cooldowns. I think like Vega and Admiral match up quietly in this game could be a real defining one. Because Admiral is mega aggressive and often is looking for those kills at the start of these fights. And I think that, if you can start to punish it. We were talking so much about the items being dove, right? And I think that it's important that UV stays alive, but those Lucios, I think, are really, really crucial here.
So it's a Surabasa map pick here for Nightmare. I'm wondering if they ban Malga, because this is also a map that we see TL run ball on, where I think if they banned, like, for instance, if Nightmare bans Malga here, I would not be surprised if Team Liquid on the other side bans the Sombra, right? Because we see Lethal play a ton of Sombra, and then Mog out of the way, Sombra out of the way, that clears things up to play ball, right? That would be like an interesting route this map could potentially take, where they, so it's going to be a Curie ban here early on. So obviously Malga still available, and it'll be a Winston ban. Yeah, they're trying to. I also think though, like with the Curie ban, right? This obviously allows you to keep the bios in play, no cleanse, right? Curie's probably a little bit better with ball, and then they ban Winston though, because that's like the tank that Nightmare's been going to when the ball comes on the other side. They've been going to like a lot of Winston based setups, so that is out of the picture here. These teams are going to battle it out in the bans, I feel like, all series long. Like it's going to be back and forth. They say all series long, right? This feels like also one that Nightmare desperately needs to win, right? Going down 0-2 to Team Liquid, that is not something that you can fully expect to be able to battle back from.
This is a really nice ban because it was without Curie yesterday that Nightmare wanted to play Winston into the Malga comp. That's where they thought we can beat this comp. I feel like we have enough of an edge now without them being able to cleanse that anti-heal. So this is the perfect answer in terms of bans here. I will say these are big bans. Like, you only get one of these, right? You only get to ban Kiri once, you only get to ban Winston once. So both teams are spending heavy here on trying to secure this Suravasa map pick of Nightmares.
What would you play here if you were Nightmare, right? Because with the Winston being gone, like because like Ramatra can't enter as easily as like Winston, right? So when the bios come down, it's really easy for obviously the Winston to follow it up. It's not really that easy for Ramatra to, follow that up, right? He needs like the speed boost. You need to kind of get him in place. You're playing the Lucio, so now you don't have a Brig, and now Lethal's getting dove, and like it all starts this kind of spiral. Like I don't know what. With the Winston being gone, that's a really nice ban, I think, from TL.
It's very good because, for Nightmare, they might just default to the Hazard comp with the, so with the Sombra. This is, it wouldn't be too surprising, but Liquid don't have to play Malga. They don't have to. I think that if they go in this Junker Queen direction, it would be pretty novel, pretty interesting. Junker Queen obviously does not like to be disabled by Sombra frequently, but the ball is a very reasonable.
This would be a clear read though, like from Team Liquid, right? Playing something like this, that you've done your homework and you have a great idea that they're going to come out and play like hazard-based compositions, because that's the only time we're really seeing Torb at the moment. Like, you're seeing Torb played into the hazard, right? So seeing Torb here, just kind of, the composition here for Team Liquid, they have a great idea that this is what Nightmare was going to come out on. So pretty good scouting here from TL.
Extra layer of defense for this backline, namely RuPaul, who, whose Ana needs zero introduction. Vega, though, does get a little bit caught out there. Kuffa really does have to play riskily in order to achieve that kill, but ultimately it's untraded, unresponded to. Kuffa's trying to avoid the Torb turrets as much as possible. You can see he just got half health by one of them, so it is a problem in general for Hazard. But Team Liquid, they want to start and control the point here. Because the ball comp doesn't necessarily have staying power, they're not good at statically contesting an objective. They kind of want to flip the point back when they possibly can. Whereas Kuffa can, dip a toe in and out and make use of that spike guard here to have some sustain.
And there's not a great amount of like burst to be able to deal with that hazard, right? Especially when they're getting healed at range there by the Ana. You get that Torb turret out of the way. That's like the biggest nuisance to the hazard, is see Kuffa just kind of like juggling there on the point, using his spike wall to be able to kind of give himself some cover. So you end up almost losing Admiral there, getting quite low. Man, just a lot of damage being traded here by these teams. No real kills going down.
Yeah, that's fine for Nightmare, right? They are totally okay with this. They're happy to be able to all charge, until which time there's actually a fight. And we'll force them to part with them. Nano here for Kuffa straight away. Vega once again. You've got to be careful. It's so easy to just apply that, 70, 80 damage plus nano boost damage increase there with that slash. And often if Lucio just gets caught in the path, it's pretty easy to hit as the hazard player. And so Nightmare take the first flashpoint here. More than happy to play this hazard comp into the ball, even with the Torb.
Is this also a scenario, right, where we were talking about how there's a world in which Team Liquid just decides not to play the Maga and goes away from it, and like maybe it's like you're saying it's like a little bit too cute, or you're kind of like almost like outsmarting yourselves, right? Where like you now play this because you like it into the hazard, where maybe they could just play Maga and end up winning.
Maybe. You could obviously just go to the Malga here and play like an Arbor or something like that. Something that can... Because obviously you can punish the Hazard, right, with a sleep dart when he's spike guarding, much like, Doomfist's power blocking is really susceptible to that. CC. But the Sombra here is really annoying for you either way.
Gunport doesn't get in.
Going to get topped up briefly. Going to be a nano boost given over to Tree. Very good on the defensive here. But Liquid don't control the point right now. Kuffa's spike guard is not going to be enough here with Tree's sort of amped damage from the Overload and the Nano respectively. But still no flip yet. Liquid do lose RuPaul, so have Vega to rely on. I might need to use like a somewhat inefficient sound barrier to stay alive here and flip the point.
They use the minefield. And that puts some mines obviously all over the point, and there's no real response there from Nightmare, especially once they lose Kuffa. I also think it actually may be a little bit harder, now thinking about it more, to like play the Maga here, because before they're playing like a Sojourn, you're still playing like the Ana Lucio backline, right? But you're able to just kind of collapse onto the Sojourn with the Stomp. There's no real target here to be able to chase, right? If Admiral is playing close to UV, they're going to get that Ana out of that situation. Ana also fantastic with the sleeps, right? So very difficult to kind of track people down with that Mog. It's going to be Tree using the Molten Core over the points here. It'll be a Nano on the Cuppa yet again.
It's really hard to get value out of the Molten Core here. It's just such a wide point. And you're Hazard. You can mantle up away from the lava, so to speak. Big pressure coming down now. Knife didn't even need to make use of the Pulse Bomb, and he sees the Bio go past. He knows there's probably an opportunity here to go, oh, buddy, Zera elsewhere. We went Tracer to Tracer. That'll trip you out. Takes Rupal down. So kind of what we were suggesting Knife would want to do, but that's just not enough. Admiral and UV, oddly enough, the last two players to fall. And despite them being alive all fight, they just couldn't get healing where it was needed. They could get even this matchup, and this is definitely a competitive Zuravasa.
Absolutely. So Liquid seems to kind of hit their stride there on that second flashpoint. We'll see if Nightmare kind of responds with any composition changes, but to be honest, I think this is probably what we're going to see, barring something crazy for the rest of the map, where Nightmare feels really confident in this kind of composition. We were talking about it, I believe, the last week, right, when we saw them play. I think it was against Rad Esports. They ran something similar. We were like, we'd love to see them play this against a Vaga. We see it against a Ball here, though. This may also kind of trigger some interesting bans later on. Is you see though in Cuppa's trying to like dodge that Torb turret, like the amount of damage just kind of poking, annoying it puts down is you do get a kill there onto Infected early. So this will allow you to get the point and also hold on to EMP.
Oh, great player. Matt, I absolutely think Torb is the right pick here.
Oh, without doubt.
Tracer also hate it. They hate the turret. Half the time it's probably UV that has to shoot the turret, which is crazy to even suggest. That is the only person that can actually deal with it without taking damage from it or triggering it. And also this perk is Omega Troll, buddy. Like putting your turret up at a really hard to see location, forcing people's heads to turn while they're fighting you on the point.
It's like
that's half the reason why it's just so busted, man.
It's one of the most frustrating things you can have in like a shooter where like you're taking damage from something that's completely not on your screen. That's Vega actually, they just use the EMP. They're able to take out Vega, so you get the kill on the Lucio. But yeah, having those Torb turrets like now just kind of like directly above, you see where it's coming from. I mean, Cuppa, like there's no way he's turning around and shooting it, right? I mean, just to take your line of sight from just kind of players in front of you to that high is just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, for my money, it's an absolute sixth player with that perk here. So it can be cleared, obviously, in moments like this. Like once you flip the point, you get rid of that turret. Someone else can deal with it, ideally a support who doesn't have like a healing workload at the time. Now Nightmare able to flip things back here. We'll see Cuffa, of course. Looks like he's got the extended distance here for his leap instead. Sometimes you take the heal over time from Spike Guard, but
yeah, I mean, it's like there's like I think the leap is on the same one with the spike wall one, as that's actually going to be Rupal falling. So yeah, you're still going to be able to get kind of the lifesteal with that second perk there for Cuffa. Is although so this is I thought was the actually you're right. Yeah, it's the leap. It's the leap with the extra damage tanks, but you know where I think the Torb kind of falls off a little bit though is like trying to re-enter and take the point. Remember like how the old Farah kind of like falls off a little bit, like when you're trying to like retake. Torb kind of has the same aspect where you can't get the turret in like a great spot, right? You're placing the turret like more defensive on your side and like almost reacting where you can kind of get set up. That's where he becomes a little bit more impactful.
Yeah, definitely a defensive hero, right? All of his kit is really geared towards that. So Liquid here obviously have the Torb in a power trough on virtue of not being the defenders, but hey, Trigger still hit him pretty hard when he steps up with that overload. This is a problem though. Sombra obviously hack plus the virus. It means you really burn down awfully quickly. Okay, Knife gets Nano here. Cuffa trying to stay alive. Knife's able to bring him down despite being hacked there, basically just shrugging off the Sombra attention. Lethal can't do a whole lot to get that Tracer attention, it seems, but Infected has fallen. Nightmare. Okay,
they
point.
And they nano lethal here. Another kill would be huge. You get it onto a tree there. I thought for a second that Nightmare was just gonna kind of like maybe back up a little bit, concede some of the space and wait for Cuppa to get back, but they continue to fight, even investing the EMP and the nano there. So two big ultimates invested by Nightmare as they're looking to put away Zuravasa.
Lethal able to put a decent damage down on the ball there. It takes quite a lot to heal back through. Pulse Bomb there, not quite taking a kill. Tree is very healthy at all times. Okay, Infected. Went for a minefield. I do think they were deployed, yes. The Knife actually going to go down to a jagged wall of all things in this downpour. Might have caught a player. Okay, doesn't need to have though. Rupal will eventually fall. Infected tried to impart some of that adaptive barrier shielding over towards the Ana, but it wasn't enough to keep her alive. And so Nightmare here are on the very edge of taking away Suravasa, their map pick, the one in which, of course, they banned the Kiri, daring Liquid to try and play Malga without it. Liquid try the ball comp, and it just doesn't quite have that same level of sticking power that we've seen from them so far. Pulse here not going to connect. Easily dodged away by Nightmare. And I's going to look for a way to get into the sound barrier. We're going to have to give him pause for thought. Unfortunately, there just isn't much time to work with. When Infected out of the game and Rupal down, you've lost the lion's share of your sustained healing. Team Liquid here do not have much to do. Lethal is, all right, well, sometimes we can EMP a turret in celebration as Nightmare are tied up the series.
And this is exactly how you wanted to see them bounce back. They play around this hazard composition, which they showed us against Rad Esports. We didn't see it at all in their series against Timeless. They really didn't need to kind of play it against Timeless, but here against the ball composition, where Team Liquid doesn't feel comfortable playing the Maga, they bring it out, and it looks really strong, man. I mean, Hazard kind of fell off a little bit because like Torb became so good, and you see though that they still even play the Torb when the Hazard's out there, but it just didn't really seem to matter all that much as Nightmare able to kind of run through.
Yeah, I mean, on multiple occasions, Matt, Infected is just straight up getting caught at the start of fights. It might not seem like it, but I do think a jagged wall in the right place can really mess up a Ball's day, because not only does it block passage, but it knocks him back. And Ball's really momentum based. Like, he needs to get rolling, literally. You have the sleep, you have the hack, you have everything you need to counter out this comp. So, we did not see that.
Yeah. Hack plus Groggy, right? I mean, good luck for Infected, right? Especially because UV's been so good at landing those sleep darts. You actually see that Lethal as well, also running the perk that he's able to heal teammates as he kind of heals admirals he's running by on the Lucio. So a little bit of a support play there from the Sombra of Nightmare. Seems like some of Sombra's perks. I know the Sombra mains aren't exactly happy, but you see the perk being used there, being able to heal them up.
Yeah, the other option I think is you take the perk that gives you a longer silence duration, but requires you to be way closer when hacking, which is just it's just way too risky for you, right? So, have a heal. It's kind of handy. It does offer a little bit more of utility to the rest of the team. But I think the Groggy perk is a great call out, Matt. I think like Ball getting slowed after waking up just means you have that much more time to put damage down. Normally he would barely get escape. Now with that Groggy perk, he just gets owned, man.
So Team Liquid already ready to select their map. So they go to Havana. We see teams kind of leave push towards the end because you really only have... I mean, look, you could pick Coliseo, but we see teams, everybody picks the Esperanza. So we're going to have a Sigma ban here to kick things off for TL. So this will actually put things probably more in like Maga, Ramatra, like even like a Risa territory, and Nightmare gets rid of the Lucio, which is quite interesting because Team Liquid loves to play Zen here, right? They play like Zen ball comps, right? So potentially we see the Zen come out.
I mean, yeah, these bans don't really do anything, I think, about the Malga comp, about the ball comp, about the Winston comp, I guess. Like, you're playing Brig Ana in that setup. We also have, by the way, we saw Infected play Sigma on this map in the past.
But they ban it.
So clearly there's a different approach here. But, I mean, Team Liquid just forced a comp that was terrible against Nightmare setup for an entire map and didn't bat an eyelid. So I've got to hope they've got something here that's a little more tailored to try and give them an edge.
I want to see this. I want to see Nightmare play this hazard-based composition with like Sombra, Tracer in the mix against the Maga. I think that would be quite fascinating. Also, Team Liquid deciding like not to play the Zen on defense. They're just going to say, you know what? Let's just make it a Maga type of game. Play the Brig, play the Juno, and they're going to play close to the spawn here.
Gravy, obviously, in my ear with a great point. I think in Liquid, you've got the tank flexibility. Either play Malga or actually switch out of bad comp matchups.
Yeah, they could have not played the ball, right?
Yeah, just tank counter, bro. You can still do it. Again, I know perks maybe dissuade that a little bit, which I think is great, but again, if you're not going to play this Malga comp, which they couldn't in the last map, couldn't really do it. Fair enough. Here we go. Notice that Liquid have held on to that Malga ban. We'll see when it becomes relevant. Dynamite there for long range. Pressure now already being felt by Team Liquid is, well, knife. The bird gets the worm, but
He slept, I think, and they were able to make it out. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he just sort of avoids. I guess in fairness, like the sidelines aren't great for all of Nightmare from that position, but yeah, it's a jagged wall. That'll get him.
Yeah, just the kind of annoyance that comes there with just the dynamites constantly being thrown in there by Lethal, just kind of the ticking damage. So it'll be, okay, so they're going to play Juno with the Kiri. So this is a composition we've seen that, like, honestly hasn't produced, like, amazing results, right? But I think you probably feel like you need the Kiri to be able to kind of keep that Maga alive through the bios that are going to come through from UV.
Yeah, so like
there's a cleanse right away
with the comp that Nightmare showed last map in terms of how it shuts down the ball. Now this, man,
dude,
another
that wall though, like splits off Tree and RuPaul there. I mean, that is like massive, right? You have the speed ring of Juno, but it's obviously not as effective as, let's say, like a Lucio speed of kind of like being like an AoE aura. You just kind of have to like pass through it, and that allows Cuff to get really nice value out of the jagged walls. Typically, we kind of think of the jagged wall as just kind of like another ability that's just kind of like thrown around with the hazard. It's really kind of like built around his leap, but Kuffa making sick use of the walls.
That was big, and in some senses, he doesn't have to be 1-to-1 better than Malga in that kind of matchup, right? In fact, it is able to show just why Malga is so scary there, is that downpour is essentially negated by a Suzu from Vega. Team Liquid now can sort of set up a bit more about this, and Zera, it doesn't want to linger too long because he knows he could be detected, but also doesn't want to go for a pulse play now because the timing's just not good. So he has to stay alive and try not to be a drag on healing resources because no one can see him, frankly.
He does want to protect the high ground,
though. The back line. Got Nano there from Ultraviolet, Matt. He was about to get crunched on, I think, by Team Liquid, but still gets bio. They just collapse into the position of the Soldier, and it's a little bit exposed, Lethal there.
That's going to be the cardiac overdrive here used as well by Infected on the point, just being able to keep everybody topped up. That'll be a bio chucked in there from UV. They don't even need to use the Cleanso to sort that out. This will be the cage catching Kuffa. I don't know if he's going to be able to live, man. Yeah, no, he's just going to get taken out.
And am I respecting the Malga comp yet?
No, I mean, they haven't played it once the entire time. They've never taken like a Maga mirror. They've never even gone to the Maga. They just clearly do not, regardless of what they say, they clearly just don't want to play it, right? So,
I mean, you could ban it though. You could ban Malga. You could ban Juno or Brig.
Yeah,
it feels like they're saving bans for like the back end of the series, but they lost map 1. And it feels like that's a huge risk to take.
Oh, now you lose Zera here up on the high ground after a hero swap, right? So things getting pretty bad here. It's Tree with some sick shots. Yeah, I mean, I guess what you're saving the Maga for potentially your kind of like a last ditch effort, right? Like Esperanza, right? You would just ban Maga, and I mean that gets you to game 5, right? But at that point, like, what's, then you're still gonna have to kind of beat it.
All right, it's gonna have to be now here for Nightmare. Overclock for Lethal. Save the day for us. Deflect there instantly from Knife, and here's the Kitsune rush now. Lethal is forced so far away that he's no longer relevant. That is a Sojourn ultimate going down for nothing, but Knife, as he goes to pull the blade, gets cut down by Kuffa mid-air. However, it's a trade. Kuffa down as well. RuPaul under no pressure whatsoever, which usually bodes very, very well for the team with the Juno. And now in overtime, we're going to see the last vestiges of that week burn away, folks. As Nightmare pull up very, very short on their attack side, losing heartily to the Malga comp.
Yeah, and that was a nano there from UV at the end that gets sent out to Zera, but Zera dies before he gets the benefit of it. So it's getting bad from worse. Man, I think you have to respect the Maga comp, and you have to kind of try and at least like play it. I mean, what's the worst thing that kind of happens for Nightmare, right? Like,
I don't need him to play it, right? This is map 3 of 5. So in theory, there are 3 good Malga bans available to them right now. Malga himself, Juno and Brig. You could have banned one of those, I think, coming into this game, right? Because without the Brig, you can dive the Juno. Without the Juno, Malga doesn't have the Orbit Array. And obviously, without the Malga, you can't do this. So there are options here. And Nightmare instead come into this game with the Lucio ban and say, okay, well, we're going to play Brigana anyway, so let's just kind of limit their mobility somewhat, but it doesn't make it any easier.
Would it be fair to call Nightmare's just overall style, even like bans and just kind of like comp selections, just like, it's just pretty like greedy, right? Like, you need to, I mean, it is definitely not the easiest path, I'll say that. You get rid of Lucio here, right? It obviously takes some speed away from the Maga, but like, and also to be quite fair to Nightmare, we have seen teams like not play well when they have to play like a Juno kind of shell without the Brig in place. But still, I mean, you kind of have the worst defense are still there with the Maga in the mix. So maybe you feel like, well, also Team Liquid does get the first ban, right? So they ban Sigma, so there's no opportunity to ban the Maga here, right? So like you could have banned.
It's a protect.
Yeah, it's like probably more of like a protect than anything, right? And Sigma, we've seen Kuffa play that against like different compositions, right? So playing Sigma with like a Zen Ana around the corner here would have been annoying for the Maga to deal with potentially. So
I guess Nightmare don't want to ban the Brick because they're trying to play in this hazard shell to answer the threat of Knife, right?
Yeah.
I think Juno is a good option here, but it's fine.
Zera gets extremely low.
I mean, look at the cart's already made such significant progress here. Zero takes a double shuriken headshot by the looks of things there. Knife realizing, okay, there's a railgun threat here from Lethal. I do need to be wary of that. Force a deflect here from Zera. Knife now maybe considering getting involved in the tank fight, but Infected doesn't need much help here. So I think tying up 2 heroes for the price of 1 Genji is probably where Knife wants to be right now.
No, I mean, pretty good value there, right? Where Knife can just kind of constantly poke there on the high ground. Now finally commits to it.
Admiral does go down, so now Knife able to put more pressure down, but they've lost their front line. Hazard now free to roam, free to dive, or at least just set up here and get healed. UV's got to respect that rail presence, though his tree has been a nuisance. He's diving into the back line, and he's still got UV in the end. It's a trade. Lethal's able to find 2 quick kills. I think, does he not get 2 there? Things look a little scary. Still, no Ana in play for Nightmare.
Well, UV feels like he has to end up using the nano, right? There's just so much pressure coming on in. He's the only support alive at the moment. Has to burn that nano boost onto Kuffa to be able to kind of sustain here. So you do get a fight win here for Nightmare. And we have seen really weird stuff happen on this map, right? We've seen full holds into fuller holds as Infected gets quite low. But you see Team Liquid now trying to set up here on this high ground. Maybe Kitsune rush off the top.
Lethal with overclock though. I'd be pretty scared of that. Here comes the cavalry though, treading the green brick road, and it's Lethal with an overclock, silencing both DPS. Ouch!
That's one way.
That one's gonna hurt on a cold day. Brutal stuff here for Team Liquid, and they're gonna have to run it back with an orbital ray instead.
Yeah, they're just gonna kite out Infected here. They're just gonna keep him alive for as long as possible. This is brutal. I mean, that's an extra, what, 15, 20 seconds? Dude, you're at 1:30. I would be, so Team Liquid obviously has some great ultimates coming up, right? Orbital Ray with the cage fight plus Blade. You need to kind of combo these in like perfect succinctity to get this one across the line.
And the hazard comp is working against this Malga. Look, so all this conversation about like using your bands adequately to answer Malga might just not be necessary. Lethal is popping off. Now no pressure on the Sojourn. Cage fight up and no overclock here for Lethal, so we're just going to go to work slowly trying to break this. But it's fine, the work's been done here. Liquid have got no legs in this fight.
I mean, that's the cage used there, right? Without the Blade, you get the kill onto Knife as he comes on through, right? So, and you are able to hold on to your rally here during this. Infected's going to get staggered out even longer, as Nightmare now, Mitch, can most certainly do this, right? If you would have had like the Blade inside of the cage, right? Maybe the orbital ray ends up dropping. Really no heals that are going to be able to keep Nightmare living on through that, as now though they have an opportunity.
Gotta be here, Knife.
If Lethal gets another shot, dude.
I know. I mean, every fight he's just been ridiculous. Again, this is the kind of game where you want him to come alive. One where you do have the unfettered Malga comp being thrown at you. This is going to be a close one, though. Here comes that downpour. Tree briefly stunned up, but Kuffa's able to get in there and get rid of the Sojourn. Liquid now down to 4. This is scary. Nightmare not allowing the cart to move an inch, and the stop comes through. Knife's Blade clearly bunted. Only good for cut and play, though, apparently. It's the Liquid now with only Infected left to use. The Malga comp has pulled up short, and Nightmare showed us that Hazard can do it. And that is a big deal. Now, still with a Malga band in the back pocket, Nightmare moved to match point.
Now it looks awesome, right? I mean, that is though like a generational fumble though from Team Liquid. I mean, you just dropped the spaghetti all over the floor. You had I mean, dude, you have Orbital Ray, Cage Fight, Blade. You shouldn't, like, you should be able to get a fight where you combo at least two of them and look good. They end up having to use using the like orbital ray with tree over by the objective, but like they're so far away from getting the cart there that like Nightmare doesn't even really like respect it, right? They just kind of like back up a little bit and give them the space, and then they get nothing out of the cage because Lethal hits a 6-shot onto Knife as he's coming out of the spawn door. Man, that is. Hey, look, when being greedy works, it looks awesome, right?
We talked about this in map 1 though, right? The volatility that Sojourn introduces now, especially when you can get these 150 charge rails that give you like these body shot kills with alarming consistency. There were fights, like you mentioned, the old economy was very good, but it wasn't even like the ults weren't used properly, is that the people carrying them got shot in the face and died instantly. Like, this is nuts, mate.
I mean, Lethal.
Like, RuPaul survives there, he could probably orbit array in a desperate fight.
Right there was the fight though, right? The one where they come out of that door and he kills Knife and Knife has the blade and they end up burning the cage fight. And then also on top of that, just the way they were staggering Infected, right? Burned at least, they did it twice, burned at least like 30 seconds off the clock, right? So, that is a brutal loss. Like sometimes if you've ever played in like one of these series, or I'm sure, people watching it played in series like this, like coached in series like this, like it's like you lose a map like that and you try and like rally the troops and be like, guys, we can keep it going, but like there's like a little bit deep down, everybody kind of knows like, man, did we just blow it? Yeah. And also because like there's so much on the line, right, to go to China, not also to play SSG. This also puts them in a really weird situation as well, because like nobody would have ever picked Coliseo, right? So you're picking Esperanza here, which you know that everybody's going to play. So the only thing that's really impactful is the bans. Do you ban a tank here to just protect like a Maga ball?
I think you ban a tank. You ban a tank again if you're.
Do you ban, I don't know, like ban like Diva or ban Reinhardt, right? Something. Yeah, I mean ban Ramatra. No, they already banned Hazard. They banned Hazard map 1, so that's off the table.
Yeah, I think you just give yourself the Margo, say, okay, we're gonna play Margo. I think that you ban Ramatra. Here you go. And I think that Nightmare should ban Juno.
Yep.
Is the best ban, I think, to target. Yeah, we go to target the Malga comp. No, we can go to this. Let's go, baby. All right. I mean, this is very
It's only taken you like 9 weeks to get the hang of it, right?
No.
How long have we been doing this?
5 weeks. Here's the problem, though. I just want to put this out there. Map 5 is a Nightmare pick, and they can ban Malga off the rip. This is the last chance for Team Liquid to play this Malga comp and win. The last chance.
Hey, I mean, look. Gambling a little bit, right, with the ban process, but it has seemed to at least work out here for Nightmare potentially if we get to that 5th map. So we'll see how the bans kind of shape things, because I don't think obviously they're going to try and play Hazard into the Malka if it happens, right? Now without the Juno in play, do you play like, are you playing on a, you're not playing like on a Brig, Kiri. Are you playing on a Kiri, right?
You need Kiri. You need Kiri. I don't think you can go without her.
But can you play on a Kiri with Malga? Like, it's kind of...
Kiri, I don't care what you put it with. The cleanse is too important. Your opponents are going to play maybe like a Hazard or Winston comp here.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We could end up playing like Ball versus Winston here potentially, right?
Yes.
Like you could potentially see like Team Liquid try and go for that Ball type of setup with the Anakiri, because the Ball actually plays obviously a bit better with the Anakiri. And then on the flip side, right, Nightmare would end up playing probably something that's like more Winston on a Brig, right? That's kind of what they would go for.
Forget the Havana lost Liquid if it falls.
Bro, that is, we've seen some bad ones over the years. I mean, this one is like, yeah, this one's up there. I mean, that one's rough.
Real quick, you probably see it in the chat, guys. Faceit points are being given out willy-nilly. If you want some Faceit points for yourself, by the way, these Faceit points can be used in the Faceit store for OW2 coins and skins and a bunch of other stuff for a bunch of other games as well. So sign up to Faceit first and link your Twitch account, and then you just chill in the stream. And they are being given out randomly to people that have connected Faceit accounts in the chat. It's that simple. It is passive income, virtually.
They randomly need to hit our lines with those Faceit points, man.
That is
on there.
Oddly enough, I am eligible. I have a connected account and I am in chat because I'm obviously getting the life wave drops, but I've not seen any yet. But hopefully Come to me soon. We're going to go to break. When we come back, I will have had an antihistamine and we'll be jumping into map number 4. Esperanza is on deck. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for map number 4. Esperanza is on the docket, and it is Nightmare poised to take this series away. They've tried to limit the effectiveness of the Malga comp as much as possible because they could not directly ban it. They banned the Juno, and of course Liquid before that protect banner Ramatra to make sure Malga gets through.
There is so much more pressure as well in this game on Team Liquid than Nightmare, right? Nightmare essentially playing with like house money, right? Completely rebuilt this roster coming into the year. I know a lot of players from last year kind of dispersed amongst some of the other teams, partner teams, and they find themselves in this spot one map away from going to China. Team Liquid was built to kind of take over from the Toronto Defiant, right? Be best in the region. To lose would be...
Are we about to see Vega and Rupal not make an event? Like, is that the timeline that we were inhabiting? Holy. All right, folks. Strap yourselves in. Off to Esperanza.
They're going to play the Maga with the Kiri Lucio here.
Kiri?
Yeah, Lucio Kiri here. It'll be Ana with the Lucio on the opposing side. The Hazard, we'll see how it kind of plays here on this map specifically, because some of the things that Cup has been doing with like the walls, like creating really nice angles for himself either get to safety or also just kind of catching a player off guard. Not really great save lines for it on this map, but may not matter. I mean, dude, Lethal has been shooting lights out the last 2 maps.
I mean, yeah, he has picked up where he left off. What a huge opener. A knife of all people? There's no fight to be had here. And honestly, interestingly enough, Matt, Nightmare aren't actually trying to play Winston here. They're like more than satisfied. I think like obviously Patton's mounting ability, mantling ability, excuse me, and just the burst that he has over Winston seems to make him preferred here.
I think the survivability as well, right? With the spike guard and being able to kind of survive a little bit better than like the Winston, especially on his own. So you see the bot continue to move into TL territory. Where, yeah, I mean, you end up kind of playing this Hazard. Puts down some pretty nice burst damage. It's interesting, right? Because we were so deep into like a Hazard meta, or what felt like a Hazard meta was like at the beginning of the stage in the OWCS. And then we kind of saw like some more Winston pop up, like a little bit of Diva at times. And then we kind of went like all in on Maga for a week. And I mean, really, the Magas continue to be good. It's just Nightmare, the only team that really kind of doesn't believe in it. And they've circled back to the Hazard in response, which I think is like a response that not a lot of teams would have had, right? Like typical Maga responses in the past were what, like we've seen teams try Junker Queen into Maga. We've seen teams try like Ramatra Sigma, right? Nobody obviously with Hazard new to the game has tried this.
So Nightmare with a slim lead, but see no point in getting ahead of themselves here. They know just how powerful
let Lethal just farm a pick.
Flag round is, Matt.
I mean, he's already so close to an overclock as well, right?
Ignoring Malga in 2025? Okay, that is a decision. That's going to be the front line of Nightmare to get run over. In general, they probably just aren't, in a pitched battle nearly as strong as what Liquid have. So now we'll see Team Liquid look to push through and equal that 31-meter total.
I also wonder if there's a scenario there where Lethal was going to be the recipient of the nano, but like they were all just taking so much damage, they just called to hold for like the next one, right? And come back with all 5 ultimates. But
it goes to show though that even this,
because he used like front line.
Kerry Lucio backline, Matt, has the sustain to deal with like this constant poke down from the Sojourn and also like the hazard damage. That is not something I necessarily would have expected. You see, Rupal, I see why. He's taken the perk that allows him to have faster or fitter travel speed on a target who is critical health, as opposed to the one where you throw knives and get healing for free. So he knows he really has to do he has to be a heal bot basically in this matchup if they're going to have a Lucio as well. Vega's down, so they don't for the time being. Vega died with beat, by the way, but it might not hurt them too much as Tree is still free to stamp his classic brand of chaos over the game. Knife also assisting here. Lethal though trying to steal the bot away and it's healthier. Tree needs to take a long detour to get healed up.
Yeah, Zera's still alive as well, so you're not going to get much progress here out of this for Nightmare, but you're going to prevent Team Liquid from winning the fight, pushing it deeper into your territory. The bad part here for Nightmare, right, is both support ults still available for Team Liquid. You lost Vega really early in the fight. He actually dies to just the damage that comes from the downpour of the Hazard, and this overclock needs to be massive, right? If you can use this overclock from behind, maybe get a support here before you use it, that would be huge, but it's going to be the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier connecting.
Kafa just, I mean, even with a defensive Bionade on him, it just wasn't nearly enough to keep him alive in this fight. Liquid, a very conservative, a slow approach to the start of this game. But they really have come alive now off the back of, frankly, just some of these nice ultimate combinations. And really nice, like, I think just cohesion in what looked like to be neutral, drawn out sort of skirmishes here. They're now going to have themselves a checkpoint.
And you wonder, like, would Nightmare even consider maybe making a change, like bringing in like a Sombra into the mix? But I feel like you just need the Sojourn to control these type of areas, right? The high ground just way too strong on Esperanza to completely give it up, like concede it to a player, especially of Tree's caliber. So that'll be checkpoint already for TL. They're going to basically double up in meters Nightmare at the moment.
Jera sees an opportunity there to dive in. Bites his time a little bit longer though with all of Liquid. Whoa, okay, group up into a bio. There's an opening here and very quickly Nightmare have looked to exploit it. Backline is down, this fight is over. Nightmare able to get this one back at least to close to mid-map.
They're going to have to chain another fight or two together, though, right? This is what we see on push. We've seen more lopsided games in stage 1 of the OWCS than we've had in a very long time, at least in NA, in push. Is we'll get back to mid-map. The benefit here for Nightmare, right, is you're probably one fight away from getting checkpoint yourself, right? Which obviously doesn't get you, close to taking a lead, but gives yourself a better chance, right? The bot will kind of like travel up back a little bit further to that point. So it'll even things up a little bit. They're probably playing around this nano, right? Letting Kuffa and Co take some damage, farm up this nano, and then give it over to the Hazard.
Tree very aware that obviously Zera's going to be looking to get into the back line. Here's an overclock now. At first, they're a respectable distance Tree maintained. Now he wants to fight, but it's a nano Kuffa in his face. Infected does well though. He's able to run interference there and just sort of stomp through, get in the way of Kuffa. Though, Zera finally found Tree. Just as the Sojourn's eyes turned forward, that's when Zera snuck into the back line. We haven't said their name a whole lot since map number 1, but Zera has been pretty huge on the Tracer lately. Nice to see it come out here on Esperanza. This is still a very close game. Make no mistake. Nightmare need to win another fight, I think, and then we're going to be even.
Yeah, you're probably going to get close to checkpoint here for Nightmare. The benefit for Nightmare, though, right, is that Tree has already used that overclock, and now you have Lethal set up on this high ground. This is exactly where you want him. This is also a spot where, like, Maga can't really engage, right? Maga can't access that high ground. Has to play from the low. You see Infected just get right on top of the bot, take this low ground here, going to try and get into a position where this high ground won't be as impactful.
Yeah, Nightmare have to know they've got to use the high ground in that moment, but they're denied the opportunity. Infected just walks up on them and Cage Fight comes down. They lock Admiral in, but Zera, still Zera, is able to find Vega on the other side. Eventually, though, Infected's in the perfect spot and the backline just can't really get away from him. So Nightmare, even though they're in a perfect spot with lethal overclock from high ground, where Infected can't really challenge it, he's able to walk up and just cage them.
I think you were also down a player at the start there for Nightmare before things kicked off, right? And Infected gets the bot underneath that underpass and then just turns the corner to the right, just beelines for that high ground, right? That's when you drop the cage and, connect with the lethal on it. Although Lethal's able to live, it's just like a 2-player beat, I believe, that comes through from Admiral being able to save the both of them.
Forward we go. Tree knows this is a great time to force the issue. And a little melee there would be enough to account for the Ana. Kaffa's not getting away. It's going to be a steaming hole board between his shoulder blades. And now Liquid get up to triple digits, putting the potential of a map 5 as a matter of reality. And this is a bit awkward now for Liquid. They're able to double back at least and deal with some of those interlopers. They're all in play here. Nightmare, rather, the ones that are on the receiving end. But Vega does get picked off early. It's Lethal that falls down, though, and he has really struggled, Matt, in this map to take it over.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just been really good aggression out of Team Liquid, right? Whether it be Knife, and also you're getting RuPaul in the mix, right? Being able to kind of TP on the Curie, just the amount of damage that he puts down. So Nightmare finally wins a fight. But man, they are so far behind here, dude. I mean, only 2 minutes to go on the clock. Gonna have to be another fumble, it feels like, for Team Liquid to end up losing the series here.
Admiral coming back around to a sound barrier. I think the last one might have been Ajaxed.
No, it was just for the cage. It was just for the cage.
Okay, it was just the cage. Yeah. The cage broke it up. That's not as bad, although the impact is pretty much the same. Only he was able to benefit from it. Lethal back here in a pretty decent spot. Liquid probably know that this is going to be a tougher fight for them to win if they've been tracking those ultimates. Nano for Ultraviolet was imparted, but Kaffa doesn't have any really healing for him now. Admiral, obviously, more of the aggressive sort of player, eventually gets ruined here by Infected. And this bot, all that work that Nightmare put in with that last fight that was pretty solid, kind of gets erased. We are rotating back around, though, to some of the biggest ultimates that Nightmare have made use of over this series. I'm talking about Railgun and a beat for Admiral that he hopes he can actually get spread to some teammates.
The fight started off good for Nightmare, but then just kind of spiraled from there. As they've really gotten no benefit out of the Nano. You see the Nano that goes on to Kaffa, and then he ends up falling. They catch Kaffa here with a cage, so that will just continue to move the bot deeper into Nightmare territory. He's got the downpour, so this has not been good for Nightmare, but obviously you lose here. You still have a pick. You still have your pick of the map. You still have also your selection potentially to get rid of this Maga.
Okay, here's that Lethal overclock. It's time to come alive, Lethal. We saw it in the last map. Havana was unbelievable, but Knife puts him to bed before he can find a kill. Kaffa was able to get Tree, so both teams are sojournless. And RuPaul here again, we talked about it, has had to be a bit of a heal bot this match so far, and it's worked. Nice little Susie, that's going to cleanse off the downpour, and Knife getting through the back line, one after another. And I don't know how you're coming back from this one, folks. 3 seconds or so left in the round. Team Liquid encroaching on the doorstep of Nightmare. They're going to go for the beat here. The Admiral has had such a rough game. He's not been able to get these big sound barriers that we've sort of known him for. And Tree now is going to cut down every interloper that dares step on to the promenade. Overtime is done, and Team Liquid gets through a map despite that Juno being taken away from the Malgacom.
And an absolutely strong comeback, right? They could have easily folded after how Havana went, end up losing Esperanza and kind of going home, right? Not competing in China, but they bounce back in a massive way here to get us to a 5th and final game. Dude, this series just gets closer and closer every time we run this one back, right? I know Nightmare looks so good against Team Liquid the final week of the season, then Team Liquid gets their lick back in the first week of playoffs, and then now we kind of go here down to the wire. And the benefit here would be is that Nightmare saved some of their bans here potentially for this final map, right? Some of the bans that you think would be most impactful.
If I'm not mistaken, it's only Hybrid that's left in the pool, right? So
Hybrid is actually attached to the same game mode as Flashpoint. So,
all right, we're going back. We actually have an open map pool here.
Yeah, we completely reset.
Like Dorado and ban Malgo.
Well, if you're going to pick Dorado, you feel like you wouldn't play Maga at all in Dorado, right?
You could also pick a 66 if you wanted to. I think back to how Nightmare ended the series yesterday, right? Like they have this option. And it's actually not because they won map 1. That's what I said at the start of the series. It's like, they probably need to win map 1 so they can have that map 5 selection. But because they take that Havana, that unexpected map win away, they have some options.
You could play... I'm curious, like, what kind of game mode as we see the stats. You could play, like, Nepal and ban Maga, right? That would, like, tend well to be able to play, like, Sigma, Risa, Ramatra-based kind of compositions, right? You could go Blizzard World, right? Blizzard World is not the best for a hero like Maga, right? But Blizzard World, we've seen Team Liquid in the past, right? They'll run some of the Ball Zen comps there, so that's something that they've been pretty comfortable on. Or you could go like Route 66, right? And get rid of the Maga. So
yeah, I do think like Zen is just not really nearly as viable, I think, on 66 or Dorado, right? I think there's less of those. It's the verticality that really punishes. There are longer sidelines on that Blizzard World map that sort of make that viable, but in general, I think that would be pretty difficult to play towards. Again, that's the benefit of having your map pick. And of course, you're right. If they pick a map that's so hostile to Malga that he's just not viable there, they can...
I don't know if I would risk that, though. Like, personally, like, I would
you
just...
don't trust Infected not just to windmill slam the Malga pick and go into the map.
I would just get rid of it. I believe, you know, if we could put the hero, just kind of the series up, I believe, you know, for Team Liquid, I'm curious if they've actually banned Sombra already, because that would also be a scenario. Yeah, so it will be Nepal. So that was one of the maps I talked about. So you could ban Maga here. We've actually seen Team Liquid they played this map because this is the one where Team Liquid, if you remember, they kind of played Sigma, and then Nightmare came out with like Winston based compositions and just like kept diving past the shield, and they were able to get really good value. So they get rid of the Maga here. So this is kind of a good selection. I'm curious what we decide to see here though now. So an Ana ban comes through. So this takes some of those Winston based compositions, makes them a little bit harder to run.
It does, but does this negate the Hazard style comps if you want to play those?
So UV's been playing a ton of Ana, right? I mean, it's kind of like really what he's only played. So there was like a Sombra ban available. I was maybe you can kind of go Sombra, ban Sombra, right? And that's like really kind of their ball counter, so to speak. But the Ana ban is really good. We've seen RuPaul being able to play like a ton of you know, whether it be like Kiri or Juno, right? We've seen UV play just like a lot of Ana over the last, you know, few games. So really good targeted ban there, especially going after potentially those Winston-based compositions.
I mean, and Nightmare know this. They either can ban the Malga or they can sort of protect something on their comp, but they just don't want to take any chances, especially on Nepal, is that you might just random into a map where Malga actually has decent time. Like Shrine, for example, probably still looks pretty decent for him there. He can sort of brawl down. It does mean, though, that if we get Village, it introduces the possibility of Echo play, which we've seen, you know, Knife go for a fair bit, or even some Farah play. There are some maps as well, like Sanctum, where you can justifiably, if you're lethal, go and try and play the Ashe. That seems like that's been a pocket pick for lethal, especially. But we've seen Trees Ashe in the past. I want to say even more so like last year, when he was still coming up, and it was, I think, sort of blew our minds on that pick there. So
Ashe feel like it's gonna fallen off completely. It feels like it's like Sojourn or bust. Feels like if you're not playing Sojourn, you're playing something like Tracer Genji or Genji or Genji Tracer Slash, and then you know, with a Sombra, right? That kind of feels where things have gone, where we really haven't seen like much of Ashe at all. We saw somebody play Cassidy yesterday, just kind of to stop the Ball, different type of compositions that potentially come through. Ball becomes an interesting option, right? No Ana to be able to like sleep or bio. You can play the Ball with a Kiri and a Lucio.
How do you feel about it on Village?
Oh, no, not on Village. Not on Village.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
To say, it seems, because you cannot par drive anybody on the point in that particular map. Yes. Don't really want to go there. The teams look, generally, I think these are the bans you have to make at this point. Yeah. I've got to applaud Team Liquid. Again, they have an extra member of coaching staff in order to sort of, you know, carry this progress out in fairness. But Danny's also, you know, doubling up as a manager. So Team Liquid obviously are the team that you expect to have a pretty robust playbook for situations like this. And I think the bans have largely gone as we sort of have predicted, especially this one, knowing that Ana was still open. They really hold on to that one for quite a while.
You couldn't risk not banning the Maga here if you were Nightmare. I mean, you'd be just kind of kicking yourself, like the rest of the, like, let's say you don't ban the Maga and you end up losing this, right? You would just be kind of kicking yourself like, oh, we never actually ended up using it on any map, right? I mean, that's a scenario you could not have put yourself in.
Yeah. We are just moments away of heading over onto the poll, folks. So this is the decider map in this series. The winner will lock in their attendance, at the Champions Cup in Hangzhou. The loser, unfortunately, well, we're going to have to see them in stage 2. We're going to do a quick break as our teams are readying themselves for this decider, and we'll be back with Nepal after this. All right, folks, the time has come. We're off to Nepal here to decide the team that will be facing off against SSG in the final. Will it be Liquid getting to run it back against them after an epic 5-mapper yesterday? Or will it be Hungry Youngsters Nightmare left on the outside of the partnership process, who get to have a crack at them?
Something also interesting, Mitch, is like we've seen these two teams match up. This is the third time over 3 weeks. The other two matchups, they actually played Nepal as well. In the regular season, the 3-0 sweep, Nightmare actually ended up taking it 2-0. And then in the first round of the playoffs, it was actually Liquid who took it 2-0. The bans for those, I know, just completely different than what we see here. But these two teams, their third go-around on Nepal for a chance to go to China.
I like that we're looking at the Ramatra. We have the Orisa here for Infected. Okay, I'm about it. We're just going to flip the script on our metagame expectations here. Aussie Marga's on an option. In fact, this is obviously a hero that we saw him on late last year on NRG Shock. A lot of the time. Well, that was one that they often discussed that, you know, it took him a little bit while to really get under his belt, so to speak, and adjust to an Orisa-based meta, but it's not been a great starting for Liquid.
Well, the time that Nightmare actually won this against Team Liquid, their ban was the Orisa. They play the Orisa, you know, a decent amount on this map, especially when the Maga is not in play with some of these sight lines. So could potentially be a read here from Nightmare as Knife makes a change right away. He's going to go over and play some Tracer here. So both these tanks flanked with the Juno Lucio backline.
Orisa versus Ramatra feels like a pretty fair matchup, honestly, a lot of the time. Honest front lines here come clashing as Infected with a Javelin Spin tries to get onto the point. I like the Vortex used to try and break things up, and Infected is a little separated from the rest of his team, but Rupal obviously with a Medi Blaster can heal from a longer distance away. Torpedoes come in and Kuffer goes a little bit low. Ultraviolet though will be working to keep him fighting fit. And Zera's looking for a pulse opportunity now, maybe waiting for the gold to come off the Orisa. And Infected can't avoid the follow-up damage there, eventually falling even with the Javelin Spin in play. So both tanks are now down. Talk about a fair matchup, but over the top to an orbital ray that maybe makes things a little bit more skewed towards Liquid.
Team Liquid most certainly needed to win that fight as RuPaul ends up building up towards that orbital right a little bit faster than UV. This next fight though is going to be really where it matters for Team Liquid, right? Can you win this fight coming up with 4 ultimates on the other side of Nightmare, right? Would allow you to get close to tying the round up. If Nightmare's able to flip this though, Mitch, I mean, we could be seeing a blowout in round 1.
All right, Lethal. Looking for the overclock here. Sound barrier will be allowed to somewhat expire here before they really get themselves in harm's way. Pulse there for Knife, pulls up short. Lethal punishes him for it. Nasty, nasty rail. Kuffer deals with Rupal here. Taking, of course, the perk that increases the poke potential of this Ramatra. Something that Orisa can't necessarily hope to match here. It's Nightmare still with the lead. We're able to flip it back.
We saw early on Ramatra is taking some of the extra shield duration, but now it seems like kind of the go-to for some of these players is that extra like little bit of burst damage, as Infected will now mirror the Ramatra. So it feels like for me, when these teams end up in a mirror, that's kind of like a little bit of an advantage for Nightmare. Like Team Liquid's really good at playing some of these different kind of counter comps. Playing the mirror feels like a little bit of a concession here for Team Liquid. So already a little bit of a win here for Nightmares. They're going to open things up here. Oh, that's a nice boop there from Admiral, knocking Tree off the side. That's his overclock.
Admittedly, Tree was pretty low anywhere there. Match would have been tough, I think, for the Sojourn to get back into the fight. That's so dirty. Knife realizes his goose is cooked there and probably wants a reset if possible. But I'm still crediting Admiral with 2 knock-off kills. Nicely done. It's time for Ball here for Infected. Doesn't really have the architecture built around it to make it shine here, but Nightmare don't have counters to Wrecking Ball right now, and Infected just wants to keep the map going. So Kuffer, a little bit low, definitely keenly aware of Tree starting to put damage in at him from the periphery of the point, and man, you've got to be careful. You've got to respect the Sojourn here. Rupal just floats around a little too long. Little Icarus impression, gets him punished and sent back to spawn. All things considered, this should be Nightmare closing up the round and being on the very, very edge of going to our grand finals.
The Ball desperation at the end just to get a touch, and even without Ana in the mix, right, you just kind of ignore the Ball in that scenario where I know both the times we've seen this map with these two teams, it's been 2-0 either way. One's for Nightmare, one's for Team Liquid. So this is a point for Team Liquid that we've seen them play like Orisa Sigma-based compositions. As we take a look at a replay, this is going to be the boot there from Admiral onto Tree. Just a little bit of a drive-by there. While he's got the overclock going, knocks off Knife as well. Probably didn't have the recall there available to get back, but this is a point where we've seen Team Liquid actually play some like Sigma-based stuff, right? This is where Nightmare would play like some type of Winston, but seems like they want to kind of match in terms of the Ramatra. And then a Mei pick here for TL. So going to be playing the Mei here. Maybe you feel like you can kind of catch Kuffa off guard a little bit, split him off from the rest of the team. And then Lethal actually bring in the Ashe. So really good sightlines here for Ashe, actually, as opposed to the Sojourn. Sojourn like a little bit more medium to long range, but this would be one point where the Ashe definitely is like maybe a little bit more effective.
Yeah, we talked about the Sanctum Ashe play from Lethal, definitely where he likes to go. They could really want to brawl here, though. They absolutely want to get Knife in a position to war. They're trying to punish Kuffa so hard. But if Kuffa's playing in a position that a Mei War behind him won't actually trap him. He can actually go out towards the balcony itself and then just circle around. But Knife's not trying to fight in the front line right now. So Kuffa just backs up and says, okay, let Infected take some ground here. I'm being healed a lot by the rest of my team. Nightmare had the Lucio here. Admiral, of course, with that extra 15% boop distance is pretty epic on this map. So that's something that you need to keep an eye on.
And the way these comps are kind of playing out, this feels like it's just a better scenario here for Nightmare, right? Team Liquid wants to play a little bit more methodical right around this Mei and just kind of push on in, where Nightmare is totally fine taking these like brawly type of styles, right? This is like the kind of thing they want to play. Nice Ravenous Vortex at the door, splitting some players off. Man, this is just being Team Liquid getting pushed back to their spawn here in Game 5. So we will actually see if they're going to be able to get back in here for Team Liquid. I mean, this is a bit of a rough go here to start.
Okay, Liquid. Time to pull your socks up and get to work now. Orbital Ray, Annihilation. Nice switching off the Mei here, realizing that was a bit of a gambit. It cost them early. Here's Tree, though, already going down. And before Infected can even think about looking in the direction of that Q key, his team ceases to exist.
I mean, you're looking at a blowout potential here, right? You are actually going to have double support ult here for Nightmare. Vega not close to building up here towards that beat, right? Was playing another here a little bit earlier. And then now you're going to have a Blade that comes through, right? It's going to be a Blade that has no response on the other side. This has potential Nightmare shutout written all over it.
68%. Cutting here as well, just respecting the Vortex, but wanting to, again, be a thorn constantly in the side of Infected. He's just trying to get out and onto the field, get out and play for the objective to play the game at all. Here's an orbital rate coming down. Nightmare running in, but Lethal, despite deploying Bob, and still getting the kill on Knife, goes down first. Infected picks him up with that Annihilation. Now, though, he's dealing with a Bob. That's frustrating. Really annoying, and Tree can't really afford to try and flip the point back here. Team Liquid are running out of options. They're running out of time. They're only going to run them down to the back line, and Rupal might be able to pick up a health pack, but he has nobody nearby that could come to his rescue. Infected looks like he's trying to save him, but will be forced back by Kuffa's shield. And you're right, Shutout has been written all over this round. With Knife going down yet again, unable to have an impact from May to Genji. He's been quiet. Infected runs Admiral down on the point, and Zera does fall, so Vega does get a key boop kill. But who's going to come in here and touch? UV hides away in the corner, tries to heal Cuffer up, and it's Annihilation in play that's going to give him another trigger, of course, of that Nemesis form. He's ready for the boop, moves up. Vega can't shift him off the point, but they do get rid of Ultraviolet. Lethal finds Vega, but there's got to be a flip. There'll be a touch here for Liquid. Zera those deal with Root. Oh, Admiral, you dirty boy! That is not right!
Oh, no way!
And it's the SS shutout here that is leaving port. Beautifully done, Team Liquid. I'm sorry, it's not just a nightmare, it's your damn reality. You are out of the running for China, a nightmare of advance to the Champions Clash.
What a way to cap things off there for Nightmare. They saved that Mauga ban for the end. It ends up paying off. Admiral with some sick play there towards the end on the Lucio, and even when that was look, I mean, it comes down to the wire there at the end, but that round was completely dominated by Nightmare. It only really got interesting once we got into OT. Lots of hero swaps there from Liquid to be able to get back, and Nightmare, you got to feel good for this team, man. They've been on the grind for so long. You can tell in every interview we talk to them like how bad they actually want this opportunity to go. A lot of these players feel like they got shunned from some of these partner teams, that they kind of felt like, hey, we deserve these type of spots, right? And they went to some other players, and they kind of took that chip and they ran with it. And now they'll be going to China.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a huge fan of this. Again, it's Team Liquid's vaunted flexibility that ends up being their undoing. They could play a bunch of stuff here, but, where's a match where they can't play the Malga? Come up on the Orisa. You could just see how badly the Malga ban affected them here coming into Paul.
But for Team Liquid should have never been in this position. You should just won Havana, right? I mean, you win Havana, we don't, this, like, you don't know what happens, right? But they have to ban a Mauga earlier, you lose there, right? You get like map selection here. I mean, it works out completely different. Like if you're looking at this for Team Liquid, I wouldn't even be upset about the game 5. It's just how did you kind of just, throw the Havana down the drain?
We're done here with this lower final. It is Liquid out of contention for China. The money team, unreal. Nightmare will be advancing to take on SSG, but before we get there, we're going to break this game down and we'll leave you with some sounds of victory.
Page one. Pulls back. Action.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go. You guys are so good.
You can hear the relief there. 3-2, the final score for that one. Welcome back to the desk. Caleb here, joined by me. Usually I do the other way around.
You?
Why not? It is I. And we're about to break it down. I want to talk about the whole Mauga situation here, because it just looked like Nightmare. They continue to avoid playing Mauga however they can. And to make matters worse for themselves, they didn't really seem to respect the comp coming out of Team Liquid either. Like, they didn't really dedicate any bans to it for like the longest time. Is that hubris? Is that arrogance? Is it cockiness? Is it a game plan? What are we working with here?
I think it's just confidence and game plan, because it seems like very early on they were purposely not banning the important characters. Like Matt and Uber said, they didn't ban the Juno, they didn't ban the Brig, they didn't ban the Mauga. They seem to be saving it because they felt confident, and I think with the result they should be. And they have shown that they've said that they are willing to play the Mauga, but it just feels like, one, they are, and two, I think they just feel like this hazard comp is a good answer. And while that may or may not be the case, that still remains to be seen. We had some absolute heroics here, as you see from Lethal up here on this map. Absolutely insane. But it feels like confidence and game plan. Knowing Nightmare and the players and the coaches, like these, they do everything with a purpose. This isn't just being scared of Mauga. I think they feel confident in their game plan and their players. And that's how it felt to me. That's the read I had watching this series.
Absolutely. Absolutely offensive seeing a full or hold on Havana there as well, because at that point we were like, see, should have respected the Mauga, and then they make the hazard work anyway. So it was like, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind about that.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, if Lethal is just gonna headshot everybody, like it doesn't. The picks don't matter. The picks don't matter. You can just play anything you want if you're just gonna headshot everybody every fight. So what's the point of thinking? Because Lethal was just on another one on that map.
That's right. It's just that easy. Just click heads and you win.
Just shoot their heads.
Exactly. Now let's hear it from one of our winners. Kaffa will be joining us for a quick chat after they got the dub and moved on to the grand finals. So let's kick this one off with a congratulations. You guys are going to meet SSG in the final. How are you feeling right now? You feeling a sense of relief or just still tense?
No, I feel good. I think we always knew we were going to win that game. They had way more pressure to win that series. You know, they're a partnered team. They get paid way more than us. So I think they were on the back foot the entire time. You know, they used Hazard ban map 1, so we just knew, like, that's fine. Take that L, go next.
Yeah, I was curious. Speaking of the bans early on, you guys didn't really ban the Maga composition at all. Was that just confidence that you could beat it, or were you trying to save it for later, knowing that the series would go deeper?
I think we were confident we could beat it, but we were also saving it for later. I think Esperanza, you know, I don't think our comp was actually bad or anything. Like, I think we were kind of favored in matchup-wise. I still think our Hazard comp beats their Morga comp, but, you know, a few mistakes. I was playing a little bit poor. Not scared, too scared to make plays. So, yeah, I don't think we were ever really worried that series. Like, we just had the ban in the back pocket. We knew it was map 5. We had it.
So are you feeling as confident in your Hazard Maga, like anti-Maga strat when you're going up against SSG, who clearly have been doing very, very well playing the Maga composition?
I don't think they're actually that too strong of a Morga team. I think the maps that they played Morga is the maps that they lost. They're really strong on Winston comp, but when they're off Winston, they actually look quite poor. So I think if we don't play Morga, we're going to be fine.
All right, we heard it here. Proof's in the pudding. We're about to see that game unfold in front of our very eyes. So, Kaffa, I'm gonna let you get to it. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next match, man.
Thank you.
Right on. So, Kaffa from Nightmare, rocking up with confidence. Are you feeling as confident in the Hazard composition against Maga? Because I saw the twinkling in your eyes when he said that.
I think on certain maps and with the bans shaking out the right way, I think you can, but situations like Havana aren't gonna come around every series against quality teams. You're not gonna get fuller holds. You're not gonna get lethal hitting crazy headshots all the time. That's just not stuff that's you can replicate every single map. I think they were a bit fortunate. I'm glad they were confident, but I would still be I'm still a little hesitant that the Hazard is I want to say the perfect answer, because there is no perfect answer, but the correct answer to the Maga. I personally would like to see them play a little more dive when they do end up getting those Maga bans out. I thought Esperanza was potentially an opportunity to do that. I definitely think you still can beat Maga playing dive characters, whether it be the D.Va or the Winston. It's not easy, but that's something I would like to see them at least try if SSG is just only going to play Maga.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams are no stranger to playing dive compositions, as they both have very competent Winston players in their lineup. So I'm very excited to see how this one is going to shake out. SSG taking on Nightmare in the grand finals of our NA region, all of that and so much more after a quick break, during which we're gonna play out another grand final. That's right, the Battle of the Bots Stage 1 Grand Finals is coming up next during the break, so I hope you're ready for this. Yeah, that's right, this the real big stakes game here, because Observer Bradley is going up against producer Eric's team. I actually bet $5 on it together with Jake, so this is high stakes. It's very important.
This is what we're here for.
This is what I showed up to work for today.
Right here.
Exactly. It's all coming down to this. We're of course gonna break it all down after the action unfolds. So let's just send it over into our breaks. Good luck, bots.
5,
Hello.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective. The objective is now active. Confirmed. Area denial. Dodge this.
In every region, the greatest teams have answered the call.
You just have to play absolutely perfect. This is insane.
They've fought to make a name for themselves. Every move, every play
This could be a full cap.
Just doing so much damage.
brings them a step closer to glory or ruin.
Just hanging on, somehow, still going.
The best of the best will battle for honor, pride, and prestige.
And there it is, a 4K for Zera.
Stars will rise. Rivalries will rage.
Jay-Woo is just decimating.
And champions will claim their place on the world stage.
That is Daddy.
This is the OWCS Stage 1 Playoffs.
That's That's right. Face of Pucks are starting soon, so head on over to fce.gg/play ranked pucks beta. Rolls off the tongue like that, and sign up for the closed beta and get a chance to get early access. Also, if you're joining the closed beta this weekend, you actually have a chance to win 1,000 Overwatch 2 coins.
Yo, that's
that very
good.
same short URL.
Just won 100,000 FACEIT points in the chat.
Yo, is that laptop eligible? Like, what was that laptop at?
Yeah, what's that? Is that laptop still around?
It's probably a million. I heard there's some inflation in the FACEIT points market with all this printing of the currency and the quantitative easing that occurred on the platform. So you should probably check the prices.
It's affiliated with the price of eggs, right? Eggs and FACEIT points have the same.
Yeah. It's eggs and FACEIT point laptops are like roughly in the same price range right now. It's true. And they get eggs and laptops and FACEIT points. So, and you too can be one of them. So make sure to do just that. Ding ding. I'm right. Love that for myself. Where did we go from here?
You okay today?
I don't know. I'm struggling. I gotta be real with you. I'm really struggling.
I think
daylight
you're doing
savings. Thank you. I made bad decisions yesterday, and I'm paying for it. Very much like. No, I can't actually use that.
There
as
was a
transition.
segue there, honestly.
There was something there. I felt it too. Like it was right there.
There.
It was up for grabs, and I fumbled. I dropped it. I spaghetti fingered it. Like that's rough. That sometimes it do be like that. All right, reset. Now we're looking at awards for stage 1 because we had a lot of crazy things happening. So we made up some categories as we do to fill time, and randomly toss out some awards. Are we down for that?
Okay.
Yes, we are.
I'm down.
Let's do it.
Can I decide who wins them?
I think the Shadow Council has already decided.
Oh, the real establishment.
The actual establishment has decided.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna put everyone on the edge of their seats though, because we're gonna make them feel like there is options. So let's start with
the illusion of choice.
Exactly, the illusion of choice. We're running with that one for the best Widow headshots. The first one we have for you is a chronic double headshot, which I can't personally remember, and that's why we're going to take a look at it. Oh, actually, I do remember that. That was filthy.
Chronic was probably the standout player for Rad Esports throughout their entire kind of go here in NA. And like I kind of talked about at the top of the show, like NA is like a lot of really good hit scan players, and Chronic definitely one of them.
Okay, Seeker is our next.
Encumber.
I mean, I don't even see that player there. I mean, I'm old, but like, I mean, I literally just had my eyes done and I barely see him there.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Blends in.
That's pretty impressive.
Okay.
It's pretty impressive.
How does he? Like, how do you even practice something like that?
No, we don't headshot
Can you?
only lobbies and then just drink a bunch of G Fuel.
I mean, would this be a Widow like compilation without a play from Quartz? I mean, I feel like this is like you could have went from any game he's played Widow and probably found highlights like this.
This is just normal Quartz gameplay. I thought I didn't realize this was a highlight. It's just
it's like another day.
Pretty nice.
All right, next one, slow dive.
Ooh.
Oh, that was
Sorry?
good. I remember that.
Oh,
flicky.
Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, that was hard to hit.
There is pretty.
That was like a double correction.
I feel like one of the NA headshots though is going to win that one. Just putting it out.
I give mine to Seeker if I had to make a decision here, because Seeker's was like not even visible to the normal human eye.
Yeah, that one for me, like obviously it's only one kill, right? I think you kind of like take off a few points there, right? Everybody else was kind of like cool doubles, but I think just the difficulty factor with this one is just crazy.
The Widow landed it like there was like camo. The Widow had camo and he still had the headshot. Like.
All right, next category. Let's see, what do we have? Oh, I like that one.
Best sleep
dart. I know already which one has to win, and if it doesn't win, then I'm gonna riot. I'm gonna walk off set. That's right.
Yeah, I know the one you're thinking of. All right.
Let's start with the first one, which is of course the capture sleep deflect. That's so stupid.
Still counts.
that is so sick.
That is so ridiculous.
This is like a 1 in a million chance there for that to happen.
I just like we can watch other clips, but that just has to win.
Yeah,
like,
do we have to watch
even if
the
you
other
do that on
ones?
purpose, like the act of sleeping the Nanoblade as the other Genji, it has to win, right?
It's not just that. I thought he deflects a bio as well, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Just a wild play.
Right.
All right, here's CJ. This was nice as well.
Was it as nice?
It's a little big.
Yeah.
It was definitely nice, but I mean, that's a big body. That's a big boy. You know, like.
I feel like honestly, yeah, only under pressure from the hazard. I want to see like literally 300 Spartans trying to like swing large cocktail Frankfurts at you. I mean, he's hitting the sleep on them.
He's getting like booped by the wall. He's getting booped by the wall. There's some difficulty there in kind of the trajectory. Like that is
Spoken like a true non-Ana player.
That is pretty nice though. The kind of the sleep on the baby DV. You're getting a reset here though, right? So the kill would have happened anyway. This is just style points.
As a Diva player, I feel offended, so I don't know if I can vote for this one. Like,
yeah. Also, it's fine, but yeah, it is. It's like
that one's more of a
marginal.
flourish. Yeah, that was not as impactful.
Okay,
that's not awesome.
That was good. It was good.
Where's
I'm sorry, guys.
It was
Kevstar
good.
is absolutely clearing this.
It's kind of unfair to start. It's kind of unfair to start with the Kevstar clip. It makes everything else look insignificant.
That's right. We set
I'd
the bar
also say
way too high.
Honorable mention for the UV 180 connect on the tracer yesterday when he got pulled.
Yeah, the recent one. That was a very good save.
Honorable mention.
Agreed.
Okay, let's see a winner that is, of course,
the non-Ana player.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm sorry.
Never
there's
doubted.
too much value here. You deflect the bio, you kill the Ana, you
see the sleep just go, dude. You couldn't replicate this. Like, this is just an insane circumstance. I mean,
it's like you've gone to the pond with the Fisher Paykel kitty rod, and you've caught Moby Dick.
I'd love to even talk to Kev. Like, there's no way he even kind of planned it that way.
Yeah.
If you play that scenario 100 times again, it wouldn't happen another time.
Now our last category, that's a good one as well. The best Ajax. We had a lot of Ajaxes. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna be
there's
angry
plenty.
if there's one that doesn't.
The best or the worst?
Well,
I mean, that depends on who you're asking.
It's scary. We have Sojourn, Rail, and Hazard now, so like there's a ton of stuff that like can burst you in midair. It's tough out there, I think, for Lucio's.
Okay, our first one is Lucamino Ajax on Route 66.
This is the one. This is the one I would defend. I mean, the ego beat across the doorway. I mean, this is awesome.
By the way,
yeah.
like, come on, bro.
I mean,
they lost
that
that
one's...
game, by the way. Timers lost that game.
Yeah, but they kind of won it in a way, though.
That's pretty bad.
Won what?
I mean, they should
That's
have
pretty game the way you play, isn't it, Matt? If you call that a win, it explains so much. Oh, man.
Yeah, they won for content. That's a nice shot. I mean, this is just a nice.
He lined up
shot.
for it, though.
I mean, he's like coming from the top row.
It's desperation, right?
Lucio's and like just stop wall riding if you're gonna
Oh
beat,
no!
you know,
oh no!
Keep it, oh no!
You want
the double, right?
That's the double. That's the double.
How can you not vote for the double?
Because like,
I mean,
this
you
is
have
just
to.
like another random occurrence, right? Like the Lucamino one just displayed so much aura and confidence just doing it in front of the doorway.
Oh no! It's a javelin spin that denies the ground.
Lep
as well.
did it into the Arista's face with the javelin spin. That's a lot of aura too. Like, he just don't care.
I mean,
this
yeah, this is tough.
You have to be. He has to be.
Yeah.
He has to.
I mean, you're in the cage. I mean,
that was
no
not that bad. Yeah, you have to be. That's the only ult you have.
Yeah.
That one's defendable.
That's the best one. That's like the most reasonable one.
I guess you can beat pre-cage, maybe, but yeah, okay.
No.
I don't know, guys.
It's got to be the double.
Although the Lucamino one, just because it really pissed me off, is definitely not.
Don't sleep on Lucaminos. Don't sleep on Lucaminos. It was awesome.
Definitely not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we even like. What's the criteria here? Is it the best in terms of like the most egregious?
The most egregious, I think. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. The winner is. Oh, I've just been informed we went with the rarity of it.
Okay, the rarity.
All right, so
double Ajax is pretty rare. Double Ajax is pretty rare.
The amount of
Sojourn
confidence
caught it so
displayed, though.
nicely as well. Like we're not showing the.
I think they both get Arisa, right?
Yeah, they both got
Like,
Orisa.
enemy Orisas
Literally
at the
within.
same time,
within seconds. Oh, Sojourn shared a clip on her X, so make sure to head on over there and check it out. She has a beautiful camera capture where you can see both. It happens like right between the walls, so you get the split screen moment of both of them Ajaxing. Beautiful. Really beautiful.
Honestly, that is sick. Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I can't really take too much away from that one. It wasn't. That was just honestly like Arisa comps and Brawl, that's fine. Look, Mino, you're still on my list, bro.
Dude,
that was
honorable
mention. Brother.
He got robbed.
On our watch list.
He did. He got robbed.
Yeah, fraud watch. It's on for Lucamino. We're on his case. That's all I'm saying. Now.
He used to be a flex support. I'll cut off from Slack.
Okay, fair. At the start of our NA portion of the day, I did ask our chat to vote who they think deserves the Stage 1 NA Superstar Award. And guys, the results are in. I'm at the edge of my seat. Let's find out the big reveal. It's gonna be... I don't know. We're about to find out. Big reveal? It's
Sugar Brun. The people sided with me. They're very smart out there.
You are
Sugar Free.
the people.
I think. Look, I think you guys also had great selections, right? I think Kellen, Infected, UV, all great options. At least for me, the difference between Sugar Free and the other players in his role in North America, the gap is wider than some of those other players in their roles, and that's what kind of decided for me.
Do you reckon there's going to be that big a gap with him and Zera in this next series, Big Son?
Zera's on the come up.
I mean, Zera's on the come up, but man, I mean, dude, it's been Lenny time for a long time now, though. I mean, I also think there's a little bit of nightmare where you're happy to go to China. Maybe the adrenaline's done. You forget you even have to play this match.
Sugar Brun was on top yesterday for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
That guy was literally like the Venom Donkey on Spider-Man gif. I think that whole series. So I'm vibing with it.
You're vibing with it. I'm vibing with this upcoming match, that's for sure. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the two rosters. SSG, we haven't seen them earlier today. We have seen them yesterday, though, and they look dominant as ever. We talked about it already, composition-wise. I mean, Dive or Brawl, they can play it all with this lineup.
You know what? Like, for me, they were given a bit of trouble by the Malga comp from Liquid, and that is it. That was it. And they're going up against a team who is not going to play Malga against them under pain of death. They won't do it. So, I mean, and this team, again, when it was non-Malga sort of scenarios, like when they were playing the dive into the ball, it was effortless for them. But they're going to be like, we're going to hopefully get a bunch of dive mirror this series. I'm super excited for that because I don't feel like we've had like a raw dive-on-dive mirror for quite some time. So fingers crossed for that one. Obviously, Kellen can play the Malga, and they took it over to 66 in order to sort of, get that lead there. But I don't know. I just feel like SSG, the fundamental level for these guys is just so high. They're doing what other teams have to really grit their teeth and giga try hard, and they're not really putting much effort to give us that level. They are that far ahead right now.
Yeah, you have to feel good if you're SSG, because they have the ability to flex the Maga or the Winston, but Nightmare, they just always seem to make it happen. I mean, they're not even playing quote-unquote the meta. They aren't playing dive. They played Hazard for an entire series, and they made it to China. Like, respect to these guys. They're super confident in their game plan. We just talked about Zera, and we talked about Lenny having that gap, and there is not a player in North America that I think wants it more or wants to improve more than Zera. That guy has climbed from tier 3 to potentially one of the best flex DPS in NA. Like, this guy really wants it. I mean, Nightmare has, Lethal as well. Just unbelievable. Like, even if the composition doesn't make sense, if Lethal's in the server, he's going to give you an advantage.
I don't know if you guys saw Zera's tweet after they just won. I did because I'm permanently on Twitter or X, whatever it's called now.
Permanently online. Yep.
Yeah. And he was like, I literally had to rewrite this tweet like 3 or 4 times. I'm shaking. Like, he was so excited that they ended up winning. So, yeah, it kind of backs up Caleb. Like, he definitely wants it bad.
Yeah, well, I hope he gets rid of those shakies very quickly because he's got to lock in. Space Station Gaming have been looking pretty clean, whereas Nightmare, I mean, they're more on this, how we call it, dogfight part of the spectrum. Like, they made it not quite as clean as what we've seen from SSG. So I feel like they gotta sort that out heading into.
They want a clean game, but again, they are playing like dive into Malga, right? They're testing that. They've been pushing. I think that they're playing some disadvantaged scenarios. I think SSG might just match dive against them and potentially give us a really exciting game.
Yeah, I think this one will look way different.
Yeah, we're about to find out as we are getting ready for our grand finals. But first, let's chat to the coaches. We do have Hunter and Weeds joining us from SSG and Nightmare, respectively. Thank you guys so much for coming in for a quick chat. Hunter is already amused. What's going on? What's the giggles about, Hunter? share with class.
I mean,
Looking at his
I was just
face.
having a little giggle because I could only see half of the wheats for a moment there.
Yeah, I was leaning the wrong way.
So aura of
Hey,
mystery
congrats, mate.
surrounding Weeds at all times.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ante, are you shocked to meet Weeds and team in the grand final?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I thought if you were going off scrim results and scrim form, then there's no way that I'd be surprised to see Nightmare coming into the final. I think, Nightmare's biggest concern is maybe, how they play in matches where the pressure is really high. But they actually performed in a match where the pressure was high for once. So now they're here, and I mean, that's sick. It's really, really cool.
Are you excited?
For once. The backhanded compliment. You love that.
Can never just be nice, man.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm curious. So what do you think about the hazard? I mean, this feels kind of. It's kind of like weeks past. We went through the whole hazard meta, then we went sim, tor, ball, and now we're here with Maga. Like, what do you think about kind of reverting back to the hazard? I was confused at first, but it seems to work, and I'm curious what you think.
I like it. I mean, I think that, in the preseason and the early season, Nightmare was probably like the strongest hazard team. Like they've got Cuffer, who's just the king of the aura check on that hero. He's just always going backline and doing something. He's really active on the map. He carries the game a lot. He takes a lot of risk and he gets away with it. And I think there's a very fine line there where you can take a lot of risk and you can be throwing the game, or you can be hard carrying it. And I mean, seeing it come back now, I mean, it's playing into their strength, and I think it's really good.
Weeds, let's hear your thoughts here on SSG. They obviously have a little bit more tape on you guys now. Are you at all worried that your hazard composition might have been found out already and that they're able to strat against that?
I don't think there's really any counter comping that's going to be happening in this series. I think it's going to be a very honest series because neither of us are MAGA frauds, so I'm not too worried.
Respect. I respect that.
Okay, we're looking forward to an honorable game of Overwatch in our grand finals. Ante, Weeds, best of luck to both of your teams, and we hope to see you both in China very soon again as well.
Cheers.
See you there.
Right, but now let's find out who's going to come out on top of our NA region. And for that, we're going to send it over to Matt and Mitch.
Thank you very much, Zoe. We have pruned the Malga frauds from the field. That's right. Only honest Overwatch from this point out, and I'm here with Matt to take you through it all. Both of these teams, of course, have already qualified for the Champions Clash in Hangzhou very, very soon. But now it's a question of seeding, Matt, because we have looked at the other regions. We have seen what the other parts of the world have to offer in terms of Overwatch, and I wager both of these teams are working hard to try and get a favorable matchup in the first round to ease into things when they're out there in China.
Yeah, I would agree. We also have no idea what is going to go on between now and then in terms of the meta when things go into China, right? I know a lot of teams in Asia playing way different stuff than EMEA, and then obviously from EMEA to NA, right? So it'll be curious. It's always fun when we get together for those global events to kind of see what comes out on top. But obviously having the higher seed is beneficial always.
And of course, as we heard from Ante, he tends to feel that in the past, Nightmare have struggled in those important games, in the high pressure situations. And this is absolutely going to be another one of those. And there's always a question of are we too relaxed now for Nightmare? Because we've qualified, there's a bit of extra prize money and the seeding is better, but it's something that you don't always think about immediately. You don't know what your seeding actually, gives you in terms of what team you'll get to match up against. So there's a hope that Nightmare still have plenty left in the tank, Maz.
Coming into the day, the goal finally for Liquid and Nightmare, right? You weren't even thinking about seeding and prize money, right? You were just thinking about qualifying for China. And then now this is just kind of, cherry on top, right? Being able to play against SSG for seeding. But there is an adrenaline dump, right? Especially a game 5 scenario. You have this huge, moment where you're able to win. And then you have this 20 minutes where you kind of come down off of that high. Sometimes it can be tough to get that energy back up. You're better off just going from series to series and not kind of having that lull. So curious to see how Nightmare kicks things off.
We got a lull for you here right now, though, because apparently both of our teams saw our best Ajax's segment and are temporarily blind. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will be getting this best of 7 series starter, so don't go too far. This is the culmination of Stage 1 here in OWCS NA. That's right. Those of you in the chat thought we'd reset the timer again. Didn't expect that, did you, baby? We are back. Thank you for bearing with us. It's been a bit of a wait. We had a couple of server issues, I'm told, had to be ironed out. Perhaps somebody took a ham sandwich and jammed it in there, hoping to lure Janice Joplin in. But either way, we are headed into our final series of this tournament. It's a best of 7. Never mind, man. SSG versus Nightmare. And again, the winner will have that higher seeding, but both of these teams have already secured their attendance in China.
Remind you, first to 4 in this matchup, so we'll be here a bit as it will be SSG's map selection. They will ban the Ramatra here, and it'll be a Pharah ban for Nightmare. Nightmare also, like, Pharah is like one of the heroes we actually haven't seen them play that often. This would actually be quite hilarious, though, is that Nightmare doesn't play Maga the entire time and then comes in here and plays Maga against SSG after they both in the coaches interviewed agreed to play honest Overwatch. That would be quite hilarious. Quite the heel turn here for Nightmare.
And yet, there might be part of the plan here. So, we'll see Space Station have been more than happy to take this Winston comp and slam it into every Malga look around NA. So this match will be no different. Kafra initially will be suffering the sleep data. CJ has a safe angle here to keep Kellen alive, but can't say the same for Bliss and Seeker.
Yeah, dude, this is steamrolled. This is so troll here out of Nightmare. They know that probably SSG's like, oh, there's no way they're gonna play Maga on the other side of things. And what do? They come out. Nightmare plays Maga. They did not play it at all against Team Liquid. All 3 of the times we saw against Team Liquid, but here against SSG, they pull it out. Also probably know that SSG wants to play some of this dive.
Okay. I mean, look, perhaps SSG is just straight up not expecting the Malga look here, but this is not exactly where SSG want to take the fight.
Why would you expect them to play it? They haven't played it at all.
Again, like, you might have scrimmed these guys, right, and sort of seen this from them. I admit, though, it's quite brazen to sort of bust it out here immediately. I must say.
I mean, look, if you're going to work on it, potentially, right? If you're Nightmare, here's an opportunity to do so. It'll be Kellen, though, getting into the back line on the Winston, and he will end up picking up 2 here. So this should be a point flip in favor of SSG. A pretty decent start, though, for Nightmare.
Okay. Back in control of Space Station, but like you said, Geronimo there for Kafra wants to get a quick reset. Decent starting for Nightmare, and a decent staging ground as well to start to build a capture off of. Lethal still on his Ash, right, which is maybe what you'd less expect, because it definitely feels like she has a tougher time getting through those Winston bubbles than Sojourner can kind of farm them and use the disruptor shot to chew through them.
And now that the shoe is on the other foot, right? You're like looking at, can CJ hit some of these big bios that can set up like Kellen and Sugar Free to go on in. This will be a nano boost here used onto Kellen, not at that perk level yet where CJ is going to be able to save himself. And this nano not really going to get much.
Kellen from this low ground here has at least able to cycle it into a primal, and SSG at least a flip. So you've got some stall here, but you notice that Kellen just cannot afford to fight Amalga and definitely can't afford to go back to the point. So Nightmare back in control with a cage fight now ready.
This is like, you know, did you see, when Cena hugged Cody Rhodes and then stabbed him in the back?
Heel turn.
Yeah, that's what like the coach's interview was, where they were like, yeah, it's gonna be honest Overwatch, and then just Weeds just stabs Hunter in the back and plays Maga to kick things off. It's a cage fight user on the high ground. I don't actually think they've caught anybody in it. Nightmare did end up flipping the point though. It'll be Orbital Ray and Soundbarrier layered on top of each other here for Nightmare.
Seeker's got good position, but yeah, needs to wait out this sound barrier to some degree. Zera has lost the beat, but still healthy enough here to make a deep run with his pulse bomb. Seeker spotted, not committing yet, as a rail there does whistle over Zera's right shoulder. It's going to be Seeker and Sugarbron down already. Nightmare are not messing about. They've got this Malcolm literally pulled it out of the back pocket.
Okay,
and they're just getting mileage.
The funniest thing though would be that if SSG decides to mirror it and Nightmare actually looks confident playing the Maga, because then it's like, why did they avoid to play it for like the last like 2.5-3 weeks almost? That'll be a sound barrier here from Bliss. It'll escort everybody here from SSG into the point, as already at 99.
Yeah, big bio there. Nicely done. Good connection on Nightmare. And honestly, Nightmare has spent a fair bit of trying to end the round there and then. Space Station, though, of course, a big bio from CJ will get him a little bit closer to yet another nano. But that's kind of the only notable ultimate that SSG are verging on here.
Honestly, it's just even the bio, though, being able to kind of like use the bio and then follow up with that nano. The bio alone with these Maga compositions, with how good Cardiac Overdrive is and how impactful of an ability it still is, being able to bio the Maga is huge. It's almost like having like a shutdown ult there, as that'll be the bio onto Kuffa. He's taking a lot of damage, but it's going to wear off.
Okay, this is still a good stretch of the fight here for Space Station. Ultraviolent's in trouble. Oh, Kellen, so close to taking the Juno out of the fight. UV, though, is going to have a chance to convalesce and get back here. A big bio, though, is going to punish Cuff at the moment. He pokes his head out of the foxhole. 85 now for Space Station, but they really don't have to do too much else, just trying to lock the game state as it is and not lose any more players. They probably afford to lose one and be fine here. Instead, though, they find Admiral. Look at me, I'm the captain now. They say Bliss will take over, and Space Station should be able to manage this Malga comp pretty well. It's a switch to the ball here for Kuffa, but of course it smacks of desperation. Ultraviolet dips a toe in there. Speedy as they are, they're not going to be able to escape the scrutiny of Space Station Gaming. This should be it, and I'll take that first round, albeit a close game, triumphing against the Malga look.
And with this map here, right, you can get a lot of high ground access for your Sojourn, and there's just like narrow chokes that the Maga has to funnel out of, right? So CJ is able to bio. Kuffa constantly put a lot of pressure on the opposing team's Maga. So good start here for SSG. It's Nightmare. I think came out there with that Maga. First time we've seen them do it. A little bit of a troll pick potentially, but now Nightmare's looking to match in the mirror.
Kuffa needs a long shower in holy water to wash his hands of that dishonesty. It's going to take more than just the Winston coming crawling back, I think, to assure me otherwise. However, close round. Here on Shrine, no Nightmares say, okay, let's try. Let's match this Winston comp. Let's pit our backline, our Ana, against theirs, and see if Kuffa can't get more value than Kellen. Still, that means a lot is going to really hinge again on this Ash pick. Lethal on this map does like to go away from the Sojourn.
It does feel like it's going to be a lot harder, though, to keep the Ash alive than like a Sojourn, right? Where the Sojourn obviously has the slide, has the burst damage capability to make the Winston kind of thing twice, where the Ash, it's going to be easy to kind of pick off. I mean, you see there, lands a shot onto Seeker, but Seeker just backs up and nothing you can do with this Winston in your face.
Yeah, if you're Sojourn, you're just charging a rail off that bubble there and still having like some real burst threat. It's much more sustained damage over time for Lethal, getting multiple of those dynamite connections. Kellen can't afford to bubble his own team. So that is obviously when you can be on the offensive, when you can sort of set up and get dynamite connections in, then yeah, you're getting value.
The dynamite's usually good, though, in scenarios whereas you see Seeker's actual disruptor shot got stuck to Kuffa up in the sky. The Ash is actually really good in scenarios where teams want to play like close together, right? Then you can get max value out of the dynamite, where you're not really getting much value out of it now.
Yeah, it's really tough to see how this is the optimal pick for Nightmare. Honestly, in like a full poke comp, in like maybe like a Ramatra mirror or something like that, seems fine. I honestly seems fine, but here is just a huge question mark for me. I've got to wonder whether it's like perk related or something else, but Nightmare, you feel like if they're gonna beat SSG, it probably is through one a comp like this, like a Winston-based comp, and have Lethal just do ungodly things to them.
He's got the one that actually makes the dynamite blow up range a bit wider. I think it's like 40% off the top. So looking for some big dynamites like you mentioned.
Ultraviolet's down though. I mean, there's nothing for Nightmare to do here. They are letting this round slip away from them. And I think this is probably pretty early to be asking the question, but I want to ask it anyway. Is there a comp where Nightmare are just better than SSG? At all?
I mean, so a comp that you could force, I don't know. Right? I think both these teams actually play pretty similarly. It's just that like SSG, I think probably like a step ahead, right? In a lot of different scenarios where
that's the problem, right? They'd have to win in a mirror, I imagine. And do that one map is fine. Do it 4 out of 7? Different story. UV is dead again off spawn. Kellen just has a sixth sense for the position of that Ana. Oh, that is a lot of value that just got sent over the edge. Admiral credited with about 1,000 points of health worth of kill. And with Seeker going down here, he might have just saved the round for Nightmare. Kuffa has point control, and all Sugar Free can do is nip at his heels.
Yeah, at least gives Nightmare a chance to get another fight. That's going to be a big bio, though, that connects with Kuffa. He doesn't want to burn the Primal just yet.
Sugar Free forced to recall away. Space Station, of course. Don't need to waste any time in getting back in. They've got a beat here. Get a good beat, use it aggressively like this, and yeah, go on in. Seeker did not get the sound barrier, though. And now he's under extreme pressure from Kuffer, who is bioed, so yeah, you can turn that into a trade, and Kuffer maybe just a half second too late on getting out. Bob, though, has done a good job of holding the point. The problem is that Space Station are dealing with everything else and then coming home to collect. They've gotten rid of the Winston now, and it feels like a matter of time until Lethal hits a fat dynamite connection onto Seeker. What can be done elsewhere here? He's got Coach Gun available still, but again, there's a trend over towards the Ana, and Ultraviolet is taken down. Slow and steady, Kuffer's going to come back off respawn, but without his Ana. And yeah, a nano kit for Kellen should shift things in SSG's favor, but Sugar Free is dropped to Lethal. It is hard for Ash to handle Tracer.
Yeah, Kellen was actually playing with Sugar Free. They were probably going to dive in there together, but as soon as Sugar Free came out of the room, it was a headshot there from Lethal that's able to finish him off, as now you start to see him connecting with these big dynamites.
That is unreal. It's a huge fight there from Lethal. Kuffer has to try and fight without UV, and I think they're done. If it's not for these Ash kills that are starting to come out. Sugar Free now knows there's probably some work to be done. Looking to work his way probably around the extremities here. Yes, he's Ultraviolet. Immediately it's a biotic grenade. Over the top, though. Coach Gun will be able to slow the Winston down. Looks like a disruptor shot was stuck on Lethal, so that's a lot of heal pressure being put down. 80% for Nightmare. They are counting. They are catching up, and they're about to hit 2 support ults, Matt.
And this is going to be the nano boost on Akuppa. He's going to be able to find Seeker, and that's going to be a sound barrier used here towards the end. As you probably figure, Mitch, if you are Nightmare, this is final fight scenario here. So looks like Kuffa's going to be able to make it back, jump over the roof here as let the leap charge again, as it looks like just Sugar Free going to be able to get a touch.
Finally!
Oh no, not able to get it.
Some good fudging food! A Winston Mirror on the pole. We get in the second round, and Nightmare actually win it out. They show us that they can hang if they just go with the flow. Make use of the Ash play. Oh, buddy, Admiral there in the last few moments of that round also spectacular. As he and UV get their ultimates online just in time.
Yes, you finally, they play the Maga there at the start. Does not work out. Now we get into a Winston mirror. The only difference, though, is you're playing the Ash instead of the Sojourn, and you're making it work here for Nightmare. I think this is the point, though, that the Ash could probably be most effective, right? Really long sight lines here. Potentially some serious damage. Lethal could put down over the point.
I like it on Sanctum. That looked really good at the end of that last game where Liquid just did not have an answer. Rose drops down and join the rest of the treasure hoard at the bottom of the pit, and Lethal wants to take a pretty advanced position. Pressure down on that bubble, but Kellen was able to buy enough time for Kuffer to be dragged down by Sugar Free, whereas Lethal could only look on, could not do anything in that early stage of the fight. But Zera has gotten in and dealt with CJ. That is the Tracer pressure combined with the Dynamite.
Yes, the Dynamite perk has actually been pretty impactful, right? Like the burst radius, right, of that Dynamite. You also get ammo refunded as well, right? So Lethal being able to use this Ash in a different way that we really haven't seen a lot of Ash play like we talked about in the previous series in a while, by using it here against SSG, against this dive setup, making it a little bit harder, a little bit more costly, right? Just putting that ticking damage constantly down on these players of SSG, making it costly for them to come in. That's going to be Kellen here with a bio. It's going to have to be CJ using the bio just to keep Kellen up.
I mean, CJ just timed the biotic grenade sort of debuff to the second through a grenade, knowing that it would expire. That's like just the little things that you really don't think of that probably keep CJ up at night, if I'm honest. Nicely done, but Nightmare have point control right now, and something will have to be done about Lethal. Still safely here behind the zone as Winston creates, and look at this. We're going around the front line, into the back. Kuffer looking for Seeker. Great sleep, though, there from CJ. They can't kill the Winston here. And Kuffer does not have a primal, so cannot overstay his welcome, but Nightmare have done enough in this round. They've done enough, they're going for more.
Wow, I mean, that is a huge bio there from UV at long range, as that's going to connect with 2 players. They're going to push on in behind it, and when you said, oh, maybe they're not going to push on in, doesn't have primal, they catch SSG off guard. They push directly into the spawn, and Kuffa now with that primal, not going to give up this position.
They're in a good spot. They're still holding on to some key ultimates. Bob comes in. This is a really annoying spot for him to be. Once that bubble gets blown up, Kellen has to move instantly into a primal. He goes, though, trying to disrupt, maybe get an environmental kill, as Bliss has just done to Zera, apparently. But Bliss loses his life for it. Slept off the point is Kellen, but the rest of his team are able to make the flip. It's a bio, though, thrown defensively by Ultraviolet that forces Kellen to take a sidebar. Kappa's still holding onto that primal from before, is zoning the backline pretty effectively, and sees the Nano go down on Seeker. Wondering maybe if he can knock Seeker into the pit here, put some pressure down on him. Seeker very low, and Kappa's able to finish the job, and it's going to be Lethal falling. Seeker eventually found him with a railgun pick off, and SSG still hold the point. CJ, 8 arms it looks like, not enough to peel the pulse bomb off of himself, but Sugar Free finds connection on a Kappa as well. Nightmare just flipped the point, and UV has a Nano should it be needed. Kappa comes back off respawn now, and Zera knows he has to fight. He's been given the Nano to try and contest against Kellen, who doesn't want any of that smoke. He's getting out of dodge, but that stagger kill could be the round, and Matt.
Yeah, no, Kellen does not want to stand there and fight against that Nano Tracer. Seeker just kind of runs around the corner, finds a headshot onto Lethal as we're going to get into OT here for both teams. Keep an eye on the Anas, right? Some big bios have been going down all series long, and that's going to be Seeker with like a direct shot right into Zera, so that should give SSG the point.
Just a little too far, perhaps, there for Zera.
Admiral with
Kellen
a
goes
boop?
down. Was that a boop off into the pit, or surely just damage from that right click? Unclear. Either way, there's a huge opening here for Nightmare, and they're not going to waste any time. There's no one to create that space for Seeker. Lethal's hit with a Bionade, though, which will keep him quiet for a moment. But that's going to be remediated quickly, and we'll be back to business. Kellen is able to get back now into the fight. So that Bionade buys a lot more time than we sort of realize. Enough at least for Space Station to be at full strength. Disruptor shot stuck to Kappa. He's low, takes it away. Ultraviolet does go down here, and Admiral's on the chase, finds Bliss once more. Now sees the Winston in his way and is trying to work through Kellen, but he's healthy. CJ still standing close to a bio. Up on the point here. We're seeing a flip from Space Station in progress, and Admiral might want to disrupt it. A Bionade connects on a Kappa, but he still wants to fight. Admiral has a beat. He needs to pop it in the open, but he's stuck in the side room. It's too late for Kappa to get the sound barrier, and Nightmare have to reset.
Yeah, you also have a decent amount of time to work with here, though, for Nightmare. So I like the decision not to burn beats. You could have potentially used it there to save Cutfa, but you ended up people like trickling in off a spawn. You could get a better use of it here. Something also to note, the dynamites that Lethal keeps putting down, right? It's a ticking damage, but it also kind of sometimes forces CJ to use the bio more defensively, right? To give kind of healing to the rest of the team as opposed to using it like more proactive on an offensive end.
Kellen pops a primal before he touches down. I have to wonder if that's to counter a sleep dart that might have come his way. Anas both go down. The pulse bombs, though. Sugar Free and Zera are doing it, but Lethal just gets turned into a smear on the wall above the point. Seeker is down, though. It's a legitimate, bona fide 2v2, but Kuffa's got the primal and it's looking to chase Kellen down. Nightmare don't control the point right now, but it's being flipped as we speak, and Kuffa's made the space for it. Sugar Free steps on, forced a recall. In comes Kellen, and Zera gets flattened. Now it's up to Admiral to try and stall things out to avert the flip, but he just dangles too long in front of Sugar Free and is removed by the Tracer. Bliss is trying to get away, and frankly, Kuffa can't chase him. UV throws a bio down, but Lethal gets picked up by Seeker at long range, and Bliss has the beat to end it. Inside the bubble, he just doesn't care. 4 players benefit on the side of Space Station Gaming, and they group to bring Kuffa down. It's as close as you could ask for, folks. Zera's going to try and step under the point, but has to recall basically immediately as UV throws that bio in. Overtime still going. Desperately, Zera touched the point, but not for long enough. What a close first map. Nightmare can hang, but SSG clinch it.
It goes right down to the wire. I think the biggest kill there, though, is Seeker with a headshot onto Lethal as soon as he gets Bob. You would have had the Bob that would have went over the point there, while Kuffa still has that nano on him on the Winston, and that kill from Seeker is absolutely massive as the DPS for SSG just go absolutely massive, right? A lot of times both these teams trading their supports right away. It comes down to those Tracers, Sojourns, and, you know, the Ash on the side of Nightmare. And for that first map, it was Seeker and Sugar Free come out on top.
Man, we get a legitimate dive mirror between the two best teams in NA, and it's electrifying. It's close, it's exciting, and it's extremely volatile like we talked about earlier. The element that the Sojourn brings is something that cannot be predicted. Sometimes there's a ridiculous headshot that comes in from someone like Seeker that turns the game on its head, and it's the kill on Lethal, who has Bob ready, that clinches it.
Yeah, I mean, you get that Bob over the point, right? It's a completely different ball game where you're able to kind of have the Bob contest. You can kind of cycle it out. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Round number 1. This is where Nightmare kind of shocked all of us, right? They came out and played some Maga, and SSG was able to deal with it in the end. And then the second round, right, when we went into that dive head to head, this is where Nightmare, you were like, oh, is there a comp they can come out and potentially be better on? And they looked like the better dive team, at least in the second round. That was a sick shot there from Lethal.
Oh, that was a legitimate boop. Oh my God, Admiral doing so much to get Nightmare within literal centimeters of being able to take down SSG in this game. UV knows he's cooked there, still throws an aid. Buddy, I'm so glad to see this. Both these teams have left their best for last here. Clearly, that extra 10k in the seeding means a lot to them because it's all being left out there.
You didn't want to watch the Magas just stand there and just unload clips into each other's faces. You wanted this instead. No, I'm kidding. We all want this.
I'm here for this. And I want them to keep it coming. This is kind of what I'd hoped to see with Nightmare able to overcome the dishonest Malga comp in that previous game here. Show us a great match. And again, I hope that they believe in themselves enough to keep pushing this. I also think that this sets a really interesting tone for what the bans might be in these coming maps.
Like I could see them banning like a Winston, for instance, right? Like in trying to make like more of a Ramatra type of game. Route 66 will be the pick here for Nightmare. Curious what they decide to go with in terms of like the ban. Like you could ban Genji here, you could ban the Kiri if you're trying to play something along I know like the with more dive centric with like the Ana in the mix, right? Take that cleanse out of the way. A lot of different options, right? Especially when you're not forced to kind of target that Maga potentially. So it is a Winston ban. So kind of like I was just talking about, potentially a Winston ban.
Nice.
Yeah, this is so an Ana ban on the other side. So what you're looking at like Kiri, Lucio, different type of compositions, right? Maybe we have some Juno Brig scenarios, right? You can play Maga with this. We'll see where this kind of decides to go now. Interesting that they banned the Ana because typically Ana and Winston have kind of gone, side by side with each other.
I makes me wonder maybe that like SSG don't want to see like a Hazard Ana based composition here. Probably feel that like if it is going to be a map where Malga gets forced, they want to have the edge. They want to force the Malga comp, I think, if they have to. That might be the difference between these two. If we end up getting situations like this might be the only map I think where Winston just doesn't make sense.
I mean, Hazard doesn't have like the vertical capabilities as like a Winston. I think that's like one of the major kind of differences with him is like he has mobility, but it's not really like vertical in the sense that he's able to like you wouldn't play Hazard on like a Gibraltar or anything like that, right? Or even like Dorado, we see Hazard like really like rarely kind of used, where this you would look like a Winston, right? Like the Winston leap can kind of cover those like large grounds, to the high ground. I mean, we haven't seen much. Like you could play like Diva here potentially, right? We've seen Diva in some of the other regions, but yeah, I think these teams are going to play probably either Maga or maybe we see them try and play Hazard.
Yep. Yeah, quite possible. I don't know if we've seen a ton of that from SSG recently. I also would suggest the Ana ban is to like deny potential. Can we try and force ball on first?
Kellen can play ball, right? I mean, we've seen Kellen do that in the past, right? But you would play
Ana to have to deal with. I think that's kind of favorable, right?
You'd play ball with like a yeah. What do you play it with, right? Do you play it with like a Lucio Kiri? Do you play it like in that kind of shell? Curious how this one ends up, right? Typically, we usually see like the Winston kind of paired with the Ana, but both of them kind of gone. Zen also capability, right? We see Zen on like Havana, but if you feel confident enough to hold the high ground, you can play the Zen. So Nightmare actually will play the Hazard here on D. So Hazard probably works a little bit better on defense here than offense because you can actually, you don't need access to like big Earls per se, right? Where SSG could fully come out on like a Maga comp.
Let's listen into SSG now, coming off a very close map win. They are going to roll the Malga out here without Winston in the wild. I wonder what the plan is, right?
They're holding spawn with Haz.
You bomb B! You bomb B! Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever!
Haz top, Look at Haz one.
maybe 알고 넣으셔. I try to
알고 있으면 Solar top left. Hey, solar top.
Whoa.
Get him in. Let's go. Top right.
Anyone. 설마 남의 거. I 뱅거. 해저돈. Push, can you push?
Yeah,
I can push. Hold on. Hold on.
We got 3 turns. Just Lucio again, dude.
Yeah, take to know a little bit.
You know, an SSG team, one coach by Hunter, will never do like a 1, 2, 3 fighting at the start of the game. I guess it was half right.
Yeah.
Did they just say Wakanda forever?
I believe so. I believe that's kind of what they're rallying around. So they play the Maga here at the start. No like Sombra on the opposing side, right? For Nightmare, they will continue to play lethal on the Sojourn. I think you need the Sojourn to kind of control high ground, like also be a threat, just kind of putting down damage consistently, because the Maga can't access that high ground, right? So it's kind of free damage you think you can put down, but man, SSG just kind of tearing through them here at the moment. Is you're going to get very close, probably going to get the first checkpoint off of this.
But here's the risk of playing that close hole with this Hazard comp, is that when you respawn, you can't quickly assume high ground. So you will have to fight Malga where he's strongest. Whereas if you simply like hold Big Elson and try and stall the cart, like there's a chance that like you can actually abuse that high ground. The way that Nightmare played, they couldn't really, you know, make use of the verticality at all. They never got back in time to play from up on high.
No, and then now you're going to kind of have to be quite aggressive and proactive, right? With like the orbital ray and then the downpour here, where for SSG you really had to use absolutely nothing into that. So what? You're going to have to get aggressive for Nightmare with some of these ultimates because you don't want to use them kind of more on the defensive side of things. And then for SSG, right, you're going to have like a blade and cage to use potentially here. So Cufflin's are just trying to push Seeker out, but he's going to get right back in the action rather quickly. It'll be overclocks from both Sojourns here. Beats in response as well.
All right. Seeker here just trying to stay out of the way, to speak, but Zera's going to get caught out. It's honestly a torpedo that claims him, just takes a little bit too much damage there, and Seeker is in a very aggressive position. Space Station here are really happy to run with the momentum they happen. Nightmare used both of those support ultimates in a fight that went horrifically for them.
Well, and kind of terribly here for Nightmare is you have like blade cage available, no sound barriers on both sides. So I guess in theory, right, Zera could end up pulling out his blade inside of the Kellen cage fight, but would be extremely dangerous. Is Lethal going to make the change over to the Ashe yet again? So I feel like more Ashe in this series than we've seen in the last like 2 weeks. He takes a railgun shot from Seeker, 17 HP, health pack not there, so going to take a while for him to get back into the action. And guess what? He's not going to get back in the action. Sugar Free pushes right into him.
Charlie Niner?
Yeah, you know, hey, look, they were going for the back line and forgot that the front line was moving the cart. So that'll be the second checkpoint here.
Tony Romo of Overwatch, everybody.
SSG's just running it down. I mean, they still hold on this blade. I mean, when like Sugar Free's probably just waiting to get a good use out of it. What the previous fight, they just kind of ran them over. Then now they see dying, they don't even get there, right? So no opportunity to use it. Now we're getting a Ramatra swap here from Nightmare as Sugar Free ends up popping the blade. Okay, so he's gonna be able to get lethal, but okay, so you do have finally Nightmare push in, and they're able to deal with the support.
Okay, so SSG here, well, probably considering pushing up there, but Sugar Free goes from Sugar Bron to Sugar Bronny in a matter of seconds. SSG are definitely gonna have to make another pass at this, but
you watch what you say about Bronny, man. I mean, you see what happened with Stephen A. He got rolled up on. I mean,
you do it. Stephen A. who got $100 million a year contract. I hope I end up like Stephen A. Are you kidding me?
You hope you
roll up on me then. Back up the Brinks truck while you're at it.
Please do.
My goodness. As I was saying, Bliss with a beat here. Sugar Free a little exposed, yeah, in that position. I think tries to fall back, or at least there isn't really a link up between what the Genji and Malga are doing there.
I don't think they actually expect them to kind of like push in. I think SSG feels like they're probably safe playing from that position and farming up like Orbital Ray or Sound Barrier, and then also your Overclock at the time, where Nightmare actually they get kind of on the offensive and take the pace to them. I do wonder also, like, obviously I think this is a pretty poor map for it, although it is like the Nightmare pick. I think this is a pretty tough map to play like Hazard on, is like Kellen gets a stomp on a lethal. I wonder what this kind of says about that Hazard into that Maga, like more long term.
Yeah, exactly. It's less about the map as well, Matt, just about the matchup in general. I don't think that it's a great sign that Nightmare are switching, over towards this style, and SSG, it does take him a fight or so. That kill on CJ is actually pretty impactful. That is a beat for Zera's blade kind of vibe, and Admiral still just gets caught out in the open. Huh?
Yeah. I think they actually think that potentially if you beat and blade there, maybe you actually get the beat out of Bliss. But there's, I mean, what? It was like a 2v3, 2v4 at that moment. There was really no pressure on the SSG to have to use that. And now you're going to have this sound barrier to use at your discretion here. Ooh, that's a nice shot there from Lethal as they're going to use that sound barrier to keep Seeker up as he's got overclock.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to come at Seeker, you've got to finish the job. The issue is okay, they're kind of running out of steam here. Seeker is in a pretty aggressive position, but there's just no chance of him getting healed. No one on the field, so he was very, very deep. This is slowed up here for SSG. And Nightmare switch over towards the Ramatra comp is probably going to yield him yet another fight win here, Matt, as well. This Annihilation will be a problem.
Yeah, the sight lines here have been a bit better here for Nightmare, right? You can kind of create more space between, obviously, the Ramatra and the Maga with just like that free reign of the hallway, and then also now for Lethal, right? Natural high ground here for the Ashe. Really difficult sight line to cross as you see getting a lot of help here, but not able to keep Lethal up.
Yes, the angry Annihilation inside the cage fight. Zera does well to find two amidst that. And SSG just spending so much time turning around, boxing in shadows here. We're back to spawn once more, 52 on the clock.
Does SSG, do you just play like a I mean, you're probably not going to change now because of like perks and whatnot. Do you just play like a Winston-based setup here? Okay, so no, Winston's banned, so yeah, you have to play Hazard, right? So you could have played potentially like a D.Va, but it'll be Hazard in play here now going into this round. You would have played the Winston here. I mean, the Winston would have been awesome here. We've seen them go to this.
This is throwing back to like the early Juno days where it was like Juno and Ramatra comps really abusing the orbital ray. Back when it was even more powerful. SSG want the Hazard. Blade here for Zera. Could be a game ender. Sugar Free has one to work with as well. Orbital Rays and Blades for both sides. This is about as even as you can get in terms of ult economy. And it's time to pop them. Sugar Free's holding onto the blade, and maybe he'll regret it now as Zera gets in and gets the job done. Sugar Free has his legs cut out from under him now. And Zera's able to get enough done here, I'd say, for Nightmare to hold. Vortex will be nipping at the heels of Kellen's Hazard. And that is that, folks. Space Station only advanced so far into the last phase.
I think Sugar Free's idea there is to wait out the orbital ray or wait it out as long as possible. But when you lose your Juno, there's not a ton of healing to provide to you and the rest of the team, right? So at that point, there's just a lot of damage coming down at the other team's orbital ray and blade rolling. He takes one swipe of the blade from Zera, and that's good enough to finish him off there right after he ends up popping his. So the idea is to wait that orbital ray out a little bit and then get more value out of the blade in the long run. But because also you have the advantage of being the close spawn, right? But not able to make that play work.
There's definitely a feeling like, I mean, Lethal really got to ease into the last few moments of that map. I think Bob is, extremely powerful against Hazard comps for like the same reason why Torp turret is really annoying for him to deal with. And he had a lot of space. Like at no point is, Kellen really able to access the Ashe's Purge. So Lethal's just, getting dynamite after dynamite in, just quietly having like a pretty distinct impact over those fights. And when push comes to shove, like you mentioned, Sugar Free waits out the orbit array or tries to, but Zera knows that in that moment he's got a real chance to catch the people on the vestiges or the fringes of the ray, the people that aren't able to benefit from the healing, and he does perfectly.
Yeah, it's just the annoying damage that comes down from the dynamite, a lot like how you mentioned, where it's similar to like a Torb turret. And the one we've seen actually Lethal be going towards is like the dynamite has a 40% increased detonation radius and refunds ammo when it's thrown. So able to fire more shots, able to get a wider connection on the dynamites against compositions that are sometimes harder to get a lot of value, right? Because everybody's so spread out as Lethal will take out CJ off the rip here. So the Ashe definitely paying off.
I feel like if we look back over the series and let's say Nightmare, get close or they win it, I feel like the Lethal Ashe pick is going to be one of the most forefront things in our mind of something that's a little bit
well, because also the
wall, but gets like a huge amount of impact.
Banning Ashe for Nightmare for SSG would also feel kind of bad because it's not like it's impactful, but like is the Ashe the reason you would lose? Like I don't necessarily believe so. So that would kind of be like one where you're like, okay, this damage is annoying. Like could you just replace this with a Torv and get like similar type of like effects with just like kind of the annoying chip damage potentially? But there's a long range ability that's going to be Bliss falling here, and you have a few players weak as well. Sugar Free taking a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, Kellen gets that high ground. He's there until he's not. He has to turn tail and run back. There's more ult charge being accrued there by Lethan, who's at 75 already. So it should tell you everything you need to know about how effective the Ashe has been here. Zera's got to respect the stop, is off the ground. Cuffer, though, can't say the same for them. They ultimately get caught out. Zera, though, really happy to play like this mid-range shuriken poking game, building towards that next blade here. Deflect timing is good, and he's going to be able to slip away and get the Mega. But the fight, unfortunately, will be holding stasis. Nightmare have to retreat.
And we do see a lot of teams, though, get held at this exact point, though, right? So for Nightmare, you want to break this as fast as possible. We'll see if they're able to do so, because you're coming up on a huge fight, right? Everybody on both sides basically going to have ultimates across the board. And we'll see what angle Nightmare tries to take this in terms of their attack, right? This is going to be some really good natural high ground for SSG. So now they move underneath Big Earls, right? So one way you can kind of force them down is getting up on top of it, and Zera's going to go in with a blade straight away.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz should be thankful. No chance of an Ajax there. He did not have the beat available. Sugar Free's able to get his one, but that is all he's going to take away from this. Definitely a must-win fight for Nightmare, otherwise things get pretty dire on this first phase of the map. They win it cheaply, and they come back in with double support Ultimate Annihilation.
And I was a bit surprised that Sugar Free decides to invest the blade there, right? Because there was no chance, really, of them winning that fight, right? You had already lost Bliss really early on. He was coming back off the spawn. I mean, maybe he's in a position where if you're able to get a kill, Kellen stays alive, you come back and, like, beat and kind of save the day. But still, it feels like you didn't really get any value out of that because you didn't even get sound barrier out of the Nightmare. So Nightmare holds on to their sound barrier here going into this one. Seeker will use the overclock, but not really given any like lines of sight as Cuffer being so aggressive here on the Ramatra.
Yeah, Cuffer just swatted CJ running into the backline virtually, albeit from that high ground. And Seeker never had line of sight because of all the zoning, the space that the Ramatra took up. Lethal on the other side, though, is in this incredibly audacious position on top of the saloon. And that can be a real nuisance, controlling the space, throwing dynamites into that one sort of, high ground access point for Space Station Gaming. This is scary stuff, especially because both the support ultimates and the Annihilation are there. They are waiting to be used. SSG only have a beat. That's not going to be enough. And Kellen has to hope this cage fight breaks up the old efficiency. But looks like he's just using it to stay alive and maybe catch Cuffer out. But there's a raid. Cuffer going to be basking in it. Healed up now as the beat comes in, and the Annihilation has to be used for the durability. Admiral beats here. It's about keeping Cuffer alive, and now they can actually go on the offensive with that Ramatra ultimate. They will. Cuffer drops to the low ground, but still has to respect what the Malka can do to him, so spends much of this time slurping away at his essence and throwing up the dukes to block this damage out. He could use some help, though. Problem is, Lethal's dead. Not there to help bring down the Malga, but Sugar Free and Co. arrive to help.
In that type of scenario, right, where you're like forced to play on the objective, the Annihilation is just massive. And they did a really nice job, Nightmare, being able to keep Cuffa alive. I mean, they don't even have to use the beat when the cage fight is going down. Kellen now will switch over and try and mirror this Ramatra, but Cuffa looking fantastic. The support line as well from Nightmare doing a great job keeping him up through a lot of these tough scenarios, and that's going to be Lethal getting a pick right away. Zera going to use the blade, just trying to chase down Bliss. Nightmare has a chance. 3:21 on the clock. A lot of time here to get to that checkpoint.
And welcome to Wonderland, folks, because we are looking at a Ramatra mirror here on Route 66. We've seen Space Station go that way. Now realizing the Malgus is not really getting them there. They keep getting pushed back, and now they've got a hold for... we need a fuller hold here, virtually. I know this is on an escort map, but 3 minutes on this corner. Space Station going to get real comfy if they have any hopes here of winning this map. In goes Admiral, though, aggressive as you like. Orbit Array forced down, and Admiral doesn't quite respect the crackback enough, especially amplified as it was. Sugar Free has a dash here, but knows there's no need to overextend and maybe die. Still eats the dynamite here. Part of a healthy and balanced diet, apparently. And we'll get back to the fight to stop this car from pushing any further.
Not really getting much value out of the blades, right? Ended up kind of using their god on in, but do you lose Bliss here? Now Nightmare, you're just gonna take a beat, right? You're gonna wait for a second here. You're gonna let some of the players get back, and now you're gonna be able to move in here behind your own Lucy. You have a little bit of a window of opportunity.
Kellen's playing for an Annihilation here. He's going to have it, but Seeker's in trouble. And yes, the torpedoes always seem to catch the player straggling on low health. Nightmare at some point. Yep, there we go. Return to the card and start to push it in. And now SSG are locked in their own spawn. Here comes Kellen. Annihilation available, but there's no support ultimates to play with. And that'll be that, folks. An exciting finish here to Route 66. But we see the Ramatra comp beat out the Malga look.
You were wondering, like, hey, are we going to get some kind of different looks here? And the Hazard comp doesn't work, but the Ramatra on defense ends up paying off. I think the Ashe has definitely been quite impactful here as well. Enough that actually forces SSG and Kellen to switch over and mirror that Ramatra. So Nightmare, although map 1, they kind of go down to the wire. It was like really back and forth, actually, map number 1. Map number 2, they're able to complete the objective there at the end, win it. Now the map selection ban process will go back in favor of SSG, but a really interesting map, really interesting bans as well.
Hey, I mean, obviously we see Nightmare start with the Hazard comp, right? No Winston on this map. I mean, it is crazy. Nightmare have just won the map on which Winston is banned, which is a pretty big deal for them here, especially if that's a comp they want to keep going back towards. The Ramatra beating up the Malga comp is just not something I had on my bingo card, because up until this point, we had the base assumption that it can't win against Malga. Not a team of this quality around the Malga either.
I think though, like, okay, so I think the Ramatra works a little bit better when you have like some of these like longer sight lines, like corridor type of areas, right? Where if things are a little bit more close quarters in that sense, like that's where Hazard, I think, can really shine, because he's just chaos in your backline. I mean, especially when you're not playing, I mean, you're not going to play like a Brig in this, right? So, and also Anna's banned, so no real opportunity there to kind of like slow down that Hazard. But in these types of long areas, the poke from the Ramatra is very strong, especially with the shield.
And here are your post-game stats here. SSG running it down a little bit there in those last couple of moments, and geez, I kind of feel bad for cursing the boy now, but Sugar Free is struggling to really break through with a lot of those blades, take over the fights. A lot of the times we had matched orbit arrays, and actually the support ultimates were synced up for a lot of the game. But you can see how powerful that Annihilation can be. Zera even using it when he's like pushed super deep into enemy territory inside a cage fight. He's like, I just got a cage fight out of Kellen. So he pops the Annihilation, he gets a kill. Zera comes in, finds 2 more, and all of a sudden, it's another soft push here for SSG, who are, admittedly, looking a little sloppy. And we heard the jabs from Unter at the start of this game, man. It looks like Nightmare is showing their scrim performance in this match as well.
And it's not just the money on the line, right? The seeding for the Champions Clash is like almost more important in a way, because you have the capabilities, right? If you get like a number 1 seed here, right? You play against whether it be like a China number 2 or Asian number 2, right? So like, one of those second seeds. So getting that advantage, right? We saw Alcatia finish second in EMEA, right? So the level of opponents just going to be completely different, right? Maybe not if you get Korea number 2, that would be a bit unlucky, but any of the others, you feel like it's going to be a little bit of a different gap in terms of competition versus, having to play one of those number 1 seeds at the top.
Absolutely. Now, I should let you know, while we got a moment here, that Calling All Heroes is returning in 2025. We're not too far away from registration for the first event of the year, which is the Radiant CAH Academy 101. Now, I've worked with Radiant before in other games. They're great, and also players competing in their tournaments have also had very good things to say about them. So, March 26th, get yourself verified and register if you are eligible to compete by March 24th to participate. There's a Discord you can join up there, so you can sort of find that. I'm not going to spell the link out to you because it has a bunch of cat letters and stuff in there, but maybe we can get that in the chat for you guys. And check that out if Calling Heroes is something you're interested in. Do go
awesome program. Awesome program. We're actually seeing more players from Calling All Heroes find their way into the top echelons of like OWCS as well, right? So it's awesome to see that crossover.
And stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Head over there. Sure, we've got someone in the chat. Get that Calling Heroes Discord. Remember, you've got to be verified, of course, before you can compete. So get that done by March 24 if you want to play. Okay.
You think you boss people around here? You're just like, oh yeah, somebody go get that in the chat. Somebody go do this. I mean,
yeah. You know who I am?
Who do you think you are? I mean, you're the Australian guy.
Unfortunately, it's very apparent to me who I am. I am. At this point, I ain't changing. I'm just saying, we're trying to help people get to where they need to be.
True, very true.
Where I need to be is in the middle of another dive mirror. This one, though, might be a Genji-dominated one, as Tracer is banned.
Yeah, so and a Curie ban as well, right? So the bio nades now from the Ana, no opportunity for the cleanse to be on the other side. We'll see how that impacts things. Also now, right, with no tracer, like nano blade up on the menu, right? Potentially we've seen like the nanos mostly go over to like Winston's really throughout the entire time. So SSG will come out, they'll play Genji composition. Seeker's just going to use TP, then we're going to get a swap here. Is Nightmare playing the Ashe? That's really been kind of the main difference between this series and like a lot of their previous ones, right? We've seen Lethal play a lot of the Sojourn, now here in the finals, busting out the Ashe.
Lethal has great uptime in general because he keeps returning ammo to the mag with these dynamite connections. So I'm here for it. Really enjoying the Ashe play. We'll probably have a discussion about some of the perks as well at a later time, maybe in this map, because obviously she brings some heat to the table there too.
I mean, he's using like the coach gun one that like constantly pushes him like further away, right? So not exactly a dash like a Sojourn per se, but gives himself a little bit more space when Kellen or Co dives in. And then the one with the extended dynamite range finds that one to be quite good.
Yeah, it's like you get 3 ammo refunded when you throw the dynamite, importantly when you throw it, and then a 40% increased detonation radius. So really just making it much more powerful. The other major perk there, it kind of requires you to be hitting those headshots, which at this pace of game is really, really hard. Hello, Space Station. You guys are in a bit of trouble here. What's going on? Nightmare really sort of controlling this space all so effectively. Lethal looking proud as a peacock up there on the rafters.
He's able to just control the high ground with the Ashe, and then also like one shot into Seeker gets him extremely low, and then the dynamite's just constant annoying chip damage that you have to heal up here, right? 2 players get hit with a dynamite here, you're gonna have to wait a second, like let them heal up, forces CJ to use the nade on a more defensive position, right, rather than kind of throwing it directly at the opponents. Is right there, right? Sugar Free takes a load of damage, potentially would have went in here. I mean, dude, this is poor from SSG, right? That's a nano that's used on a Kellen. Bioed, slept straight away. Sugar Free would have most certainly have gone into the high ground with Kellen there, but Sugar Free is hit with a dynamite and then just one shot from the Ashe and falls over. So this first flashpoint's all Nightmare.
They have looked so dominant. At no point, Matt, have they gotten close enough to even lay a scratch on Lethal. Not a hair on his head was harmed in the filming of that first flashpoint. Nightmare take that one away all too comfortably, and of course are in a position to snowball this old advantage, including a nano difference that owes to CJ throwing one to Kellen, who just got slept by my goat, UV.
So we'll see UV actually throw the bio nade in there. Not able to get a line of sight there on Zera. Zera gets quite low, but it doesn't even need it, right? I mean, it looks like this is going to be another fight win here, potentially, for Nightmare, as CJ in a world of trouble. Nobody there able to help him.
SSG already struggling with the pace of the game here. They are trying to put pressure down on UV. You saw it. Obviously, that bio nade like just hit the shield. Good timing from Kellen. That was totally fine, but the crackback from Kuffer absolutely bringing the thunder here on this Winston. And Nightmare just chilling down these big support ultimates. They obviously make use of the primal so effectively in that last fight here. They've got a veritable war chest to lean on. Here's a beat from Bliss. Does get that down. Catches onto only 3 though, not CJ or Seeker crucially. And the Bob just ends the fight on the spot. Apparently, no one wants to tangle.
And no beat have to be used there by Nightmare in response, right? The Bob just kind of gets in the middle. I believe also Kellen hit with a bio there, so not able to kind of react. Admiral's got to be careful. Bio and some big shots, as they're going to have to use the nano on a couple to push on into the back line.
Slick moves from Admiral, but it's a right click from Kellen across on the point that catches it. But Cover, I think you're happy with this trade. I mean, bro, he is tied on the backline for so long. The healing, though, an issue. For Kuffer, UV does not have a bead on him, but Nightmare aren't in a position where they're at risk of losing the point anytime soon.
No.
They're coming to the next fight with a beat and blade combo. Bliss cannot answer Zera's blade here. Nightmare are advantaged when it comes at least to those ultimates, but it's the overclock from Seeker that could throw a spanner into the works.
UV on a little bit of an off angle. That connects on a bio on the Seeker. You're not able to follow it up just yet, but this is a sick blade from Zera.
The follow-up is so good. The bio is incredible to open things up, but Zera gets in there. Beat from Admiral is pretty darn crucial. And Space Station are floundering, struggling here to have any impact at all. And Saravasa, that's another flashpoint that just gets ripped out from under them.
Well, you were asking me a little bit earlier, right? Like, oh, is there one composition that you think that, Nightmare would have like a distinct advantage over? Like, you wouldn't have said anything like Winston-based, right? But at least here on Saravasa, it looks like there's a bit of a gap right now, man. Is Kuppa takes out Sugar Free. So this is looking pretty ugly for SSG. It has been as good of a performance from Nightmare as you could want. This Kappa's going to use the Primal here, trying to find Bliss. I think he's just going to have to focus on getting out with his life at this point.
Okay. That doesn't particularly advance. Oh, okay, scary. Fire there on Seeker. This doesn't quite advance the win con here for Nightmare, having to use that Primal, but keeps Kappa alive for now. They use it very tentatively. He is under pressure. Do his healers see him? They do now. Look at all that. All that pressure, though, being put on Kappa means that Zero doesn't get the healing he needs, and I'm sorry, but Coach Gunn's going to keep you alive there. Space Station, great start to the fight, and again, it's almost a mirror of what we saw on the last Flashpoint map, where Nightmare commit only a Primal to win a clean fight and start in control.
Yeah, but for SSG here to be able to win that fight just off of that Primal and then also have, they had everything going into that fight, right? And you know that Nightmare's kind of depleted all their resources going into this. Now, like, for SSG, it's like, okay, can we win this next fight pretty cheaply and then set us up into a point where, yeah, you can invest in that final fight potentially on the point.
Nano for Zero, no blade to back this up though. Still draws out the sound barrier. Seeker still goes down. Oh my goodness! No blade required. This guy's wit is sharper than any kitchen implement you could find. Sugar Free low, still dealt with. Dunked on by the young thug. Nightmare now with point control, but Kellen being alive is an issue.
You saw Kappa here though.
Has to respect it, but Kappa's found CJ here. I think Nightmare are coming home to roost pretty soon.
Yeah, it'll be Kellen on the point here. We'll see, though. Looks like actually Bliss going to go knock a player back. Yeah, so Kappa looked like he was actually going to go in here, potentially get a touch, and just booped on back, because you're going to be able to bounce back here with Nightmare having this blade at their disposal.
Kappa's getting healed up nicely there by UV, but here comes Seeker now. They're disrupting that Ana line of sight. Kellen also going quite low here, and eventually UV goes down, but it takes all the King's horses and all the King's men to get it done. Lethal down to a deflect, but Nightmare did flip the point, and Sugar Free's in no position to take this one back by force. He's going to have to wait. Maybe he can work an angle here with Bliss, but Kappa is still out there. He's low, but he's out there.
Dude, those shots by Seeker, though, were nutty, right? He's able to get UV, just kind of a little bit of a flick as he runs on by him, and then that Zera using the blade tries to get right up in in his Seeker's face and just takes him out.
Sugar Free ends up going down there. Flip here on the point being attempted by Nightmare to try and take the map away, and UV's down. CJ would have to be extracted here as an even trade, and there's nothing he could do about it. Kappa combining with Zero to claim the honor. Attempted to flip, but it's not to be. Seeker's forced to slide on away, and now things get a little bit dicey. If Space Station won't have a chance of competing for the map, they need to not get staggered, but Seeker had no choice. He's down. 95% and counting for Nightmare. They're in a great spot, albeit no ultimates to work with, and Kellen has to try and stall this. So in we go. Dives in with the Primal. Make a little bit of space. Creates some chaos here. UV looking straight at him now as Kellen is going pretty low. Dangerously low, in fact, and now a bio catches onto him. Is there anyone to chase the Winston kill? You better believe it. The Thunder from down under descends upon the enemy Winston and brings him to heal. Now Nightmare can clean up the scraps as they sweep Space Station away on Suravasa, going to a 2-1 lead.
That was clean there from Nightmare. That Winston ban on the previous map, right? Not available anymore. And you see in that Winston head-to-head, dude, Nightmare is so well drilled. One thing the Ashe does as well that we haven't really talked about is like Sugar Free can play the Echo really well, and you're not really going to play that Echo into the Ashe on the other side. It's a real easy target for the Ashe. So we saw him switch to it there at the end. That's maybe something they try and get into the series here a little bit later on. But man, Nightmare looking fantastic as Zero and Co. I mean, dude, that would be such a crazy story, right? We're talking about like who's going to be number one in NA going into the year, right? And it's like SSG and Team Liquid, right? We're talking about even Timeless because their performances last year. And then Nightmare just kind of comes out of nowhere and puts it together at the end because they look so good at like many different comps, right? It's not just like one tricking a ball. It's not one tricking a Maga. They look great playing just about everything.
I mean, it's been astonishing. For me, like the success story, I think, is that every player in Nightmare has kind of earned themselves a degree of notoriety, you know, over the years. But Kappa definitely was probably flying under the radar a lot of the time, especially with a lot of the very good Korean tanks in NA, right? And we struggled to sort of find his spot, but now that he has the chance to represent this team, this guy he's still young. Bear in mind, but he was representing Australia at the World Cup years ago, like 3 years ago, back when we actually did that. Bring that back, by the way. And, you know, right now he's taking over the game. He's dominating Kellen, who is a veteran of OWL, who's won a contenders title.
Yeah.
He's been a runaway, for God's sake. Like, Kellen has kind of done it all here, and he is taking him to task, bro. He's giving him a paddling in some of these fights.
Imagine, though,
crazy.
I imagine this is how this Nightmare team though looks behind the scenes, because when we've interviewed Zera in the past, right, he's like talked about like, oh, if we like kind of play like how we scrim, like we're gonna be fine. Like they felt like they were like beating everybody up pretty badly, and then even Hunter kind of alluded to it, like, oh yeah, you know, they're great in scrims, but can they put it together in the actual games? Sometimes all it takes is like that one major win, right, to kind of get the monkey off your back and like kind of ease tension. Like, okay, we're able to get it done, right? You know, you beat Team Liquid. Now you can come in, play a little bit looser, right? And maybe you start to see these performances start to come together more often.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we're going to take a quick breather here and have our desk break down the 3 incredible maps that we've seen so far as Nightmare go into this break with a 2-1 lead in this first of 4 series.
They do indeed. Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt, Caleb and Zoe back here to break it all down. The series started off with Kafa and Maga, which will make it into my personal top 10 anime betrayals. Just no honest Overwatch being played these days. Incredible. And I am apparently muted in Discord, but now he can hear me. I said only nice things about you, Caleb. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so we started the series off Maga, and Kafa was on Maga, even though they promised not to do that. But SSG, they repaid in kind, sporting their very own Maga on Route 66. And Route 66 is what I really want to hone into here first, because that was a pivotal turning point for Nightmare. We saw Ramatra that worked against the Maga comp from SSG, and the Hazard didn't. Can you break that down for us? So what made that work?
Yeah, all right, so chat, I want everyone to put their thinking caps on. It's actually like a really simple, in my mind, explanation of why one thing worked and one didn't. Hazard has really good pressure onto their hit scan, but with the way that Nightmare's been playing with the Ashe, they really don't want to be playing that fast anyways. They want to slow the game down. They want to give Lethal the space to shoot the enemy team and not really go in that aggressively. So the Hazard doesn't really work. The ult doesn't get a lot of value, but when you play that Ramatra, as you see here on the screen, Kafa plays the Ramatra, there's a lot of time to play slow, to anchor, and whenever he gets caged by the Maga, he has his initial shift, his Nemesis form, and then when he ults, he gets another one. So he has a lot of HP, it blocks a lot of damage. It makes it so cage is not always a free fight win. But what the issue was with Hazard, every time they caged, it was just a free win because they didn't have anything to, they had the wall, they had the Hazard block. It's just not the same as Ramatra. So they slowed the game down a little bit for their tank and their hit scan, and they gave Zera all of the resources, and Zera has just been controlling the map. And frankly, right now, he is playing better than Sugar Free. He is playing better than Sugar Free, and it carried over to the next map. And I think Nightmare right now has a ton of confidence, and it doesn't really matter what comp they're playing. I think just that simple Hazard to Ramatra swap, and they saw the results they got, they became confident, and the momentum's in their favor.
So what can SSG do now to stop that momentum?
I think you kind of have to look at going back and looking back at the Maga, and it feels counterintuitive because they did just lose the Ramatra, but I feel like they had just lost faith, and I think the change of pace kind of shook them a little bit mid-map, but that is a good composition. It is something they are good at. I think you take them to a map where that's favored, and you stick to your guns and you just make some small adjustments. You play a little faster. You don't suck yourself into the tank v tank battle. You have the charge on a 5-6 second cooldown. You can play fast. You get Sugar Free engaged again. You don't worry so much about the Genjis jostling for space. You just play fast. You get in their face. You up the tempo up.
All right, here we see it. SSG is going to take us to Colosseo, and they're banning out that Brig, whereas Nightmare is going for that Maga ban. What does that tell you?
This could go either way. Colosseo is one of those maps where there are the high grounds to take advantage of, but teams have also gone to the rush brawl style here, but it doesn't matter because Nightmare banned out the Maga. So they're saying, hey, listen, we're feeling great about the setup that we're in. So this could potentially just be another dive mare. It could be as simple as hit scan, Winston, and a Tracer. And I'm here for it. I'm enjoying it. I get to listen to Mitch go absolutely crazy and call dive. I'm living for it.
Yeah, man, those high-octane dive maps is what we're all here for. We saw a glimpse of that on map number 1 already, Colosseo. Maybe we run it back. Nightmare against SSG. They're up 2-1. Let's see if SSG can bring it back and foil the action. We're going to head on over to Matt and Mitch.
This is it. One Garden Variety USDA Prime Malgaban locked and loaded here for Nightmare. They realize Space Station are trying to tilt things back in their favor a little bit with a bit of an odd pick of Colosseo. Nightmare say, no, buddy. You are joining us in the Winston Dive affair. We are going to make you play this until morale improves.
We've seen SSG actually play Colosseo a few times here throughout the stage in stage 1, one of the teams that frequently would go here. And yeah, with the Mauga gone and the Brig gone, this is going to be full-on dive yet again. It'll be lethal on the Ashe here. That'll be the only difference that we've seen between these two teams, as the Ashe a little bit more long-range pressure. Kuffa gets hit with a bio, though. Gets absolutely deleted.
Yeah, I've had that anti-heal shoved straight down his gullet there. Not a lot that could be done by his teammates to intervene. Brig is the ban here, but we have obviously Lucio Ana valued a little bit higher than maybe a Kiriko to stop some of these bios, and it kind of makes sense because if you're a Winston player, you can try and stop them yourself with a bubble. Kuffa comes back off spawn and has Kellen just breaking through his window like it's Spider-Man visiting a friend in Manhattan. Well, now we still see Space Station trying to group up. At least they'll have this high ground to work with, but they've lost some ground already.
Yeah, I mean, well, on this map, right, there's so much high ground that you want to, like, kind of fight over. It'll be curious how both teams kind of approach it. I think with the Ashe, right, you're able to kind of fight that high ground maybe a little bit even easier, like at longer ranges. But where SSG was, right, you don't want to kind of, like, play up in that area, right? You're going to play in that, like, long bridge. You want to force a Nightmare down and to play back on here rather than fight back for that high ground. But you lose Seeker here right away. Kuffa's going to try and make his way back to the rest of the team. 40 HP, and he's going to be able to get out.
Getting the bubble, man. Oh, God, he was just waiting for that cooldown. I think it was like 40 HP with 1 second going to bubble cooldown. And then he was back to business. Okay, now Space Station can have a crack at this. Likely it's a... Kuffa is the nano delivery system here.
Yeah.
The Zera Pulse Bomb.
And just to remind you guys at home, they are flipped up top. So keep that in mind, where SSG is on the left-hand side. They were in the blue. That would be Nightmare in the orange. That is not red. You see red?
No, like blue and red is like the more standard. We have orange.
Oh, okay. I was like, that is misleading because that is orange.
You say orange? I said, it's kind of subjective, really. Kuffa, though, as we kind of highlighted back coming into this fight, would be nanoed and sent up to the high ground, and he's done a great job. From the low ground, you notice that UV is able to hit a Bionade on Seeker, of all players. Probably one of the most important people to hit with that ability. And now, Nightmare have the lead. Slow start where they lost a lot of ground, but now that engine is running.
And this next fight is quite dangerous here for SSG, right? It's going to be the Bob sent in. Look at this, Kuffa on a little bit of like a flank, right? Going all the way around, putting a lot of pressure here on a CJ. And I wonder, we don't actually see on board with CJ for even a second, but if you use that sleep dart onto the Bob, right, you don't have it for that Winston coming down the alley.
Okay, Sugar Free in trouble. Has to recall here. Primal, okay, being popped by Kuffa. This is a checkpoint, surely.
Yeah, you want a checkpoint, yeah.
Oh, buddy, that is perfect. And Kuffa says, job well done. I'm gonna get out of here now.
I mean, you double up the score, you get checkpoint, you now take a fight back towards mid-map, right, where you feel like you have a little bit of an advantage for that long-range, poke. So you see they're using, like I talked about, right? CJ has to use that sleep dart onto the Bob. That frees up Kuffa to just jump on in. Nice bio there, connects from UV. Connects with Seeker and CJ, and they get the kill onto CJ early. Some nice heals coming down from UV, man, as Nightmares really clicked these last two maps.
It couldn't look much better than that. That was stunning work off that bio. And yeah, just that idea, right, of creating another thing that has to be slept. It's so huge. Kuffa getting to go in there without any threat of dart is massive. So bot now going to be moved back into an aggressive position. But Kuffa got body blocked inside that room by the looks of things. I don't know. Well, maybe it's just the bubble that Kellen throws down. Very wisely realizes it cuts off the Ana healing, and maybe Kuffa couldn't adjust.
Yeah, I think he got body blocked up there. Either the body blocked or, like you mentioned, the bubble. But like we were talking about before, you can't let the Bob just free fire, right? The Bob is just going to put down so much damage. Like, if you don't respect it, you don't have enough damage to, like, burst it down, right? So you have to use a sleep, and that allows Kuffa to go in. And it's going to be an overclock from Seeker. I think just trying to find anything, right? You need to get the push past this corner because this high ground is so good for Nightmare to fight from.
Oh, buddy! That is too classy, man. There is some wind shear on that throw. CJ gets caught by that pulse bomb midway through, and Zera can play through the bubble. But though still back a little bit past mid, but there it is. Lethal is eventually able to deal with Seeker, who's just so sick on this Ashe, adding so much here to the arsenal for Nightmare. Kellen goes for a Primal Rage. Should we go for 2? at least in total. Yeah, with Sugar Free coming in to clean up Admiral there. So nice little turnaround. Still so much work to be done here for Space Station to get back to that checkpoint. We've now hit the halfway mark on this map. We need to see SSG go into a higher gear.
Can you fight this though if you're SSG? I think you have to wait, right? Because you end up losing Bliss, so you don't have your speed to kind of wrap around this corner. But you also kind of want a fight where you win it decisively down here on the ground before going towards this high ground. Because you see where Lethal can play from now on the Ashe. I mean, this is just a perfect shooting gallery that he's able to shoot from.
Here's the Bob to contest, in theory. Throwing down towards that low ground, and Sugar Free knows he can get into the back line at some point. UV goes down, but Bob did find CJ in the end. Big value there for Nightmare. Bob in a pretty scary spot, actually.
The bot's going the complete other way. Yeah. So you're not even going to get any progress out of this. Is give Zera here as well for Nightmare. So about halfway through the game, Nightmare double up in terms of meterage. Now you're going to be able to cycle for both teams, right? Well, at least for Nightmare, you're going to be able to cycle your Nano into your Primal, and then you also have Sound Barrier to use here. No Primal just yet for Kellen. It's going to be the Nanos that come out first.
Yeah, both Arnas get the Nanos as well. That's a sleep dart that just doesn't hit for Ultraviolet. And I want to put something on the radar here. Sugar Free is starting to heat up Matt in a big way. Goes pretty invisible last couple of maps, but this Tracer play has been excellent, and he's following Kellen's dives in beautifully, turning the one Winston into a 3K opportunity.
I mean, you need Sugar Free to step up, right? Because Zero has been fantastic here through the first 4 maps in the set. So if somebody's going to match him, it has to be Sugar Free. And as we say that, Zera takes out Seeker. I feel like also it might be a little bit, it might mean a little bit more to the Nightmare guys, right? Because like they probably feel like they should have been, you know, some of them like, you know, moving up to a team like a Liquid, like an SSG, right? And throughout the year, they kind of got like looked over. And this, you kind of take that personal, especially when going up against some of those teams and players that you like deep down feel that you're better than, maybe just don't have the bigger name then, as you really want to win this series. I mean, not only getting first seed in NA would be you know, really impressive, but then also would feel like a pretty big win in terms of the confidence for this team moving forward.
The last couple of minutes though, Matt, Space Station have just been the slightly better team here. They've not really converted yet into a checkpoint, but damn, the one clip on Ultraviolet. Not a good sign here for Nightmare, starting to lose their grip on things a little bit. Like I warned you, Sugar Free really starting to get into the game, and now Space Station can cover new ground with the bot.
And you're gonna have Lethal swap over to the Sojourn, so you can tell that the dive was starting to get a little bit too much for the Ashe to deal with. Just the coach gun that the Ashe has to get away. Some shots there from Sugar Free on a Kuffa as he dives on in. That forces the Primal out right away, and look at this Kuffa just chasing Bliss. Not gonna be able to get that kill.
Now, I don't get it. It just doesn't really work. And Kuffa goes to chase a Lucio, but doesn't really contest the bot at all. Seeker's able to get up there on that high ground and start to unravel Nightmare from their own side of the map. Now, we have a checkpoint for SSG and a lead potentially to build off of it.
It seems like they almost seem a little bit, you know, frazzled here, Nightmare, a little bit panicked as the butt scratch will kick in. We have a exact tie game here. Is this going to be Admiral's beat?
I mean, okay, bot's being led away right now, so Space Station can't extend their lead through this fight, but Ultraviolet goes down yet again in the back line. Sugar Free looking scary. Beat Zera out at the start of that engagement, now has an easy shot here on the Lucio. Admiral just capitulates, not a damn thing you could do. And now, SSG will take the lead. 1 minute 20 left to play.
And now we're going back to Ashe here, as it seems like Nightmare. You hold on to that Admiral sound barrier for like 2-3 fights, and then even the fight you use, it just connects with 3. You get really no value out of it. So it seems like the wheels have fallen off here for Nightmare, so to speak. But I think it does align with, I mean, look at this. I mean, Sugar Free and Kellen doing such a better job connecting with each other, just going and just running through the backline of Nightmare.
I mean, this has now gotten out of hand severely. Nightmare had a lead, but didn't really seem like they wanted to press it or had it prized slowly out of their grip. SSG now get to that triple-digit mark and a threatening and even completion here with 40 seconds left in the game. But Space Station know here, on this push, they've done enough. They can fall back here, let Nightmare take enough rope to hang themselves with. Zera does see Bliss here, who always seems to be slipping away, and there is just a bait. Sugar Free again takes Zera down, who's not been able to have that same impact in the game since the sleeping giant Lenny awoke.
The second half of this round on Colosseo has just been absolutely dominated by SSG. This has been a blowout the second half as Kuffo will fall. Looks like a completely different team here. We're like, oh, then maybe the Winston comp is something that Nightmare can look a little bit better than SSG on, but that does not look like it here on Colosseo. That is a full map completion there for the win. It felt like Nightmare didn't win a fight from the 4-minute mark on.
It was like watching Devin Larratt pretend to lose an arm wrestle before breaking his opponent's arm off. SSG kind of go back and forth a bunch and then blow the game out entirely there. I think, did we see Lethal on Sojourn at some point? That felt like a concession.
For like a spawn or two.
Yeah, Sugar Free looked really, really good. I think Zero was having such an incredible game. He just looks to be the dominant player. Like 3 minutes in, we're thinking this guy is really just dominating and absolutely leaving Sugar Free in his dust. And I don't want to put it all down to one player. Bliss played excellent, really hard to catch, was really dialed in when it came to those dives, and Kellen decided he was sick of dropping these maps to these young upstarts, decided to even the series.
I mean, you look at this, I mean, right? 5 minutes to go, 66 meters to 30. I don't think actually another meter was gotten there for Nightmare. Just a complete blowout from the 4-minute mark on, pretty much. As I think now if you're Nightmare, you have to consider what you do in terms of like banning some of this stuff out potentially, right? Getting it back more into that Ramatra wheelhouse.
Perhaps, right? I really feel like the bread and butter, or at least of what pays.
I mean, look at this, 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on the clock. They go from 60 meters, basically run it all the way down. They didn't lose a fight the rest of the map.
In the scheme of sort of push maps, it's actually quite an astonishing comeback. Not like a triple digit comeback, but still quite significant. Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. Something happened there for Nightmare. They went off the boil in a big way, and SSG came thundering in to tie up our series. This might just be for seeding in a bit of extra pocket money, but for these teams, it means everything.
And I think what we saw Lethal switch off of the Ashe, which he's been so good on throughout the series. I think just the amount of pressure from Kellen and Sugar Free was too much. Go over to the Sojourn for just a little bit and then switch on back. But it just seemed like they had no answer for Kellen and Sugar Free the second half of that map. I do wonder whether it be map selection or bans, Nightmare decides to do something to really shake things up.
Or do they just go back, pick a map where they're comfortable, play the dive mirror again? They are, obviously, that was, this is kind of punishing, really. That was their Malga ban map. And also, in a best of 7, by the way, when you can't reuse bans, you really start to run low on them. But by the end of the series, after like, God forbid, like 4 or 5 maps, you actually can't really influence the game that heavily by targeting bans anymore.
Yeah, at that time, it almost becomes like keeping track of what the other team's done and like using yours, if you get the first one, more as like a protection, right? To be able to kind of like, you know, block the other team. Like EWC, we saw a bunch of like Mercy, Lifeweaver, different types of bans, like characters you would just never play, just to block that support role. So curious to see where these teams decide to go in terms of that ban process, right? Still a lot of series left, it feels like.
I mean, this series has just turned into a best of 3, folks. We are even after the break. And honestly, I feel so different than coming out of Suravasa, where it was just like a completely one-sided game. And that's what happens at this level. Like, teams have second wins, they have reserves that they can dig into. And sometimes it's the younger, less tested team that, as we get deeper and deeper into the series, can start to lose their footing. They get ahead of themselves and their opponents start to find a way to pivot back into the game, and they start to lose control of it themselves. Some worrying signs, I think. The dive on UV was very, very effective. He's not able to do much. I mean, I watched CJ get farmed. Like absolutely ruined in the first half of their map, and all of a sudden, pressure was off him. He was doing so much work, and it was UV that was getting chewed up.
And we worry a little bit about like, oh, like what would a Nightmare, SSG match look like? We haven't seen it in a while, right? It was week 1 of the season. It was the second match, and you're like, oh, maybe that SSG is just on a different level than Nightmare. I think one thing Nightmare has proved throughout the playoffs, throughout the season, is like, they are up there in that top echelon of NA, obviously taking out Team Liquid, but going toe to toe here with SSG. So they go Li Zhang here for the next map. What do you decide to get rid of though? Do you get rid of like a Lucio? Do you get rid of like a Kiri? Do you go like in terms of do you try and get like a tank protect, right? Like maybe deny them from banning.
I'm thinking about what is even, you can't ban Ramatra, right?
No, you would almost like you would ban, let's say, Reinhardt to protect SSG from banning like a Ramatra or banning something along those lines, right? Because it feels like if they banned, because you've already banned Mauga, right? If you end up like banning something else and then they ban the Ramatra and you want to play, then you're forced to play like what, Hazard into the Mauga, right? So they banned Sojourn, which is quite interesting. So this is actually going to force Seeker to play something else, which we actually haven't seen that much of. And it is the ceremonial Lifeweaver ban there for SSG that comes out. So don't think you would have seen Lifeweaver. Yeah, it seems like they just don't really. That's one though that like, okay, we're fine with everything else actually being in, but we don't want to like waste a ban potentially, right? You don't want to like burn a Kiri ban or something along those lines, right? When you would rather just chuck something out there like the Lifeweaver. We're fine playing the game without the Sojourn and see what happens.
Can Seeker play Cassidy into like a Mauga Ashe comp?
Ooh, that would be quite. So, I mean, it would be like why. So, like, why would Nightmare end up playing the Mauga, I guess? Like, for me, Nightmare feels like this is going to be Winston. It's going to be, like, Hazard.
Okay.
Like,
yeah, maybe they just want a Winston Ashe mirror. Maybe they feel like this. Yeah.
I'm more curious what Seeker decides to play, right? It's been, like, Sojourn insta-lock with a little bit of Widow on, like, Dorado and whatnot, basically throughout the stage. Obviously, we know he can play something like an Ashe. Reaper also, pretty viable on some of these points.
Okay, Control Center as well. I mean, you can play like that brawly Reaper with the Orisa setup. Adventure is there as well, just to give you a little bit extra on that dive. Yeah, no consideration really here from SSG to play Mauga. I think we have seen this. I think we saw this earlier today by Infected on Nepal. It didn't work. It was, I think, the last map of the series, I want to say. It didn't work at all.
So they go with a venture Cassidy. So you did say like maybe we see a Cassidy. You will see it here. Where I think that Cassidy is almost like you would like it to look even a little bit better for like playing against the Winston. But right there, it is a burrow from Sugarfree, gets right into the back line, and Seeker with a headshot on the lethal finishes him off. The effective range of the Cassidy way better here than a Ashe, and that's gonna have lethal making the swap.
Bro, Soj ban actually ends up giving us a pretty fun comp mix up here. So it will be a Cassidy mirror between lethal and Seeker. Talk about a grudge, it feels like that's like your hit scan pride is on the line when you're in one of these head-to-heads. However, Nightmare are going to have an actual shield to play with. The only team, unless Kellen opts to sort of spec into taking the shield perk, I suggest more likely that he takes the charged javelin shot when it comes out, just because it can obviously catch multiple targets. And it's very close.
Even with those 2 kills on Mitch, it's Nightmare who gets control of the point first. So it's going to be very difficult, I think, to like dislodge this Ramatra. You're going to have to use that speed, obviously get right past the shield, but even then, the Nemesis form, you're going to have to hold on to some of these cooldowns, though, if you're killing, right? Once that Orisa's armor falls off, she just kind of crumbles.
No, that's right. I mean, again, once that gets knocked, she's half health as it is, but yeah, she takes very quick damage. Turn around here, deflect available for Genji. Yes, Zero does pop that. Seeker does not have the perk that refunds 30% ult charge with an expired Deadeye, so that is entirely lost, but it made a lot of space here. It made it really awkward for Kuffer, who couldn't duel at all and really just got poked down inside that side room. Once again, the Venture here, pretty sticky. And honestly, Venture's awful for Cassie to deal with, because when you're burrowed, you can just kind of walk at the guy and close the gap. That's exactly what Cassie does not want to deal with.
Venture's perks are also pretty nutty, right? When perks came out, Venture looked like they were going to be one of the biggest winners in terms of the perk options for the heroes. So like the ability to kind of like have the cooldown refresh during Tectonic Shock. I mean, that is crazy with Venture, how strong her cooldowns, their cooldowns are.
Yeah. Orbit Rank here getting popped, and Sugarfree can just play from inside this. Comes out from Nightmare as well, and Zero might look to save the game again. Nightmare have won consecutively 2 fights where they start at a player disadvantage, where they are short-handed. This is absurd, but Kellen's a problem. Zera alone can't deal with the Orisa. Even with the healing of Ultraviolet there from that ledge, can't handle them. So really, there's no point but just to group up here around your Ramatra again, who has returned, and Zera's got to be very respectful here of the damage that can be applied.
He's got to get in line of sight of UV, right? Because UV's kind of working around the outside. This is going to be the Deadeye from Lethal, trying to get him positioned here up on the stairs. He's going to be able to land it. It's going to be a sound barrier there from Bliss. It's going to keep everybody topped up. Admiral with the later one, though.
Tech Shock comes out. Deadeye here from Seeker. All right, straight through the Orisa we go. Zera, though, does fall. Kellen with the Terror Surge is able to complete that kill contract.
Annihilation.
Pop Sugar still on the point here. Dive on in's taking a bunch of damage, though, and just gets his one. Cut for a Nemesis form is too great to overcome. And there's an Annihilation here in reserve. Should have been needed. Lethal gets picked off here as both tanks studiously ignoring each other. Kaffa, though, is low. Needs that healing desperately, but there just isn't any. Ultraviolet's on an awkward angle now as the Javelin comes in. Kaffa's going to be considering Annihilation here in a moment, I'd suggest, as we're close to an Orbital Ray. Kaffa holds on, and here it is. Annihilation thrown into the mix. Orbital Ray combining it. Nightmare half the point, and now the lead. Seeker, exsanguinated. Sugar-free, toppled. Kaffa does go down, but it's a worthwhile trade for Nightmare, who can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
The fact that they're able to keep Kuffa alive that long is insane to me. I mean, he had rolled through all of his cooldowns at that point. Ultraviolet finally gets Orbital Ray, decides to pop it. They use it with the Annihilation. They're able to get a fight win and now put themselves in a scenario. One more fight to win here. So Lethal on a little bit of a flank.
Okay. Couple, no shots really connecting. They're outside of his effective range, but now the pressure's on. CJ has to pop the Orbital Ray, but Zera has fallen already. Kuffa not far behind him. Nightmare had to let this one go. They still got a chance to take the map, but it's a little awkward. They have a Deadeye, which is fine, but it doesn't give Mark a whole lot else to work with. Whereas SSG definitely, with a tech shock here, could be devastating.
Can you build up a blade here, though? I think there's definitely a possibility you can build up a blade. I mean, you're most certainly going to get a blade here, right? Another 20% on the point. You're already at 86. There's no sound barrier yet on the other side. I think if you win this... Yeah, if you win this, it's around this blade that comes through. You're still on the Bliss.
In this economy, that is crazy. Bliss goes down. No chance to build a sound barrier in this fight. And Zera pulls the blade. That probably shouldn't have broken this way. I'm going to be honest with you. Nightmare, though, able to flip the point now. Sugar Free is here on the venture. They will emerge. And they will run. Forced to flee now. Is that overtime? Will stay in play until the point is flipped. So there is a chance, at least for SSG, to get some numbers here. Here comes Lenny. Has to use his mobility to get onto the pointer, which means there is no escape unless you burrow away. Kellen is here on the Diva. Less than ideal choice for the moment, but they need that mobility now as a Vortex is thrown into the back line. And there's Admiral, always reliable. Rock solid, has a beat just when they need it. Kellen going to be hacked here as Lethal returns on the Sombra now. Virus thrown in the direction of CJ. And the Juno is caught on the outside looking in. Nightmare take an exciting, explosive first round.
And remember when you were like, oh, they need to kind of build up towards this Bliss sound barrier, and Zera takes him out in the fight really previously before he ends up using the Dragon Blade? He actually never even gets the beat. Just kind of because he dies off spawn yet again in that final fight. So Nightmare doing a fantastic job putting pressure on to the support of SSG. That time denying Bliss the ability to build towards that sound barrier towards the end. Admiral gets his off. Makes it pretty worthwhile there for Nightmare. It's an opportunity with another control round, Mitch, to go to a match point in the grand finals. Would be a huge shock, I think, to a lot of people to see Nightmare end up coming out on top. Seeker this time will play Ashe, so this SSG is actually going to play a comp that we've seen Nightmare actually play a ton of here throughout this series.
Very reasonable on this map as well to take the Winston Ashe duo, but Lethal is able to overcome the range disadvantage that Cassidy inherently has, and they take Seeker down. I mean, this guy.
Yeah, I mean, can you just move up like with the Ramatra shield, right? You see the Ramatra shield kind of thrown in there in the choke. No way that you can kind of shoot through it there if you're the Ashe and just kind of like move around with the Ram. That's kind of maybe what you're looking for there, but Lethal with just a headshot off the rip. I mean, no way you can kind of counteract that.
I also think that, like, switching to Cassie for Seeker probably wants this sort of hindrance grenade to answer Zera. I'll just give you a little bit of a extra edge against the Genji. Okay,
look at how much he's split off, though. Like, Kuffa there is split off the supports, right? It's so difficult to get healing on a Kellen.
Okay, you see here the major perk often taken by Cassidy is that critical hits will reduce the roll cooldown. Really powerful in general. Even just like one critical hit can make a huge difference there. So keep your eye on that one. Lethal says, nah, no.
I'm not feeling it today, bro.
I don't want to get dove. I mean, Cassidy against Winston always feels absolutely awful. Really difficult. You use that roll early, even with the major perk I just talked about. You just don't feel like you have it available enough. So, Deadeye up here for Seeker. Pulse Bomb for Sugar Free, who was on the venture in the previous round. Now back on that deadly Tracer that basically won that Colosseo map.
Oh. It's going to be
Annihilation sleeping.
Yeah, it's going to be sound barrier use here really early, though, from Bliss and SSG because the Annihilation comes on through. So a later sound barrier comes in here for Nightmare. And oh, that is filthy stuff. That is a Deadeye there.
You are having lots of damage reduction as Cassidy during Deadeye.
Yeah.
An extremely high amount of damage reduction, no less. The audacity for Lethal to peer in there and take that Cassidy kill is ridiculous. But for me, it's Kuffa ducking into the dojo and just taking CJ down. They don't respect that Ramatra Annihilation. They think that the Deadeye got them enough space and zoned. But Kuffa just makes his way in the backside.
So we'll see now how they kind of deal with this. Yeah, you see Kellen jumps in, and Kuffa just puts that shield and the Vortex over on the bridge, right? So how does Kellen stay alive? He has to use Primal to do so because his entire team, like the supports, have not made it over the bridge just yet.
He's got to get Lethally knocked off the map. He'll have it here. So, okay, Coach Gunn of the
Coach
Century.
Gunn, yeah.
You better believe it. Oh, Lethal the Goat should still fall here, but this is taking way too long for Kellen. Needs to get back to the locus of action. Admiral staying alive a little longer would have been helpful, but Sugar Free is able to account for the backline on his own. Kuffa returns, but it's a flip point, so he just wants to make a swift exit.
Yeah, they're going to get a little bit of a stagger here on to Kuffa as you needed Kellen to pop that Primal, be able to stay alive long enough, right? Because that Vortex of Kuffa and the shield over on the bridge, right? So you got to be able to withstand that. And okay, Lethal just turns a corner, 2-tap Seeker, so that's going to give them a player advantage. I mean, dude, Lethal's been on point today.
The absolute gappening of it is absurd. Zero here.
Sleep on the Bob.
Big pulse, Blitz low, easy pickoff, or at least you'd think, but Bliss is a slippery sucker and he's able to get out of dodge. Spotted again by Zero, but again, that was a golden opportunity that goes begging. I flip though back here for Nightmare. What's the answer for Space Station? Nano Winston is the order of the day, but Kellen's getting burst down awfully quickly. That Ramatra poke perk definitely doing some work. Kuffa was hoping to be the bridge guardian here, the troll to keep SSG at bay, and Sugar Free passes on that pulse bomb. Zero though does him one better. Again, it's Seeker with a bit of press Q to respawn action at a pretty crucial time for SSG. When they needed him most, he was in small bite-sized chunks. And Lethal strikes again, this time getting rid of Sugar Free. The Ash Cap is Astro Bloody Nomical, and Nightmare will take us to match points.
Dude, also huge shout out there to Admiral. I don't know if you caught that, but when Kuffa is defending the bridge, Sugar Free actually lands the pulse bomb on his back while he's like in Nemesis form, and Admiral comes in with a sound barrier able to save him, and that keeps him alive and keeps them fighting over in that area of the map as Nightmare. I was worried a little bit, to be honest, about, this team was so focused on getting to China, so overwhelming, probably that win over Team Liquid, that they were going to kind of like be a little bit flat coming into this series and, not really. I mean, you obviously know what's at stake with the #1 seed, right? But, maybe kind of feel like you already accomplished what you did by making it to China, and they have not done that. They clearly want to send a message. Win all of this in North America and just one map away from doing it.
It is insane that we find ourselves here. The Legion Tower pick pays off. The Ramatra comp here looks pretty darn good. For me, I mean, it's the Orisa here from Kellen where they don't really want to go for the Malga. It just doesn't quite satisfy. And then a switch to the Trident 2 Winston setup. Seeker forced onto the Cassidy. Lethal says, no, actually, I think I'm going to take this Ash battle here. Having Coach Gunn with that extra mobility. Oh, that beat is stunning. Look, good catch there, Matt. And look at this. The Pulse Bomb follow-up to claim Seeker was everything. The switch to Farah is way too late in the day as Zera just goes to work. Man, it is so hard for me to pick a standout player in this Nightmare squad. They are all playing so far above their league that we've expected.
I mean, they're all playing arguably like the game series, like I even think they're playing better than they played against Team Liquid, right? I mean, here against SSG, knowing how difficult of an opponent SSG is, you see how evenly matched these two teams were on Lijiang Tower, though. And now, obviously, we've kind of gone through everything, right? SSG with an opportunity here to select map. We'll see what's also left in terms of bans. So it will be Esperanza here in the series. So you picked Coliseum a little bit earlier. They obviously won the push there. 3 support bans in a row here for SSG as well, right? The Kiri, the Brig, the Lifeweaver. I do recall them like a little bit earlier. At least one of the teams did ban an Ana. So we'll see where we go in terms of bans.
I think that Nightmare can still ban Kiri here.
Yeah, so So I mean, for SSG, right? Like they could ban Ramatra. I believe I don't believe they were the team that banned Ana, and I don't believe they were the team that banned Winston. Yeah, so they're protecting the supports here, right? That's kind of what they're going for. And then on the other side of things, okay, so Nightmare bans the Torp. Torp obviously pretty good against Hazard, but I don't think like either of these I don't think Seeker was moving off of Sojourn to play.
Not in a hurry,
right?
Yeah.
I don't even think I even think if they told him to, he wouldn't do it. So I mean, probably just be like, yeah, okay, sure, and just continue to play Sojourn.
Hunter is going to tell Seeker to play Torb.
No, I was saying if you see like Hazard on the other side, right? We know how good that pick is, but looks like now with the game on the line, do we see this more Ramatra play here from Nightmare? It's been so good, man. Maybe it's a foreign response. Is that what we're gonna see here?
I don't like it at all. Against the Ashe, bro? Are they just gonna try and see what sticks? They are coming out of the gates with the Farah. Now again, you can play out of LOS a lot of the time. But man, if you're not hitting directs, it takes a long time for you to get critical mass. But I like the 1-2 punch here because Sugarfree can follow up and finish off the kills that Seeker in theory sets up. But here's what happens. You pick, but you show up in front of Lethal. Yeah, he's getting in that console, bro, and he's banning from the lobby.
Especially with how well he's shooting. I mean, you see though, we don't actually catch the end of it, but Kellen dives directly onto Lethal. As soon as his coach gun is gone, who's there to meet him on the other side? It is Sugarfree. So they clearly have determined, like, hey, we need to get Lethal off of the server. Yeah, just put him on something else. So gonna go over and play Sombra, another hero he's fantastic at.
Is this going to be enough though? A lot of the time, Seeker can play outside of Sombra's effective hack range. Not all the time, mind you, but enough. But again, here now, there's not really anything that like directly threatens Seeker outside of Ultraviolet, who I would still respect, mind you, but is busy healing. Can't be shooting Farah all the time. I don't love the Sombra switch, and Nightmare tend to agree that switch him back.
Yeah, gonna go right back to plate. I wonder if they're considering maybe changing tank instead of actually kind of changing over. Yeah. So they're gonna play the Winston here. So kind of answer fire with fire, right? If they're gonna dive our backline, we're gonna go dive theirs and feel like maybe you have a little bit of an advantage where the Farah, right? Just kind of chunking some damage down. You're able to block some of it with the bubble. So that's gonna be Lethal taking out Sugarfree. So finding a headshot, just the one shot tap there onto the Trace.
Yep, Ashe still good. Ashe not the problem, as was evidence, I think, from the last map. Almost a checkpoint there, though, for Space Station. Pretty scary stuff. Nice little sleep there on Kufra. Oh, buddy. Yeah, Seeker does get slept in response, but that is not a kill that can be capitalized on, or rather not a kill that can be taken. So Nightmare without a tank are going to have to let this one get past them. Zera has a plan. Into the back line, CJ. Can he hold off here? Here comes the cavalry. It's not enough to save the Ana. Dirty work there from Zera, but has to give up his life for it. And we'll always be wondering, was it worth it?
You're also with this Farah, right? Just putting a lot of pressure onto Lethal, like even if he's not, like you're not getting the kills, right? Just being a threat to him and Viana, right? Ultraviolet having a fantastic series. This is going to be a sleep here on Kellen. Kellen's going to pop the Primal though, trying to stay alive as Lethal's found his second of this fight. There's no way you keep him up.
Yeah, I think, Ultraviolet tried to land that Mega. No chance for that. Again, has Nano, but doesn't have the perk that obviously gives him Nano too, so it's just not worth it there. Still, Nightmare still feel like they're in a position to aggress, and I wouldn't disagree with them. Sugarfree's off the map yet again. Barrage in play, which means Seeker either has or is very close to the perk that will probably allow him to be mobile during Barrage, which is pretty important against Hitscan. And here comes Admiral.
And the ability to nano him too. The ability to nano that moving rocket barraging Farah. It's pretty filthy. So, see, it looks like they kind of have an idea though, Nightmare, that their SSG is playing around something. It's going to be Lethal now trying to take high ground control.
Figure under pressure. Trace can be a problem. There's the nano barrage, and we're just going to fight in the shade, apparently. Oh, buddy, the Persians couldn't figure it out, and nor could SSG. It's going to be a trade of Arna's though here. Seeker goes over the top. He's very low. Dealt with by the coach gun at close range. Get off my lawn, says Lethal. As Kellen at least comes in to make the swap. Sugarfree trying to back away. Just absolutely ruined. Kuffa's going to be there with Sugarfree. He's sitting on a Primal and chooses to spend it here. And I get it. If there's a stagger, this could mean a checkpoint. What a juggle. This is really technically very difficult. And Bliss is going to be able to stay away from the Winston, boop him back, and Kuffer's made space, but not enough to get that checkpoint now, and he might be regretting that decision, Matt.
Now they have Nano and Sound Barrier to use here. I mean, they're able to hold on to both. They were able to hold on to both support ults through that, which is actually insane there for Nightmare. I mean, that is Sound Barrier, Nano onto a rocket barraging Farah, and there was a Pulse Bomb used there for SSG, and they're not able to win the fight. I mean, that is crazy stuff. Nightmare ends up taking the lead. They're still holding on to these support ults. Dude, that is a crazy fight they're able to come out on top in.
Massive checkpoint to take here. Nano here for Ultraviolet. Okay, you're right, they saved both support ultimates through that fight. I thought Cover was dead to rights after that primal, but somehow he's able to get back in LOS of his supports. And nothing even has to be used on Cover. Oh, they're losing track of this game. Space Station are losing their grip. It's that risk now slipping through their fingers for all the bluff and bluster of this team coming into stage 1. It could be curtains for them right here on Esperanza. Lethal Nano there, not that he really needs it. He's taking it over once more. And Space Station Gaming, full-scale retreat. They're going to have to fight into a sound barrier in the next engagement. And Zera will be back quickly enough.
I wouldn't be surprised if SSG's like full tilted after losing that fight. I mean, it's a sleep dart onto the Nano barraging Farah. You don't get any of the support ults outs on the other side. And they've, they were at like 20 meters at the start of that, and now they're out to almost 100. Kellen jumps in. He ends up just crumbling. Admiral still with this sound barrier, and use it to just kind of get this bot around the corner. Dude, a full map completion would be a crazy way to end it. Dude, the Bob though, even follow this Bob up, yeah.
Here's Bob out in the open, a pretty good position. Lethal though does have to dodge away from the Winston, and CJ is brought down by the Bob. God, Kellen, with bloodlust in his eyes, he's just focused, and Lethal just deals another one. Sugar Free runs straight into the Dynamite, and Nightmare have chained together some of the most ridiculous sequencing I've seen on a map like this, but it always seems to be here on Esperanza, where champions are born in their regions or internationally. 136 meters now. That is a mortal blow that has been struck by Nightmare, as Space Station are reeling. It's going to be Kellen that gets the Nano, though. It's about clearing Nightmare away, about slowly trying to put this comeback together. But Zera gets in on CJ again. This is going to slow things up. Kellen might have to double back here and let Admiral go.
Lethal is absolutely farming right now. I mean, being able to just walk in on the Ash, just come up with 3. I mean, they are doing everything they can to try and get on top of the Ash of Nightmare is SSG, and it has not worked out thus far. They go from basically nothing on the scoreboard there, Nightmare, to 136 meters. And now it's going to be SSG who needs a massive comeback. I mean, you think about how the last push went, right? Nightmare in control really early on, then SSG dominated towards the end. I mean, they're going to need a historical run to come back here.
Seeker's getting battered. Sound Barrier came in though, and God, to kill Lethal under that kind of pressure from a Winston is astonishing. Zera peeked out, and Seeker, laser focus, locked in. 3 minutes to play and a big hill to climb. The Space Station have got the quality for it. Kellen here using the rest of the primal to clear off Admiral, and we are off to the races. This will be a checkpoint for Space Station. They're not done yet.
You just wonder if you just fell behind a little bit too far, right? SSG can most certainly make comebacks. Comebacks with the best, but Nightmare is really only going to have to win one fight here. You know, with 2:30 on the clock, one fight sends the bot back towards what, mid-map, right? And you're in a fantastic spot to win there, and you're going to lose both supports off the rip. The pulse bomb there connects onto Kuffa, but not going to be enough, as SSG going to have to back out.
That is deflating stuff, especially with Admiral coming around to yet another beat, and he has been so impactful with them in this game. Crucial moments where Kuffa is, clinging to life. He's able to give him a beat and get him going and get a Nightmare. There's no rush. They may as well push this as far forward, though, as they can. Get back to parity, occupy the high ground, get their Ash in a dominant position.
You have no problem with the bot stopping here if you're Nightmare and just controlling high ground, right? And just burn clock. Just burn clock. That's kind of the name of the game. Like, obviously you would love a full map completion, but being able to control this high ground, I mean, this is such a difficult place to push into. So just controlling this high ground, forcing SSG to push into it and burning the clock, that is exactly what you want if you're Nightmare.
Zera here. Respect the right clicks there. Ducks back, gets the healing. Nightmare in a power position right now. They're very favored based on how the map is laid out. Admiral, down low, we had a beat. Not that you really need to offload your ultimates in this fight if you're Nightmare, but losing your Lucio early, not great. Good sleep there, but Kellen has friends ready to follow up on the objective.
Yep, just Kuffa moves it a little bit further along. Now we'll go back to the opposite side of the map, though, as you're probably going to have a fight probably on the bridge area here for Nightmare. It's going to be on their side of the map. You're going to have the Bob available, follow up the Bob with Kuffa diving on in, right? No sleep available for CJ after that Bob comes out.
All right, Bob has been deployed. Lethal wants to work the bot here.
That's a
Makes
nasty
perfect sense.
spot
Bob
as
going to
well.
work on that left-hand side. CJ out of the picture already. This was supposed to be it for Space Station. The push to get them back into the game, but they're struggling, floundering, and a risk of drowning as a pulse bomb is used on Ultraviolet. They get rid of him. No, I don't know, Winston, no party here for Nightmare, but the bot's been walking away from them this entire time, as have their hopes of getting that first seed heading into China, and somehow Nightmare, in what looks like a 2 versus 4, have taken 2 kills to equalize it, and they're just happy. They're smiling, laughing all the way to the bank, slowing SSG down with a smile on their face. They know Space Station just don't have the time to do this.
And you just have to be patient here if you're Nightmare, right? Zera just going on and trying to chase. That's not what you want to see. So now you're not going to have this Tracer in the fight. Kuffa going on in. They're going to use the beat here. They're going to try and fight it.
Seeker goes down. He thought he had the best of the Winston.
Primal.
Blitz now has to beat this. Okay, able to throw it down, keep the rest of his team alive. Admiral under extreme pressure, and Sugar Free is able to take Ultraviolet out of the game. So Nightmare in disarray. Sure enough, Kuffa has to double back here. Hope to protect his support, but Ultraviolet has already gone down. Kellen, though, can come forward. Now it's about disrupting. Now it's about making it half. A Nightmare to group up as 5 and end the game. They've got Nano for their Winston, though, Matt. That's the win condition.
Yeah, I mean, the Nano's going to have to be, you're going to have to get crazy value out of this Nano here from UV onto Kuffa. Seeker, though, potentially with an overclock, right? You can just start chunking down through that Winston's HP. Maybe you hit a Lucio at range. That could be a difference maker.
No connect on the pulse.
Hey, Nano and Tracer.
Nano is dead. Chase Kellen down. The tip of the spear broken in twain. And Nightmare with the player advantage to work with. Seeker falls and amongst the stars. All SSG find is a Nightmare they can't wake from. Out of nowhere, the unpartnered Nightmare top the NA region. Top seed heading into China, and they get the big bucks. Congrats.
The #1 seed in North America is Nightmare. What started as a really nice story, right? When they end up beating Team Liquid towards the end of the season, and you're like, oh yeah, they can make some fun noise during playoffs. They end up losing in the first round to Liquid, a run back through losers to get through Liquid again, and also beat SSG to win the entire event out of the loser bracket. I mean, insane stuff from this Nightmare team. I mean, what a glow up over the last 3 weeks. I mean, they went from nice story, fringe contender to top in the region.
Yeah, it wasn't, at some point, it was no longer just knocking on the door.
Yeah.
But that story, Matt, really only evolved over the last day or so. We saw them improve, of course, but we still consider them only an outside chance, and many of us, even if that was the unspoken part, expected maybe it would just be a Liquid and SSG final. Not only do they handle Liquid, they get into a game like this, and then they just beat SSG at their own game. This Nightmare team could work around the Malga. SSG had enough hubris to try and match them on a dive composition, and Nightmare looking incredible. It is such a great story here to see this team come up in NA organically, with the backing, of course, the power of friendship, and the players that were left over that weren't sort of picked up here for franchising. Some of these big money teams now looking at this team going, we made some scouting errors.
And they look, to be very strong in a lot of the different compositions. Obviously, a lot of time till the champions clash, right? But they can play Winston-based compositions. They can play Ramatra. We know that Kuffa can play things like a Sigma or a Hazard, right? It's just really maybe even that Malga trying to work on it. They're going to be a really interesting, scary team come champions clash, and getting that #1 seed now, right? Finding themselves with a little bit of an easier opponent in that round 1.
They're only going to get better from here, folks. That's the exciting part. We're going to head to the desk and break down the game, the whole stage, honestly. An incredible game to close things out. We're going to leave you, of course, with the sounds of an epic Nightmare victory as we head to the desk. Thanks for listening.
Right, so I'm one side. So that side, so 1 point. Run it. Side.
Look on us,
Nice!
Let's go! Number one!
Yeah, you can tell they are excited. As they should be, as Mitch just said at the very end there. What an incredible story for this very squad. What a great redemption arc as well. Flashback to week number 1, where in their opening match of stage 1, they played against SSG. They dropped that 1-3-1, and now they end up on top of it all. And what a great series this has been. Like, couldn't have asked for a better final there. So many individuals getting some time in the sun. A few clips for the 2025 highlight reels for sure. The series went the distance. We saw so much depth in the playbook and the strats from both of these teams, Caleb.
Yeah, and ultimately it felt like it came down to the Winston mirror every time. It didn't matter the maps that played out. Like, sure, there was some Ramadra, there was some Maga, but it felt like the core of the series came down to Winston Tracer. And Nightmare consistently came out on top. And like you said, the good plays on both sides. It was back and forth. But man, like these dives, looking at Zera right now, I talked about it before. We talked about Sugar Free being the best Flexi PSNA. Zera is knocking on that door. He might already be there. He is hungry, he's young, he proved it in this series. He was insane consistently. And we had Lethal with the headshots just back and forth. The Winston play on both sides, I mean, this was just an intense series. I mean, shout out to Nightmare. They played 11 maps. It was an absolute slog. I'm sure they're exhausted, but they were powerful throughout this entire series.
They're riding on vibes and adrenaline right now, for sure. I mean, what a performance for them to close out stage 1. And honestly, I feel like so much of that was the heroics of the DPS lineups on both sides in order to keep their teams alive in the series or to allow for them to edge ahead. So those individual performances from Zero and Lethal were such a big standout.
Yeah, both of them, and also as well in this map, there were some crazy headshots from Seeker keeping his team inside the fight, inside the map, because if Seeker wasn't having the map he was, that would have been even more one-sided than it was. But yeah, shout out to the Nightmare DPS. They were consistently hitting above average. They were hitting their shots. They were hitting their pulse bombs, big blades, Lethal on any hit scan he played, headshots after headshots. Just insane. Shout out to Nightmare. I mean, like Mitch said, like they said, like this is the third roster put together for NA. The first and second teams, they were partnered. Those were put together first. And Nightmare, they were the misfit toys. They were put together, and they just won NA. That is insane.
Yeah, so let's give them an opportunity to gloat about that, as they should. We have Zero and Lethal joining us for a quick chat after getting the dub and the #1 seed in the NA region. So first things first, of course, congratulations. This was an insane series. A long day for you guys as well. How are you feeling right now? Are you riding the high, or are you just exhausted? What's going through your head?
I don't even know what's going through my head, to be honest. I can't stop like shaking. It's a pretty insane win, I can't lie. I think I'm very proud of the lads for staying composed and doing our jobs. We did what we needed to do.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, this was light work, this game. I have to admit.
I
Take me off Surge, put me on Ash, let me run this lobby up.
You were doing that, whatever you're saying, you were doing that the entire time. Sarah, I wanted to ask you, as someone who's coached you, I want to ask about your journey over the past year. You started, honestly, started in the gutter. How does it feel to slowly work your way through all of the tribulations and the trials you've had to gone through to winning NA? How does that feel?
It's an incredible feeling, honestly. Last year, I think there was a lot of pressure on me when I started performing well and making the internationals. There was a pressure to keep on showing up at the internationals and to keep playing, like, and to keep improving, because I know how good I can be. I don't think I'm at my prime yet, so I want to keep improving. And going into this year, it was a bit demotivating, considering I wasn't picked for either of the partner teams. Liquid chose to import a Korean rather than go a more Western route, which, I mean, Knife's great. Shout out to them. I love that team. But yeah, it was a bit demotivating, but I'm glad I ended up on my team because everyone is super passionate and very talented. So I'm happy.
Yeah, it's giving the ones who got away vibes like across the board. There's, I think, a lot of teams are now looking at your squad, and I was like, you should have picked up those players. Throughout the stage one, we got to see a lot of different looks from a lot of different teams, a lot of different metas, which basically, I mean, let's be real, the meta just shifted like every week. If we're looking ahead at Championship Clash, do you have like a meta prediction? What do you think is going to be played there, and what would you prefer to play against all the Korean teams, for example?
Dennis, you want to start?
Bro, run some Malga Torb against them. We can see how that feels.
Bro,
or we can play. Bro, or I think we just run it by ear, to be honest, because we were more focused on taking like one step at a time. As soon as we dominate our region, then we can look to dominate other regions if we'd like. So we have to see like what they're playing and then how our boot camp is maybe.
I think the way that I look at it, I think this stage really shows our flexibility. I don't really know what's going to be meta, but I know that we will be strong no matter what it is, and I hope we can prove that in China.
I am sure you guys will be proving that. I mean, it was a phenomenal performance across the board. It was so much fun to watch you guys play as well. It's just like vibes. Like every time Nightmare takes to the server, we know we're in for a good time. Any final words from the two of you for your fans and the people who have supported you on that journey?
I'd like to shout out my family who has always been supporting me. It's my mom's birthday tomorrow, so I did it for her, and we got the birthday buff going. Yeah, overall, just super grateful for all my friends and family who encourage me to keep going every day, and I hope I manage to get MVP for this match. I don't know. We'll see.
You did.
I did? Oh my god!
Surprise!
Yeah.
Yeah, player of the match.
Bro, it's just flex DPS buys, bro. I'll get my MVP once.
What do you mean?
One
I'm
day.
not even a nominee for the superstar. I'm not even a nominee.
Kill feed OTP, bro.
Not even a nominee.
Put my POV, guys, please.
Nah, whatever.
Well, actually, the people we mentioned for superstars, those are not nominees. Those are just people we randomly wanted to talk about. So it's all up to chat.
McGravy didn't choose to talk
out of our
about me.
hands.
I'm sorry. Hey, I have hyped you up tons today, bro. I have hyped you up tons today, bro. Tons.
You know, I'll take what I can get. It's okay.
Had your time
Bro,
in
you
the
have
sun.
MVP awards, bro. I have nothing. I have nothing. No kill feed, no MVPs, no nominees.
You won the kill feed perma.
You're the
but-
winner of our hearts, and you get the final say. How about that? You get the final words. Anything you want to say to the fans and the people
Yeah,
supporting
don't
you?
count me out, guys. Do not count me out. You will see.
We will do. That's a threat. I love that.
Thank you, Dennis.
And with that energy, we're gonna end the interview. Thank you both so much. Once again, congratulations on winning the Stage 1 champion title, and of course, pivotal first seed in the region. So best of luck to your team in China.
Congrats, guys.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Alright, thank you guys for having us. Goodbye.
Of course.
Dude, sorry. Lethal is more glazed than a garden gnome by us. I actually got accused of being paid off by the guy for like how much I talked about him being a server admin, bro. Bro doesn't listen to the cast, man.
Yeah, I think we overglazed, we over-marinated, and now he's just salty. That's what happens.
I
love how excited they are to like win, how motivated they are to get better, whatnot. I think it's pretty easy once you're kind of like at the top of a region in any game, right, to kind of get pretty comfortable. So it's good to see that they still are pretty hungry, want to keep moving forward, and Zero most certainly has the potential to be one of if not the best player in North America, right? I mean, he's that good.
Let's take a look at that bracket again to visualize their journey through our playoffs. Caleb, walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, they got kicked down to lower bracket pretty early, and they kind of had to prove their mettle. They had to, grit their teeth and get back into it, losing to Team Liquid, a team they later beat in the lower semis, or not the lower semis, lower finals, all the way up to the finals. I mean, just a lot of good matches looking at it. You don't see a lot of zeros. You see at least a lot of maps taken, and it's later on, like I said, they played 11 maps today. It was intense. It was fun to watch. It was fun to be a part of. All of that.
Also, not, a lot of people would be like, they end up beating Liquid. It's a 3-2. Maybe this team has beaten Team Liquid twice in the last 3 weeks, right? They beat them 3-0 at the end of the season, and then now they beat them this week. Like, clearly they kind of like had their number. That 3-1 also like a really close series. I think the biggest surprise though is like them handing a loss to SSG when SSG has looked really good. But we also haven't seen these teams play, obviously, before this match. Like, it was our second game of the entire season in North America, right? So a lot of time had passed. Nightmare, obviously, a way better team now than they were then.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, the meta shifted so drastically from week to week. Now we do have 4 teams locked in for EMEA and NA. VP taking the #1 seed in the EMEA region, followed by Alcazia, who gets the 2nd seed, much to a lot of people's surprise. And the same thing could even be said about the NA region. I mean, Nightmare, they've always been a contender, but maybe just not as serious in people's minds. I think a lot of people expected to see Liquid in that spot. However, yeah, Nightmare showed us that we're all wrong. Apparently, Uber had them in his bracket, though. Is that true? I need confirmation on that.
I want to double check that, but I think I actually had them coming up from the lower bracket to win, but I don't have that little bracket that we made on me right now, so... Yeah,
always a believer.
Convenient. He doesn't have it.
Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Yeah. Who'd you have, Caleb? Did you have him as well?
Oh, I definitely made a bracket, and I definitely put Nightmare winning for sure. For sure.
Absolutely. Fact check me. Just like with the Janis Joplin reference, which was right, by the way. I want to fact check on that bracket.
Right-ish. It was right.
Yeah, I mean,
there was a sandwich close by. She did not choke on it.
Well,
that would have been a perfect transition to the teams landing in our promotion relegation matches. But I'm not going to.
Sorry, what's with the transitions today, mate? Make it happen.
I don't know.
Make with the atmosphere.
It felt too mean, Mitch. I couldn't go there. But yeah, promotion relegation matches on the horizon, April 13th. All the action will be cast by your very own Jake and Johnny, who will walk you through the action. We're going to see top teams from the what's it called? The Faceit League for Master League. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Those top teams will be facing off against the lower 2 teams in the NA region. So let's talk about some of those Faceit League teams, shall we? Starting with Supernova. Here's the roster. Oh, it's going to be chime time. I'm excited.
Is that my boy at the top of the Faceit Pugs? I mean, it's the Renko himself. I mean, this team were very hyped up. I think, like, it was surprising for some that Shikigami were able to qualify to stage 1 over them. I think that was considered an upset for qualifying. So these guys, I'm sure, have the score to settle. They probably felt like they should have been here in stage 1.
Yeah, no surprise to see them go undefeated. This is a team that I think we very well could see in stage 2.
This is a team that people should be sort of familiar with. This is Dreamland. I think that's what they used to go under. This is the core of that team. So they've been around, and they have also taken series and maps off of serious OWCS teams. So this is a team that you should be excited for coming into OWCS for sure.
Yeah, another top team right now over there in the Masters League is called Extinction. Players not as familiar. The players we're not as familiar with as what we've seen on the other side there, but yeah.
Monkey Happy's an elite name. I mean, doesn't get much better than that.
Name, yeah.
Up there with Super Cookie for sure.
Yeah.
Again, we know Lampet. We've seen them. I think played in Tendies as well for a bit. So again, this is the kind of team you're probably looking out for. I think that our teams falling into promo relegation are pretty quality. Those games should be generally very good. Yeah. So well worth a watch to see who is coming up, because honestly, not long ago, these Nightmare guys were in the same position. A lot of it. Except Seeker was on LA Valley in jail. We don't talk about that.
Right, and as we wrap up our playoff stage, we of course want to get some final thoughts here. Caleb, starting with you as you're our guest. What's the big takeaway of stage 1 and also of the playoffs in general?
NA it's the Nightmare just won, but it's still in my mind. It's an open race. It's extremely close. It's a lot of 1A, 1B scenarios in my mind. Very close. Probably the closest region I think we have in terms of skill level and playing on a certain day and playing the right comps. But yeah, it makes for great entertainment. I loved being here and working for it and sitting here and watching intently and watching all these super skilled players and watching like I said, the Misfits toys put it together and win. It's been insane.
We're always here for a good underdog story or a misfit story or whatever you want to call it. Now, Mitch, Matt, if we're looking generally at what we've seen this season, this stage, yeah, the individual regions played it really close. Like within EMEA, there was like a big blob of teams who were just trading those victories and points. And the same we saw at the top here at NA. It all came down to like the last day of play. How do they stack up internationally, though? Do you think there is a good chance for any EMEA or NA teams to actually make it top 3?
Well, potentially. I do think that it's probably never been harder to beat these APAC teams, because now there's a lot of incentive for a lot of our, players from South Korea who were previously playing in NA to go back home with the partnership model that has landed over there. So, we obviously hope that we are, getting closer to parity, especially with the game is right now, but that region has always been very strong and they still look terrifying. I think even as good as Nightmare have been, even as good as VP and OWCS have looked, and everyone who's made it there, it's another big step up. Like hearing from Lethal, he's like, well, we had to focus on dominating our own region first. That was a big enough challenge. Now we're going to be focusing on, dealing with the teams obviously in Asia. But I feel like if you really want to put pressure on them, it's going to take a lot. I just don't want to dampen people's expectations. It's going to be an uphill battle.
It is. I do think, though, China's going to be a complete wild card, right? Who knows how those teams perform, how they end up playing, what they want to play in terms of like meta. So I think like playing against them round 1 is going to be a little bit of a wild card. A lot of time, though, between now and Champions Clash, right? So what I am excited for is like, I think teams like VP, I think, SSG, Nightmare, I'm sure OWCS as well. These teams are full of like young, motivated players who are going to want to kind of grind to be the best going to that event. I also think, talking about here in NA a little bit, right? Like we thought NA was like a little bit of like a 4-horse race between, Timeless, Team Liquid, SSG, and Nightmare. And it seemed like kind of 2 teams like rose to that top. I think it'll be a little bit of soul searching for the teams that didn't make it, right? It's a really long break in competition for those teams. So a lot of time to think about what went wrong.
Yeah, some time to rest and also some time to boot camp. I know some of the teams got that in store for them coming up, and there's a lot of excitement around that, and hopefully a lot of good content for us to devour from those boot camps. Now, Caleb, thank you so much for joining us here for the final day of the NA playoffs. And of course, Mitch and Matt, once more, thank you so much for calling the action. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on the mics. And thank you guys all for watching over the last 2 weeks. It's been an incredible playoff, and I can't wait to see what all the teams have in store for us when we're headed to China. On that note, congratulations once again to VP, OWCS, SSG, and Nightmare, as they will head on over there to represent the EMEA and the NA region. We will be raiding Rack Attack in just a little bit, so make sure to stick around, and also, of course, make sure to tune in again very soon for the promotion and relegation matches. Thank you so much for watching, and we're going to see you again soon.